Chapter 1. The beginning with 100,000 acres of land. Hello everyone, I'm a new streamer and go. Currently, I find myself at the northernmost edge of our great China, in the Mabei city of the Xinbei mountain region. With just 120 kilometers remaining to my contracted 100,000 acres of land. On the bustling revival street of Mabei city, a young man with striking features spoke confidently into his phone's camera. However, the comment section of the Douyin livestream was already filled with mockery. Does a streamer not even bother to prepare a script for his boasts? Why is a handsome face not a beauty streamer, but a deceptive one instead? I was wondering why there was a cow in the sky. Turns out, it's just the streamer's hot air. Haha, as long as boasting isn't illegal, the streamer should just get a suspended sentence. TSK. 100,000 acres of forest. Without that 100,000, I might have believed him. We rent an acre for 2 to 300 a year. Wouldn't 100,000 acres mean 2 to 3 million annually? The streamer should think before bragging. If the streamer truly has 100,000 acres, I'll live stream myself drinking urine upside down. Despite the jest from the audience, Ngo maintained his composure and smiled. I understand that many of you may find my claims hard to believe, as 100,000 acres is indeed a substantial amount. However, verifying this matter is not as difficult as one might think. With only 120 kilometers left to my land, it should take approximately 2 hours to reach it once I find a vehicle. Why don't we all relax and follow my camera as we explore the northernmost county of our great China? Consider it a virtual tour. To be honest, Ngo fully comprehended the skepticism of the viewers. 100,000 acres is land enough to rival a small town in this contemporary era. Such a claim sounds almost unbelievable. If he hadn't verified it multiple times with the relevant authorities, he too would find it hard to believe. The events of the past few days have been nothing short of surreal. About 3 days ago, at the graduation celebration of Dongnong University, that he sat alone in a corner, grappling with the uncertainty of his future. It was not that he lacked excellence or opportunities, rather, his abundance of options was overwhelming. Whether to pursue a doctorate, remain in academia, take the civil service exam next year, or join a prestigious enterprise, all were viable paths with lucrative rewards. Yet sometimes, having too many choices can be a double-edged sword. For every option he considered could significantly shape the trajectory of his life, leaving him in a perpetual state of indecision. At that moment, a mechanical voice echoed in his ear, "Ding! The strongest estate owner system is binding." Accompanying this was a game interface reminiscent of a sandbox game, albeit with only a progress bar displayed. The suddenness of it all startled him. Ngo rubbed his eyes in disbelief, murmuring, "Could this be real? Surely such a trivial matter wouldn't drive someone to madness?" Seeing these phenomena, he felt as though he were hallucinating, that he could distinguish between reality and fiction. How could a system exist in this world? Yet, no matter how much he rubbed his eyes, the progress bar continued to advance. The system did not vanish. As the progress bar reached 100, the mechanical voice chimed in once more. "Ding! The strongest estate owner system binding successful." This system is dedicated to assisting the host in becoming the most powerful estate owner in history. Detection reveals that the host does not yet possess an estate, prompting a comprehensive scan. Ding! Within a 1,000 kilometer radius, 8 areas meet the criteria for an estate. Random selection commencing. Ding! Selection complete. Congratulations, host. You have acquired an estate located in China's Wuluan River Province, the Xinbei Mountain Region, Mabei City, at Dakodianzi Village. Ding! The necessary documents for estate construction have been deposited into the system warehouse, including land contracting rights certificate, business license, property rights certificate, food production license, breeding certificate, and permits for the breeding of key protected wildlife. Holy cow! Could this be the golden finger reserved for protagonists in novels? Listening to the series of notifications and witnessing the continual changes on the game panel, Ngo swallowed hard, astonishment etched on his face. If this truly is a golden finger from a novel, then he, merely contemplating it, left him parched, as if a fawn were racing within his heart. After some time, he managed to regain his composure, quickly refocusing his attention on the system panel. The entire interface was quite simple. IT consisted of a 3D map alongside 3 buttons. and Go instantly recognized the map as the northern foothills of the Xinbei Mountain. As the strongest agricultural university in Wuluan River Province, their institution's influence stretched across the entire region. He had a vivid impression of these geographically distinct areas. Clearly, this was a map of the estate recently gifted to him by the system. The remaining 3 buttons were Attributes, Warehouse, and Shop. Without hesitation, Ngu opened the warehouse. Ensuring no one was watching, he swiftly retrieved a document. This was the quickest way he could think of to validate the existence of the system. Feeling the unique texture of the document, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. Indeed, he was not hallucinating. He truly possessed a legendary golden finger. Flipping the document to glance at the information, he quickly stored it in the warehouse. Surveying his surroundings once more to ensure he remained unnoticed, he redirected his focus to the system panel. The document appeared legitimate, bearing his name .as for its validity that would require verification from the relevant authorities. He could only wait for the graduation ceremony to conclude. This map must indicate my piece of land. It seems to be near the Mabe border. This time, he scrutinized it with utmost seriousness. After confirming the details of the map, he turned his attention to the other buttons, opening the Attributes button. Host, Ngu's status, healthy reputation, 16,000 estate. Aurora Farm area, 105,382 acres charm, 0. A remarkably straightforward interface, Ngu comprehended it almost instantaneously. Just as he pondered the significance of reputation and charm, he noticed 2 lines of small text beneath the Attributes panel. 1. Reputation can be increased through enhancing the host's fame and can be used for lottery draws in the system shop. 2. Charm can be obtained through developing and constructing the estate and can be used to exchange for items in the system shop. Ah, I see. Reputation and charm are the system's currency. Ngu murmured to himself, glancing again at the remaining 2 functions. As the name suggests, the warehouse was a space for storing items that, in terms of size, it appeared to be a 5 by 5 by 5 cube. Storing smaller items should pose no issue. As for the final function of the shop, involves lotteries and exchanges. Gazing at the wondrous items within the store, Ngu suddenly felt a sense of clarity regarding his future. Chapter 2. Customized land. Why was he so entangled earlier? Was it merely because all the choices were appealing? No, that would be a grave misunderstanding. The primary reason for Ng's internal struggles stemmed from the drawbacks that followed each choice. For instance, a stable job may provide security, but such a life is all too predictable. Alternatively, joining a certain company may offer attractive benefits, yet could lead to a lack of autonomy. To be honest, he was not fond of that feeling at all. However, one must earn a living in this world. Thus, he had to select a job that he could accept. With various considerations at play, it was natural to feel conflicted. Yet now, the situation had transformed entirely. The emergence of the system provided him with a far superior option. A staggering 100,000 acres of land. Any modest development could yield unimaginable wealth. Moreover, he was a professional in this field, fully capable of maximizing the land's value. The key was not a pastoral life exactly what he yearned for? Otherwise, why would he have chosen a major in agricultural sciences? With this realization, what was there left to ponder? This was, without a doubt, a dream come true. Even if one were to take a step back, the system's enhancement would undoubtedly simplify the land's development. After the graduation ceremony concluded, Ngu promptly proceeded to the relevant authorities to verify the authenticity of those documents. Only after passing the verification did he finally feel at ease. The 100,000 acres were indeed real. He had fully accepted the existence of the system. Simultaneously, he embraced the fact that he possessed 100,000 acres of land. In that moment, Ngu was filled with ambition, bursting with excitement. How could he not feel exhilarated when presented with an opportunity to have both fish and bear's paw? Upon returning to his dormitory, he quickly examined the specifics of the estate. Upon viewing the 3D map, he formed a general idea of the estate. As a student from Dongnon University, he was well acquainted with the Greater Xinbei Mountain region. It was undeniably famous. The Greater Xinbei Mountain is renowned as the 1,000-year forest sea. The forest coverage reaches an impressive 80, with a significant presence of virgin forests. Within the entire area, there are over 900 species of plants, with 60 being economically valuable. There are 342 medicinal plants, 42 edible plants, 29 aromatic plants, and 28 oilseed plants. The potential value of these plant resources alone can only be described as terrifying. Moreover, this forest is rich in animal resources, aquatic resources, fungal resources, and even mineral resources. According to surveys, the area is home to 56 species across 16 families of mammals. Among them are numerous rare and endangered species, such as the marten bear, sable, musk deer, moose, brown bear, and sika deer. The avian resources are equally impressive, boasting over 250 species. There are also 46 species classified as key protected birds. Notable examples include the golden eagle, white stork, and red-crowned crane. Aquatic and fungal resources are also plentiful. Matsutake, reishi, and lion's mane mushrooms are among the varieties available. As for mineral resources, they include precious metals like target gold and gold itself. However, even with such resources, Ngo would not consider them. He believed that the rational development of plant and animal resources was the true path to creating a sustainable fortune, one that would not deplete over time. Thinking about 100,000 acres filled him with immense potential. With a heart brimming with excitement, Ngo began to search for Decadian Village on the map. Coincidentally, Decadian Village is the northernmost village in the Celestial Empire. This means it is situated along the banks of the Wulian River, facing across the river from the Bear Country. Upon confirming this geographical location, Ng's impression of the estate deepened. The confluence of the northern foothills of the greater Xinbei Mountain and the Wulian River presented distinct geographical features. After a brief glance, Ngo directly opened the system's attribute panel. He then accessed the detailed page of the estate. Estate, Aurora Farm Area, 105,382 acres details. Forest land, 98,532 acres, 93.5 grassland, 5,013 acres, 4.7. Arable land, 1,200 acres, 1.1 riverbank, 193 acres, 0.2 islands, 327 acres, 0.3 buildings. Sparse. Charm, 0 indeed. 93 of it is forested land, and Ngo mused, his expression reflecting his realization. But that's for the best. The forest land on the greater Xinbei Mountain holds far more promise than grassland or arable land. The greater Xinbei Mountain occupies a unique geographical position. It serves as a barrier against the cold waves from the Siberian plains. Consequently, although the seasons are distinct, there are 7 months of winter. With half the year enveloped in winter, the challenges of farming are readily apparent. In contrast, the economic benefits derived from the forest are significantly greater. At least, that is how Ngo perceived it. After all, his major equipped him with expertise in developing forest economies, especially when combined with the system's provision of a wildlife conservation breeding permit. This document would allow him to legally raise first and second level protected animals. He could cultivate protected species, such as sika deer and musk deer. It is well known that sika deer provide antler velvet, while musk deer yield musk. There are many such examples, with values that certainly rival those of conventional crops. Furthermore, within this forest, there are undoubtedly many more plants and animals with untapped potential. However, the specifics of how to develop these resources would require an on-site investigation before making any decisions. In summary, he was quite satisfied with the composition of the estate. As for why the building area was listed as sparse, he could easily surmise. Even 0.01 of 100,000 acres amounts to 10 acres. 10 acres is roughly the size of a football field. It is evident that the courtyard depicted in the 3D map is not that large. Thus, it is reasonable that it does not display. In the following hours, Ngo quickly organized the situation and made some preliminary plans for the future. The next day, he rose early to finalize matters at the university. He also took the opportunity to procure a substantial supply of essential living items. Although online sources indicated that Decadian Village had a few small shops, for safety's sake, he opted to gather supplies himself. After all, he could store them in the system's warehouse just in case. Regardless, he was heading to a remote village. In the event of any unforeseen circumstances, he would not find himself at a disadvantage. With all preparations complete, he boarded the train bound for Mo City. Chapter 3. Bragging? Absolutely not. The distance from my city to Mo is approximately 800 kilometers. The green train takes around 17.5 hours to traverse this expanse. The scenery outside the window is exceptionally beautiful. However, Ngo finds himself devoid of the mood to appreciate it. Throughout the journey, he is entirely engrossed in studying the system. The idea of live streaming was conceived during this trip, primarily motivated by the desire for prestige. To be candid, Ngo possesses considerable confidence in the development of his farm. Yet, confronted with the myriad of wondrous items available in the system store, it would be sheer self-deception to claim he is not intrigued. To acquire items from the system store, one must possess both prestige and charm. Charm is to be cultivated through the development of the farm. Ngo is acutely aware that this endeavor cannot be rushed. Progress must be made step by step, and meals consumed bite by bite. However, acquiring prestige appears to be a more straightforward pursuit. The moment he glimpsed the notion of prestige, the terms live streaming and short videos sprang to mind. In this era, attaining prestige is remarkably simple. With the power of the internet, stories of overnight sensations abound. Nonetheless, Ngo maintains a grounded perspective, recognizing that only a select few achieve viral success, while the vast majority remain unseen. Nevertheless, attempting it poses no risk. Moreover, with his impressive 100,000 acres of land, he starts off on a significantly higher pedestal than others. Thus, upon arriving in Mo and taking a brief respite, Ngo commenced his live stream. As he walked along the street leading to the bus station, he calmly introduced, "As you can see, the surrounding streets are impeccably clean." Describing them as spotless would not be an exaggeration. This is not solely due to the diligent efforts of the cleaners, but also because this area is one of the few unpolluted natural sanctuaries in our country. The number of days with excellent air quality exceeds 350 annually. Furthermore, this is the only location within our nation where the northern lights can be observed, and one can also experience the legendary phenomena of the midnight sun and polar night. As Ngo spoke, the chat room erupted with skepticism. Wow, what a braggart. Are there really unpolluted places left in this world? Is the streamer determined to take bragging to the next level? Northern Lights? Does he not realize there is still a vast distance separating us from Russia? Enough of this. Even if he has 100,000 acres, now he is claiming such blatantly false statements. In truth, Ngo was not entirely incorrect. A quick search confirmed that Mo indeed has had sightings of the Northern Lights. By the way, have you noticed how many of the buildings around here resemble European architecture? They don't look like they belong in our country at all. Although Ngo's introduction seemed to challenge conventional perceptions, there were still dozens in the live stream willing to verify his claims. Thus, the scene unfolded with animated discussions in the chat, observing the lively debates among the viewers. Ngo smiled and remarked, "Perhaps my words may have upended some of your beliefs, but the truth remains as stated. Though the northern lights may not be visible every year, the phenomena of polar day and night are readily perceptible. You may find it hard to believe, but last night, darkness fell only after 9 o'clock, and by 3 this morning, dawn had already broken. I must admit, I am quite unaccustomed to such a schedule. Furthermore, as a friend has mentioned, due to its location on the border between our homeland and the land of the bears, the architecture in Mo City possesses a certain exotic charm." As Ngo introduced the surroundings, he strolled toward the bustling area ahead. Despite being termed a vibrant district, it is, in fact, less lively than some small towns in the mainland. This is hardly surprising, considering that the permanent population of Mo City barely exceeds 50,000. With such a modest population, even a county-level city cannot boast an abundance of infrastructure. After a brief interval, Ngo found himself at an intersection, gazing in astonishment at his surroundings. He muttered in confusion, "The map indicates that the bus station should be right here, but I see no sign of it." His words immediately incited a wave of ridicule. If I recall correctly, one must visit the locality to secure land, right? TSK. And yet they have claimed 100,000 acres while failing to locate the bus station. Ha ha ha. The streamer has been exposed. I thought they could last 2 hours. It is indeed amusing to be searching for a bus station. I have yet to see a billionaire take a bus. Regardless, I am grateful to the streamer for allowing me to witness the northernmost county. I hope they refrain from boasting next time. Their banter was spirited. Yet Ngo remained indifferent to the barrage of comments. His priority was to reach his estate. Once he arrived at his destination, what further doubts could these individuals have? After a thorough search, Ngo still could not find the bus station. With no other option, he made his way to a nearby small supermarket. "Excuse me, could you please tell me how to get to the bus station? According to the map, it should be right here." "The bus station?" The shopkeeper looked at Ngo and replied with a smile, "Just walk straight for 50 meters, take a right, and you will see a small door. The main entrance was damaged last winter and is currently under repair." Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, Ngo suddenly understood. The construction site there was indeed the entrance to the bus station. Just as he was about to express his gratitude, the shopkeeper continued, "Young man, is this your first visit to Mo?" "Yes, otherwise I wouldn't be lost," Ngo replied with a wry smile. "What I meant to say is, you probably don't know the bus schedule here, do you?" Seeing Ngo's confirmation, the shopkeeper cheerfully remarked, "We have only 3 buses daily to various towns. One at 6 in the morning, another at 2 in the afternoon, and the last at 8 in the evening." "Oh, does that mean I must wait over 5 hours for the next bus?" Ngo was taken aback, glancing at the time. "I wonder if there are alternative means of transportation to Daikuodianzi village in Heya town? I wouldn't mind spending a bit more." He felt a growing urgency to return home and truly wished to avoid further delays. After all, it was only a little over 120 kilometers away. He could certainly afford a taxi. "Daikuodianzi village? What do you intend to do there?" This time, the shopkeeper was utterly perplexed. The village of Daikuodianzi was not open to tourism, nor did it possess any noteworthy attractions. And even the shuttle buses did not venture in that direction. Was there truly no mode of transportation available? Whether it be a taxi, a hired vehicle, or even a rental car, anything would suffice. Upon hearing the shopkeeper's words, and Gu found herself at a loss for words. She had not anticipated that Daikouodianzi would be so remote. However, having already arrived in Mo, she could not allow the final 100 kilometers to deter her. In such a vast county, surely there must be a way to reach her destination? At that moment, the live stream was filled with laughter and chatter. Initially, they believed in Gu merely could not locate the bus station. Little did they know that the bus station did not service the so-called Daikouodianzi. Was this not a futile endeavor? Many had begun to speculate that Ngu had no farm at all, merely using the inability to reach it as an excuse to obscure the matter of the 100,000 acres of land. Chapter 4. A sudden shift in atmosphere. Little brother, I am from Daikouodianzi. If you truly wish to go, you may ride with me. However, before that, I need to pick someone up from the train station. As soon as Nji's voice faded, another voice emerged. Following the sound, they beheld a middle-aged man, appearing to be in his 40s, robust and towering at nearly 6 feet. The moment they laid eyes on him, both Ngu and the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Who would have thought that a man speaking fluent northeastern dialect would possess such a foreign visage? A rideshare? How splendid! Ngu exclaimed with excitement. I can pay for the fare. No need, it's on my way. We are all fellow countrymen. Helping one another while traveling is only natural. The uncle from the Ross ethnic group waved his hand with a smile. Once I settle the bill, we can head out together. Considering the time, the train should arrive soon, and we should reach the village by around 11. Had it not been for his distinctly Ross appearance, Ngu might have hesitated. Who could tell if he was genuinely kind-hearted or had ulterior motives? Yet, seeing his features, one could almost ascertain that he spoke the truth. For Daikouodianzi is one of the few Ross villages in the country, with approximately 40% of the villagers having Ross ancestry. Judging by the uncle's characteristics, it was evident he was being truthful. Meanwhile, in the live stream, many had already begun to share their newfound knowledge. Following the earlier events, numerous viewers had researched Mo's information and were aware of the Ross community there. Many enjoy the thrill of showing off what they know. Now that they were privy to information unknown to others, they were eager to share. However, even after this development, and despite Ngu getting into the Ross uncle's vehicle, the skepticism in the live stream persisted. How could anyone easily believe in 100,000 acres of land? In ancient times, emperors rewarded their subjects with merely thousands of acres of fertile land. What did 100,000 acres signify? Even emperors were not so extravagant. Are you live streaming on Douyin? As they traveled in the vehicle, Uncle Ross engaged in casual conversation while driving. Indeed, you understand this too? He queried with a hint of pride. Do you think I am out of touch with the times? My daughter has long since enlightened me. He continued, the advancements in technology are truly remarkable. This small phone possesses so many capabilities. In the past, during the winter months, people here had little to occupy their time, but now, with a phone in hand, they can easily keep themselves entertained. After exchanging a few words about Douyin, Uncle Ross suddenly recalled something and inquired of Ngu, by the way, are you heading to Daikouodianzi village to see the northernmost point of our great nation? I can only think of that as a reason for anyone to venture there. No, I'm not going for tourism, Ngu quickly shook his head. If all goes well, I intend to settle there. Settle? Uncle Ross looked at Ngu with astonishment, full of confusion. Do you have relatives there? Whose family is it? I haven't heard of anyone. Not at all. I'm not seeking out relatives. I've contracted a piece of land, and I plan to develop it properly during my visit, Ngu replied with a smile. The other person was from Daikouodianzi village, and he felt there was no harm in sharing this information, as it would soon be common knowledge. Contracted a piece of land? Don't jest. Our village has had a parcel of land contracted out in recent years, and the contractor has only managed to build a villa over all this time. It was evident that he doubted Nji's claims, as in their understanding, Mo was hardly suitable for agricultural development, leading to no one wanting to contract land there. Perhaps the land I took over is that very one? Noticing Nji's earnest demeanor, Uncle Ross's expression grew considerably more complex. That Aurora farm spans over 100,000 acres and requires at least 100 million. The figure was staggering, and he could scarcely fathom such an amount. How could this young man possibly possess the financial means to secure such a contract? This suggested one of two possibilities. Either Ngu was lying to deceive him, or he was an extraordinarily wealthy heir. Regardless of which was true, neither prospect boded well for him. As a local, he was acutely aware of the situation surrounding Aurora Farm. After the logging ban, the land's value had plummeted far below the contracting price. The implications of a super-rich heir acquiring such an extensive tract of land were uncertain and could significantly disrupt their tranquil lives. He fervently hoped that Ngu was merely jesting. However, the confirmation he received from Ngu left him in silence. After a minute, he finally spoke again. Young man, before you acquire land, you ought to visit our village. Much of that land is still primordial forest, and with the current prohibition on logging, it hardly holds such value. More than 90 of it is original forest, and it is precisely this that drew me to contract it. Anger retained its serene demeanor, stating, My greatest expertise lies in developing woodland. I assure you, you shall be utterly astonished when the time comes." Upon hearing his words, the elderly man of the Ross clan chose to remain silent. Yet, an imperceptible shift in the atmosphere within the vehicle seemed evident. It appeared that this elder had a strong aversion to anyone taking over the Aurora farm. In the live stream, the barrage of comments continued unabated. These two truly excelled in their performance. One must admit, the host had genuinely invested himself in the act. Setting aside other considerations, the sheer talent displayed in their acting surpassed that of many youthful stars. I could distinctly sense the vehicle tremble slightly. Indeed, I too felt it. I was astonished that they could convey even such subtleties. Frankly, even if the claim of 100,000 acres was merely a gimmick, I found it inconsequential. Was this not more delightful than binge-watching a series? Moreover, it was undeniable that they were fully immersed in their roles. At this moment, silence spoke volumes. The elder of the Ross clan was acutely aware of the reactions, yet before discerning the underlying reasons, he felt it prudent to exercise caution. Even the mightiest dragon cannot overpower the local snake, and he would eventually need to establish himself within their territory. The viewers in the live stream remained convinced that the two were merely acting, with no one believing in the reality of the 100,000 acres. In this era, the notion of such vast land was simply implausible. Nevertheless, many were convinced of their acting prowess. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the train station. I must say, the urban area of Mo City is indeed quite limited. It takes merely 10 minutes to traverse from the city center to the train station. As time passed, the tension within the vehicle remained palpable. It was only when a group emerged from the train station that the elder's expression noticeably softened. After swiftly locating his target, he alighted from the vehicle and waved, calling out, "Sophia, over here." Chapter 5. Such a profound connection? At the sound of the elder's call, a tall girl hurriedly approached. Before the elder could speak again, the girl exclaimed in astonishment, "Senior Anger? How are you in my father's car?" This revelation left both the elder and Anger momentarily stunned. Meanwhile, the live stream erupted with excitement. "This girl is stunning. Wow, she's ethereal. Such divine beauty. Is she of mixed heritage? She's like an Eastern Barbie doll. Surely, this isn't a dream. I say, wouldn't it have been more delightful for the host to simply have the young lady appear? Why provoke criticism with talk of 100,000 acres when her presence is more than sufficient?" The audience in the live stream buzzed with chatter. Anger, however, continued to gaze in astonishment at the girl before him. She referred to him as senior, suggesting she was a student from Dongnom University. Yet, within the confines of the school, he had always been rather inconspicuous, lacking any significant fame. If she indeed knew his name, it must have been through some shared experience. Yet he had no recollection of such an encounter. Upon introspection, Anger felt certain that had he truly crossed paths with such a beautiful young lady, he would have remembered it vividly. Moreover, this young girl exudes a captivating aura of exotic charm, with her flowing golden tresses and enchanting gray-blue eyes, each feature serving to deepen the impression she leaves. As for her striking beauty, slender waist, and long legs, those traits require no further elaboration. She is truly reminiscent of a Disney princess on the run. However, the stark reality is that he had no recollection of her whatsoever. Before he could even inquire, the uncle from the Ross family could no longer contain his curiosity and asked, "Sophia, do you know this young man?" "Uh-huh, Dad," Sophia nodded, saying, "Actually, you've interacted with him before." Upon hearing this, both men were left even more perplexed. They shared no memory of him at all. Could it be that this young man is a relative from our village, merely toying with us? The uncle from the Ross family scrutinized Ngu repeatedly, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "Of course not." Sophia quickly interjected, eager to clarify. "Senior Ngu is a member of our school's Agricultural Experts Online Support Association. He was the one who helped us resolve the pine seedling blight that occurred in our village." With this revelation, both men suddenly experienced a moment of clarity, and Ngu began to grasp the situation. The Agricultural Experts Online Support Association, affiliated with Dongnom University, is the only organization to which he belongs. The association's mission is to assist farmers in addressing production issues. However, the vast majority of its members are volunteers, tasked with relaying farmers' challenges to academic experts, and subsequently communicating the expert solutions back to the farmers, facilitating the connection. Under normal circumstances, it would not fall upon Ngu to resolve any agricultural problems. Yet, given that his master's degree focused on plant protection, his supervisor would routinely direct questions to him after they were received, essentially testing his knowledge. It seems likely that it was during such an instance that he aided the village of Datsao Dienzi. "Oh, so you were the one who helped us back then." The uncle from the Ross family promptly altered his address for Ngu, using a respectful title that clearly demonstrated his genuine admiration. This was only natural, considering Ngu had assisted them with such a significant dilemma. How could one not show respect to someone who had genuinely helped them? "Uncle, please don't be so formal." Ngu quickly waved his hand, stating, Those matters were simply part of my duties. Your excessive politeness is rather embarrassing. In an instant, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The previous suspicions dissipated entirely. He was confident that Ngo would not engage in any impropriety. Listening to their conversation, Sophia felt equally bewildered. She still had not grasped the true nature of the situation. Dad, you haven't told me how Senior Ngo came to be here? It's like this. Ngo began to explain to Sophia, I have contracted a large plot of land near your village. While I was looking for transportation, I encountered your uncle, who kindly offered me a ride. That's how I ended up here. Oh, I see. Sophia nodded, her eyes lighting up with surprise as she exclaimed, so, does this mean that Senior Ngo will be residing in our village? With a playful giggle, she added, if Senior has nowhere to stay, he is more than welcome to lodge at my home. I have spare rooms available. The man beside her, her father, was momentarily taken aback by his daughter's reaction. Was this truly his daughter? He could scarcely recall Sophia ever displaying such enthusiasm towards any man. Yet, upon reflection, it was reasonable for her to show warmth towards Ngo, who had recently come to their aid. Nevertheless, a twinge of jealousy stirred within him as he considered his beloved daughter expressing concern for another man. Sophia, he has acquired the Aurora Borealis. I doubt he requires accommodation at our place, he replied. The Aurora Borealis. Sophia gasped. That land spans approximately 100,000 acres, correct? Yes, over 105,000 acres. Though he never counted the specifics back then, he confirmed. It was evident that his attitude towards Ngo's acquisition of the Aurora Borealis had changed significantly. It was only natural for a man who had once helped them resolve their tree disease issue to possess unique insights into land development. After all, he would not engage in reckless behavior. The crucial point was that having someone of Ngo's caliber residing in the village meant that should similar issues arise in the future, they could directly seek his assistance. All in all, this was indeed a positive development. Meanwhile, in Ngo's livestream, the audience count had surpassed 100. The performance was truly captivating, and the acting was exceptional. Why do I suddenly feel that the streamer genuinely possesses 100,000 acres? I also believe the streamer really owns 100,000 acres. I would bet a pack of spicy snacks on it. The storyline was filled with twists and turns, far more engaging than expected. I initially thought that the old man from the Ross family would disapprove of the streamer. If only the current crop of young stars could match the acting prowess of these three, I wouldn't be here watching this livestream. Regardless of whether the scenes were staged or not, the authenticity of the performances from the cast was striking. This might indeed be a new form of outdoor live streaming. I must admit, the competition has its merits. This is far more entertaining than watching women shake their hips. Simultaneously, sporadic tips began to appear. Although no one in the livestream truly believed that Ngo possessed 100,000 acres, they found the performance engaging and enjoyable, especially with the presence of a beauty like Sophia. As the vehicle began to move, Sophia curiously asked Ngo, Senior Ngo, what inspired you to purchase the Aurora Borealis farm? If I recall correctly, you could have easily remained at the university as a teacher or entered the civil service, right? Chapter 6, Arrival at the Farm. Rising prestige. Sophia was also a member of the Agricultural Experts Online Support Association. Upon discovering that Ngo was the one who had resolved issues in her hometown, she naturally became more attentive. Given her understanding of Ngo, she believed he must have had many better options available to him, leaving her puzzled as to why he chose to acquire the Aurora Borealis. To speak candidly, in her eyes, the potential of her hometown is rather limited. Whether in agriculture, animal husbandry, or fishing, the prospects remain bleak. As for forestry, a logging ban was instituted years ago, rendering it virtually non-existent. In such an environment, Ng's talents may very well be stifled. Frankly, I harbor a disdain for lifestyles that either offer a clear path or necessitate cunning stratagems. Ngo smiled and remarked, compared to the professions you mentioned, I would much prefer to manage a modest yet respectable farm, spending my leisure time fishing and reading. Although I have never visited your village, I am aware that the scenery of the Great Xianbei Mountain and the Wulong River is breathtaking. Clear waters and verdant landscapes, devoid of any pollution. For me, such land holds even greater potential than that of the plains. Hearing Ng's words, Sophia's eyes lit up with joy. There is no one who would not appreciate hearing their hometown praised, especially when Ng's response perfectly resonated with her own aspirations. Was she not yearning for the very life Ngo described, which led her to forego further studies and return home immediately after her undergraduate degree? Thus, she unabashedly complimented Ngo, Senior Ngo. You truly are a remarkable individual. I believe my hometown will not disappoint you. I studied animal science in university, so do not hesitate to call upon me if you need assistance. She was oblivious to the fact that her words had already reached the live stream. In an instant, the chat erupted. Host, I do not wish to see the scenery. Show me the young lady instead. Although their expressions were unseen, the tone of admiration was palpable, surpassing that of youthful charm. For reasons unknown, This tone of reverence evoked a sense of being commanded by a captivating figure. Setting aside other matters, the narrative crafted by the host was indeed compelling, and I found myself somewhat eager for what was to unfold. The discussions within the live stream continued to flourish, and the audience gradually grew. To be honest, viewers generally do not prefer theatrical performances in live broadcasts. After all, the essence of live streaming is authenticity, is it not? Yet in GE's stream felt remarkably genuine, devoid of any semblance of acting. The audience found it exceedingly enjoyable, even providing them with a sense of immersion. Were it not for the extraordinary times we live in, where 100,000 acres seem beyond imagination, they might have believed it entirely. Inside the car, the three continued their conversation. However, the uncle had begun to speak less frequently. So, you do not intend to go out? Ngo asked Sophia, somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that this girl, who referred to him as senior, had graduated this year and planned to remain in the village to help develop animal husbandry. Indeed. Like you, I detest working in an oppressive environment, Sophia replied with a smile. Though my ambitions are not as grand as yours, the several thousand acres of meadows in the village are sufficient for me to assist in enriching the lives of the villagers. With shared values and other objective factors, the two grew increasingly familiar with one another. Initially, in Sophia's perception, Ngo was merely a capable senior. However, as their conversations unfolded, an increasing number of attributes aligning with her aesthetic standards of a partner emerged. She even began to contemplate that having Ngo as her boyfriend would be a commendable choice, albeit merely as a boyfriend for the time being. Her current understanding was insufficient for her to consider a lifelong commitment. Time passed moment by moment during their dialogue, while the state of the live stream went unnoticed by him. After all, the purpose of the broadcast was merely to accrue prestige, and today served as a trial run. In comparison, the present interactions held far greater significance. Unbeknownst to him, his prestige had already begun to rise. Though the live stream lacked the traditional viewer interaction, the depth of their conversation continuously reached the audience's ears. The idyllic environment of Decadian Village, their shared professional interests and hobbies, and their visions for the future painted a rich tapestry in the viewers' minds. Frankly, such engaging dialogue led many to ponder whether the 100,000 acres of land truly existed. Originally, the absence of the two in front of the camera had piqued the curiosity of new viewers, who began to shift their expectations. They were eager to discover just how authentic this drama could be. Moreover, as the camera captured the ever-changing landscapes of the vast Xinbei mountain forests, it provided the audience with a refreshing experience, given that not all locations could boast of boreal forests or June snow. Before long, the vehicle had traversed 2 hours. Suddenly, Sophia's father spoke up, saying, "The fork ahead leads to the northern lights on one path and the village on the other. I shall take you directly there, and Sophia will accompany you to help settle your belongings. Afterward, we can all enjoy lunch at my home. It would be inconvenient for you to cook alone at this point." Throughout the journey, he began to understand. His little cotton-padded jacket was indeed about to be worn by Ngo. However, it was fortunate that Ngo was likely to settle nearby, ensuring that he would not be too far from his beloved daughter. A small blessing amid the circumstances. After all, daughters must eventually marry, and Ngo seemed to be a commendable choice, certainly superior to many suitors from their village. Given this, why not treat him as one of their own from the outset? Moreover, Ngo had previously assisted them in resolving the tree pest issue, making it only reasonable to extend an invitation for a meal. Upon hearing her father's words, Sophia's face flushed. Was he suggesting she visit Nji's home? Was her father implying? Just as she began to indulge in fanciful thoughts, Ngo interjected, "I have brought some food, so I wouldn't want to intrude. It has been a while since you and Sophia have seen each other, and I am grateful for your kindness in bringing me here." Visiting someone's home on their first meeting felt somewhat awkward. Yet, upon hearing Nji's response, the elder feigned indignation, saying, "What intrusion? Do you look down upon the people of our village? No, since that is not the case. Let us agree on this. I shall return and prepare a couple more dishes." After exchanging a few words, Ngo found himself at a disadvantage. Faced with the other party's unwavering determination, he had no choice but to acquiesce. At that moment, the vehicle had already veered onto a side road. A large sign in the distance caught his eye, boldly proclaiming the words Aurora Farm. Chapter 7. Everyone's defenses shatter, the charming Sophia gazing at the 5 characters. Ngo could distinctly feel his heart racing, the sound of his breath becoming increasingly audible. Adrenaline surged within him. The audience in the live stream grew exhilarated. Soon, the end of the road came into view, a rather modest gate. Beside the gate stood a towering boulder, upon which were etched the words Aurora. Through the fence, a cement road was visible, running parallel to the Wulong River, ultimately coming to a halt before a villa. The live stream erupted in excitement. What am I witnessing? Incredible. Is there really a farm? That boundless expanse of grassland. Do not tell me it belongs to the host? And what about the dense forest behind the pasture? I can see those walls extending deep into the woods. Furthermore, that grand villa over there, while seemingly quite primitive, is it really that extravagant? It appears truly magnificent. This place is undeniably beautiful. Although the fence seems somewhat rudimentary, the villa looks both large and imposing, and the inscription on the stone is extraordinary. Host, is all of this truly yours? I recall someone claiming that if the host genuinely possessed 100,000 acres, he would live stream himself drinking urine while standing on his head. Give me a plane ticket. I wish to see it for myself. Regardless of whether this land belongs to the host, I would be impressed if he could capture such a place on camera. Which host could fabricate such a reality? The viewers in the live stream were genuinely astounded. Could it be that Ngo was not lying? Did he truly own an expanse of land spanning 100,000 acres? The more they observed, the more convinced they became of the authenticity of this situation. In an instant, many felt a chill run down their spines. Had they inadvertently offended a colossal figure? Thankfully, they did not know him in real life. Otherwise, even if the big shot were unbothered, they might still suffer a social death. In truth, it was not just them. Even Ngo himself felt a bit dazed. The reality far surpassed the 3D map he had examined. The sheer vastness of the farmland and pastures was already quite breathtaking, not to mention the seemingly endless sea of trees. At that moment, a notification chimed in Ge's ear. Congratulations, host. Your accumulated reputation has reached 100,000. You are entitled to a complimentary lottery draw. Would you like to proceed? The sudden mechanical voice caught Ngo off guard. Accumulated reputation of 100,000? A reward of a free lottery draw. He had not anticipated such a benefit. Wait a minute, 100,000 reputation? He distinctly remembered that before starting the live stream, he had only possessed 16,000 reputation. The distance to 100,000 is still a staggering 84,000. Could it be that the prestige gained in just one day surpasses what I accumulated over the past 2 decades fourfold? The internet is truly extraordinary. The speed at which this mobile prestige accumulates is nothing short of miraculous. With this thought, Ngo swiftly picked up his phone. Upon seeing the live broadcast interface, he was utterly taken aback. He was astonished to find that the number of viewers in the live stream had reached 1,000. For a newcomer, this seemed quite remarkable. It was likely that Douyin's big data had pushed the live stream to a considerable audience. However, Ngo quickly set this aside, as he was more concerned about the fact that live streaming could indeed bring prestige. At that moment, the importance of live streaming in Ngo's mind increased significantly. After all, prestige points could be used for system lotteries. If it weren't for the inappropriateness of the occasion, he would have directly cashed in the gifts. Just then, the vehicle came to a halt. Sophia's father spoke up, saying, I won't be going into the farm. You all can head over there. Once the meal is prepared, I'll call Sophia. Unlike Ngo and the viewers in the live stream, Sophia and her father were already residents of Big Grassland Village and were quite familiar with the Northern Lights farm. Thus, they were not particularly surprised by the sight before them. To them, the vast sea of trees was merely a part of their everyday experience. As for the news of Ngo being the new owner here, they had already fully processed that on their way back. Well, I don't have much to carry, so I can take it over myself. Ngo nodded and replied, we'll see each other in a bit. Having already agreed to share lunch together, there was no need for formal farewells. After exchanging a few brief words, he stepped out of the vehicle, with Sophia following closely behind. The two of them, pulling their suitcases, hurried toward the estate. The meaning of the word vast became increasingly tangible. The estate's fence stretched endlessly, disappearing into the horizon. Witnessing such a scene, more and more people began to believe that Ngo indeed possessed 100,000 acres of land. The only road was situated along the banks of the Woolen River, albeit at a significantly higher elevation. One would need to descend a staircase to reach the riverbank. Continuing along the road, a small stream flowed down from the mountainside, merging into the Woolen River. It could be confidently asserted that this stream could irrigate at least 1,000 acres of land, saving considerable manpower and resources, a rather impressive feat. Along the way, Ngo could clearly see numerous wild animals amongst the grass, and the sky was filled with a multitude of birds, imparting a vibrant sense of life. Soon, they arrived near the villa. The entire villa faced south, overlooking the river across from the bare country. Judging by its height, it appeared to be around 9 to 10 meters tall, making it an excellent vantage point for distant views. Senior, don't be fooled by the villa's wooden exterior. It is, in fact, a purely modern architectural marvel. Sophia gazed at the villa and remarked with a smile, though I have never set foot inside. We came to witness its construction when the previous owner was building it. Are you implying that he erected a purely modern villa and adorned it with wooden structures as decoration? Anger inquired, unable to suppress his curiosity. If this were indeed the case, the villa's safety and comfort would undoubtedly ascend to a higher standard, which naturally pleased him. Indeed, Sophia nodded. That is precisely the case. It is quite intriguing. The former owner had some imaginative ideas. At some point, Anger found himself holding a set of keys, waving them as he said, "Come. Let us explore what surprises await within." At this juncture, Anger suddenly remembered the live stream and directed his phone towards the villa, explaining, "For our friends from the south, you may not be familiar with wooden structures. They are a traditional form of dwelling from Bear Country. Essentially, large stones serve as the foundation, while thick logs are stacked to form the walls, with the thicker ones placed at the bottom in a tiered manner. Once the house is completed, they return to the forest to gather live moss and place it in the crevices of the logs. As the moss remains alive, it continues to grow and quickly fills the gaps, creating an airtight seal. In winter, even when temperatures plummet to -30 or 40 degrees, it poses no issue." Listening to Anger's elaboration, Sophia chuckled and said, "I had no idea my senior was so knowledgeable. The reason wooden structures are so sturdy, providing warmth in winter and coolness in summer, is indeed due to the moss." Initially, people were indifferent to the construction method of wooden structures. However, upon hearing about the moss growing on top and filling the gaps, they were genuinely enlightened. They had never anticipated such a technique. In an instant, the comments were flooded with expressions of newfound knowledge. As they conversed, Anger led Sophia into the villa. "Sophia, do you not feel as though you are immersed in nature?" Anger asked, surveying the surroundings with a smile. At least, that was the impression he received upon entering. His gaze was met with wood everywhere. The floors, ceilings, walls, and furnishings were all composed of it. The entire room was suffused with a delightful aroma of timber. It must be said, this ambience endeared the villa to Anger even more. "My goodness!" Sophia suddenly exclaimed, hastening into the living room, her eyes widening as she beheld something before her. "How adorable! Senior, come quickly and see how beautiful this is." Anger initially thought something was amiss and hurried over. To his surprise, what had astonished Sophia was, in fact, a fireplace. He had to admit, it was indeed rather charming. However, he found himself puzzled as to why Sophia would describe it as adorable. Before Ngo could utter a word, Sophia spoke again, expressing her delight. "With this fireplace, I can roast meat here and even bake bread." After a flurry of excited remarks, she suddenly paused, as if struck by a thought. "Of course, if you permit me, senior. If you wish, I have no objections," she added. "Then I shall come over when I have the time, so you can taste my culinary skills." Observing the girl suddenly blush and lower her head, Ngo found himself at a loss for words and decided to steer the conversation elsewhere. "Come, let us explore other areas." The living room was merely one of the chambers of the villa. As he prepared to reside there, it was essential for him to familiarize himself with the entire house. As NGE's camera panned, the audience in the live stream was left in awe. The villa was astonishingly vast, highlighting the stark differences between individuals. "Oh dear, the young lady is already contemplating cooking for the host," one viewer exclaimed. "I must say, that fireplace is exquisite, but why is it so charming?" "The fireplace? I couldn't care less. It's the young lady I find utterly adorable. I wish to travel to Most City immediately, lest the host monopolize Sophia. I am utterly perplexed. Are we watching a drama, or is this truly the host's life? If it is real, the host is remarkably impressive. Is it necessary to be this extravagant? There are even 2 kitchens. Meanwhile, I am crammed into a 10 square meter rented bedroom. The villa boasted 10 rooms, 2 living areas, and 2 kitchens, 3 bathrooms, an undeniable testament to the disparities between people. I am now thoroughly convinced that the host possesses 100,000 acres of land. I would believe it if someone claimed 1,000,000 acres. Why do people doubt NGE's claim of 100,000 acres? It is simply because that number feels too distant for them, far enough to render such a notion utterly implausible. However, as time passed, or rather, as the camera roamed, they began to comprehend that they and Ngo belonged to entirely different worlds. At this moment, their emotions were likely quite complex, yet their skepticism would surely diminish. Naturally, even if some continued to doubt, it mattered little. People only believe what they choose to accept. The mere existence of this villa spoke volumes. Soon, Ngo and Sophia ascended to the 3rd floor. Upon opening the door to the master bedroom, Sophia was once again left in utter astonishment. Heavens! I long to have a house like this. She hurried to the massive window, gazing at the nearby Great Shinbei Mountain, then glancing across the Yulong River towards the land of the Bear Nation, and finally at the patch of land beneath the window. With excitement, she exclaimed, "Senior, do you know? If we properly renovate the yard, it will be extraordinarily beautiful. We could fill the space below the window with flowers. Each morning, as we awaken and rub our eyes, we would be greeted by a splendid garden. Moreover, the scenery would harmonize beautifully with the Great Shinbei Mountain, the Yulong River, and the land of the Bear Nation. Just imagine how breathtaking it would be." One cannot help but admire the clever design of the master bedroom. The restroom and changing area are cleverly concealed behind 2 walls adorned with windows. Reclining on the bed, one can effortlessly behold the breathtaking scenery that envelopes the surroundings. Rising to one's feet reveals the expanse of land beneath the villa. With a thoughtful arrangement, one can easily imagine its exquisite beauty. Wouldn't it be splendid? Gu inquired playfully, observing the excited Sophia. Out of courtesy, he had refrained from truly gazing at the young woman until this moment, when he suddenly recognized that Sophia was even more enchanting than he had previously perceived. Her features were delicately chiseled, with a high-bridged nose and large, profound eyes that rendered her breathtakingly beautiful. The combination of her jeans and white t-shirt perfectly accentuated her stunning silhouette. Her sweet smile left Gu momentarily entranced. The sunlight streaming through the windows revealed her skin, smooth and lustrous like jade, distinctly different from the typical roughness of Caucasian skin, evoking the ethereal grace of a fairy stepping out of a painting. He couldn't help but find himself quite fond of this young lady, at least for the moment. Beautiful, vivacious, and possessing a worldview that resonated with his own, he pondered that with prolonged interaction, should he ascertain her authenticity, pursuing a romantic relationship or even marriage could be a commendable choice. It would indeed be magnificent. Sophia exclaimed with enthusiasm, if only we could reside here. As her words lingered in the air, she realized her excitement had perhaps been excessive, and a deeper flush crept across her cheeks. The comments in the live stream exploded with fervor. Isn't it obvious? I, too, desire such a residence. It seems the lovely lady is ensnared in the host's grasp. Oh dear, such a beautiful young woman. Yet she belongs to another. My heart aches. If you tell me the host lacks 100,000 acres, I simply cannot believe it. A landlord of the new era, otherwise how could one possess such a house? I weep. Setting aside everything else, just the view is unparalleled. Perhaps there is only one like it in the entire realm. Faced with such an awe-inspiring property, the majority could only express their astonishment. At this moment, it appeared that most had come to accept the notion of 100,000 acres. Yet, there remained a handful who could not reconcile with this reality. The envious were far from few, their impotence only fueling their vitriol. Some even suggested that Gu should be hung from a lamppost. Conversely, others claimed Sophia was merely a gold digger. However, it was evident to all that their words stemmed from envy and resentment. Gu paid little heed to the live stream, and even if he did, he would remain unfazed by their remarks. Moreover, there were many rational individuals ready to counter their negativity. After thoroughly exploring the villa, the pair ventured to survey the courtyard. Behind the villa lay a vast expanse of land that had been thoroughly developed, contrasting sharply with the meadows or farmlands found elsewhere. Within the courtyard, a plethora of structures could be found, including a barbecue area, sauna, swimming pool, storage facility, veterinary clinic, and a slaughterhouse, all occupying a significant area. It appeared that the previous owner had primarily envisioned a focus on livestock farming. It is unclear why the decision to abandon was made, only to be subsequently embraced by the system. Nonetheless, those matters have lost their significance. What truly matters now is that this place belongs to him. The presence of these facilities undoubtedly alleviates many troubles and offers great convenience. At that moment, Sophia's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 9. That document? I already have it. Upon learning that Sophia's father had called her for a meal, Gu decisively addressed the camera, saying, Dear friends, this live broadcast will conclude here. I will notify you in advance of the next streaming schedule. Moreover, if all goes well, the next session will likely involve an investigation into the specifics of my 100,000 acres of land. Please stay tuned. With that, the live stream abruptly plunged into darkness. Wait, I was just getting into it. After finally encountering a distinctive host, why did they suddenly go offline? ISNT at the middle of the day? Aren't they aware that people are on their lunch break? Which is a peak traffic time for streaming. I suspect the host is off to have a meal at Miss Sophia's place and doesn't he want us to see? Which is why they ended the stream. Oh no, my Miss Sophia, my grand estate. Why can't I see it anymore? I'd be willing to tip a unicorn to keep the broadcast going. That estate belongs to them, and so does Miss Sophia. The 100,000 acres are theirs too. How could a mere unicorn entice them back? However, Gu was oblivious to these comments. It was inappropriate to stream while dining at someone else's home. After putting away his phone, Gu turned to the reluctant Sophia and said, Let us go. After all, my estate isn't going anywhere. You are always welcome to visit. Sophia nodded earnestly and remarked, Senior, I see you have a variety of livestock facilities here. Will you be venturing into animal husbandry in the future? Understory animal husbandry is indeed an excellent method for land development. Gu nodded in agreement, saying, However, I certainly won't limit myself to the conventional livestock like cattle and sheep. Are you planning to raise reindeer? Sophia asked without hesitation. Haha. It seems you understand me quite well in such a short time. Gu laughed. Reindeer, musk deer, and sika deer are all on my list of livestock. Besides these, there are many other species, but I will need to thoroughly investigate the farm's conditions before making any decisions. I do not wish to engage in futile efforts. Reindeer, the kind that pulls Santa Claus's sleigh, are often thought to exist solely in the Western world. However, in the northwestern slope of the greater Xinbei Mountains in our country, they have a widespread presence. This means that reindeer are indeed a species with local characteristics. In such circumstances, even without considering their economic value, Ngu would choose to raise some to enhance brand recognition. Moreover, the economic value of reindeer is quite substantial. Actually, it was the idea of understory animal husbandry that reminded me. There are some Evenki people in the neighboring village who are raising reindeer. Sophia smiled and remarked, moreover, do not forget that I am a specialist in animal husbandry and possess a certain understanding of these matters. As for reindeer, they are relatively manageable. Being a second-class protected species, with the right connections at school, obtaining a breeding certificate should be a breeze. However, species such as the original musk deer and sika deer are first-class protected animals and require national approval. Even provincial endorsement holds no weight. Fortunately, I have already secured the necessary permissions. Ngu casually responded, currently, there should be no animal in the country that I am unable to rear. Upon hearing this, Sophia was momentarily taken aback, her expression shifting to one of admiration. She had not anticipated that Ngu had already accomplished this feat. It is worth noting that the breeding license for key protected wild animals is a coveted credential for students in their field. Even she yearned for such a license. Possessing this certification would allow one to rear animals that are classified as protected. However, given their capabilities, even with the utmost effort, the pinnacle for them would likely be a license for second-class protected species. First class requires governmental approval. As the two conversed, they strolled deeper into the village. It must be said, the village of the Great Grassland is truly distinctive. Nearly every household is a wooden cottage with a spacious yard, exuding the rustic charm of Bear Country. Such scenes are likely found nowhere else in the country. Walking along these streets, Ngu suddenly pondered the potential for tourism development here. The essence of bear culture, Christmas reindeer, the northernmost point of the Celestial Empire, a summer retreat, and the breathtaking northern scenery. These elements continuously surfaced in Nji's mind. Undoubtedly, these elements are unique to this location. If developed wisely and marketed effectively, they would undoubtedly attract a multitude of visitors. With tourists come financial opportunities. Following this train of thought, he realized that while developing the Aurora farm, he could indeed pivot towards ecological and tourism-oriented agriculture. At the very least, it could serve as a branch of development, such as rearing reindeer to offer carriage services for visitors. Beyond that, numerous avenues remain unexplored. He was confident that this could become a substantial source of income. Yet, as the adage goes, one cannot become plump in a single bite. Such endeavors must be approached methodically, taking one step at a time. If one merely acts on a fleeting idea without careful consideration, they may find themselves ensnared in unnecessary complications. By the way, Sophia, is there anything I should be mindful of when visiting your home? After walking for a while, Ngu recalled that Sophia's family belonged to the Ross ethnic group. The Ross people, distinct from the Han, undoubtedly observe various customs and etiquette. Neglecting these could lead to an awkward situation if he inadvertently offended them while being a guest. My mother is Han, so our household does not adhere to strict customs. Sophia smiled and said, as long as you don't inquire about my mother's and my age, and refrain from entering the kitchen, everything else should be fine. Upon hearing Sophia's words, Ngu displayed a knowing expression. Indeed, as he had surmised, Sophia's mother was of Han ethnicity. This conjecture arose from the numerous traits Sophia exhibited that were characteristic of the Han people, or rather, distinct from those of Westerners. It was precisely for this reason that she embodied the essence of Eastern aesthetics. However, being of mixed heritage here is quite commonplace. After all, nearly half of the residents of Datsai village possess Rus blood. Many are descendants of those who ventured eastward during the Great Migration, marrying women who crossed the river from the land of the bear. Suddenly, Sophia pointed to a house not far away and exclaimed, Senior, that one with the sky blue roof is my home. Chapter 10. The First Lottery, a grand explosion after constructing the wooden cabin. Many would paint the triangular roofs in their preferred colors. Through Nji's observation, blue and green predominated. Regardless of the hue, each color exuded an endearing charm. Especially the house they had just passed, which was painted in a bold shade of pink, a rather unique choice in this village. Before long, Ngu noticed a figure standing at the entrance of the house Sophia had indicated. Without waiting for any reaction from him, Sophia excitedly rushed over. Mom. As her voice echoed, the two embraced warmly. Ngu stood aside, observing the mother-daughter duo. He could not help but acknowledge that Sophia's beauty was undoubtedly a reflection of her mother's influence. You must be Ngu, Sophia's mother said with a smile after they released each other. I've heard from our Lev about your assistance in resolving the tree disease. We are truly grateful. Auntie, please. There's no need for such formality, Ngu replied hastily. From now on, we are neighbors in the same village. It is only natural that we help each other. For some inexplicable reason, and Gu felt a peculiar scrutiny in Sophia's mother's gaze, as though she were assessing him. However, he sensed no malice behind it and chose not to dwell on it. "What are you three still doing outside? Dinner is ready. Come in." Just then, Lev's voice called from the doorway. Compared to Ng's villa, this home appeared rather modest, yet it radiated a vibrant warmth of daily life, creating a most comforting atmosphere. Upon seeing the spread laid out before him, Ngu was momentarily taken aback. At that instant, he comprehended why it was said online that the Rus people here had evolved into a completely distinct group from the Russians of the Bear Country. The dining table was adorned with an array of dishes: northeastern pickled vegetables with vermicelli, blood sausage, fried spring rolls, alongside Rus salads and mashed potatoes, with the staple bread being large rye loaves. Curiously, a small bowl of northeastern farmhouse soybean paste sat next to the salad, a testament to their thorough cultural fusion. However, what left Ngu with a sense of foreboding was the large jar of bulk liquor that rested atop the table, which he estimated to contain approximately 5 liters. Amidst the clinking of cups and the exchange of pleasantries, the meal swiftly approached its conclusion. Lev appeared to be somewhat inebriated, nearly ready to declare brotherhood with Ngu. "In my opinion, it would be better for you to simply dine at my home in the future. Why not to settle while dining alone outside? Consider my abode as your own. I am quite capable of cooking. Why would I compromise?" Upon hearing Ng's words, the eyes of Sophia and her mother brightened instantly. It is indeed rare for young individuals to possess culinary skills, especially someone of your academic caliber. Whoever gains you as a wife will undoubtedly be fortunate. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Sophia. Sophia's mother regarded Ngu with increasing approval, akin to a mother-in-law assessing her son-in-law, finding him impeccable in every aspect. And what of Sophia? She too gazed at Ngu with fervent admiration. Despite her own culinary abilities, it did not diminish her desire for a partner who could also cook. The more she learned, the higher her esteem for Ngu rose. Over the course of the meal, both parties had become quite familiar with one another. After finishing their meal and engaging in further conversation, Ngu remarked, "Uncle, I must take my leave now, as I need to tidy up my house. Otherwise, I shall have nowhere to stay tonight. Let Sophia accompany you. Tidying such a large villa can be quite laborious." "No, it's unnecessary. I can manage it myself. I merely need to prepare a few specific rooms to ensure it is habitable." Ngu quickly waved his hand, insisting, "Sophia hasn't been back for a long time. You should spend some quality time together." His intention for returning was not solely to clean, but also to engage in some lottery activities, which would be inconvenient with others present. After Ngu's repeated refusals, Lev conceded, "Very well, there are shops in the village. If you need anything, you can purchase it directly." "Yes, I am aware of that," Ngu nodded. In truth, there was little he lacked. The villa was already equipped with furniture and utensils, and he had purchased bedding upon his arrival, which was stored in the warehouse. After bidding farewell, just as he was about to depart, he was called back by Sophia's mother, who insisted on giving him some ingredients. Reluctantly, he accepted. Soon, Ngu returned to his villa. He quickly tidied the master bedroom and murmured to himself, "Not bad, quite nice indeed. It would be perfect if I could place a bathtub on this balcony. Just imagine soaking in a bath while enjoying this view, especially after a snowfall." Lying on the large bed, Ngu swiftly reflected on the events of the day. Even under the influence of alcohol, his thoughts remained clear. This was to be expected, as he had spent many years in northeast China, developing a commendable tolerance for liquor. It was time to conduct the lottery. Hopefully, he would draw something intriguing. After organizing his thoughts, Ngu murmured as he opened the system panel. At this moment, his prestige had reached 110,000. With each lottery costing 10,000 prestige, he had enough for 11 draws. Upon achieving the remarkable milestone of 100,000 reputation points, the system rewarded a complimentary draw, totaling 12 opportunities. Taking a deep breath, Ngu began to engage with the system. Consumption of 10,000 reputation points. Thank you for your next visit. Consumption of 10,000 reputation points. Acquired the Flora and Fauna Compendium. Consumption of 10,000 reputation points. Received 3,000 yuan in pocket money. Consumption of 10,000 reputation points. Obtained a complete live streaming equipment package. Consumption of 10,000 reputation points. Gained the ability to perceive animal emotions. Current ability level, LV1. In this series of 12 draws, for yielded nothing, yet the odds were still favorable. Ngu swiftly assessed the results. For empty draws, 5 monetary rewards, and 3 special items. Overall, it was quite satisfactory. Flora and Fauna Compendium. As a manor owner, the ability to distinguish between various plants and animals is an essential skill. With this function, the host can access information about any flora or fauna at any time. Complete live streaming equipment package. This includes essential devices such as a live streaming phone, camera, drone, microphone, stabilizer, and mini signal source. ensuring that the host can broadcast seamlessly in any environment. Animal emotion perception ability. This allows the host to sense basic animal emotions, joy, anger, sadness, and fear, and upon upgrading, the capability to perceive a wider array of emotions. Indeed, the items in the system shop are quite extraordinary. After reviewing the descriptions of the 3 special items, Ngu couldn't help but gasp in awe, murmuring to himself, not to mention the animal emotion perception ability and the flora and fauna compendium. Even the complete live streaming equipment package alone is a tremendous asset to me. Chapter 11. A true surprise. The Aurora Farm is unlike any other place. Nestled along the border between the Celestial Empire and the Bear Nation, it is home to vast expanses of pristine forest. In many areas, the signal is exceedingly weak. More importantly, the temperatures here are frigid, with an annual average of merely 5 degrees Celsius. For 8 months of the year, the average monthly temperature falls below zero. During the protracted winter, temperatures often plunge to 30 or 40 degrees below freezing, with occasional dips reaching a staggering 52 degrees below. It is well known that Apple devices fail to operate properly in low temperatures, but what many do not realize is that most electronic devices share this characteristic. And Gu is certain that in an environment such as this farm, using a mobile phone for live streaming outdoors in winter is nearly impossible. Even recording external conditions with a camera necessitates the acquisition of specialized equipment, as standard devices may not endure the harsh conditions for long. This presents a formidable challenge to his quest for reputation points. Initially, he pondered how to address this dilemma. To his astonishment, the first draw had perfectly resolved this issue. With the equipment included in the complete live streaming equipment package, he can effortlessly stream and capture footage from anywhere on the farm throughout the year. Additionally, it is worth noting that the package also provides a drone, graphic workstation, NAS storage, and other professional equipment, all of which can play a significant role. The drone enables aerial photography. The graphic workstation is adept at processing video, while the NAS storage device maximizes the local storage of videos. Each of these devices facilitates the gathering of reputation, rendering the experience significantly more gratifying. One could say that merely acquiring this device bundle has filled him with immense satisfaction. Not to mention, in addition to the device package, he has also obtained 2 other astonishing items. To be precise, the live streaming equipment cannot even be compared to the other 2 treasures. The Flora and Fauna Encyclopedia endows him with the unparalleled ability to discern all species of plants and animals, eliminating any possibility of misidentification. This is truly extraordinary. It is worth noting that humanity has yet to ascertain the precise number of species on Earth, though it can be confidently stated that the count easily reaches 3 to 5 million. With such vast data, how could the human mind possibly retain all of it? Even focusing solely on the abundant species found in the Daxian Bay Mountain is a Herculean task. The difficulty of quickly distinguishing between these plants and animals is even more staggering, as many species bear striking resemblances to one another. Yet, with this newfound ability, such tasks become effortlessly achievable. In the future, whether during live streams or in daily operations, this will undoubtedly ease many processes. As for the final ability, the capacity to perceive animal emotions, it is, to be frank, somewhat beyond imagination. The previous 2 abilities at least reside within the realm of cognition, but this one is simply extraordinary. Although the description states that it can only perceive 4 basic emotions in animals, joy, anger, sorrow, and fear, it remains an incredible gift. If a professional animal caretaker, trainer, or even an animal scientist were to acquire such an ability, they could undoubtedly work wonders in their field. The application of emotional perception allows for a flexible and appropriate response to various situations and different animals, thus fostering and maintaining a harmonious relationship with them. A solid relationship opens up a vast realm of possibilities. For him, managing this farm naturally involves interaction with animals. This ability will undoubtedly prove immensely beneficial. Most importantly, the system emphasizes that this ability currently stands at LV1, indicating potential for future upgrades that will enable the perception of a broader spectrum of emotions. This suggests that he may eventually discern more nuanced feelings such as jealousy, shame, embarrassment, disgust, and pride. If that is the case, the implications are truly daunting. Regrettably, this ability is limited to animals and does not extend to humans. Reflecting on this, Ngu could not help but shake his head, remarking, "How greedy one can be." Desiring what is already quite remarkable, sitting on his bed, he quickly gathered his thoughts and then gradually sat up, gazing out at the grand tree outside the window. In an instant, a plethora of information flooded my mind. Name, Tilia amurensis, classification, Malvaceae family, Tilia genus, introduction, a nationally protected wild plant of secondary significance. Its bark is dark gray and flakes off in layers, while the tender branches are adorned with white hairs. Value, Tilia amurensis boasts extensive applications, possessing significant medicinal, ornamental, and economic value. Its graceful form exhibits remarkable resilience to smoke and dust, and it excels in absorbing heavy metals, earning its place among the world's 4 premier street and landscaping trees. The wood displays a straight and delicate grain, making it an excellent material for crafting furniture and wooden sculptures. Its flowers can be utilized for medicinal purposes, known for their efficacy in alleviating heat-related ailments, and are beneficial for treating colds, oral inflammation, laryngitis, nephritis, and other maladies, in addition to being a prime source of nectar. The seeds can be pressed for oil. After digesting this information, Ngu could not help but smile. While he was familiar with Tilia amurensis, the depth of knowledge that sprang to mind was far from comprehensive. It is noteworthy that by utilizing the Flora and Fauna Guide, he could access complete information about this plant, encompassing its morphology, related species, varieties, origins, propagation, and various values, rivaling any specialized publication in its thoroughness. The more he contemplated, the more exhilarated he became. He swiftly shifted his gaze to other plants. Engaged in solitary exploration, he lamented the absence of animals within his view. Otherwise, he would have eagerly tested the animal emotion perception ability. After a considerable while, the novelty began to fade. Taking a brief respite, Ngu quickly retrieved the items he had procured from the system's warehouse. His villa was well equipped with furniture, decorations, and basic appliances. However, household items and various consumables were conspicuously lacking. Fortunately, he had taken precautions during his arrival in Ice City, ensuring he had acquired sufficient supplies to meet his basic living needs. His current task was to organize these items. Additionally, he planned to assess what else he might require for future purchases. Once everything was in place, Ngu chose a room on the second floor to set up all the live streaming equipment and began to delve into his research. If all went according to plan, he would be able to utilize it the following day, particularly the drone and the smartphone provided by the system. Whether due to his intense focus or the fact that it was still light at 8 or 9 o'clock, he completely lost track of time. It was not until after 7 in the evening that his phone suddenly rang. Chapter 12. The Temptation of Sophia, live streaming again. Sophia? Why is she calling? As he gazed at the video call from Sophia, Ngu murmured to himself and promptly answered the call. Hello, Sophia. Senior, have you eaten yet? Not yet. I'm still not hungry, Ngu replied with a smile. Besides, it's still bright outside. Why eat so early? It's almost 8 o'clock. Surely you haven't forgotten that it gets dark later here? Upon hearing this, Ngu recalled the difference in dusk timing. He chuckled awkwardly. Oh haha, I can't believe I forgot that. Sophia tilted her head slightly and said, how about I bring you some food? If I wait any longer, I might hesitate to step outside. This gesture was undeniably charming, leaving Ngu momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he finally responded, no, it's unnecessary. I can manage on my own. I'm not hungry yet. Observing Ngu's expression, Sophia chuckled playfully. Senior, you haven't experienced love, have you? Ngu scratched his head and replied, well, I've been quite busy. In truth, I haven't either. I don't even know what it feels like to be in love. As they spoke, Sophia's face lit up with a genuine sense of longing. It was not an act. What girl wouldn't wish for a sweet romance? Yet, the men she had encountered in the past had failed to capture her interest. Those who matched her ambitions lacked the necessary capabilities, while those who were capable did not share her values. Given such circumstances, how could she ever feel a spark? However, Ngu was different. His earlier assistance in resolving the village's tree disease was a testament to his capabilities, certainly meeting her standards. Moreover, their interactions throughout the day revealed a remarkable alignment in values, particularly regarding the development of her village. Thus, a seed of affection began to take root in her heart. It was evident to any discerning observer that Sophia harbored feelings for Ngu. Otherwise, her father Lev and the viewers in the livestream would be so heartbroken. Perhaps only Ngu remained oblivious to this truth. You're so beautiful, and you've never been in a relationship? Ngu inquired. Who says that being beautiful guarantees love? Besides, I'm just average really. If you're merely average, then there's no one beautiful left in the world. I imagine many must have pursued you during school, right? As Ngu spoke, a faint blush began to spread across Sophia's fair face. At that moment, she felt her cheeks warm. I'll return to my room to continue our chat. Before Ngu could respond, Sophia stood up and swiftly walked toward her bedroom. The video call's image wobbled for a moment before revealing a softly hued room. Whether it was due to her recent return home or her natural penchant for tidiness, everything in sight was impeccably organized. The bookshelves and desk were adorned with various books, all neatly arranged. Suddenly, a discordant color flashed briefly. On the pink bedspread lay a black lace-trimmed item, which Sophia quickly concealed behind her, tossing it into the wardrobe for cover. Although it was a fleeting glimpse, Ngu had clearly seen it. His heart raced with increased fervor. You didn't see anything just now, did you? At that moment, the camera steadied, and Sophia appeared on screen. What? Humph, it's nothing. Are you referring to the teddy bear on your bed? Ngu remarked with a smile. I didn't expect you to like that. Isn't it adorable? Sophia seemed to have been convinced that Anger had not seen Nene. As she pulled the teddy bear into her embrace, no girl from the Ross family could ever refuse a little bear. Indeed, it was quite adorable. However, Anger was referring to a person rather than a bear. Thus, the conversation meandered from the teddy bear to the extensive collection of books in Sophia's room, and then to the broadcasting equipment Anger was tinkering with. More than an hour slipped by until Sophia's mother called out to her for an unknown task, prompting them to reluctantly end their call. Before hanging up, Sophia made sure to remind Anger to eat well. Little did he expect that this girl possessed such remarkable professional skills. Perhaps he should ask her later if she would be interested in joining him on the farm. After ending the call, Anger let out a long sigh of relief and mused to himself. Through their recent exchange, he had learned of Sophia's accomplishments at the Eastern Agricultural University. Last year, she led a team that participated in the 4th Elite Cattle Challenge, winning the grand prize in the dairy group as well as an individual grand prize. It is worth noting that the Elite Cattle Challenge is the most prestigious and largest collegiate competition in the field of animal husbandry in the country, with top agricultural universities participating. To stand out in such a competition speaks volumes about her professional capabilities and insights in animal husbandry, breeding, nutrition, and feed technology. While he excelled in plant protection and development, Sophia's expertise in animal husbandry made Anger believe that their collaboration could significantly enhance the farm's development. Thus, he entertained the notion of enticing Sophia to join him. Naturally, he had his own motives. As the saying goes, the one closest to the water gets the first sip. The more they interacted, the easier it would be in that regard. And so it was decided. He would persuade her when time allowed. After pondering for a moment, Anger affirmed his resolve. Soon, he redirected his attention back to the equipment and, utilizing the new device, posted an update announcing a live broadcast scheduled for 8 o'clock the following morning. It was not until nightfall that he had a simple meal. Lying in bed, he reflected on the day's events, feeling a sense of euphoria, as if everything were a dream. However, it must be said that such changes were not negative. At this moment, his vision for the future had become clear: to develop the farm, garner charm and prestige, strengthen his physique, and enjoy life. Simultaneously, he had made a firm decision. Sophia was already in his sights. Wasn't it delightful to have a beautiful junior who was also exceptionally capable? Surely, she would be a tremendous asset in the farm's development. Before long, the next day arrived. The sun rose around 3 o'clock. Fortunately, the curtains were thick enough that the sunrise did not disturb his sleep, and he awoke past 7. After a light breakfast, he took the broadcasting equipment and stepped out of the villa. At 8 o'clock, he began the broadcast punctually. Hello everyone, I am the newcomer host Anger, and I am also a farm owner with 100,000 acres of land. Today, I will take you on an exploration of this super farm located in the pristine forests of the greater Xianbei Mountains. Chapter 13, the inaugural aerial photography. Unprecedentedly thrilling in the live stream, there were already 200 viewers present. As Anger's voice resonated, the atmosphere of the room became vibrant in an instant. The streamer commenced with the familiar opening remarks. Are we to explore the vast expanse of 100,000 acres today? You left us in suspense by signing off abruptly yesterday. Please don't do that again today. Where is Miss Sophia? Is she going to take us on a secret journey to her home? As the broadcast officially began, the number of viewers started to rise, likely due to many having set reminders for the live stream. Today marks my second day at the farm, and to be honest, my understanding of this land exists solely in theory. To determine the next steps for development, the initial task is to comprehend the terrain itself. In the midst of speaking, Anger swiftly directed the camera towards the surrounding scenery. A vast expanse of forest appeared on the stream. What an immense area! Could it be that this streamer truly possesses 100,000 acres? Not to mention, just this pasture alone must span thousands of acres, right? By the way, is this really private property? It feels as if that forest resembles a primordial wilderness. Have you all not heard the streamer's introduction? This farm is situated right on the edge of the primeval forest. Observing the barrage of comments, Anger smiled and remarked, new friends might be unaware that my farm is located in the Daxianbei mountain region, directly across the river from the land of the grizzly bears. I trust the name Daxianbei Mountain is familiar to everyone, as it frequently appears in our elementary and secondary school textbooks. Furthermore, the animated series Bears in Trouble features Bear Big and Bear Second residing in the Bear Mountain, which is nestled within Daxianbei. As Anger concluded, the live stream erupted with excitement. What? This is Daxianbei Mountain, Bear Mountain. Surely, the streamer doesn't have bears at home, right? Isn't it said that playing dead can help one evade a bear? Don't joke around. Rumors can be deadly, and playing dead will only hasten one's demise. I think bears are manageable, but if one encounters a Siberian tiger, that would surely be the end. Siberian tiger? Are you not aware of the saying in the Northeast? It goes, 1 pig, 2 bears, 3 tigers. Bears are more dangerous than tigers. Observing the concern for his safety from so many viewers, Anger felt a wave of comfort and cheerfully stated, Rest assured, everyone. This area lies on the northern foothills of the Greater Xing'an Range, and it is relatively safe. Moreover, do not forget that the surrounding areas are populated by humans, and typically wild animals do not dare to venture here. Let us do this. I will switch to drone mode for the live stream, allowing everyone to gain a general understanding of my farm before we delve deeper. As he spoke, Anger retrieved the drone from his backpack. Wow, this streamer truly spares no expense. A drone live stream? The most basic drones cost thousands, and the better ones can exceed 10,000. In retrospect, this expenditure might not be significant for the streamer, considering the 100,000 acres at stake. Just as the viewers were discussing, the visuals within the live stream suddenly transformed. The drone gradually ascended, revealing an ever-expanding panorama. A sense of awe washed over the viewers as mountains rose upon mountains, ridges upon ridges. The undulating mountains are adorned with lush green forests, and amidst the rising mist, they resemble a vast, rolling sea of emerald. The low-lying areas between the peaks are not devoid of numerous volcanic lakes, each exhibiting a myriad of forms, akin to azure gemstones. Oh, how exhilarating it is to soar. Wow, this place is truly breathtaking. Haha, I feel as though I have taken flight with my phone. The beauty of this farm is simply overwhelming. While it may not boast the grandeur of towering peaks, it possesses an enchanting charm that captivates the heart. To reside in such a location must be an immense blessing. I am utterly envious. Each frame feels like it could serve as wallpaper, evoking the sensation of a cinematic masterpiece. In an instant, the live stream erupted with excitement. Suddenly, Ng's voice broke through. The Great Xinbei Mountain features gentle, rolling slopes, lacking the soaring presence of the western snow-capped peaks, and is not as majestic as the 5 sacred mountains. Yet, this range, stretching for thousands of miles, radiates a unique allure. I currently stand at the northernmost point of the Great Xinbei Mountain, from which one must traverse a daunting 400 kilometers to reach the southernmost peak, Hongfeng. This distance is comparable to that from the capital to the city of magic. One can only imagine the scale of these mountains. To be honest, my Aurora farm is merely a glimpse of the northern foothills of the Great Xinbei Mountain, yet it spans an impressive 100,000 acres. With the aerial views emerging, the interaction within the live stream surged dramatically. Attracted by the vast data push, a multitude of new users flocked in. Upon entering, they were immediately captivated by the stunning scenery. What is this place? It is so beautiful. Wow. Is it true that travel streamers have become this competitive? Are there forests like this in our country? Why have I never seen them before? For those new here, just look at the title. This is undoubtedly within our homeland. Is this a private farm? While it is not entirely so, a portion does belong to the streamer. Just the scenery alone compels me to keep watching. The number of viewers in the live stream soared, comments flooded in, and gifts poured forth, yet Ngu seemed blissfully unaware. The reason was simple. He too was entranced by the landscape. To simultaneously admire and explain the wonders of the Great Xinbei Mountain was already a challenge. The grandeur of the Great Xinbei Mountain is difficult to fully appreciate, even from its summit. Only from this aerial perspective can it be truly unveiled. Not only Ngu and the viewers in the stream, but even Sophia, a local, was spellbound, fixated on her phone from her cozy nest. After a considerable time, Ngu finally guided the drone downwards. The forests may comprise 90 of my farm's content, yet the remaining 10 possesses its own distinctive character. Look, the thousands of meters of sandy riverbank on the farm exude their own charm, particularly in winter when the landscape is cloaked in ice, an indescribable sight. Across the river lies the realm of the Bear Nation. As Ng's voice resonated, the scenes of meadows and rivers appeared in the live stream. Goodness! Aside from the forests, the streamer has so much more land? Haha, I can see a fence. The area enclosed by the fence is likely larger than our entire village. No wonder the streamer can afford such exquisite drones. It turns out he is an incredibly wealthy individual. It appears that these vast plains encompass over 5,000 acres. The streamer is truly remarkable. 5,000 acres. Goodness. Could it be that the claim of 100,000 acres mentioned in the title is indeed true? To be fair, this is the most extravagant streamer I have ever encountered, even if his wealth may not rival that of other top influencers. Chapter 14. Delving into the primeval forest. If Ngu were to glance at the bullet comments now, he would surely exclaim with admiration. The total area of the farm's grassland and cultivated land is approximately over 6,000 acres, not far from their estimated 5,000 acres. The ability to deduce this solely from aerial footage is already quite impressive. However, at this moment, his focus remains on the drone. As the drone descends, the predominant view in the live stream shifts from the majestic sea of trees to an expanse of endless grassland. Yet, atop this verdant landscape, one can still spot a few scattered towering trees, as well as in Ng's grand villa. The villa, constructed with intricately carved wood, harmonizes beautifully with the surrounding scenery, enhancing its aesthetic appeal. Ng's voice resonates once more. The total area of the farm's woodland is actually nearing 100,000 acres. Additionally, there are over 5,000 acres of grassland and more than 1,200 acres of cultivated land. To be precise, it should not be referred to as grassland, but rather as a meadow. The primary distinction between a meadow and grassland lies in the fact that grassland primarily consists of drought-resistant grasses, whereas a meadow requires abundant moisture. While the difference may seem subtle, it is a chasm apart. Meadow vegetation is far more suitable for forage than that of grassland. In terms of nutritional content and palatability, it is undoubtedly premium fodder, and many nations regard meadows as vital basis for developing livestock farming. This will serve as the primary source of forage for the farm's future livestock endeavors. Listening to NGE's explanation and viewing the drone's footage, many viewers became entranced. Everything here is beyond the reach of ordinary individuals, especially those who dwell in urban environments. Yet, after spending so long in the city, who does not yearn for such a pastoral existence? In this fast-paced era, being able to witness such breathtaking scenery through the lens is a true indulgence. It is no wonder that the number of viewers in the live stream has surpassed 10,000. This figure is truly astonishing for a newcomer streamer. Moreover, the barrage of comments and gifts pouring in is utterly phenomenal. Has anyone ever witnessed a newcomer streamer whose comments and gifts flow in an unending, frenzied stream? Regrettably, Ngu, being a complete novice at live streaming, is so engrossed in piloting the drone that he remains oblivious to the happenings in the live stream. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly be tempted to open the system panel. As with so many viewers, one can only imagine his reputation points soaring. At this moment, Sophia listened intently to Nji's words, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Senior, you truly live up to your title. Your wealth of knowledge is astounding. Although you specialize in botany, your understanding of animal husbandry is equally impressive. The vast meadows of Decadian village, spanning thousands of acres, served as her source of confidence. Without such abundant natural resources, she would lack the self-assurance to return home and develop her endeavors. Nji's remarks also affirmed that their thoughts regarding the foundational natural conditions were in perfect harmony. For some inexplicable reason, every time she discovered a shared interest with Ngu, a wave of joy washed over her. Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention, the small island on the Wulin River, directly opposite my villa, also belongs to me. However, it is not particularly large, merely over 300 acres. Ngu delivered this statement with a calm demeanor, yet to others, it carried a markedly different connotation. I'm envious. Just over 300 acres? Can you be any more ostentatious? That small island is also mine. This is undoubtedly the most pretentious statement I've heard this year. Can the host be any more showy? I suggest amplifying that. Here, 1 acre of land yields 600 a year, so 300 acres would amount to 180,000. I am utterly envious. Upon reflection, with 10,000 acres of forests and several thousand acres of grasslands, 300 acres seems truly insignificant. Oh, how I weep. Why does it seem that whatever the host casually raises reaches heights we could only dream of? Time gradually passed. After surveying the general conditions of the farm, Ngu adeptly maneuvered the drone, guiding it back towards him. I trust that after the aerial footage, you have formed a basic impression of my farm. Next, I will explore the farm with additional broadcasting equipment. As he spoke, the drone returned, and Ngu himself appeared on camera. The host is so handsome. Is he wearing a windbreaker? I thought it would be quite cold in the Daxianbei Mountains. Doesn't T-Bald Chong in the cartoons always wear a fur hat? Are you silly? Bald Chong is also unbearably hot in the summer. My goodness, didn't you see the host wielding a machete? I never expected him to be such a charming young man. I assumed he would be middle-aged. Who can deny that? Although his voice sounds youthful, I figured no young person could afford this land. Alas, my perspective was too narrow. Most of the viewers in the live stream had only joined after the aerial footage began. For many, it was their first glimpse of Ngu, and they could not help but express their admiration. However, it must be said that Ngu was indeed quite handsome. Yet, this attractiveness differed from that of mere pretty boys. It leaned more towards a masculine charm reminiscent of Takashi Kaneshiro. The key was that his profession required him to spend considerable time in the fields and mountains, which kept him in excellent shape. Clad in a windbreaker and equipped with a machete, he exuded an aura of strength, as if he were imbued with superhuman enhancements. Before long, Ngu neatly stowed the drone, and the live stream perspective shifted back to a mobile view. Yesterday, I won a complete live streaming equipment package in a lottery, which includes a camera specifically designed for live broadcasting, among various other tools. However, as of now, I have yet to master its use. In the meantime, I shall resort to utilizing my mobile phone for streaming. Once I become proficient, transitioning to other devices will not pose any detriment. Many may harbor misconceptions about the Daxianbei mountain region, although it experiences a winter that lasts for 7 months each year. With an average temperature below 0 degrees Celsius for 8 months, it remarkably exhibits distinct seasons. For instance, we are currently in summer. Of course, Summer here does not resemble the sweltering heat depicted in cartoons. Rather, I understand that temperatures during this season typically range from 10 to 28 degrees Celsius, rendering the climate rather comfortable. It is not until October that temperatures generally drop to around 0 degrees Celsius. Should anyone be interested, feel free to follow along. As I speak, I have already shouldered my backpack and am heading towards the forest. I am determined to stream frequently, allowing you to accompany my lens and explore the northernmost reaches of our great nation. Now, I shall lead you through the pristine forests of Daxian Bay Mountain, often referred to as the Arctic of China, from a first-person perspective. Chapter 15, Rising Prestige. Exploring and learning. When one mentions grass, many conjure images of short, green blades. However, the meadows here completely redefine such perceptions. Initially, as I stood on the cultivated farmland, I felt nothing amiss, but once I began my journey into the towering grasses, which rise over a meter high, a profound sense of oppression enveloped me. From my observations, the predominant flora within the meadow consists of small-leaf camphor, wild grass, and triangular grass, with the latter being particularly abundant. While speaking, I crouched down and remarked, "Look at this grass clump, the size of a basketball," which Northeasterners call tateo. Walking on it feels like navigating a boat, with some areas deep and others shallow. This should be our greatest obstacle on this path. Meadows are rare, and the audience was momentarily captivated. As I traversed the meadow, the south wind blew gently, causing the grass to undulate like waves upon the sea. This sensation differs remarkably from that captured by aerial photography. Even through the screen of my mobile phone, the experience is exhilarating. Without the tateo, the sensation beneath my feet would resemble walking on a soft carpet. Along the way, I did not forget to engage with my audience. I wonder if you can hear the chirping of the grasshoppers. I can certainly hear them clearly, yet I cannot see where they are hiding. It is worth noting that this region is one of the few remaining unpolluted sanctuaries in our country, with air quality vastly superior to that in urban areas. If the opportunity arises, you must come and experience it for yourselves. As I pushed forward, parting the grass, a sudden rustling sound caught my attention. A few terrified birds, resembling arrows, shot into the sky, startling me. What was that just took flight? How could there be birds hiding in the grass? How perilous! I concluded that such invisible thickets must be approached with caution. They are indeed quite alarming. As Ngu gazed at the barrage of comments in the live stream, he chuckled and remarked, "You can never truly know what lies hidden within the meadows ahead. Therefore, one must tread upon this verdant expanse with a vigilant heart. At times, there may be birds or wild ducks concealed amongst the foliage, and occasionally, snakes or other creatures may lurk. Furthermore, the likelihood of encountering a foolish roe deer is not insignificant." As they continued onward, the audience in the live stream began to appreciate the unique scenery that unfolded before them, particularly the breathtaking sights that left a lasting impression. For instance, suddenly, the wild grass would part dramatically, as if a colossal python were slithering through, reminiscent of a scene from a horror film. The key was that whenever such occurrences transpired, Ngu would concoct stories to frighten them. He would say, "Legend has it that within this meadow resides a serpent as large as a house, capable of swallowing a person whole." The meadow itself was not particularly lengthy, and given Nge's experiences during his graduate studies, traversing such terrain did not consume much time. Just as they were about to cross the meadow, Ngu suddenly exclaimed, "Hey, can you guess what I've discovered?" Upon hearing this, the barrage was instantly filled with question marks. The viewers scrutinized their surroundings but found nothing out of the ordinary, merely the same wild grass they had just encountered, leading many to suspect that Ngu was merely playing a prank on them. He offered a hint. In northeast China, there are 3 treasures. Yet, Ngu did not halt his pace, only smiling as the screen continued to flood with queries. Amongst the question marks, one comment stood out. Could it be that the host has discovered ginseng? If ginseng were so plentiful, it wouldn't be so expensive. Another chimed in, "Surely. He hasn't spotted a sable or a deer. Wild animals shouldn't be disturbed, right?" Observing the lively discussions, Nge's lips curled into a smile. Indeed, the secret to successful streaming lies in interaction. He had just noticed that the number of viewers in his live stream had surged to an astonishing 50,000, a staggering 50-fold increase from the previous day. Such an influx of prestige was exhilarating. As the live stream progressed, he perceived that the more the audience engaged with him, the swifter the viewer count climbed, likely due to the interaction boosting their visibility. Hence, he began to actively engage with his audience. The thought of his prestige skyrocketing today filled him with delight. Once the discussions had simmered down, he finally elucidated. The 3 treasures of northeast China come in 3 versions. The classic version comprising ginseng, sable fir, and Ural grass. The older version of ginseng, sable fir, and deer antlers. And the modern version featuring red pine, forest frogs, and black fungus. Upon hearing this, the viewers were even more bewildered. You can interpret it as every era having its own set of 3 treasures. The reason why ginseng, sable fir, and deer antler have fallen out of favor is due to the current protection status of ginseng as a plant, which cannot be harvested by the general populace, and the fact that sables and deer are protected species, only farmed by a select few. Thus, they no longer hold value for the average person. Upon hearing NGE's explanation, the audience's attention swiftly shifted to the new three treasures, unaware that this was merely a smokescreen. To be candid, I do not refer to the new version. In truth, the three treasures of the new version are abundantly available, lacking in significance. I speak of the old version, specifically ula grass, as Ngu casually uprooted a blade of grass and said, "Behold, this is ula grass." In Manchu, ula translates to boot, aptly indicating that this grass was traditionally used for warmth, particularly for keeping the feet warm. Every autumn, people would harvest ula grass, dry it, and beat it with sticks until it became soft, using it as insulation within their footwear for warmth and breathability. However, to be considered a treasure, it must be relatively rare. One must ponder, if it were abundant, would people still regard it as valuable, regardless of its utility? Value lies in rarity. At this juncture, NGE's tone shifted abruptly as he remarked, "As you all know, with the continuous development of our new celestial empire, people's living standards are steadily improving, and technology is advancing incessantly. Consequently, innovations in thermal materials have never ceased, leading to a natural decline in the demand for ula grass, which has consequently become the first to be eliminated from the three treasures." Following NGE's pronouncement, the livestream chat was inundated with expressions of gratitude towards the motherland. Simultaneously, they began to comprehend the significance of the three versions of the Northeast three treasures. The first version comprises 3 items, 1 for survival and 2 for warmth, which is self-evident. The second version consists of 3 items, 1 for survival, 1 for warmth, and 1 for profit. The third version includes 3 items, all intended for profit. Is this not a reflection of people's contentment and prosperity? Moreover, beyond providing warmth, ula grass possesses additional benefits. Ngu pondered for a moment before adding, "I recall that in Buni bears, Bald Chong sought this grass to treat frostbite. In fact, this is no fabrication, as ula grass is indeed effective against frostbite and athlete's foot. Unfortunately, ula grass on my farm is unlikely to grow significantly." With this statement, a wave of confusion arose among the audience, as they did not grasp its meaning. They were unaware that livestock only consumed the tender shoots of ula grass. Once matured, its palatability diminishes, making it unpalatable even to cattle and horses, much to their amusement. Upon hearing NGE's words, the audience was astonished. What a revelation! It turns out that old cattle only graze on tender grass. In mere moments, Ngu had traversed the meadow region. In contrast to the ebb and flow of the grass sea, the mountains transformed into a spectacle of grandeur. Unlike the artificially cultivated trees in other areas, the trees here had never been developed, implying that many of them boast histories of over a century, or even longer. The red pine, birch, and white birch trees, with diameters reaching approximately 1 meter, evoke an indescribable sense of grandeur. You must have noticed that the trees here are remarkably tall and straight, right? As Ango walked, he remarked, "This phenomenon is somewhat inevitable, as the trees are exceedingly dense. Only by growing sufficiently tall can they maximize their exposure to sunlight." While speaking, Ango stood beneath one of the trees, capturing its height from a perspective of upward gaze. "Goodness, is it really this tall? It feels taller than the building I reside in. It's astonishing that trees can grow to such heights. It's quite extravagant." No wonder the host emphasized the primordial forest. It truly surpasses anything artificial. "The tallest tree I've ever seen was merely 3 stories high. Yet this one appears to reach 10 stories. By the way, does the host have a means to measure the height of this tree? I am genuinely curious. What a jest, to measure such a towering tree. Host, please don't take any risks. I still wish to see the farm development series." Suddenly, Ango appeared to have an epiphany, swiftly removing his backpack and feigning the act of retrieving something. From the system's inventory, he produced a device. Would you believe it? I actually brought a rangefinder. While the results may not be entirely accurate, it can provide a rough estimate of the height. With that, Ango placed the rangefinder on the ground, directing it towards the treetop. The numbers on the device fluctuated rapidly before stabilizing at a striking 43 meters. Upon witnessing this figure, everyone collectively gasped in astonishment. The live chat erupted with excitement. 43 meters? What does that even signify? That's roughly the height of a 13-story building. Not just city dwellers, but even those from rural areas rarely encounter trees of such stature. Yet here, they are countless. Not to mention, the adjacent tree is even taller. "Well, you've likely grasped the general situation," Ango said with a smile. "Now, let us continue our exploration, heading south." Though the elevation increased, Ango felt no fatigue, as the terrain was remarkably gentle. Crucially, the grass here was quite low, unable to compete with the trees for nutrients and incapable of capturing sunlight beneath their canopy. With no weeds obstructing the path, progress was smooth. As they journeyed, the audience in the live chat buzzed with discussion. I don't know why, but it feels like the host is walking much faster now. Take a closer look. There is hardly any grass surrounding these trees, and in many areas, the ground is exposed, making the passage quite reasonable, right? But I can't shake the feeling that once we entered this forest, everything around us changed. Would the host not get lost? From the aerial footage, it wasn't apparent, but now, observing these trees, they are indeed both thick and tall. Surely they've stood for many years. Obviously, those trees are evidently far sturdier than a person. They must have been growing for decades, if not longer. I never anticipated that we would have such Nordic forest scenes in our own country. I truly envy it. I wish I could visit the host's location, but alas. I am bound by work every day. It's quite difficult, sob. As the path became more navigable, Ngu engaged in more communication with his audience. With leisure on his hands, he introduced the fundamental aspects of the farm while addressing the questions posed in the comments. Meanwhile, the audience shared with him some live streaming tips. In this interactive mode, the viewers gained a deeper understanding of the Aurora farm, which spans over 100,000 acres, 90 of which is covered in forests. Within these woodlands, there exist thousands of plant species, hundreds of animal varieties, and an uncountable number of fungi, truly deserving of the title biological treasure trove. Look, I found something intriguing. Suddenly, Ngu halted, directing his phone's camera toward a patch of grass. This area was adorned with delicate clusters of white flowers, exuding an understated elegance. In addition, there were small red fruits, each about the size of a fingertip, neatly arranged with speckled patterns. Their appearance resembled strawberries, albeit on a much smaller scale. What kind of fruit is this? The host doesn't recognize it, so don't consume it recklessly. You must trust that the host is knowledgeable. It bore a resemblance to strawberries, yet differed significantly. It was far too diminutive. Even the smallest strawberries were larger. Most viewers exhibited a cautious demeanor towards this unfamiliar fruit. Rest assured, this fruit is indeed edible, and Ngu chuckled. In fact, you have already guessed half of it correctly. This is a member of the strawberry family, scientifically known as the eastern strawberry, and in the Northeast, it is referred to as the sorghum fruit. This sorghum fruit is a treasure in its own right. The sap can alleviate diarrhea, the leaves can expel phlegm. The unripe fruit can treat kidney stones, and the mature berries can quench thirst. Before the audience could express their astonishment at the fruit's capabilities, Ngu had already plucked one and popped it into his mouth. It's sweet and sour, with a unique fragrance of the wild. It would surely make for delightful jam. Watching Ngu's actions, many viewers were taken aback. Wait, he just ate it? Is the host going to be alright? He sounds quite knowledgeable, so he should be fine. Amidst these comments, several stood out, capturing Ngu's attention. Host, how long does this fruit last? Can it be shipped? I'd like to buy some. As this comment emerged, several others quickly chimed in, with some suggesting, why not ship jam instead? Just provide a link and sell it directly. Ngu was somewhat taken aback by these comments, having never anticipated that someone would devise a way for him to monetize this. However, he had to admit that it was indeed a brilliant idea, considering the high-value berries that adorned these mountains. If feasible, he could easily employ local villagers to gather the fruit, create jam, and then sell it live, thus completing a self-sustaining cycle. Please be patient. The sorghum fruit is just one of many wild fruits here, alongside others like sheep's milk fruit, persimmons, and yagda. Blueberries and raspberries, without exception, are nutritionally abundant fruits ideal for making jams. I shall conduct some research to identify the most suitable varieties for production, ensuring that everyone can enjoy them. For now, I will gather some and return to commence the process. Before I could finish my sentence, Ngu pretended to take out a bag from her backpack and began collecting the fruits. The live chat quickly erupted into fervent discussion. The fruits Ngu mentioned are indeed highly renowned. For instance, blueberries are recognized as one of the top 5 healthy fruits by the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations. Many had assumed that blueberries were primarily found in the Americas or Europe, only to discover their existence right here in our country. Noticing the audience's chatter about this, Ngu continued her collection while providing further insights. After gathering from the sorghum plants, she ventured into the surrounding area, reasoning that there must be more to find. Suddenly, Ngu became momentarily frozen, swallowing hard and murmuring to herself, I suddenly regret not buying a lottery ticket today. Just moments ago, she was expressing disbelief that we would encounter something like ginseng, even if it weren't a protected plant, and yet here she was, faced with a twist of fate. Chapter 17. Are you surprised? Upon uttering this, the screen filled with astonished reactions. Who doesn't know that wild mountain ginseng is exceedingly rare? Even without Ngu's commentary, everyone was aware of this fact. If it weren't so precious, how could wild ginseng be sold at such exorbitant prices? Yet, the tone in Ngu's voice suggested she had indeed found wild mountain ginseng. Look over there. Aren't those bright red fruits hidden among the bushes? I bet a bag of spicy snacks that they are ginseng berries. As she spoke, Ngu hastily approached the bushes and, upon parting the branches, froze in place. In that instant, every hair on her body stood on end. The viewers in the live chat were similarly stunned. What? A bear? Is that really a bear? The host's luck seemed almost supernatural. Just when she mentioned not encountering ginseng, she stumbled upon it. And just when she claimed there were no bears, a bear appeared. Was fate truly mocking her? Fortunately, it was a small bear. Otherwise, the situation could have been perilous. Are you all foolish? If a cub is here, the mother bear must be nearby. The host should quickly leave while the coast is clear. We must not linger, for a mother bear is not to be trifled with. This creature, typically seen only on television or in zoos, suddenly made an appearance in the live stream, causing an uproar. Who could have anticipated that within the bush concealing ginseng, there would also be a bear cub? Truly a remarkable turn of events. To be honest, a bear cub poses little threat to an adult. After all, it is merely the size of a puppy and lacks any real aggression. However, everyone knows that a mother bear, even while hunting, will not stray far from her cub. One can only speculate what actions a mother bear might take when confronted with an unarmed human, needing to ensure the safety of her young. The character Wei seems almost inscribed upon in Ji's mind. As for the matter regarding the ginseng, it has already been cast aside by everyone. Meanwhile, in the village of Great Meadow, upon catching sight of the little bear, Sophia was momentarily stunned. She quickly grabbed her phone, dashed out of her room, and exclaimed, "Dad, look at this. The senior encountered a bear on his farm. We need to hurry and find someone to help." In stark contrast to their chaotic flurry, Ngu had already regained his composure. Although his initial instinct was also to retreat, he cast a sympathetic glance at the little bear. The bear's situation was indeed perilous. Despite its seemingly robust appearance, its left leg was injured. In the wild, injuries are fatal for adult animals, let alone for cubs. His ability to sense animal emotions clearly indicated that this little bear was engulfed in fear and sorrow, as if it understood its dire predicament. The brown bear's current state was far from optimal. While the injury on its left leg was not life-threatening, it significantly compromised its chances of survival in the forest. Taking a deep breath, Ngu stated, "Nature is ruthless. If the bear mother has only this one cub this year, the situation would be manageable. She would do her utmost to care for it until it recovers. However, if she has two cubs, the likelihood of abandonment increases substantially." Upon hearing Nji's words, the viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Would the bear mother truly abandon it? Wasn't this adorable little creature in grave danger? The poor cub was still so small, hardly larger than a puppy. Did you hear that? If there were only one cub, there would be no issue. I can't shake the feeling that the host is setting the stage, perhaps intending to take this bear away. At that moment, Ngu was entirely indifferent to the live stream, oblivious to the discussions swirling around him. Nonetheless, he continued to elucidate. In the natural world, one of the greatest challenges for any animal is procuring food. Even for bears, who stand at a high position in the food chain, obtaining sufficient sustenance is a formidable task. Raising two cubs is inherently difficult, especially when one is severely injured. In such circumstances, abandoning one may be the most prudent choice for their survival. Nji's words resonated with the audience, illuminating the harsh realities of nature. It must be acknowledged that, in such a situation, sacrificing the injured or weaker cub is the most rational decision, ensuring at least one cub survives to sustain the species. In an instant, many viewers began pleading for Ngu to rescue the little bear. Of course, others voiced concerns from Nji's perspective, deeming the situation too dangerous and advocating for proper marking and seeking professional assistance. Amidst these sensible comments, a few individuals, under the guise of ecological conservation, spouted nonsensical arguments against human intervention. Undoubtedly, such remarks drew a wave of backlash from the audience. If one possessed a modicum of reasoning, such statements would not be uttered. Is the life of an animal not of significance? Under the premise of ensuring human safety, is it not right to safeguard animals? Frankly, I have contemplated the notion of rescuing this brown bear. With my intervention, its survival would be assured. At this juncture, Ngu displayed a bittersweet smile, acknowledging that such an action carried an element of risk, wagering on the presence of the bear's other cubs. Only in this manner could he ensure his safe departure. To speak candidly, he was indeed tempted. He yearned to nurture this brown bear, especially since he possessed a permit for the breeding and domestication of protected wildlife. If he could rear even a first-class protected species, then surely a second-class protected animal like the brown bear would pose no issue. The mere thought of having a brown bear as a companion was exhilarating. Furthermore, the brown bear could serve as a mascot for the farm. In summary, his desire was unequivocal. Yet, as he articulated, the gamble inherent in this situation weighed heavily upon him. He harbored a profound aversion to such uncertainty, particularly when lives were at stake. You may not realize that a brown bear's sense of smell is 7 times more acute than that of a hunting dog and 2,000 times more sensitive than that of a human. It can reach speeds of up to 56 kilometers per hour, and its strength is formidable should one be pursued. the outcome would undoubtedly be dire. It was only at this moment that the audience discerned that Ngu was referring to a brown bear, not what they had presumed to be a dog bear. A mere word's difference signified an astronomical disparity. It is essential to recognize that there is no comparison in combat prowess between the two. Any adult brown bear, regardless of breed, could effortlessly overpower an adult dog bear, excelling in every other aspect as well. As Ngu pointed out, if the mother bear truly believed he intended to abscond with her cubs, the situation would undoubtedly become perilous. In the village of Decadian, Sophia watched the live broadcast. Her small fists clenched as she murmured, "Senior, what are you thinking? This is not the time for animal protection." Being a local, she was acutely aware of the capabilities of both brown bears and dog bears. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted from the live stream, and Ji's hair stood on end, and his expression shifted dramatically. A massive brown bear, standing several meters away, lifted its forepaws and let out a fearsome bellow towards Ngu. The audience in the live stream bore witness to the entire spectacle. The broadcasting software automatically focused the camera, capturing such proximity that even the saliva and blood dribbling from the bear's mouth were vividly discernible, as if one were present at the scene. It must be said that the equipment provided by the system was remarkably powerful. The viewers in the live stream were able to see more clearly than Ngu himself. In an instant, the once bustling barrage of comments vanished. Countless individuals were so startled that they trembled. Some even dropped their phones in fright. After a brief moment of stunned silence, the comments section erupted. "Streamer, run now. What the hell? Call the police. Isn't it too late for that? What a massive bear, we're doomed. He didn't touch the cubs, right?" Chapter 18. The commission from Mother Bear at this moment, the brown bear, with eyes the size of copper bells, was fixated on Ngu, emitting a low-frequency growl that seemed to serve as a warning. Faced with this towering creature, standing over 2 meters tall, Ngi's first instinct was to flee. It would be sheer folly to linger in such proximity. One must understand that the brown bear ranks among the elite predators, alongside lions and tigers. Such a beast is beyond the capacity of any human to withstand. Escape depended entirely on the bear's disposition. Firstly, brown bears are omnivorous, primarily consuming fruits. Secondly, its injured cub could not stray too far. Thus, the chances of a successful escape were reasonably favorable. As for the ginseng here, it was of no consequence. When one's life hangs in the balance, who cares for ginseng? However, Ngi's thoughts soon shifted. Flight was not his sole option. He had stumbled upon a rather peculiar realization. With Mother Bear's furious roar, her anger seemed to wane. Though his back was drenched in cold sweat, he felt a remarkable sense of calm. He was utterly convinced that the bear's furious emotions were dissipating. In fact, this apex predator had yet to attack, and coupled with the diminishing anger, it was clear she harbored no intention to strike. Crucially, as her anger faded, a hint of sorrow began to emerge, intensifying with each passing moment. Suddenly, Ngu conceived a bold idea. Perhaps this brown bear desired him to assist in the rescue of her cub. Though it sounded implausible, it was not entirely out of the realm of possibility. Thanks to various animal rescue organizations, many wild creatures have received human assistance. In times of crisis, these animals often seek out humans for help, despite the odds being evenly split. Just recently, videos circulated online of wild foxes calling for aid and owls flying to zoos. Such phenomena were not unheard of. As Ngu pondered this, the brown bear slowly began to crawl toward him. Indeed, it was crawling. She no longer maintained an upright posture, and her movements were exceedingly slow. Utilizing his ability to sense animal emotions, Ngu could distinctly feel that anger had completely dissipated, leaving only profound sorrow in its wake. This revelation brought him a measure of relief. As the bear inched closer, Ngu remained motionless, while the audience in the live stream grew increasingly anxious. Was the host paralyzed with fear? Now was the moment to flee, while the bear showed no signs of aggression. Did the host intend to execute a sliding tackle to subdue the bear? Such a notion was preposterous. Throughout history, many heroes have fought tigers. But when has anyone ever fought a bear? I recently checked, and the weight of a brown bear can exceed 400 kilograms. Please, dear host, do not act foolishly. What is happening? Upon glancing at the trending list, I was drawn to a peculiar live stream title, and thus I entered. To my astonishment, a bear appeared. Oh no, I can hardly bear to watch. Will the host be devoured by this creature? Quick, call the authorities. But what good will that do? I have been watching since day one, and it takes 2 hours by car from the county town to the hostess farm, followed by a 3-hour walk to reach the host. Before long, the live stream had surged to the top of the trending list. An ever-increasing throng of viewers flooded into the virtual space, only to be left in utter disbelief. Who could have anticipated that while watching a live stream, a massive wild brown bear would suddenly appear, posing a threat to the host's life? After piecing together the circumstances, one could hardly find a mouth that wasn't agape in astonishment. It was a sight that could easily accommodate an apple. However, Ngu had no time to ponder the barrage of comments. At that moment, He was intensely focused on the brown bear, cautiously maneuvering away from the thicket as it drew nearer. Suddenly, he noticed an object around the bear's neck that resembled a collar, likely a GPS device. This realization solidified his suspicion that this bear had indeed coexisted with humans, probably at some animal rescue center, as the insignia on the collar seemed strikingly familiar. Lost in thought, he barely noticed as the mother bear extended her head towards her cub. An overwhelming wave of sorrow washed over him. Remarkably, without needing to exert any special abilities, Ngu could distinctly perceive the bear's profound reluctance. The audience in the live stream, witnessing this spectacle, were completely bewildered. What was happening? Just moments ago, the atmosphere was tense, and now it had shifted to tranquility. Had they merely been worried about the host harming the cub? And now that assurance was enough to quell their fears? Forget about the questions. The host should make a hasty exit. Should he remain there, waiting to be a meal for the mother and cub? Indeed. Stop filming. We want to watch this in a documentary. If all else fails, come back with protective gear next time. Don't provoke fate. I wish to see the development of your farm. It's only the first day. I must admit, there are still many good-hearted individuals in the world. Although a few seem to revel in chaos, the vast majority are benevolent. Many urged Ngu to seize the moment while the mother bear was preoccupied and make a swift escape. In the village of Decadianzi, Sophia and several villagers had already rushed into the farm. Despite the presence of gates and fences, such barriers are no true deterrent to human determination. Their purpose is merely to indicate ownership, a claim that is irrelevant when the farm's owner is in peril. Naturally, the first instinct is to rush in and rescue the endangered. Just then, the mother bear sprang into action. She clamped her jaws around the injured cub's nape and began to lift it gently. Ngu understood that she intended to relocate her offspring, a behavior common among many animals, including our beloved cats and dogs. Observing this scene, the audience instinctively assumed that the mother bear was preparing to lead her cub away. However, Mother Bear unexpectedly approached the direction of Ngu. Although various pieces of evidence had already confirmed his suspicions, Ngu still gradually shifted away from the path Mother Bear was taking. Who knows if their departure meant they were heading this way? Nonetheless, despite changing positions several times, Mother Bear continued to advance towards him, and alarmingly, her pace quickened. Yet, the anger was still absent. Thus, Ngu finally came to a halt. The audience in the live broadcast room was utterly bewildered. They had no inkling of Ngu's intentions, nor could they fathom Mother Bear's motives. At that moment, Mother Bear placed the little bear at Ngu's feet and swiftly retreated a few steps. Even so, Ngu understood that should it choose to attack, it could annihilate him in an instant. Then, Mother Bear lay there motionless, quietly observing Ngu and the little bear. It was not a still image. Yet only the grass and trees stirred. Neither Ngu nor Mother Bear moved. What on earth was happening? Why had Mother Bear placed the bear with the host? A world-renowned painting of humanity and nature? I was truly perplexed. Did it seem to me that Mother Bear wanted the host to take the little bear away? Chapter 19. The attention of the live streaming platform in the capital city, at the office of the operations director at Douyin. A sudden series of urgent knocks echoed through the room. With Mother Bear's appearance, the number of viewers in the live stream surged once again, exceeding 100,000. Whether they were newcomers or longtime fans who had watched for several hours, everyone was astonished by this scene. The barrage of comments grew increasingly fervent. Soon, the official content operations team took notice of Ngu's live stream. What is going on? The operations director furrowed his brow as he gazed at his subordinate. Which leader would wish to witness their staff in a state of panic? Director, I have discovered a host with tremendous potential. Just a day into their broadcast, the big data has already pushed it to over 100,000 viewers. Sensing the director's apparent annoyance, Nanqing hurriedly added, the key point is that his current interaction rate has reached 52. Upon hearing this, the operations director was taken aback. What does a 50 interaction rate even signify? It means that for every 2 viewers, one is engaging in interaction. Having worked in the industry for over a decade, he had never encountered a 50 interaction rate. Typically, an interaction rate of 1 is considered successful for an average host. Even for top or niche hosts, achieving an interaction rate of 15 is remarkable. To put it bluntly, during activities like sending bullet comments or red envelopes, few hosts manage to reach such figures. After all, the vast majority of people prefer to leave no trace of their presence online. Yet now, his subordinate claimed an interaction rate of 52. It sounded utterly unbelievable. Are you certain the data is accurate? It hasn't been manipulated? Absolutely not. There is no doubt about it. Nanqing confidently assured, just watch his live stream and you'll understand. I am certain that he will undoubtedly achieve great popularity. Importantly, I believe his presence might alleviate the issue of content homogenization in our company. As she spoke, Nanqing swiftly opened Ngu's live stream, effortlessly selecting to cast it on the screen. Do you wish for me to take it away? Just as she initiated the casting, Ngu's voice resonated. At that moment, he shattered the previously tranquil standoff between the bear and the humans. Upon hearing this, Mama Bear surprisingly nodded in a distinctly human manner. The operations director, still bewildered by the unfolding situation, was caught off guard as the live stream erupted with excitement. What the hell is happening? Can this brown bear actually comprehend the host's words? I found myself in a state of confusion, yearning for an explanation. While it is not uncommon for animals to seek human assistance when in distress, which creature exhibits such a plea? That recent gesture made me question whether this host had perhaps enlisted a wildlife sanctuary for a performance before our eyes. A performance? Have you ever seen a brown bear so cooperative? At this moment, Ngu was not preoccupied with reading the comments. His attention remained fixated on the brown bear. To be honest, witnessing Mama Bear's remarkably human-like nod left him momentarily stunned. Although a brown bear's intelligence is roughly equivalent to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child, it is ultimately still an animal. The ability to understand spoken words is quite extraordinary. Rest assured, once I descend the mountain, I will find a good doctor for it. As he spoke, Ngu gradually crouched down, removing his jacket and laying it flat on the ground, then slowly extending his hand toward the cub. The cub was no longer capable of making its way down the mountain on its own. Lacking the proper tools, he could not lift it. So he opted to wrap it in his jacket and carry it down. However, wrapping it required skill and care. Fortunately, he had learned this technique previously, making the task manageable. Though his movements appeared gentle, every muscle in his body was taut, particularly in his legs. Should Mama Bear make any sudden moves, he would be ready to spring into action. During this time, he also employed his emotional perception abilities to observe Mama Bear. In that moment, everyone felt their hearts racing. Ngu, Sophia holding her phone, the viewers in the live stream, and even the operations director at Douyin. No one was exempt from this tension. Even the critics fell silent, and a vacuum of comments enveloped the stream once more. Soon, the cub was securely wrapped. Throughout, Mama Bear displayed no signs of agitation, merely emitting sorrowful grunts. With a heart full of trepidation, Ngu slowly lifted the cub. The next moment was crucial, at least in his estimation. Little did he know, the instant he raised the cub off the ground, Mama Bear suddenly turned and left without a backward glance. Ngu was momentarily taken aback again. Originally, his intention was to attempt a gradual departure. To his astonishment, Bear Mother chose to leave outright. Did she truly comprehend? Good heavens! Is the host safe now? Bear Mother undoubtedly understood the host's words. Indeed, all life possesses wisdom. This has been the most thrilling experience I have encountered while watching a live broadcast. Oh, there is another cub that I had not noticed earlier. Remembering the host's words, I suddenly felt fortunate for this little bear. Indeed, without the host's intervention, this cub would likely have met a grim fate. Did the host mention anything prior? When I arrived, a standoff between humans and bears was already unfolding. As Bear Mother departed, people suddenly realized that another cub was concealed within the nearby thicket. However, that one appeared healthy, seemingly in good physical condition, closely trailing behind Bear Mother as they ventured into the distance. Soon, the other two bears vanished from sight. Ngu finally sighed in relief, stating, "We are safe at last." To be honest, I never anticipated encountering such a formidable creature as a brown bear on my own farm. Nor did I foresee such a situation arising. Nevertheless, the outcome is favorable, while the injuries to the cub could be fatal for them. They pose little threat to us humans. By the way, if you encounter a brown bear in the wild, do not linger as I did. Brown bears are among the top terrestrial predators. My audacity stemmed from sensing no hostility from this particular bear, coupled with the knowledge that it bore a GPS tracker from the Northern Forest Animal Park Wildlife Rescue Center, suggesting it had likely interacted with humans before. As for other matters, we shall discuss them on our journey. However, before descending the mountain, there is still something we must address. Chapter 20. What I possess that you do not. Does it vex you? At the foot of the mountain, Sophia suddenly halted, her expression somewhat dazed as she gazed at her phone. She spoke, "Father. Gentlemen, it seems we need not proceed." "Sophia, what do you mean?" Lev paused, astonished by her words. Meanwhile, the dozen or so companions traveling with them turned their attention to Sophia, their faces etched with confusion. From Sophia's demeanor, it was evident that she harbored feelings for the young man named Ngu. With her beloved in peril, should she not be the most anxious among them? Should she not exhibit a desperate desire to see him alive, or, at the very least, to recover his remains, just as she had when traversing the meadow moments earlier? They genuinely could not fathom why she would utter such words. The notion of escaping unscathed was simply beyond their contemplation. No one knows bears better than they do. For centuries, they have battled these creatures. They are acutely aware of the terrifying combat prowess of bears, especially the colossal brown bear. When one encounters a brown bear in the wild, the only recourse is to leave it to fate. In fact, they had already prepared themselves for the grim task of retrieving Ngu's remains. Concerned that Sophia might not be able to accept the situation, they chose to remain silent. "Sophia, with so many of us here, there is no need for you to worry. Lev comforted her with a gaze filled with complexity. Indeed, that young man, and Go, once aided our village. How could we turn a blind eye to his plight? The burly men surrounding them echoed in agreement, mistakenly believing that Sophia was merely worried for their safety, prompting her interruption. Realizing the misunderstanding, Sophia quickly clarified, "No, it is not that. The adult brown bear has left, entrusting the cub to our senior. According to him, the bear seems to have received assistance, so everything is safe now." As she spoke, Sophia handed over her phone, recognizing that this situation might be difficult for them to comprehend, especially for those who had previously grappled with bears, or rather, had been bullied by them. Only witnessing the truth could alleviate their concerns. At that moment, the audience in the live stream was equally astonished by Ng's earlier remarks. "Did you see the GPS? I was so dumbfounded that I overlooked those details. Not to mention, it seems there was indeed something on the bear mother's neck," another viewer commented. "To be observant in such a situation is impressive. If it were me, I would have likely lost control." Absolutely, no matter the circumstances, the host is remarkable. Facing a brown bear, especially with prior knowledge of them, is already an immense feat. By the way. Does the host have any plans? Shouldn't we be hurrying to take the cub for treatment? Yes, it would probably take 2 to 3 hours to descend from here, right? I recall a fellow saying it took over 3 hours to ascend. And Gu, glancing at the barrage of comments, smiled and reassured them, "Do not worry. Although the cub is injured, it is not bleeding, and lingering a bit longer will not affect it. Furthermore, this matter will soon be resolved. Do you remember how I discovered the cub earlier? I stand by my words. I wager a pack of spicy snacks that it is ginseng." As he spoke, Ngu had already returned to the thicket where it all began, swiftly clearing away the surrounding weeds and shrubs. Before his eyes lay several diamond-shaped leaves, a flower reminiscent of chive blossoms, and red berries hanging above. "Wow, it truly is ginseng," he exclaimed. "This host is on the verge of a fortune." For the host, this might not be considered a fortune. Wild mountain ginseng can easily be worth tens of thousands. Those that are older can even reach millions. How can this not be deemed a fortune? Look, this is 6th grade ginseng. It is worth at least $1 million. What on earth is 6th grade ginseng? This isn't a fantasy novel. To clarify, ginseng is categorized this way. It is said that a plant aged 1 to 5 years produces a trifoliate leaf, known as senhua. 5 to 10 years produces a palmate leaf called bajong. 10 to 20 years produces 2 palmate leaves referred to as erjiazi. And 30 years is labeled deng tai zi. While 50, 80, and 100 years are designated as 4th, 5th, and 6th grades respectively. Does that mean 6th grade ginseng is a century old? What an eye-opener. This could easily be exchanged for a house in the capital. It's definitely a windfall. Did you not read the introduction? The streamer possesses an astounding 100,000 acres of land, a mere drop in the ocean compared to the value of a single ginseng root. Upon the emergence of this revelation, many instinctively glanced at the profile, only to be left in a state of utter disbelief. This streamer indeed owns 100,000 acres. It was only at this moment that they comprehended the true meaning behind Ng's earlier mention of his farm. What does 100,000 acres signify? It is a concept beyond their grasp. The average person cannot fathom its vastness. A quick search reveals that this area is equivalent to the size of a small town. The bird's nest, the Olympic Stadium, covers merely 306 acres, while the Forbidden City spans just over 1,000 acres. In essence, Ng's farm is comparable to approximately 328 birds' nests or 100 Forbidden Cities. In light of this, the notion of 1 million ginseng roots seems trivial. As the new viewers processed this astonishing information, an intriguing comment floated by the way, streamer, didn't you mention earlier that ginseng is a protected plant and cannot be harvested? Indeed. It turns out that the information on Baidu states that this plant cannot be picked. How amusing. I imagine the streamer must be feeling quite pained right now, having a fortune tied up in ginseng that he cannot even touch. Witnessing the streamer's inability to profit from this, I felt an unexpected sense of satisfaction. Truly, seeing someone else suffer a loss can be more gratifying than making a profit oneself. Observing the barrage of comments, Ngu smiled and remarked, "While I am reluctant to disrupt your cheerful mood, some matters truly cannot be concealed." As he spoke, he retrieved his phone and swiftly tapped a few buttons, directing the live stream camera accordingly. An electronic certificate materialized in the live room. Key Protected Wild Plant Collection Permit. The viewers were left utterly bewildered by the sight of these words. Such a certificate exists? To protect wild plants, and yet still allow for collection? Is this a surprise or an unexpected twist? As luck would have it, I possess this very certificate. I can legally harvest ginseng. And Gu chuckled and added, "Not only do I have this, but I also possess another certificate." Almost immediately, the Key Protected Wild Animal Breeding Permit appeared in the live room. Indeed, not only do I have the right to collect protected plants, but I am also entitled to breed protected animals. This little brown bear can be legally raised by me. Huh. Isn't that marvelous? Watching the live stream unfold, Nanxing from Douyin turned to the somewhat dazed operations director and smiled. Director, do you believe now? I wasn't mistaken in recognizing his immense potential, was I? Chapter 21. That was just a rumor indeed. The operations director let out a long breath and replied. To be honest, I initially thought the success of his live stream today was somewhat coincidental. After all, brown bears are not an everyday occurrence. And wild ginseng is exceedingly rare, nearly impossible to replicate. However, after witnessing those two certificates, my perspective has shifted. I now believe he is the most promising individual on our platform, without a doubt. Hearing this, Nanxing was momentarily taken aback. Although she had been the first to discover Ngo and recognized his vast potential. However, I had never contemplated that potential could reach such extraordinary heights, thoughts that were previously unfathomable. It is well known that Douyin is currently the largest short video platform in the country, driven by an enormous user base and countless creators. The daily influx of new videos even exceeds 100 million. The platform is teeming with countless handsome men and beautiful women, along with industry experts and numerous agencies specializing in internet MCN operations. Moreover, in recent times, many celebrities and influential figures have joined this realm, bringing with them substantial traffic and introducing more professional and breathtaking works. Undoubtedly, each of these individuals possesses immense potential beyond the reach of the average person. Notably, there is also a significant number of bloggers focusing on rural themes. Some reflect on the past, some promote traditional culture, others engage in farming and aquaculture, while some delve into culinary delights. Each category has seen individuals achieve remarkable success. Under these circumstances, how could the director not regard Nge's potential as undeniably paramount? Could it merely be due to those two certificates? Nanxing truly could not fathom how such a conclusion was reached. Observing Nanxing's expression, the director remarked calmly, "Do you believe he could have obtained such certificates without genuine capability?" Nanxing subconsciously shook his head. The Key Protection of Wild Plant Collection Certificate and the Key Protection of Wild Animal Breeding License. One pertains to the collection of protected plants, while the other concerns the breeding of protected animals. What is the purpose of establishing protection for these plants and animals? Is it not the government's intention to safeguard them? Yet, possessing these two certificates allows one to handle these plants and animals at will, akin to the function of an imperial sword in ancient times. Without true ability, how could one possibly obtain them? Even with such capability, trust from the relevant authorities is essential. Reflecting on this, Nanxing added, that, indeed, is the crux of the matter. Why are these plants and animals under protection? Is it not because they are exceedingly rare? The reasons for their scarcity are manifold. It could be that their natural habitats have become inhospitable, or perhaps their immense value has led to overexploitation. In sum, the entities that are protected are undeniably few in number. However, Ngo is capable of lawfully and reasonably managing such entities, which undoubtedly demonstrates that the relevant authorities have considerable trust in him. Indeed, this is a pivotal point. The operations director stated solemnly. However, such matters are not for us to ponder. We need only to recognize that he possesses a 100,000-acre farm. He can raise brown bears and cultivate ginseng. He has the capacity to develop all protected plants and animals. His farm is located in the greater Xinbei Mountains, where he can also rear red-crowned cranes and sika deer. In essence, he can engage with any protected flora and fauna. Furthermore, let us not forget that our company has also ventured into educational and rural sectors, which could significantly alleviate the homogenization issues on our platform and align with expectations from above. As she listened to the director's explanation, Nanxing's thoughts began to crystallize in a moment of clarity. The fundamentals of anger, its alluring appeal, the policies in place, and the rhythm of accumulating advantages all came together seamlessly. Have you grasped the concept? The operations director, observing her expression, continued. Here is the plan. Since you were the one who discovered anger, I entrust you with the handover. My objective is quite straightforward. We must secure exclusive live streaming rights. The benefits and conditions can be maximized without concern. The priority is to obtain them. As for video distribution, strive for that as well. Additionally, you might want to discuss our mid-video partnership program with him, informing him that it can be synchronized with platforms like Shigua Video and Tushio. Naturally, he will be keen on securing exclusive video rights. However, at present, few are willing to sign on for such exclusivity. After all, casting a wide net is the only way to catch more fish. People are astute. Who wouldn't he know that a presence on multiple platforms could enhance revenue? Therefore, he would not want the exclusivity of video rights to hinder the signing of the exclusive live streaming agreement. From his perspective, short videos on Douyin aren't suitable for anger. A video under a minute hardly showcases much. The company Shigua Video and Tushio are more fitting, yet they fall outside his direct operational scope. Thus, he aims to ensure everything on his end is stable before pursuing other avenues. Understood, Nanxing replied with a nod, recognizing Anger's potential and the significance of the matter. Moreover, please assist with other promotional aspects, as it would undoubtedly be advantageous for us. The operations director considered this and added, by the way, you can inform him that I will communicate with upper management to tailor a specific event for him. There is a high probability he will secure first place, along with substantial traffic and additional bonuses. Also, confirm whether he has signed with an MCN agency. If he has, find a way to help him extricate himself from their control. I wish to avoid complications down the line. Meanwhile, as the two conversed, Anger was already taking action. In the live stream, everyone was astonished by the two certificates, while he swiftly tucked them away and feigned searching through his backpack. However, this was merely an act. Soon, he retrieved a toolkit from the system's repository: scissors, a small axe, a saw, and a rake. The audience in the live stream was bewildered. What on earth does the streamer have in that bag? This is absurd. I've never seen anyone bring such items into the mountains. I'm curious about the weight of the streamer's bag. It seems quite extraordinary. I suddenly understand why the streamer has a certificate while we do not. Observing the barrage of comments, Anger smiled and remarked, as a student of plant protection, isn't it reasonable for me to carry these tools? As he spoke, he quickly laid out a piece of craft paper and placed the surrounding moss and fresh birch leaves upon it. This was a traditional method for preservation. While he worked, he added, in the past, there were many rituals associated with digging ginseng. As for me, I'll skip the formalities and dive right in. Speaking of which, I recently observed a comment in the live chat regarding the 5th and 6th grades of ginseng, which is indeed a misconception. The age of ginseng cannot be determined merely by its leaves. Rather, one must rely on the texture of the ginseng root and the nodules present on its beard. Of course, this requires considerable experience, and I shall elaborate on this shortly after excavating the specimen. Additionally, depictions in television dramas and novels which frequently mention ginseng that is 1,000 years old are fictitious. The lifespan of ginseng typically caps at around 400 years. Such longevity is attributable to the presence of ginsenosides and other vital nutrients within the root, which effectively inhibit decay, thus allowing it to endure for such an extended period. In a matter of moments, Ngu had unearthed a significant portion of the ginseng. At this moment, both he and the audience in the live stream bore expressions of astonishment. Chapter 22, 12 million? Unmoved. This was Nge's initial thought. He had initially surmised that it might be a ginseng of merely a decade in age. However, it now appeared that it would take at least a century and a half for it to grow to such impressive dimensions. As for the viewers in the live stream, few possessed a deep understanding of ginseng. Yet, there were those who did. A comment in the chat clearly stated that a ginseng weighing 172 grams from their home was not as large as this one. 172 grams may seem insignificant. But just days ago, at the ginseng auction in the metropolis, the king of ginseng weighed 2,168 grams. Are you unaware that it is remarkable for ginseng to gain even 1 gram in a year? Does it not imply that this is a century-old ginseng, nearing 2 centuries? Ginseng under 50 years of age indeed struggles to gain a gram annually. However, those over 50 may approach an increase of nearly 2 grams. Goodness, that is indeed astonishing. The host's first expedition into the mountains has led to the discovery of such a priceless treasure. One cannot help but feel envy. I offer 1 million. Can the host sell it to me? 1 million? Is that a mere pittance? Or do you believe the host is foolish? The aforementioned king of ginseng at the auction began bidding at 880,000 and ultimately sold for 1 million. The host specimen is at least 10 times that. Those who witness should share in the spoils. I suggest the host conduct a lottery instead. I offer 10 million. If selling is an option, please contact me privately. Nanking observed the comments on the screen, swallowing hard as he remarked, Director, it appears we truly must present our highest offer. Indeed, the director was equally astonished. Have we truly made a profit of 10 million? Although they understood that Ngu was not short of funds, they had never anticipated that he could acquire money so swiftly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Ngu was progressing rapidly. The roots were being swiftly extracted, and the dense network of roots posed no impediment to his speed. Within less than 5 minutes, the entire ginseng root had been liberated from the soil, with no roots sustaining any damage, and the ginseng remained wholly intact. To say nothing of the technique itself, it was enough to evoke admiration. It was likely that even seasoned ginseng diggers would struggle to achieve such a clean and efficient extraction. With a light-hearted chuckle, Ngu directed the ginseng towards the camera, proclaiming, "You may find this hard to believe, but this is indeed my first time harvesting wild mountain ginseng." At this revelation, astonishment swept through the audience, swiftly followed by a chorus of skepticism. Who would take him at his word? How could one possibly exhibit such expertise on their inaugural attempt? I assure you, I am not deceiving you. Ngu responded to the barrage of comments. While I have previously harvested my fair share of cultivated ginseng, the nuances are well understood by those in the know. Cultivated ginseng is primarily grown for profit, typically harvested after 4 to 5 years. There is simply no comparison between that and a century-old specimen. Fortunately, everything proceeded smoothly. The wild mountain ginseng remained unscathed, a flawless specimen. As he spoke, Ngu retrieved a small electronic scale from his backpack. This prompted a wave of playful jests from viewers, questioning, "Is that Dorman's pocket? What on earth does the host carry in that bag? Who ascends a mountain with a scale? Ridiculous." The astonishment amplified as he declared, 337 grams. Is that not astonishing? This figure bore a staggering implication, equivalent to 13 times that of a certain renowned specimen from the metropolis. Surely, it must be worth at least 12 million. Would you consider selling it to me? Such a gem, no doubt, elicited envy from all corners. As the audience continued their playful banter, Ngu carefully placed the ginseng on the scale. The reading displayed an astonishing 337.82 grams. In that instant, the viewers were captivated, unable to contain their excitement. With just 21 grams fetching a fortune, what then could this larger specimen be worth? The chat exploded with comments, far surpassing the earlier frenzy that ensued upon the bear's appearance, now filled with a palpable sense of envy and admiration. Truly, the allure of wealth stirred the hearts of many, yet Ngu remained unfazed by the envious glances. If he were to dwell on such matters, he would find himself paralyzed in inaction. After all, possessing 100,000 acres was already a source of envy, and he was certain that further treasures awaited him. Although the ginseng weighed over 300 grams, its quality was not solely determined by weight. Responding to viewers who deemed it a superior specimen, Ngu remarked with a smile, "The quality of ginseng cannot be judged merely by its weight. One must consider the 5 forms and 6 characteristics. You see this ginseng? Could it truly be of exceptional quality? I must admit, I had not observed it closely before. Regardless, it was already his, and he could examine it at his leisure. Moreover, he had promised the audience a demonstration on how to assess ginseng quality, intending to explain while showcasing the specimen. Little did he anticipate that his casual remark would deliver yet another blow to the viewer's expectations. The notion that one could not judge a ginseng's superiority based on weight, coupled with the mention of the 5 forms and 6 characteristics, led many to believe that this specimen was of ordinary quality. Yet, in the end, it proved to be exceptional. How could one refute such a reality? Observing the agitated audience, Ngu hastily remarked, "I genuinely did not examine this ginseng closely before, which is why I made that comment. It is essential to understand that wild mountain ginseng, cultivated in its natural habitat, exhibits an astonishing variety, with forms that are truly unique. To illustrate, the 5 beautiful shapes refer to the 5 distinct parts of ginseng: the root, the stem, the body, the markings, and the whiskers. There is even a rhyme to identify these features. The root cup tightly interlocks, round shoulders and round roots with a nut-like stem. The skin is taut with delicate markings, and the whiskers resemble long, clear ribbons, dotted with pearls beneath. To put it plainly, the vast majority of wild mountain ginseng can only achieve 1 or 2 of these characteristics. Attaining 3 qualifies as a fine specimen, while 4 is exceedingly rare, let alone achieving all 5. Upon hearing Nge's explanation, everyone was astounded. Indeed, the intricacies of ginseng are manifold. The barrage of comments from the audience was incessant. In summary, what I possess is undoubtedly the finest of the finest. As he spoke, Ngu scooped some soil from the area where the ginseng was found and sprinkled it onto the prepared leather paper, subsequently wrapping the ginseng within. As for selling it, I have no intention at present. I plan to keep it for myself, for it may one day save my life. This declaration sent shockwaves through the crowd. A staggering offer of 12 million had been outrightly declined. From the video, it was evident that he exhibited no hesitation whatsoever. 12 million is a sum sufficient for an ordinary person to live a stable life for a lifetime. To be frank, rejecting such a colossal offer without a hint of emotion is far more impactful than the prospect of 100,000 acres of land. At least, one could still imagine what 12 million could procure. Having unearthed the ginseng, it was time to descend the mountain. That little bear cub still needed treatment. At the mention of this, the crowd suddenly recalled the injured little brown bear. The allure of ginseng had been so captivating that they had forgotten about this pressing matter. In the meantime, Ngu had cleverly concealed the ginseng in his system storage using his backpack. He swiftly attached the jacket that was wrapping the bear cub to his backpack. It was only at this moment that the audience comprehended why Nge's method of securing the bear cub was so intricate. Initially, there had been concerns that the bear might fall off or feel uncomfortable once on his back. The descent proved to be more challenging than the ascent. However, fortunately, the terrain of the Greater Xinbei Mountains was relatively gentle, making it manageable. In truth, nature had prepared many surprises for us in these mountains. As Ngu continued forward, he began to speak again. For instance, look at this. With that, he directed the camera towards a decayed tree that had fallen beside him. Upon closer inspection, there was a gleaming black object on the decayed wood. Black fungus? Indeed, black fungus. It appeared somewhat diminutive, but the host's delight was evidently due to this black fungus. If the host is fond of it, there are plenty of it in the world above. To the commenter above, I suspect you are being facetious, though I have no proof. And Good never anticipated that a casual snapshot would incite the audience to fervently engage. He found himself somewhat speechless, remarking that the wood ear mushroom is indeed a remarkable culinary ingredient, known for its soft texture, delicate mouthfeel, exquisite flavor, and unique taste, all while being nutritionally abundant. Its protein content rivals that of meat, while its calcium levels are tens of times greater, and its iron content surpasses that of meat by 100-fold, earning it the title of meat among vegetables from modern nutritionists. Observe this. The ear slices exhibit a dark brown hue with a lustrous sheen, and the reverse side is gray. According to national standards, this is undoubtedly top-tier quality. Yet, in this mountainous region, the wood ear is merely inconspicuous. Although I have yet to discover them, I am confident that this mountain harbors an abundance of precious edible fungi such as truffles, matsutake mushrooms, and lion's mane mushrooms. And even reishi mushrooms are quite common here. Upon hearing Nge's words, the viewers in the live stream could not help but express their astonishment. So, wood ears are classified by grade. The host is practically a walking encyclopedia. I just looked it up on Baidu, and the host is indeed correct. I can understand reishi, but are there truffles in the country? Surprisingly, there are indeed in Yun province. They used to be fed to pigs. Yun province? That's the farthest south. Can the host really find them in the north as well? By the way, I just checked the host's credentials, and they are impressive. It's no wonder the audience reacted this way. Firstly, they rarely encounter someone with such extensive knowledge. Secondly, they were astounded that Nge's farm contained such treasures. Truffles and matsutake mushrooms are common high-end ingredients on Western tables, while reishi is legendary, comparable to ginseng in its value. Nature is wondrous, and many phenomena exceed human imagination. Observing the barrage of comments, Ngu remarked with satisfaction, take truffles, for instance. Initially, people believed they existed solely in Europe, renowned as one of the 3 great delicacies. Yet, within a few years, this fungus was discovered in Yun province, where locals were indifferent to it, often feeding it to pigs, thus giving rise to the term pig truffles. But do you think only Yun province has them? Subsequently, truffles were found in Sichuan, Tibet, and Taiwan, effectively delivering a slap to the face of Europeans. Of course, the discovery did not halt there. Several years ago, professors from our university found truffles on both the Greater and Lesser Xinbei Mountains, with their maturation occurring 2 months earlier than in the south. Oh, and by the way, one should never consume wild fungi casually. Mushroom poisoning can lead to symptoms ranging from vomiting and diarrhea to fatal consequences. The methods commonly circulated for identifying toxicity are often misleading. For instance, the widely held belief that color alone can determine edibility is flawed. Many gray-hued mushrooms are indeed toxic, while colorful ones can also be harmful. As Ngu descended the mountain, he continued to share his insights. If he encountered fruits or fungi that wouldn't impede his descent, he would gather some, occasionally allowing the little bear to rest. It must be said that the wild flora and fauna resources in this vast mountain range are truly abundant. Along the way, they observed numerous species of protected wildlife. Regarding plants and fungi, the variety is beyond count. Ngu, merely harvesting the most accessible specimens, has already gathered a considerable amount. This includes a dozen types of wild mushrooms, along with various wild berries such as sorghum, raspberries, and blueberries. Although today's itinerary has been altered due to the bear's presence, Ngu has nonetheless achieved her objective and grasped the general situation. Essentially, upon her return, she can commence planning for development. Meanwhile, in the office of the chairman of Guangshengju, a girl bursts in hurriedly, exclaiming, "Father, take a look at this ginseng's quality. I have never encountered such an exquisite specimen." Ginseng? In this day and age, what good ginseng could there possibly be? The CEO of Guangshengju chuckles helplessly, adding, "The finest ginseng in the country is merely what we have stored in our warehouses. Come, show your father what treasure you have discovered." His words are not mere exaggeration. Guangshengju was established during the Ming Jiajing era and boasts nearly 500 years of history, once regarded as the largest pharmacy in the country for a century. Its profound heritage is comparable to that of the Tongren Tang in the capital. Recently, the much-celebrated Onong Nyohuang one originated from their establishment. To be frank, he is skeptical about discovering anything worthwhile through live broadcasts. However, since it is his beloved daughter who has brought it forth, he must examine it closely. Upon seeing the screenshot, he gasps in astonishment, saying, "Wang Yu, are there any other photos?" "I recorded a video," replied Shi Wang Yu. "I noticed this broadcaster possesses a certificate for the collection of protected wild plants, so I thought this matter must be significant and decided to record it." As she speaks, she has already opened the recorded video. It must be said that watching Ngu harvest ginseng is akin to indulging in a visual feast. Even upon her second viewing, Shi Yu is still somewhat astounded, let alone her father, who is witnessing it for the first time. However, soon the astonishment shifts from Ji's technique to the ginseng itself. Exceptional. That is all he can think of. Every aspect is perfect, nothing less. Even during his youth, when he could forage for ginseng himself, he had seldom encountered wild mountain ginseng of such quality. Even those few heirloom specimens that could rival this one are exceedingly rare. As he observes Gu explaining how to assess the quality of ginseng while capturing close-up shots, he can't help but tremble with excitement. Yu, where was this wild mountain ginseng found? We must acquire it. It has been at least 40 years since I have seen such a specimen of fresh ginseng. As a traditional pharmaceutical merchant, he certainly understands the value of this ginseng. Even disregarding its worth, a ginseng of such quality is a treasure. With each plant harvested meaning one less remaining, and it would be quite splendid to keep it in the family for generations. Upon hearing this, Shi Yu also gasps in surprise. Coming from a family of medical professionals, she is well aware that the peak of wild mountain ginseng harvesting was 2 or 3 decades ago. At that time, the annual yield of wild mountain ginseng would likely surpass the total harvested over the past decade. In that era, few could rival the quality of certain specimens. It was evident when someone in the live stream offered 12 million, and the host did not even consider it. Shi Yu quickly reacted, stating that the individual had mentioned he did not intend to sell, claiming that keeping it at home might one day save his life. 12 million? We will offer 20 million. 30 million is also acceptable. After a slight pause, he added, if he wants to keep the ginseng for life preservation, we could exchange it for Guling Ji or Ding Kuan Dan, or even Ngong Nyo Huang Wan and Nyo Huang Qing Xian Wan, preferably from the earlier production that utilized rhinoceros horn. Observing her father's reaction, Shi Yu felt her breath become heavy. From this response, even a fool could discern just how extraordinary this ginseng truly was. Meanwhile, Gu had already spotted the meadow below. After more than 2 hours of travel, they had finally descended the mountain. Chapter 24. Do not pick the wildflowers by the roadside, for they are found over there. Suddenly, Gu exclaimed in surprise. This remark instantly piqued the curiosity of those around. Before anyone could inquire further, the camera angle shifted. Not far away, in a mountain gully, a sea of pink flowers blossomed, completely covering the slope, creating a stunning spectacle. The buds and blooms intertwined, resplendent and eye-catching. The scene, reminiscent of brocade and sunset, evoked a chorus of gasps. Oh my, how beautiful! What kind of flower is that? It's so pink. It completely blankets a mountainside. It is simply breathtaking. I would love to visit the host's home. This is like a fairy tale. It would be wonderful to take wedding photos here. Wake up. You don't even have a girlfriend. What wedding photos are you talking about? Clearly, this place is more suited for camping. Just thinking about it is exhilarating. When will the host start receiving guests? I can hardly wait. I wonder what kind of flower this is. Such beautiful blooms must have a delightful fragrance, right? Soon. Gu adjusted the camera and smiled, saying, these flowers are clearly the Xianbei rhododendron. I mentioned the floral scent when I ascended the mountain, but I couldn't find them until now. This is a unique aromatic plant from our Wulianjiang province, typically blooming in spring, covering the mountains entirely. Oh, by the way, our spring is a bit later than in the south, usually starting around May or June. South of the Wulianjiang is considered southern China. The locals also call it Jizhenshi, Dexiang, and Dezixiang. From the names, one can tell that these flowers are fragrant, with a delicate and elegant aroma, akin to that of plum blossoms. Speaking of Dexiang, there is a touching story behind the name. If everyone is interested, I can share it with you. To be honest, that little bear cub is quite heavy. Although we have yet to reach Ji's limits, we have expended considerable energy. Reflecting on the ascent, the meadow was far more challenging than the mountain path, so Ngu thought it best to take a brief rest here. Noticing the barrage of comments filled with the word want, there were so many that they nearly covered the entire screen. Ngu had just set down the little bear cub and began to speak softly. Once upon a time, in these vast mountains, there lived a young girl named Dada. In her childhood, her entire family succumbed to an infectious disease, leaving her to rely on the kindness of the villagers for survival. As she grew older, in gratitude for their support, she ventured out to travel and study medicine. Upon mastering her craft, she returned to heal and care for her community. The tale of Dada flowed gently from Nji's lips, quickly captivating the audience. The comments section was filled with expressions of sympathy and admiration for the indomitable spirit of the girl named Dada, who was not defeated by adversity. Suddenly, Nji's tone shifted, and he continued. However, the tranquil days did not last long. One fateful day, the infectious disease returned. From then on, Dada tirelessly prepared medicine for the villagers day and night. Ultimately, her relentless dedication led to her collapse from sheer exhaustion. And it was at this moment that the villagers realized the herbal supplies had been completely depleted. To compound their despair, a relentless snowstorm blanketed the mountains, making it impossible for anyone to ascend. The villagers could only watch helplessly as Dada succumbed to her illness. As Ngu recounted these events, his tone fluctuated with emotion. Many in the audience were moved to tears. Everyone felt a profound sense of empathy for such selflessness. How often do we encounter such individuals in reality? It is precisely because of their existence that society thrives peacefully. And Ji's story did not end there. After her passing, the villagers laid her to rest in the woods she cherished most. Consequently, no one remained capable of treating the infectious disease. After months of struggle, the villagers could no longer endure and decided to abandon their village. Before leaving, they made a final pilgrimage to the forest to pay their last respects to Dada. Upon ascending the mountain, they discovered a previously unseen small flower, emanating a delicate fragrance that intensified as they approached Dada's grave. As they reached her resting place, the overwhelming scent alleviated their discomfort, and suddenly, a bold idea struck the villagers. Upon returning home, they brewed the small flowers into a medicinal concoction, and miraculously, they recovered from the infectious disease. To honor Dada, they named the flower Dada Fragrance. With the conclusion of this tale, Ngu fell silent, gazing quietly at the sea of flowers in the distance. Perhaps this was merely a story, yet the emotions it evoked were profoundly real, as were the insights it inspired. Not only he, but the audience felt the same. The comments and gifts flooding the screen bore testament to this sentiment. The screen was filled with gifts, so numerous they were beyond counting. To be honest, Ngu had little understanding of the value of these gifts, yet he sensed their worth must be significant, as no platform would offer special effects for inexpensive gifts. While he may not comprehend the gifts, the comments were crystal clear. Who would have thought there was such a story behind the flower? Initially, it did not seem remarkable, but now, upon reflection, how truly beautiful this flower is. Although aware that the tale is fictitious, I remain profoundly moved and extend my heartfelt gratitude to Dada. This world is never devoid of individuals like Dada. They are all heroes deserving of our respect. Observing the barrage of comments, Ngu composed himself and remarked, interestingly, this matter may not be entirely fabricated. The Xinbei rhododendron indeed possesses certain medicinal properties, proving effective against ailments such as enteritis, acute bacterial dysentery, chronic bronchitis, and asthma. However, I must caution everyone. Do not entertain any thoughts of harvesting the Xinbei rhododendron. Firstly, with today's advanced medical facilities, consulting a doctor is the most reliable course of action. Secondly, Dada fragrance is a protected species, and although it is classified as a secondary level protection plant, it still bears substantial legal consequences for unauthorized harvesting. Upon hearing the phrase substantial legal consequences, many could not help but chuckle. Previously, they had only heard of substantial legal consequences concerning animals, but this was their first encounter with it in relation to a flower. Nonetheless, it must be acknowledged that this plant indeed has the potential to lead one into serious trouble. Having appreciated the flower and concluded the story, it was time to descend the mountain. With that, Ngu slung the little bear cub onto his back and set off once more. The remaining path down the mountain was not extensive, and within a mere few minutes, he was on his way. Just as Ngu was about to step into the meadow, a sudden commotion erupted nearby. Chapter 25. Ticks? Thankfully, vaccinated. What are you doing here? Ngu exclaimed in surprise, gazing at Sophia and her father, perplexed by their unexpected presence on his farm. It's because this girl saw online that you encountered a brown bear and promptly summoned the villagers to rescue you. Little did we expect that by the time we arrived in this vicinity, you were already safe, Love explained. He glanced at Sophia and continued. The villagers have all returned home, but this girl insisted on staying, claiming it would be difficult for you to take the little bear across the meadow alone and that she wanted to assist you. Upon hearing Lev's explanation, Ngu began to grasp the situation and felt a surge of gratitude. So that's how it is. Once I settle everything, I must treat the villagers to a meal. Ngu said with a smile. It will be perfect to have Sophia check on the little bear cub. I recall that your field of study includes some veterinary knowledge. Does it not? The little bear cub's injury was not particularly severe. Otherwise, it would not have remained on the mountain for such an extended period. Initially, Ngu had planned to return home and tend to its wounds himself. Now that a professional like Sophia had arrived, he certainly wanted her assistance before heading back. Moreover, this would provide an opportunity to persuade Sophia to consider working at the farm. Well, shall I take a look at the little bear cub's injury first? Sophia nodded eagerly, already directing her gaze towards the cub on Ngi's back. At that moment, Ngu suddenly recalled her remark from the previous night. No Russian girl can resist a bear. Simultaneously, the live stream erupted with excitement once again. What a beautiful lady. Why is there a foreigner in the host's home? The foreigner seems a bit out of place among the villagers. They appear to be a bear person. But how do they speak Mandarin so well? Is this the girlfriend of the streamer? I am utterly envious. She is stunning. If it weren't for that older gentleman beside her, I might have thought she was enhanced by some beauty filter. I saw this young lady yesterday. The streamer had just taken a ride in her car. Are you not aware that our country also has a Ross nationality? The streamer's farm is located in the Ross ethnic village, where half of the residents possess Ross ancestry. Yesterday, the audience was merely over 1,000. Now, however, the viewer count has soared to over 100,000, a staggering increase of 100 times. Naturally, many do not recognize her. Yet, with the audience's introductions, people quickly grasp the gist. I must say, Sophia's beauty is truly striking, leaving the viewers in awe. The operations manager of Douyin, Nanxing, observed the live stream and couldn't help but murmur, another trending element has emerged. And go, your live stream is indeed remarkable. I hope everything goes smoothly. Suddenly, a scream erupted from the live stream. Senior, you have a tick on you. Did it bite you? A tick? And Gu furrowed his brow and said, do not touch it with your hands. Use a twig to remove it. After saying this, Gu stood still, pondering whether he had felt any pain earlier. After thorough reflection, he confirmed he had not experienced any sensation of being bitten and breathed a sigh of relief. Meanwhile, Sophia and her father had already removed the tick. Senior, are you sure you weren't bitten? I have some antibiotics at home. Do not worry. I feel no pain, and I have been vaccinated, and Gu replied. It should not be a major issue. If I do feel anything, I will proactively go to the hospital. Do not forget, I am also a professional. Hearing Ji's words, Sophia felt considerably reassured. At this moment, the discussion in the live stream had commenced. What is a tick? Isn't it just a small bug? Why the fuss? It is understandable for girls to be afraid of bugs, but why would the streamer react that way? I'm so envious. This young lady is so caring towards the streamer. I wish to care too. Huh. Antibiotics and vaccines have been mentioned. Could this bug have some toxins? That is a bit frightening. Observing these comments, Gu began to explain, please do not underestimate this tick. Although it is small, it is a parasite that can cause zoonotic diseases, capable of infesting the skin of any vertebrate. The key point is that it carries a multitude of bacteria and pathogens. Diseases such as hemorrhagic fever with renal syndrome, forest encephalitis, Lyme disease, Q fever, and red meat allergy can all be transmitted by it. The most common type of tick in our area typically spreads forest encephalitis. Many lumberjacks have fallen victim to it. Once infected, symptoms can escalate to high fever, headaches, consciousness disorders, and even paralysis. This occurs primarily from May to August. Fortunately, I do not feel any pain. It should be fine. Listening to Ji's explanation, the audience in the live stream could not help but gasp in astonishment. Unexpectedly, that little insect possesses such formidable power. Isn't that terrifying? Perhaps the host should consider a medical examination? My dog had a similar experience and underwent numerous tests at the hospital. I just checked, and this insect is indeed frightening. I strongly advise the host to take it seriously. My suggestion is that you all refrain from making reckless recommendations. Are you not aware that the individual is a professional and knows how to handle the situation? Alas, did you not notice? Miss Sophia visibly relaxed upon hearing the host's explanation, undoubtedly reassured that the host comprehends the matter at hand. With such a terrifying creature involved, I find myself conflicted about whether to continue engaging in this activity. However, there is no need for such turmoil. Proper precautions suffice, as many locations are equipped for this. Anger observed that numerous individuals began to fear this insect, and he smilingly elucidated preventive measures. He stated that once this land is developed, appropriate treatments will be implemented to effectively mitigate the risks posed by ticks. It is essential to recognize that ticks are parasites capable of transmitting diseases to both humans and animals. This matter must be addressed for the safety of individuals on farms and the welfare of livestock. I had no idea there were so many complexities involved. The host truly is a walking encyclopedia, possessing knowledge on every subject. No wonder they garnered so many accolades during their university years. They are truly unparalleled. Once this area is developed, I am determined to visit, confident that the host will not disappoint us. Just as Anger was sharing information about ticks with the audience, Sophia had completed her examination of the little bear's injuries. Chapter 26, You shall taste my craftsmanship. Senior, I am grateful that you brought it back. Sophia gently stroked the little bear's head, expressing concern. Even with medication, such an injury requires 2 weeks for healing. I cannot fathom how this little one sustained such serious wounds. It is important to note that medication not only reduces the likelihood of infection, but also significantly accelerates the healing process. Nonetheless, recovery will still necessitate 2 weeks, indicating the severity of the injuries. Upon hearing this, the viewers in the live stream collectively gasped in horror. It is fortunate that the host rescued this little bear. No wonder the bear's mother entrusted it to the host. Indeed, without the host, this little bear would have faced dire circumstances. Let us not dwell on sorrow. Encountering the host is indeed a stroke of luck for it. Precisely, as the saying goes, a blessing in disguise. Perhaps by following the host, it will lead a better life. I believe that if it wishes to return to the wild in the future, the host would not prevent its departure, especially considering the ample space in the host's yard for play. That is true, with a 100,000 acre yard. It can enjoy a life at home akin to that in the wild. Initially, people were still discussing the injuries of the little bear. However, with the emergence of a particular comment, the topic in the live stream suddenly veered off course. Speaking of which, do you think there is a possibility that the host has become the first and only person in the country to keep a bear as a pet? Hiss. It seems not entirely impossible. Bears, as creatures, are not suited for domestication, given their formidable strength. Isn't it true that many people in the land of the bear raise them? Are you not aware that this country has the highest population of brown bears? Unfortunately, at this moment, Ng's attention was not on the bullet comments, and he was completely oblivious to what they were saying. After listening to Sophia's words, Ngu consoled her, saying, though we may not know how this little one was injured, we can at least ensure its safety. Yes, Sophia nodded in agreement. It's fortunate to have you here, but please do not take such risks again. These animals can be quite dangerous. I initially thought that the mother bear would abandon this little one, as such occurrences are not uncommon. Ngu, feeling a shiver of apprehension, replied, in any case, I will never engage in such behavior again. It is indeed frightening. Hearing Ngu, the viewers in the live stream erupted in laughter, realizing that even the host could experience fear. Reflecting on Ng's calm demeanor in front of the mother bear, they had assumed he was unafraid. After exchanging a few words, Ngu suggested they return for now. Senior, let me carry this little one. You've had quite a tiring journey, Sophia offered. However, Ngu quickly shook his head. I'll take care of it. This little fellow weighs around 30 to 40 pounds, and it would be inconvenient for you to carry. Taken aback by this revelation, Sophia was surprised at how heavy the cub had become. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed to be a reasonable size. She realized that if she were to carry it, she might not manage to get it out. It wasn't just her who was shocked. The viewers in the live stream reacted similarly. 30 to 40 pounds. I had no idea this little one weighed so much. That's nearly as heavy as a large bag of flour at home. They began to comprehend the host's formidable strength. Walking mountain trails with such a weight without even breaking a sweat. Unbelievable. Is there a possibility that the storytelling was just an excuse for the host to take a break? It's entirely normal to need a rest at such a distance, right? Personally, even without a load, I would find it difficult to complete the journey. Suddenly feeling sympathy for the host, they decided to show their support. Just as Sophia was uncertain about what to do, Lev spoke up, let me carry it. 30 to 40 pounds is nothing for me. It was only after this statement that the viewers in the live stream remembered that there was indeed a robust man present. Typically, Lev, as a burly Russian, would stand out in anyone's view, yet in Ng's presence, he seemed somewhat overlooked, which was quite absurd. However, upon closer inspection, it appeared that in Ng's lens, the imposing visage of the Russian man was not particularly captivating. There were far more intriguing elements in focus. After some contemplation, Ngu ultimately decided to entrust the little bear to Sophia's father, Leviticus. The hidden thickets in the meadow were numerous, and navigating them was already quite strenuous. Carrying an additional burden would surely complicate matters. Meanwhile, Sophia willingly took on the role of photographer. Perhaps due to its injury, the little bear cub appeared to be rather docile. Whether perched atop Anger's back or Lev's, there was no commotion to be found. By the way, Senior, you don't have any milk, do you? Should I go home and fetch some? Suddenly, Sophia interjected, this little one is not yet 5 months old. It cannot consume ordinary food. I shall procure some myself, as it will likely need to drink milk for quite some time. I cannot continuously use your supplies. Anger promptly rejected her offer, stating, if my memory serves me right, while a brown bear can begin to eat some plants at 5 months, weaning takes 1.5 years. What you suggest is merely depriving this little creature of sustenance. Our milk is at your disposal. Before Sophia could respond, Lev heartily chimed in, viewing the amount of milk as insignificant, given the abundance of dairy cows at his home. They would never deplete their supply, as milk could be transformed into various dairy products and preserved. If utilizing the excess milk allowed for daily bear petting, it would be an absolute delight. Moreover, with his precious daughter nearly at risk of being whisked away, such a small quantity of milk seemed trivial. Amidst their jovial banter, they had already returned to Anger's villa. Through their conversation, the audience began to grasp the formidable nature of brown bears, as well as the perilous situation Anger had just navigated. They comprehended why, in ancient times, there were numerous heroes known for slaying tigers, yet so few who dared to confront bears. Merely envisioning an adversary that could weigh up to a ton, with tough skin and powerful claws, was enough to send chills down one's spine. Not to mention, the explosive strength of an adult bear could easily deform metal, let alone a human skull. It was no wonder that there were few inhabitants of the bear nation. The fact that so many people kept such creatures as pets was astonishing. Upon realizing these truths, the audience's perception of Anger shifted. Faced with such a formidable foe, and fully aware of the opponent's strength, his composure and careful responses marked him as an extraordinary individual, a formidable force worthy of respect. However, this sentiment did not linger for long. as they soon became engrossed in the awe of Anger's villa. The majority of the livestream audience was new today, witnessing the villa for the first time, in the presence of such an expansive residence styled in the grandeur of the Bear Nation. The sounds of curiosity and astonishment were plentiful. Sophia, I haven't tidied up the veterinarian's room yet. You can treat this fellow right here in the living room. The medical kit I brought contains veterinary medicine. As they approached the villa, Anger remarked, Uncle Lev, let us have lunch here. You should sample my culinary skills. Let South eat at my place instead. Everything is ready at home. Lev regarded Anger with a skeptical gaze, adding, it's getting late. The men of the Ross tribe in the Bear Nation are not permitted in the kitchen. Even though they have been developing here in the Celestial Empire for over a century, many traditions have shifted, yet their culinary prowess remains unimpressive. Here lies the village of the Ross people, where the majority conform to a certain way of life. Thus, in his perception, most men ought to behave similarly. Furthermore, he surmised that individuals like Ngu, who excel academically, must have been preoccupied with their studies, leaving little time to hone culinary skills. Consequently, how could one expect their cooking to be commendable? He even suspected that Nge's repeated assertions were mere excuses, a way to avoid inconveniencing others. Sophia needed to attend to the little one's injury first. After a moment of contemplation, Ngu suggested, given the considerable time wasted in transit, let us dine here instead. I have gathered an abundance of mushrooms and fruits from the mountain today. Preparing a few dishes and some jam will pose no challenge. Upon hearing this, Lev couldn't help but swallow hard. He had witnessed Nge's recent live stream, and was well aware that his backpack brimmed with delightful provisions. It is worth noting that many wild ingredients depend on fortune, even locals cannot indulge in them frequently. Now, with Ngu poised to prepare these delicacies, how could one not feel tempted? Shall I call her mother to assist you? Lev inquired, still harboring doubts about Nge's culinary prowess and concerned that he might ruin the fine ingredients. Unexpectedly, Ngu replied, simply come to eat. I can manage on my own. If you happen to have some bread, feel free to bring it along as it would serve well as a staple. As they spoke, the trio arrived at the villa's entrance. Ngu swiftly opened the door, revealing the interior to their gaze. For Lev, a member of the Ross people, the log cabin aesthetic felt akin to home, evoking no surprise. However, the audience in the live stream was quite different. It was their first encounter with such a wooden interior. Instantly, a flurry of comments erupted. Wow, I've never seen such a decor before. Is it safe with all this wood? Could the entire villa be made of timber? Wouldn't that be dangerous? It feels wonderful, almost like being in a forest. Rest assured, Ngu reassured them, this is a genuinely modern structure, albeit with extensive wooden embellishments. Allow me to clarify, even traditional log cabins, made entirely of wood, pose no issues and offer numerous benefits. Upon entering the room, Ngu briefly instructed before placing his phone down and seeking the first aid kit, neglecting to elaborate on the log cabin style for the viewers. Observing this, many seasoned viewers recognized their moment to shine and quickly recounted Nge's previous explanations. Undoubtedly, their insights garnered admiration from a group of newcomers. However, it wasn't long before other veteran viewers exposed their fibs, informing the newcomers that Ngu had indeed covered those points. Before long, Ngu reappeared on screen, this time with a sizable medical kit in hand. Lev and Sophia were momentarily taken aback. Lev, bewildered, asked, pray tell, where did you acquire this box? Upon your arrival yesterday, did you not bring along a single suitcase? It is evident that this luggage cannot possibly accommodate everything. Recently, I had someone deliver it for me. Ngu spoke ambiguously, Sophia, do take a look. Everything should be in order, right? Sophia replied, nodding as she swiftly began her inspection. Everything appeared to be intact, with all the necessary items present. A variety of bandages, veterinary medicines, and tools were all included. This arrangement greatly pleased Sophia. Very well, I shall leave the matters here in your capable hands. Ngu remarked with a smile, I will just step into the restroom and prepare lunch. As he spoke, Ngu hurried to the restroom. Naturally, his phone remained in its place. The urgency stemmed from the recent system notification he had heard. Congratulations, host. Your reputation has accumulated to 1,000,000. Officially unlocking the intermediate lottery, 100,000 reputation points per attempt. Would you like to participate in the lottery? The achievement of 1 million reputation was anticipated by Ngu, especially considering that there were 100,000 viewers watching the live broadcast today. If it were merely this, he would not be in such a rush. After all, he understood how the lottery functioned. Whether he participated early or late made little difference. However, the mention of the intermediate lottery piqued his curiosity. What could possibly differentiate this 100,000 point lottery from the 10,000 point one? Upon entering the restroom, he quickly locked the door and opened the system panel. Good heavens! 130,000 reputation points? With the ordinary lottery costing 10,000 points each, 130 10,000 points would allow for 113 attempts. Yesterday, he had drawn 3 excellent items from just 12 attempts. Surely, today would be even more rewarding. In an instant, Ngu felt his breath grow heavier with anticipation. System, what distinguishes the intermediate lottery from the basic one? Ding. The intermediate lottery has a higher drop rate. Who doesn't know that the drop rate is higher? Let me first attempt 13 ordinary lotteries. 10,000 reputation points consumed. We welcome your next visit. 10,000 reputation points consumed. We welcome your next visit. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have received 3,000 pocket money. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have received 3,000 pocket money. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have obtained a vacuum concentrator. Out of 13 attempts, 8 yielded nothing for provided cash, and only one other item. As Ngu surveyed the lottery results, the corners of his mouth twitched in irritation. System, is this some sort of trickery akin to weighing scales in a restroom? This is excessive. Ding. The outcome of the lottery relies solely on luck. The host may opt for the intermediate lottery to enhance the drop rate. Taking a deep breath, Ngu resolved, let us proceed. I shall exchange the remaining 1 million reputation points for 10 attempts at the intermediate lottery, plus the 1 complimentary attempt, totaling 11. Let us see if you dare not reward me with something exceptional. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have received veterinary milk powder. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have obtained culinary mastery at an expert level. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have acquired 300,000 yuan in pocket money. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have received an Avtoros Shaman 8x8. 10,000 reputation points consumed. You have acquired a mature Sika deer, quantity, 100. Good heavens! To his astonishment, Ngu realized that this system resembled a shrewd merchant. Gazing at the results of 11 lottery draws, he lamented the absence of even a simple token of appreciation. Even the consolation prize of 30,000 had transformed into 300,000. He could not help but express his disdain, likening this situation to the practices of telecommunications companies that, after introducing 4G, throttled 3G, and upon the advent of 5G, reduced 4G speeds. Despite his grievances, Ngu understood that this endeavor was entirely a matter of luck. At the very least, the intermediate level had alleviated much of the uncertainty and the meager consolation prizes. Moreover, a consolation prize of 300,000 was indeed quite substantial. Within a short span, he had amassed 1,800,000, sufficient to support a portion of the farm's renovations. As for the remaining items, they appeared promising. Whether he had truly profited was uncertain. Yet there was no need to dwell on it. In terms of prestige, based on his current experience, it did not seem difficult to acquire. Having completed this self-reassurance, Ngu swiftly began to peruse the information regarding various items. Vacuum concentration device. This apparatus utilizes vacuum technology to remove a significant amount of moisture from food, thus reducing weight and volume while maximizing the preservation of the ingredient's nutritional components and aroma. Observing the sole item obtained from the basic lottery, Ngu murmured to himself, indeed, it aligns with my understanding. Could it be that this system is akin to a worm in my belly, providing precisely what I desire? Truth be told, this so-called vacuum concentration device was not a marvel of cutting-edge technology. It could easily be purchased in reality. For Ngu, the price was not exorbitant. However, serendipitously, he found it to be exactly what he might need. If he were to sell jam, this device would undoubtedly play a crucial role in the final step. In summary, this device would likely save him a considerable amount of time. System, where will this device be placed? Surely it cannot fit in the warehouse. Ding. The large equipment will be ordered by the system, and all costs have been covered. It will be delivered tomorrow morning. The system's message was straightforward. It had made the purchase, and delivery was scheduled for the next day. Ngu nodded in acknowledgement and shifted his gaze to the other items. Animal milk powder, a miraculous milk powder from the future, capable of providing abundant nutrition for animals, enhancing their physique, intelligence, and serving various purposes. Good heavens! Ngu exclaimed after reading the description. To be honest, merely judging by the name, he initially assumed it was yet another consolation prize. Milk powder, whether for humans or animals, seemed commonplace. Little did he realize, this product was somewhat extraordinary, enhancing the physique and intelligence of animals. Imagine the impact on that little bear cub. The thought excited him immensely. If there were enough, perhaps it could also benefit other animals in the future. Unfortunately, even allowing the little bear cub to enjoy milk powder freedom seemed a bit challenging at the moment, given that he had only drawn 2 packets this time. 2 packets, how long would that suffice for the bear? He was optimistic that further draws would yield more. Murmuring to himself, Ngu redirected his attention to the other items. This is merely the first product of the intermediate lottery, and it is indeed remarkable. One can surmise that the subsequent offerings will also be commendable. Master chef skills. Upon utilizing this ability, the host will gain a profound understanding of culinary principles and will adeptly wield knife techniques and cooking precision, achieving a harmonious mastery. Avtoro's Shaman 8x8, measuring 64 meters in length, 25 meters in width, and 27 meters in height. This ultimate all-terrain vehicle, equipped with 8 wheels, is suitable for rugged terrains such as mountains, snowfields, swamps, and rivers. It is truly an off-road behemoth. Sika deer, a medium-sized deer species, yet this time the reward includes 100 specimens, which is quite intriguing. After swiftly perusing the remaining 3 rewards, Ngu could not help but murmur. The culinary skills are perfectly applicable, allowing him to experience firsthand what mastery entails. As for the other 2 rewards, Ngu was well aware of their nature. The so-called Avtoro's Shaman 8x8 is colloquially dubbed the Siberian Conqueror. Its off-road capabilities are undoubtedly among the finest in the world, having been adapted from military rescue vehicles. However, its fuel consumption is notable, and due to its considerable weight, it may not achieve high speeds. Nevertheless, in a farm environment, it promises a delightful experience. Not to mention, that challenging meadow encounter today would pose no difficulty for this vehicle. As for the Sika deer, it was already on Ng's farming list. With 100 of them drawn, it provides the perfect opportunity to test the waters and assess the situation. Upon claiming all the rewards, Ngu felt a surge of information flooding his mind. According to his understanding, his culinary skills had now surpassed those of at least 99% of chefs. The system's rewards were indeed astonishing. After assimilating all the information, Ngu proceeded towards the exit. The vacuum concentration device, the vehicle, and the Sika deer were all set to arrive the following day, while the animal milk powder was already available in the system's warehouse, ready for use at any moment. "Ah, Uncle Lev, why are you alone?" Ngu inquired upon returning to the living room, only to find Lev by himself. Sophia and the little bear cub were no longer present. Sophia took the little bear to bathe. "There are several bathrooms in this villa, aren't there?" She mentioned that without a thorough wash, it would be difficult to manage, Lev explained. "Oh, I see," Ngu nodded. "Uncle Lev, I shall go prepare dinner. The television remote is over there, so feel free to turn it on if you wish. Make yourself at home." With that, Ngu grabbed his backpack and live streaming phone, preparing to depart. "Ngu, do you really not need our assistance?" Lev seemed somewhat apprehensive. "Rest assured, I can manage," Ngu replied, a bemused smile on his face. This scene did not go unnoticed by the viewers in the live stream. "Ha ha ha, this Lev uncle is quite endearing. He seems a bit reluctant to leave things to the host. Just look at that pained expression. He is likely worried the host will ruin the ingredients." It's only natural. When the host mentioned using mountain ingredients for them, their eyes turned green with envy. To speak candidly, I personally feel that the items harvested by the streamer may not be commonly consumed even by the local residents. It is rather obvious. One must consider that the streamer encountered a bear during their outing. How could the locals dare to venture into the mountains casually? Moreover, the availability of such items is largely a matter of fortune. Before long, Angie arrived in the kitchen, which bore no distinction from a modern culinary space. Equipped with gas stoves, electric cookers, and induction hobs, everything was quite comprehensive. Angie swiftly emptied the contents of his collection for the day. "I gathered a considerable amount of wild vegetables and fungi, and with the ingredients Sophia's mother gifted me yesterday, I have enough to prepare a rather sumptuous lunch." As Angie perused the ingredients, he murmured to himself, "Let me see what I can create. Chicken braised with mushrooms, stir-fried wild mushrooms with cabbage, deep-fried mushrooms, and a stew of mugwort shoots with potatoes. Perhaps I could finish with a monkey head mushroom soup. Alas, fresh wood ear mushrooms are toxic. Otherwise, a scallion sauté with wood ear mushrooms would have been perfect. Oh, right. We can also make some jam to accompany the large bread from her family." Chapter 29. The difference between wild and cultivated. As he spoke, Angie casually began to prepare. The viewers in the live stream were abuzz with discussion. Is he really planning to make so many dishes? It seems the streamer possesses some culinary skills. I wonder how the results will turn out. Who would have thought the streamer could cook? He is indeed the perfect boyfriend, handsome, wealthy, and capable in the kitchen. Unfortunately, he is already with Miss Sophia. You missed your chance. By the way, are fresh wood ear mushrooms toxic? I seem to eat them often. Are you joking? You eat them frequently? Where can you even buy fresh wood ear mushrooms now? My family cultivates them, and I can assure you, they are indeed toxic. While processing the ingredients, Angie, upon noticing the comments, smiled and explained, fresh wood ear mushrooms contain a unique substance called porphyrin. Once ingested, there is a high likelihood of developing plant-induced sun dermatitis. Upon exposure to sunlight, the skin may begin to itch, ache, and swell. In summary, it is best to avoid consuming fresh wood ear mushrooms once dried and blanched. This substance completely dissipates, and at that point, the mushrooms become a high-quality ingredient. Naturally, Freshwood ear mushrooms can be treated through certain methods to eliminate this substance. But since we have other ingredients at hand, there is no need to take the risk. To be honest, resolving this issue is not difficult for Angie. However, he worries that if someone follows his method and fails to clean them properly, it could lead to problems. Therefore, he has decided to forego the endeavor altogether. After a brief pause, he elaborated. For instance, mugwort shoots can invigorate the spleen, dispel internal heat, alleviate blood stasis, detoxify, and reduce inflammation. They can also lower blood pressure and lipids, as well as nourish the liver and stomach. Truly an excellent ingredient. The key is that it can promote hair growth. Given the pressures I face daily, should I risk going bald at a young age? It's perfect for a remedy. Upon hearing Angie's remarks, the comments section erupted with banter. Goodness. Just goodness. You're feeling stressed? What about the rest of us? Living in a grand villa with a splendid view, and you're under so much stress? Without further ado, this farm alone could burden my family for generations. Versailles is indeed extravagant. Even more so than the Palace of Versailles. It truly makes one feel compelled to express their grievances. Observing the complaints from netizens, Ngu fervently asserted, such remarks are unjust. Although I possess 100,000 acres of land, is it truly viable? As you have witnessed today, the meadows resemble marshes, and the majority of the terrain is forested, with even bears encountered. The critical point is that this is the northernmost region of our celestial empire. Just a few hundred meters behind me lies the territory of our northern neighbor. With the biting cold, 8 months of the year see average temperatures below 0 degrees Celsius. One need not elaborate on the challenges of development. Agriculture is daunting enough, and livestock farming is equally difficult. As for forestry, the logging ban has been in place for many years. It is non-existent. Listening to Nge's impassioned discourse, many viewers began to believe him. After all, his words, though devoid of the term pressure, were steeped in it. Upon reflection, the weight of his situation indeed seems substantial. With 100,000 acres, one can only imagine the investment made. My heart aches for the host. I hope his endeavors flourish. Starting a business is undeniably tough. The host should not impose excessive pressure on himself. Surely, you have been managing this for many years? Development takes time. However, just as these individuals began to console Ngu, he deftly shifted his narrative. Fortunately, I am a master's graduate from Northeast Agricultural University, specializing in plant protection, and I excel in developing forest economy. The environment of this farm aligns perfectly with my expertise. Moreover, I possess sufficient funds to facilitate initial development, and I genuinely enjoy this lifestyle. Upon uttering these words, a wave of derision ensued. It appears that all his previous lamentations were but a prelude. Just as everyone was feeling sympathy for him, he revealed his expertise. Host, playing it this way may cost you friends. Initially intending to send a gift, I now find myself intrigued to see if the host can indeed develop this place. Just moments ago, I felt compassion for him. Now, tears of regret unwittingly trickle from the corners of my mouth. Goodness, I did not anticipate the host's culinary skills to be so exceptional. With such finesse, he began the preparations with remarkable speed. In mere moments, Ngu had gathered the ingredients and even commenced sautéing the chicken. His prowess rivaled that of seasoned food bloggers. It was only at this moment that the audience realized Ngu was not exaggerating. His skills were undeniably impressive. Over the next few minutes, Ngu seamlessly juggled explaining, conversing, and cooking, demonstrating remarkable multitasking ability. Now, with the clock nearing 1 o'clock, I feared I might starve waiting for the gentle simmer. Thus, I opted for the pressure cooker. Having said that, he poured the broth into the pressure cooker and swiftly prepared the monkey head mushroom soup. The remaining dishes, whether stir-fried or deep-fried, required less time, so we'll tackle those once our chicken stew with mushrooms is ready. Ngu gazed at the simmering monkey head mushroom soup, nodding in satisfaction. In the time we have left, we might as well prepare some jam, he remarked. I recall that during our blueberry picking, many friends in the live stream expressed their desire for it, didn't they? If so, I shall make arrangements, as the berry season lasts only 2 months. Although it seems somewhat rhetorical, the enthusiasm in the live stream was palpable. The fame of blueberries is undeniable. Often hailed as the king of berries and recognized internationally as one of the 5 healthiest fruits, while people may not be aware of its complete benefits. The promotion over the years has highlighted that blueberries can effectively improve eyesight and prevent various cancers. In today's world, vision and cancer are undoubtedly 2 of the most significant concerns, thus earning widespread admiration. All right, since so many desire it, I shall proceed with the arrangements, Ngu continued. Noticing that the blueberries in the pot had begun to melt, he promptly added several large chunks of rock sugar. By the way, I must clarify that there is a considerable difference between wild blueberries and cultivated ones. As you can see, I've added quite a bit of sugar. This is because wild blueberries are somewhat more acidic than their cultivated counterparts. To balance this acidity, sugar is essential. However, wild blueberries have their advantages as well, boasting anthocyanin levels that are several times higher. As you may know, it is this anthocyanin that helps in cancer prevention. Therefore, both wild and cultivated varieties have their merits. And I leave the choice to you. Just don't say I led you astray. As Ngo was explaining, Sophia walked in from outside. Senior, do you need my assistance? Hearing her voice, Ngo turned and replied, No, I can manage on my own. Have you taken care of the little bear's injury? Yes, it's all sorted out. Sophia smiled. You'll be quite surprised when you go out. Oh, does this fellow have some peculiar qualities? Ngo raised an eyebrow. You'll find out soon enough. Sophia said with a grin as she glanced at the pot. Are you making blueberry jam? Yes, once the chicken stew in the pressure cooker is ready. I'll prepare other dishes, Ngo nodded. Not too shabby, right? Is there sugar added? Wild blueberries are quite tart, she inquired. Indeed, don't worry. I am well versed in plant matters, Ngo replied with a smile. I suspect you must adore blueberries. Absolutely, I eat them daily at home, Sophia said. How did you know? People are generally aware that the anthocyanins in blueberries can prevent cancer. But they may not realize that these compounds also serve as a form of oral skincare, effectively blocking sunlight and mitigating the aging process of both skin and internal organs. Ngo pondered for a moment. Your skin is so radiant. It must be related to your diet. At his words, Sophia's cheeks flushed. Her mind filled solely with Ng's compliments. As for the aforementioned matters, they have nearly faded from memory. All girls appreciate compliments about their beauty and complexion, and she is no exception. Moreover, this particular phrase originated from Ngo, her beloved. Unlike her, the audience in the live stream is more focused on the benefits of blueberries. Is it true that anthocyanins possess such properties? I had assumed that blueberries were solely beneficial for vision and cancer. I am quite curious. Do blueberries hold any other remarkable effects? Alas, blueberries are prohibitively expensive. Otherwise, I would relish them daily, for they are truly delightful. I envy Miss Sophia for possessing such advantageous conditions. It seems she will never lack for these in the future. There is a rationale behind their high price, as you have witnessed the considerable difficulty and danger involved in today's harvesting. I hope the host works swiftly. I just looked it up on Baidu, and it stated that the anthocyanin content in wild blueberries is 40 times greater than that of cultivated ones. 40 times. Is that truly the case? Observing the barrage of comments, Ngo naturally understood that she had piqued the curiosity of the viewers. I imagine that once blueberry products are produced, they will sell readily. Thus, in a buoyant mood, she elaborated. The anthocyanin content in wild blueberries is indeed 40 times that of cultivated blueberries. However, I maintain that both have their merits and drawbacks. Choose accordingly. Cultivated blueberries are larger, have a better taste, and are relatively more affordable. Wild blueberries will undoubtedly be pricier. Their taste leans towards tartness, but they are richer in various nutrients. As you have seen, wild blueberries thrive at altitudes above 900 meters, primarily found in deep mountains and forests. Moreover, they are rather dispersed. Collecting them in large quantities requires considerable manpower, along with the necessary processing, which drives up costs, resulting in a higher price point. Regarding their effects, in addition to what I mentioned earlier, cancer prevention, UV protection, anti-aging, and eye health, they can also enhance immunity, improve memory, strengthen blood vessels, promote better sleep, and eliminate free radicals. As Ngo prepared the blueberry jam, she began to share her knowledge. Cancer prevention and anti-aging are attributed to anthocyanins. Memory enhancement is due to compounds in blueberries that treat short-term memory loss. Eye protection comes from carotenoids and vitamin C. Listening to Ng's eloquence, Sophia was left in a state of astonishment, as were the viewers in the live stream. It is quite normal to know the benefits of certain foods, but understanding the underlying principles is something else entirely. Yet Ngo not only comprehends the effects and principles, but also possesses her own insights, even knowing precisely how and with what to consume them. She is truly remarkable, akin to a living encyclopedia. Soon, the blueberry jam was complete, and the knowledge about blueberries was nearly exhausted. Lastly, as she finished cooking, Ngo added, I noticed some friends inquired whether I would sell fresh blueberries. I must clarify that I will not be selling them, at least not online. Firstly, it is currently summer, and the temperatures in the southern regions are quite high, which makes it easy for goods to spoil during transit. Secondly, the skin of berries is rather delicate. I anticipate that by the time they reach their destination, they may turn into a pulpy mass. Rather than risk such a fate, it would be more prudent to process them directly into jam for sale, ensuring a fail-safe outcome. Of course, in addition to jams, I may gradually introduce other products in the future. Pausing for a moment, Ngo continued. For instance, blueberry wine, blueberry-based snacks, dried fruits, yogurt, and other delicacies. However, I will only release them once I am thoroughly satisfied with the quality of my products. After all, apart from jams, I have no prior experience with the other items, and at present, I cannot guarantee their quality. Upon hearing Ng's explanation, the audience in the live stream engaged in lively discussion. It is evident that the host is indeed a professional. It is well known that south of the Wulan River lies the southern region, I look forward to the sale of jams and other products to supplement my son's diet. Children today face significant challenges. Enhancing their eyesight and memory would be truly beneficial. My girlfriend has already mentioned that if I do not provide her with wild blueberries within a week, she plans to seek out the host in Mo City for them. To be honest, I understand why wild blueberries command a higher price. But I sincerely hope the host can ensure the healthiness of the food. If any issues arise, it would be quite unfortunate. By the way, can blueberries really be used for winemaking? I had never heard of that before. Setting aside the freshly made blueberry jam, Ngu glanced at his phone and noticed a comment from the audience. Consequently, he addressed his viewers. Rest assured, I can absolutely guarantee the safety of the food. I own a company dedicated to producing instant food, and all necessary certifications and documentation are readily available for verification on relevant department websites. As he spoke, dishes such as stir-fried mushrooms with cabbage, fried mushrooms, and potato stew with lamb were already being prepared. Observing the various kitchen utensils, ingredients, and seasonings deftly handled by Ngu, Sophia's eyes widened in astonishment. She appeared utterly adorable. To be truthful, upon learning that Ngu could cook, she had anticipated something rather ordinary, merely the ability to prepare a few edible items. She never imagined his culinary skills would be so exceptional. Without a doubt, these dishes could easily surpass her own cooking. As each dish was completed, Sophia could not help but swallow in anticipation, particularly when the chicken stew with mushrooms was finished, emanating an extraordinarily enticing aroma. The live stream audience was moved to tears, overwhelmed by the deliciousness. Senior, I never expected your culinary skills to be this impressive. You are absolutely on par with a top chef. Surely, I am no top chef. These are merely homely dishes, and Ngu chuckled. Let us serve the dishes now. The final soup requires a bit more time to simmer. Indeed, the two quickly carried the dishes outside. Just then, a surprised exclamation from Ngu echoed through the live stream. Oh no. Yet, with the phone still in the kitchen, the audience remained oblivious to the unfolding events. Chapter 31. Waiting for us to ask before eating this little creature is actually golden. Ngu gazed in astonishment at the small bear cub before him, completely unprepared for the surprise that Sophia had promised. It is noteworthy that the golden hue is quite rare among brown bears. Initially, he had anticipated that the color of this brown bear would be either brown-gray or brown, considering that the mother bear is brown and its sibling is also brown. After giving the little creature a bath, one might wonder if it became even cuter. Sophia placed the meal she was holding on the table and cheerfully remarked, "Isn't it so? Indeed, golden is far more charming than brown-gray." Ngu nodded, expressing, "Now I am even more inclined to keep this little one as a pet. Haha. Compared to brown-gray, the golden fur is undeniably more aesthetically pleasing." Yes, Sophia agreed. Gray tends to evoke a sense of dullness, while now it has transformed into something pure. Pure? Ngu was perplexed, yet he certainly sensed a sense of grandeur and splendor. He had contemplated making this little bear the mascot of his farm, and its current coloration seemed even more fitting. As he gazed at the bear, Ngu couldn't help but bend down to stroke the little cub. Perhaps due to the high-quality medicine or because Sophia had just fed it milk, the bear appeared much livelier than it had on the mountain. Upon seeing Ngu reach out, its two dark, beady eyes fixated on him, and it let out a startled cry before fleeing backward. Unfortunately, with its injured leg, it could hardly run, limping away with its tail tucked between its legs. Observing this comical sight, Ngu couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha. This little one is actually afraid of me. How amusing. With his ability to perceive animal emotions, Ngu could distinctly sense the bear's current feelings. It was rather intriguing that a creature at the apex of the natural food chain, one that even lions and tigers would not dare to provoke, was fearful of him. After all, it was still quite young, and their acquaintance was brief. There would be ample time for it to grow accustomed to them in the future. With a smile, Ngu said, "Why don't you go call your parents to the dining room for dinner? I will bring out the remaining food." Initially, Ngu had harbored doubts about whether this little bear could be tamed, but with the recent emergence of a milk formula that could enhance animal intelligence, coupled with his growing mastery of emotional perception in animals, he felt increasingly confident. Especially after discovering that this creature was golden, his resolve to rear it strengthened. "Okay." Sophia nodded in response. However, when Ngu returned to the kitchen, he found that the live stream had erupted with excitement. What had transpired? Where had the host gone? Why had so much time elapsed? Curiosity piqued regarding what had caused the host's exclamation. He suspected that the host had encountered something extraordinary. Why had an 80-year-old woman seemingly returned from the dead? Why were hundreds of sows shrieking in the night? Why did the young man exclaim in shock? Behind all this, was it a reflection of the distortion of humanity or the decay of morality? Goodness, after such a long time. One could only hope that the host had not encountered any misfortune. Observing the reactions in the live stream, Ngu could not help but exclaim, "Just wait until you see that little bear. Then you will understand why I was astonished." He was genuinely taken aback by the imaginative leaps made by the viewers. In a mere moment, They had conjured up a staggering 108 ways he could meet his demise. Soon enough, Ngu entered the dining room, bearing the final dish and his phone. Goodness, this bear is golden. I had thought it was gray, he mused, suddenly finding the bear considerably more endearing. Oh, I desperately want to pet it. Why do I feel like this bear is terrified of the hosts? Clearly, the hue of the bear had left the audience in the live stream quite astonished. They had not anticipated such a color. They had to concede that the golden shade was indeed far more aesthetically pleasing than the dull brownish gray. Just then, Lev and his wife were summoned to the dining room by Sophia. Uncle, Aunt, it's time to eat, Ngu cheerfully announced. It's getting late. Goodness, you prepared 4 dishes? Your pace is remarkable, Lev exclaimed as he gazed at the spread on the table. To be honest, he had not believed in Ng's culinary skills, but he was taken aback by how quickly he had managed to prepare 4 dishes that looked and smelled quite delightful. The key was that the 4 dishes, chicken stewed with mushrooms, stir-fried cabbage with wild mushrooms, fried mushrooms, and potato stew with lamb's quarter, were local favorites. They were thoroughly familiar with these dishes. Although they had not yet tasted them, they could confidently ascertain that they would not disappoint. Didn't I just mention that I am quite adept at cooking? Ngu chuckled, adding, I also whipped up some blueberry jam. But the monkey head mushroom soup will require another half an hour. Nowadays, there are few young people who can cook, and those who can do it as well as you are truly rare. Whoever marries you will undoubtedly be fortunate, Sophia's mother remarked, casting a glance at Sophia. You flatter me. Please, have a seat, Ngu said modestly, entirely oblivious to the glance directed at Sophia. However, just because he was unaware did not mean that Sophia had missed it. In that instant, a faint blush appeared on her cheeks. Of course, some viewers in the live stream had noticed as well. No wonder Sophia is so beautiful. Her mother is a stunning woman. Miss Sophia is indeed of mixed heritage, perfectly aligning with my Eastern aesthetic. Has Miss Sophia succumbed? What about her mother? Oh dear, I feel so inferior compared to Sophia. Is there no hope for me? Am I the only one focused on eating? This looks even better than what is served in restaurants. As the 4 of them dined and conversed, the viewers in the live stream were left in a state of rapture, overwhelmed by the enticing aromas wafting through the air. It looks so delicious. I just had lunch, but I'm already hungry again. I can't wait to taste the hostess' culinary skills. Out of curiosity, I wonder if Sophia's family is just being polite. From a professional chef's perspective, this must be excellent. Am I imagining things? Or do I actually smell the chicken? Why is it that my phone cannot even perceive scents? It seems my financial situation is rather dismal. Though I jest, I am attentively listening to the conversation. Ngu is gathering information about the Meadow Village from Sophia, presenting a splendid opportunity to enrich my understanding of Ng's worldview. Hence, I am listening with keen interest. After some time, Ngu remarked, I shall retrieve the jam. It is my first attempt, and I am uncertain of its flavor. Allow me to fetch it. Sophia quickly interjected, dashing into the kitchen. When the jam was presented at the table, the little bear, who had been lurking nearby, cautiously approached. It even attempted to climb onto the dining table, seemingly eager to taste the jam. Ngu chuckled. It seems this fellow also desires the jam. Upon hearing this, the other 3 finally noticed the little bear. Haha, no wonder. Fresh jam is indeed enticing. Observing the bear's adorable antics, they could not help but laugh. However, the dining table was hardly a place where it could climb. As anticipated, the little bear soon tumbled over in a comical fashion. Seeing Sophia move to assist, Ngu quickly intervened, saying, let it try a few more times. Once it begs us, we shall offer it some. Isn't that a bit harsh? Sophia hesitated, glancing at the little bear. Let us not forget how it treated us just moments ago, Ngu replied with a steady tone. It will be residing with us for quite some time. It must learn who is in charge. Otherwise, when it grows larger, it may only find itself confined. Dealing with a brown bear is no trivial matter. If it cannot be tamed, how can we trust it in our midst? Ng's perspective was indeed prudent. Leaf added, in the face of a brown bear, this approach is warranted. Hearing their words, Sophia hesitated but ultimately refrained from offering assistance. She understood that with such creatures, it was imperative to maintain a serious demeanor from the outset. Her learned knowledge suggested that such a situation would typically warrant confinement. Meanwhile, the live stream had descended into chaos. That little creature is utterly adorable. Haha, the host is quite mischievous. Do you think this fellow will eventually get to enjoy the jam? Isn't it a bit unfair, considering the bear is still injured? The hosts are professionals. They know how to handle the bear. For now, your role is merely to observe its behavior. I still feel it's not quite right. Surely it would be better to wait until it has healed before allowing it to play. You don't understand. Even with domesticated cats and dogs, if you let them misbehave from the start, it becomes impossible to correct their behavior later. My dog was just like that. I found it charming at first, but it soon began to wreak havoc in the house, and I couldn't rectify the situation. As the debate raged on, the little bear managed to right itself. This time, it climbed with newfound caution, occasionally letting out a few growls towards Ngu and the others. as if attempting to intimidate them or issue a warning. Clearly, it did not wish for Ngu and the others to approach. Regrettably, its voice was soft and unthreatening, failing to achieve the desired effect and instead eliciting laughter from everyone present, be it Ngu, Sophia, or the audience in the live stream. In truth, Ngu and the others had no intention of approaching it, for it was far too small to climb. Its claws had yet to develop strength. And as for its limbs, regardless of their strength, its injuries rendered it incapable of ascending. As anticipated, in the ensuing moments, it tumbled several times in an awkward manner. Ultimately, it seemed to realize that climbing was beyond its capabilities. Consequently, it sat down on the ground, gazing longingly at Ngu, then shifting its gaze to Sophia. Its eyes flitted back and forth between the two, revealing a burgeoning expectation for food. One was a familiar figure, while the other tended to its wounds. As for Sophia's parents, they were completely disregarded in its considerations. Such a reaction, to be honest, caught Ngu slightly off guard. It appeared that the creature possessed a commendable level of intelligence. Coupled with the nurturing formula from the system's lottery, its domestication was assured. One must admit, its response truly melted the hearts of Sophia and several viewers in the live stream, all of whom turned their attention to Ngu. Aware of this, Ngu refrained from speaking, choosing instead to quietly observe the little bear's reactions. Eventually, upon confirming that the creature permitted him to touch it, he placed some jam in front of it. The cub cautiously extended its paw, and upon sensing no reaction from Ngu and the others, eagerly brought the jam to its mouth. It then hurriedly smeared the jam on its paw and devoured it. Goodness, this method of eating? It seems cartoons didn't deceive us. Who would have thought a bear would actually eat with its paws? How adorable. I am utterly envious. Witnessing the little bear's antics could stir the heart of even the most stoic of men. By the way, Senior, you haven't named this little creature yet. A name, indeed, is necessary. Ngu pondered for a moment and suggested, how about calling it Xiong'er? Xiong'er? Sophia replied, puzzled. Haven't you noticed how this fellow bears a resemblance to Xiong'er from the cartoon bears in the wild? Although they are different species, one being a black bear and the other a brown bear. To be honest, Ngu felt somewhat inept at naming. He thought that a name with a semblance to the original would suffice, and thus the name slipped from his lips. Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia's eyes lit up in understanding, exclaiming, now I see why it felt so familiar. It all makes sense. Ngu's words served to awaken many in the live stream, as they too began to grasp the connection. Meanwhile, the little bear had finished the jam and was now licking the plate. However, it lost its balance and toppled onto the ground. Yet it stubbornly clung to the plate without letting go. I believe we shall call it Iron Simpleton. Even Bear too regards it highly. The more Anger spoke, the more convinced he became that this name was fitting. With a grand gesture, he declared, it is settled. From now on, you shall be known as Iron Simpleton. Upon uttering these words, the tone of the live stream shifted dramatically. Iron Simpleton. What a stroke of genius from the host. Yet, I can't help but feel it lacks the mellifluous quality of Bear 2's name. Personally, I find Iron Simpleton quite charming. Iron Simpleton and Ice Dun Dun. Ha ha ha. I must admit, the name Iron Simpleton is rather endearing. Though I wonder, when this little creature matures, will it harbor thoughts of attacking the host? Ha ha ha. At that moment, Anger seized the plate and added more blueberry jam, murmuring, Iron Simpleton, you must grow quickly. When you mature, go to the mountains and mark your territory, so that everyone knows this is your domain. By then, no bear will dare to enter our farm. The territory of a brown bear family ranges from 100 to 500 square kilometers for females and 700 to 1,000 square kilometers for males. Our farm, however, is scarcely 70 square kilometers. If you cannot protect even that, it would be quite disgraceful. At this, Sophia chuckled softly, Senior. I never imagined you would entertain such an idea. Have you been frightened by bears? Who would have thought you would consider keeping a bear as a guard? Seriously, when have you ever seen a bear as a guardian? Well, now we do, replied Anger. Dogs can guard, geese can guard, why not bears? Am I the only one who finds the territory size of a bear absurd? 1,000 square kilometers. How long would it take to patrol all that? I think the real issue lies with the host's 70 square kilometers of land. A cacophony of discussions ensued. Before long, yet another plate of jam had vanished. And once again, Iron Simpleton cast that familiar gaze at Anger. Without hesitation, Anger filled another plate. To be honest, this was the outcome he desired. Since Iron Simpleton knew to ask for food, it signified that the creature recognized him as its provider. According to bear logic, he had now assumed the role of its mother. Henceforth, persuading it to obey would become significantly easier. This was indeed a promising beginning. Then, one helping turned into two. Then three. It was an unending cycle. Sophia's mother couldn't help but chuckle. It seems this little one is quite fond of the jam you made. It was far less enthusiastic about the milk just now. Is that so? Perhaps it is simply more accustomed to this, Anger replied modestly. Do not be so humble. Your jam is genuinely delightful. I might just have to enlist your help the next time I make jam, she continued. At this compliment, anger felt a twinge of bashfulness and scratched his head. Time flew by. Remarkably, Iron Simpleton devoured all the jam prepared for the day. Such an appetite. If not for Anger's farm, he might well have found it difficult to sustain. As the audience was engrossed in the broadcast, Ngu suddenly addressed the camera, stating, "Let's conclude today's live stream here. This afternoon, I will attend to matters regarding blueberries, striving to get everything on track as swiftly as possible. For those who haven't yet followed, please do so. I will announce the next live stream schedule in advance, and it seems that following will trigger notifications for when I go live." With that, Ngu abruptly ended the stream, leaving a bewildered audience in his wake. They had never witnessed a host terminate a broadcast so unexpectedly. Chapter 33. I need to recruit some people. The sudden cessation of the live stream left the audience in disbelief, with many calling out for Ngu to continue. However, the live stream room had already descended into darkness. Numerous viewers who had tuned in the previous day echoed their sentiments, recalling a similar abrupt ending. Meanwhile, at Douyin, Nanxing was taken aback by Nge's sudden departure from the stream. Soon after, she observed a flurry of gifts being sent in the live stream room, indicating a strong desire among the audience for Ngu to resume. It was indeed remarkable. Even as a live stream operator, she had never encountered such a phenomenon. Viewers fervently showering gifts in an attempt to prolong the experience after the broadcast had ended. After some time, she realized she needed to contact Ngu to discuss exclusive matters. Yet, before dialing, she chose to focus on her notes for a final review. Recognizing that collaborating with Ngu could significantly impact her future career. Uncle and aunt, you mentioned that those working in the village typically earn around 3,000 yuan a month, correct? After ending the live stream, Ngu turned to the Lev family. Naturally, business matters were not suitable for public discussion during a broadcast, prompting him to conclude the stream. More importantly, he believed they had already covered the most compelling topics for the day, rendering further streaming unnecessary. Indeed, those who can earn a salary generally do so. Those who cannot are at home tending to cattle, earning perhaps 20 to 30,000 yuan a year. It's all quite similar, Lev remarked. What is this? Are you looking to recruit someone? You could easily find people for 3,000 yuan in wages. If you're interested in blueberries, you can simply purchase them from the villagers. There's no need to hire anyone, as everyone has more than enough to spare. Sophia's mother, having overheard Nge's mention of blueberries, chimed in with her thoughts. Contemplating the couple's insights, Ngu fell into deep reflection, acknowledging that they had provided him with a valuable perspective. Uncle and aunt, I have an idea, and I would appreciate your counsel. At this, Sophia's parents readily agreed, saying, "Speak your mind, but we can only view it from the villager's perspective. That is sufficient." Ngu nodded, adding, "Regarding blueberries, I intend to employ two methods of procurement. One option involves purchasing blueberries at a rate of 30 yuan per pound. The other entails offering a daily wage of 100 yuan, with an additional incentive of 20 yuan per pound for any quantity exceeding 3 pounds. This pricing strategy has been meticulously considered by Ngu. Presently, the market prices for domestically grown blueberries are as follows: wild blueberries at 60 yuan per pound and cultivated blueberries at 50 yuan per pound. However, the region of Mo is characterized by its inconvenient transportation. Wild blueberries, being soft and juicy, suffer significant loss during transportation. Consequently, the villagers here find it nearly impossible to monetize their harvested blueberries, forcing them to resort to making jam for personal consumption rather than generating income. Nge's acquisition offers villagers an opportunity to realize financial returns. Simultaneously, he must also address the issue of loss during the blueberry processing phase. In summary, he considers the price of 30 yuan per pound to be quite reasonable. The remaining profit justifies the risks he undertakes in acquiring the blueberries. As for the second option, it remains a choice for the villagers to decide whether they wish to transfer the risk. The vast expanse of the greater Xinbei Mountains does not guarantee the daily discovery of blueberries. Should they opt for this choice, they will indeed have to sell any found blueberries to Ngu at a lower price. However, if they find none, they could effectively gain 100 yuan without effort, an amount equivalent to their typical daily household income. Naturally, employing this method, Ngu is unlikely to incur losses, as blueberries tend to grow in clusters. If he discovers even one patch, he stands to profit significantly from the 20 yuan acquisition price. Moreover, he does not intend to limit his purchases solely to blueberries. Lev hesitated momentarily before stating, "To be frank, even at 20 yuan per pound, the villagers would be quite willing, considering the abundance of blueberries. The ability to generate income from them is already commendable. After all, we understand that the risks associated with this endeavor are considerable." Lev's words reflected a degree of conflict. On one hand, he was surrounded by familiar faces, and on the other, he contemplated a potential familial connection. After a brief internal struggle, he voiced his genuine thoughts. "There is no need for that. Besides blueberries, I also plan to procure various other fruits." Ngu interjected, Fruits such as sorghum berries, raspberries, blackcurrants, and cranberries all hold value. Eventually, I will clearly label the types of fruits, their varieties, and the acquisition prices. Should anyone wish to sell these items to me, it would significantly mitigate my risks. The mountainous region is replete with valuable fruits, most of which are suitable for jam production. Crucially, the harvest season spans from June to October, with each month yielding distinct varieties. As long as the blueberries sell well, the other fruit varieties will naturally follow suit, given that the target audience remains relatively consistent. All are wild fruits, rich in nutrients, and most can be processed into similar products. In conclusion, there should be little concern regarding market demand, and GE's assertions seemed self-evident. Yet the three individuals present were left utterly astonished. Wasn't the acquisition of such a plethora of wild fruits an even greater risk? How could this possibly mitigate risk? After a brief pause, Sophia, visibly taken aback, inquired, "Senior, are you certain that all these varieties of fruit can be sold?" She recognized most of these fruits, understanding that they were largely difficult to preserve and even more challenging to transport. Despite their abundant nutritional content, she perceived them as exceedingly hard to monetize. Crucially, she believed that the customer demographics for these fruits varied significantly. After all, those who favor blueberries may not necessarily desire cranberries, and enthusiasts of sorghum berries might not have an affinity for blackcurrants. Consequently, the sales channels required to market these products would undoubtedly be highly intricate. Clearly, she had little comprehension of the internet, and even less understanding of the current popularity of Ngu, which signified a tremendous potential. With 100,000 viewers tuning in for the next day's live stream, it was evident that he was on the cusp of becoming a leading figure in the industry. Prominent streamers often attract audiences numbering in the millions, and when combined with video followers, the figures become even more staggering. How could such a vast fanbase lack an audience? Especially given that the live stream format allows viewers to witness the production process? Nutrient-rich and beneficial for health, particularly for women and children. Coupled with the transparency of production and reasonable pricing, how could sales possibly falter? And Gu smiled, assuring them, "You need not worry about costs. I can afford this price. Additionally, I have several positions to fill." Chapter 34, A Fortuitous Offer. Oh, what other roles require staffing? Lev and the others gazed at Ngu in confusion, questioning, "Are you in need of individuals to make jam? If so, we could assist with that." Hearing this, Ngu found himself both amused and exasperated. He had no intention of operating a small workshop. It was not merely about enlisting a couple of people. Nevertheless, he had to admit that Lev and his wife's words touched him deeply. He had just conceived a project that held significant profit potential, and without a moment's hesitation, they were eager to assist him, devoid of any thoughts of financial gain. In this materialistic world, it seemed that only in such villages could people exhibit such genuine simplicity. "If you are willing to help me, that would be splendid, though I must clarify that it is not merely jam making, which anyone can do." Ngu responded with a smile. "To be honest, although my farm is still in its nascent phase, there is an abundance of work to be done. I cannot manage it all alone and require trustworthy individuals to assist me. Given that I have just arrived, I can only rely on the three of you." He proposed, "How about this? Both of you come to help me here, and I will offer you each a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. What do you think?" Just as Ngu stated, despite the farm being in its infancy, the workload was indeed substantial. The production of jam and the breeding of sika deer already require a considerable workforce. Moreover, one must also tend to the farm's cultivated land, meadows, beaches, and other areas. In addition, the most pressing need is to hire part-time workers for the wild fruit harvest and to procure blueberries and various other fruits from the villagers. In summary, the farm's affairs have accumulated significantly. If he were to handle everything alone, it would be an insurmountable task. It is evident that he would not wish to confront such an outcome. To resolve this issue, it is essential to seek trustworthy individuals for assistance. Ideally, these individuals should possess a deep understanding of the village's circumstances. Undoubtedly, the best candidates are the Sophia family seated before him. Crucially, he had previously gathered some information about them. The Sophia family primarily sustains themselves through livestock farming, which implies they have ample time to lend a hand, while also earning additional income. Upon hearing Ngu's words, Lev was momentarily taken aback. "Isn't this inappropriate? We lack the necessary skills. It mainly involves recruiting personnel, disbursing wages to the part-time villagers, and purchasing their fruits. These tasks are quite simple, albeit somewhat tedious," Ngu interjected decisively. "The reason we require trustworthy individuals like you is due to the financial aspect. As for the monthly salary of 10,000, I believe it is quite reasonable." Lev and his wife exchanged glances filled with uncertainty. To be honest, a monthly salary of 10,000 was very enticing. For both of them, that would total 20,000 a month, equivalent to more than half a year's income. However, they pondered their worthiness for such an opportunity. "What about me? I can help too," Sophia suddenly interjected. Her original purpose for returning was to lead the villagers towards prosperity. However, observing the changes brought about by Ngo, it seemed that the villagers' lives would soon flourish without her needing to lead them through arduous struggles. Just the act of foraging wild fruits could significantly increase many households' incomes. Furthermore, she understood that this was merely the beginning. The farm would undoubtedly create numerous employment opportunities, improving the villagers' lives even further. In light of this, why toil away in hardship? It would be far more beneficial to join Ngu's farm and contribute to its growth and expansion. By doing so, she could also achieve her goals. Moreover, if she joined the farm, she would have the privilege of seeing Ngu every day. If you are willing to come, that would be splendid. Ngu exclaimed with delight. Coincidentally, I have ordered 100 deer for testing purposes, which will arrive tomorrow. We can discuss how to accommodate them together. He had initially considered inviting her parents over before gradually persuading her to join his farm. However, he was pleasantly surprised that she had approached him of her own accord. At that moment, Sophia and her family were in a state of shock. 100 deer. Even the cheapest fawns would cost over 1,000 each. Wasn't he that a starting investment of at least 100,000? Moreover, this was merely a trial run. Could it be that they wished to raise even more? Not to mention, just the deer antlers alone could fetch a considerable sum. It seems that Ngu possesses more wealth than they had initially presumed. If that is the case, then the potential loss from the jam production seems less daunting. Deer? Are we referring to reindeer? Sophia quickly recalled Nji's words from yesterday. No, this time we are acquiring sika deer. We have yet to find a source for reindeer. Ngu shook his head and remarked, to be honest, reindeer are still rather scarce. It's not an easy endeavor. Upon hearing this, Sophia couldn't help but roll her eyes, as if to say that acquiring sika deer was any simpler. However, she swiftly redirected her attention, asking, are the sika deer young fawns? If so, we need to begin preparations this afternoon. No, they are all adults, Ngu replied. Moreover, they should all be quite healthy. Well, that's a relief. Although you seem to be a bit hasty. While the farm has existing facilities such as barns, feed rooms, and veterinary clinics, they have not been utilized in quite some time, and there may be areas that require repair, Sophia noted. I have taken a look. There should be no significant issues, Ngu responded. Somewhat helplessly, he was well aware of this. Yet, with the lottery system yielding such results, what alternative was there? Observing Ngu and Sophia engage in their banter, the Lev couple exchanged glances, seemingly arriving at a final decision. They appeared to see a reflection of their own past in Ngu and Sophia. After all, before long, Ngu would be their son-in-law. Therefore, the finances could not be squandered on outsiders. Following Nji's lead was the only course of action. At worst, they could save the surplus as a dowry for their daughter. Just then, Nji's phone rang. Hello, may I speak with Mr. Ngu? This is Nanqing from Douyin's Content Operations. The voice began, but before the message could be completed, the call was cut off with a series of beeps. What on earth? Did they just hang up? Without letting me finish, Nanqing thought, growing increasingly anxious, wishing he could slap himself for the delay. Nanqing, you should have made the call right away. How could you let it linger so long? But wait, could it be that other companies would reach out so swiftly? They did not possess the same access to contact information as I do. Yet, why did the call disconnect? Could there be something significant at play? Meanwhile, on the other end, after hanging up, Ngu couldn't help but grumble. The information leaks from these companies are absolutely absurd. It hasn't been long, and already scammers are reaching out. Sophia interjected. Is it possible that it was indeed Douyin's official line? I have only live-streamed for 2 days. How could the official team take notice? Ngu chuckled. Sophia, forget about that call. Let us continue. Chapter 35. An 80-20 split would suffice. No sooner had he spoken than the phone rang again. Ngu furrowed his brow, but answered the call, curious to see what trickery the caller had in store. Hello, Mr. Ngu. I assure you, I am not a scammer. Upon hearing the call connect, Nanqing promptly stated, today, your live stream has captivated over 100,000 viewers solely through big data, which is why I reached out to you. Fearing that Ngu might disconnect the call, Nanqing hurriedly clarified the situation. We are keen on signing an exclusive contract with you, which would undoubtedly benefit your streaming career. Upon hearing this, Ngu raised an eyebrow and inquired, are you truly affiliated with Douyin's official team? Indeed, I am responsible for the operations of Douyin live streaming, Nanqing replied, relieved that Ngu had not hung up. He continued, if you agree to sign an exclusive agreement with us, we can elevate the gift revenue share and provide substantial traffic support. This statement piqued Nji's interest. While the gift share was not the primary concern, the prospect of traffic support was undeniably enticing, as the goal of his streaming endeavors was to achieve recognition. Oh, please elaborate on the specific conditions, Ngu requested. You should be aware that the previous gift revenue share was set at 30 to 70, favoring the platform, and although there was a subsequent adjustment, even then, the streamer only received 50. However, should you sign the exclusive agreement, We are willing to raise the share to 70 to 30 in your favor, Nanxing explained. To illustrate, he continued, for instance, in today's live stream, your total gift revenue reached 6.24 million in sound waves, translating to 624,000 yuan. The standard share would amount to 312,000 yuan, but with the exclusive agreement, you could withdraw 436,800 yuan. At this point, while Ngu remained composed, Nanxing could not help but take a deep breath. To be frank, the audience for Douyin live streams rarely showers gifts, especially in comparison to other platforms. It is quite challenging for top streamers to achieve such figures. Consequently, many streamers tend to focus on selling products or sharing shopping links to earn some commission. Yet, NGE's debut live stream had nearly reached the ceiling of gift revenue, which was indeed astonishing. However, she soon regained her composure and shifted her focus back to the terms. If all went well, she would become NGE's exclusive operator, and the potential performance bonuses would be substantial. More importantly, the traffic support was critical. As you know, our platform hosts numerous influencers with millions, even tens of millions of followers, surpassing the fan bases of certain celebrities. If you agree to the exclusive contract, we would actively promote your streams and videos, crafting tailored events to attract viewers. You might not realize this, but advertisers are very eager to collaborate with highly interactive streamers like yourself, and given your current standing, a rate of 100,000 yuan per hour would be quite reasonable. Oh, and regarding product sales, our platform is also willing to make concessions to ensure you receive a larger share of the revenue. To be candid, Ngu is not particularly interested in merchandise sales or advertising. However, the allure of having 1 million or even 10 million followers and exclusive events was significant, as these represented tangible prestige. Moreover, it will continuously supply itself. However, he is acutely aware of one fundamental truth. Fortune does not simply fall from the heavens. So what obligation do I have to fulfill? Firstly, upon signing an exclusive contract, you are bound to broadcast solely on our platform, Nanxing stated solemnly. Of course, this pertains only to live streaming. Regarding video content, if you are amenable, we can draft another exclusive agreement, which is entirely separate. Furthermore, we require you to maintain your creative style, which essentially involves continuing the current agricultural development while occasionally incorporating some side quests. Lastly, you must ensure a monthly broadcast duration of 120 hours. Upon hearing this, NGE's eyes flickered. The preceding conditions were entirely acceptable to him. He felt that Douyin live streaming was quite effective. Moreover, his followers already knew where to find him. As for his streaming style, that would undoubtedly remain unchanged, as he originally aimed to develop the farm while streaming concurrently. However, the requirement of 120 hours of streaming became increasingly burdensome. Once he signed the contract, would that not equate to treating streaming as a job? Would he also need to clock in? He had come to the farm precisely to avoid such constraints. Streaming when he felt happy and refraining when he did not was the essence of comfort. Being restricted by a contract. What kind of situation was that? Just as he contemplated rejecting the offer, Nanxing's voice interrupted his thoughts. By the way, you haven't signed with any MCN organization or live streaming company, have you? What is an MCN organization? As for live streaming companies, you are the ones who approached me. Ngu candidly replied, to be honest, I have no desire to sign with you. I cannot accept the 120-hour requirement. Please reconsider. We can negotiate the terms. Upon hearing NGE's intent to refuse, Nanxing quickly responded, if you find 120 hours excessive, we can reduce it to 90 hours. It is not merely a matter of quantity. We can also enhance the revenue share, perhaps to an 80-20 split. Ngu raised an eyebrow at Nanxing's proposition. I will not accept any restrictions on streaming duration. While reaching 120 hours is feasible, what if there comes a time when I do not wish to stream? Would that not place me in a precarious position? Nanxing was momentarily taken aback by NGE's response, not anticipating such reasoning. She had assumed Ngu was dissatisfied with something else. Seeing that Nanxing fell silent, Ngu was about to end the call when Nanxing hastily interjected. If you dislike duration restrictions, we can forego that requirement, as long as you maintain your style and fulfill these two major conditions on our platform. How about this? Your address is in Dakarodianzi village, Mo City, correct? I will apply for a business trip and strive to meet with you in the next few days. Many terms are negotiable. Very well. Ngu, hearing the other party's willingness to compromise, replied, if you come as planned, I am indifferent, though it might be a wasted trip, as I personally detest the feeling of being constrained. That is perfectly fine. Nanxing added, additionally, before we sign the contract, it is advisable not to withdraw the current gift earnings, as withdrawing now will certainly incur a reduction of approximately 20%. All right, Ngu, witnessing the confidence radiating from the other party, readily acquiesced. After all, he was not financially constrained at the moment. Today, he had fortuitously won a lottery prize of 1.8 million, sufficient to sustain him for quite some time. Given the impending face-to-face meeting, Gu and the other party exchanged only brief pleasantries. After which Nanqing expressed a desire to add Gu as a friend on WeChat for further discussions, promptly ending the call. They truly are from Douyin, aren't they? Sophia remarked with a smile as Gu hung up. I told you, with so many viewers on your live stream, it's only natural for their company to reach out to you. Chapter 36. Over 200 people? I genuinely did not anticipate this. Gu, feeling a bit bashful, scratched his head and said, I just think that with so many individuals going viral overnight on the internet, how could they possibly approach each one? It would require an enormous workforce. He decided to dismiss such thoughts, reasoning that in a couple of days, she would seek him out, and they could discuss their collaboration in person then. Hearing this, Sophia and the others felt no need to dwell on it further. Before long, the four of them finalized all arrangements regarding the blueberries and deer. In that case, Uncle, you should communicate with the other villagers this afternoon, Gu concluded. Sophia, Auntie, and I will tidy up the livestock area. Essentially, they needed to inform the villagers about Ng's blueberry collection, the production of blueberry jam, and the rearing of the deer, which did not require a large workforce. The villagers were all quite familiar with each other, and having Lev relay the message would lend it more credibility. After Gu confirmed the plan, Lev promptly departed the farm. Let us also prepare and take a look at the various facilities, Gu said, smiling at the other two as he observed Lev's retreating figure. This afternoon, they had quite a bit to accomplish, including a simple cleaning of the barn, feed room, veterinary office, and other facilities. Especially since the first group of guests was expected to arrive the following day. Gu held these clients, who could produce deer antler velvet, in high regard. With that, he rose to fetch the cleaning tools. Sophia, noticing his movement, followed closely behind and said, Indeed, I checked yesterday, and we have most of the necessary items. A little tidying up should make everything usable. Just as Gu stepped out of the dining area, a small bear waddled excitedly out, closely trailing behind him. Goodness, after just feeding it once, it has latched onto me. Gu remarked, slightly exasperated. He recalled carrying the creature for quite a distance without its consent, and now, after merely offering some jam, it was reluctant to stray too far from him. The moniker Iron Fool truly seemed fitting. Hey, this little one is still young. It might be considering you as its mother, Sophia teased with a mischievous grin. Once it grows a bit more, you might find it want to follow you even if you want it to. Mother? It's more likely it sees you as its mother. At best it might regard me as its father, Gu replied. Gu casually remarked, I believe it is simply drawn to the scent of the jam I made. Once the aroma fades from me, it will surely grow more affectionate towards you. Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia felt her cheeks flush. To think of herself as the mother and him as the father. Could this be an implicit suggestion? With this thought in mind, Sophia glanced at Gu, only to find that he seemed devoid of ulterior motives, leaving her feeling somewhat disheartened. Even the words that had come to her lips, admonishing him not to assume the role of a father, remained unspoken, for after all, male bears only concern themselves with procreation, neglecting the nurturing of their cubs. Before long, the two had procured all the necessary tools. Mother, let us depart. All the facilities are adjacent to the villa. With Sophia's voice ushering them forth, the trio ventured outside, the little bear obediently trailing behind. This scene elicited astonished murmurs from Sophia's mother, Li Yuji, who exclaimed, I have never seen a bear so closely bonded with humans. Oh, this is no mere bear, Gu chuckled. When I mention Xiao Xiong, I refer to the black bear. This one is a brown bear, and it is likely to grow as large as 2 black bears combined. Li Yuji paused at Ng's words, recalling her encounters with black bears. The thought of a creature twice their size sent shivers down her spine, and she struggled to reconcile this little one with the image of a colossal bear. Soon, they arrived at their destination. With time pressing and tasks at hand, the trio fell into action without further ado. Meanwhile, the bear lay quietly to the side, watching Gu and the others with a docile demeanor, making no sound whatsoever. However, the moment Gu moved, it would eagerly follow, displaying a rather endearing expression of dismay whenever it was nudged aside, emitting soft whimpers that drew eye rolls from Sophia. Nevertheless, such reactions only heightened Ng's anticipation. Given its current intelligence, it would surely become even more astute after consuming the specially formulated milk. As they busied themselves, time flew by, and before they knew it, the clock struck 6 or 7. The preparations for the arrival of the deer were now complete. Gu, smiling, reached out to pat the bear's head, saying, We finally did it. The bear, no longer evasive, licked Ng's hand. Although a bear's tongue is covered in tiny barbs, these retract voluntarily, yielding a rather coarse yet tolerable sensation. Seeing this, Sophia couldn't help but extend her hand as well. However, the bear gave her a disdainful glance before returning to nuzzle against Ng's arm. Humph, you truly are a silly bear. Just you wait. I might not change your bandages or give you baths anymore. Sophia huffed at the bear. Yet, the bear remained oblivious to her words, instinctively submitting to Ngu. Oh, our dear bear certainly needs time to adjust, Ngu chuckled, observing Sophia's adorable antics. It is evident that she is genuinely envious. After a whole afternoon of familiarizing himself, Tai Henin has grown increasingly intimate with Ngu. During lunch, he would not even allow Ngu to touch him, yet now he has begun to seek her favor. And what of myself? After the considerable effort I put into bathing and bandaging him at noon, he now refuses to be touched. How disheartening. Truly, one cannot appreciate the pain of comparison until one experiences it. When Ngu and the others returned, Lev happened to arrive from outside as well. I have already spoken to the villagers, and most have chosen to go to the mountains to gather berries themselves. Lev, with a hint of resignation, remarked that it is not that they do not wish to earn the guaranteed daily wage, but rather they feel compelled to first collect the blueberry patches they are familiar with to prevent others from harvesting them first. I estimate that once they have gathered all the patches they know, they will come to earn that 100 yuan guarantee before heading back to the mountains. This is inconsequential. The real question is how many are willing to go? And Gun nodded in agreement. For him, irrespective of the choice made, there is profit to be gained. The critical factor is the number of participants. The yield is paramount. I estimate there could be more than 200 people. Lev added, additionally, I instructed them to gather any wild fruits they encounter on the mountain. We want them all. Money does indeed stir the heart. In a village of over 300 individuals, more than 200 are willing to go. However, this is advantageous. It is certain that all the gathered fruits can be sold. At this moment, in the home of General Guangxingju, Shi Wanyu said to his parents, they have already stated they do not intend to sell the ginseng. If we want it, we should negotiate face-to-face to ensure it is suitable. Furthermore, with 100,000 acres of land, they surely are not short on money. We ought to offer more in exchange. And a conversation is necessary. It's just crossing the Wulong River. We are not leaving the country. So what is there to worry about? After dinner, Lev's family departed from the farm. Ngu was very pleased with Lev's performance today. More than 200 individuals will begin harvesting fruits in the mountains tomorrow, and he is confident that soon they will receive a bountiful harvest of wild fruits. After seeing them off, Ngu quickly procured a batch of 375 milliliter glass jars and sealing machines online. All these items are essential for making jam. Compared to the vacuum equipment won in the system lottery, the sealing machines and glass jars are readily available. It is merely the labels that need to be created. Thus, these items will not take long to acquire. Once the manufacturers complete their work, they will send the packages directly via postal service to this location. Nowadays, postal services are nearly as swift as express deliveries, and considering the remoteness, only the postal service is willing to deliver here. In summary, these items could reach the farm in as little as 4 days. Even if delayed, they would certainly arrive within a week. After resolving these various matters, the time had already reached 9 o'clock. However, at this hour, the sky had only just begun to darken. The summer days in Daxianbei Mountain are perpetually long. Gazing at the quietly resting, seemingly slumbering bear, Ngu could not help but lean down, yearning to caress this creature. Unexpectedly, before his arm could reach, the bear abruptly awakened. It then eagerly nudged against his arm, and ultimately, it sprawled on the ground, revealing its golden-hued belly. Witnessing this scene, Ngu felt an increasing sense of trust towards the little fellow. Although bear species often rise to confront adversaries, their abdomen remains their most vulnerable area. The fact that this creature dared to expose its belly before him undoubtedly signified its trust in him. Indeed, all beings possess a certain spirituality. Oh, how could I have forgotten that? While stroking the bear, Ngu suddenly slapped his thigh and rose to leave. Upon seeing this, the bear promptly scrambled to its feet, closely trailing Ngu, fearful that he might depart without returning. Alas, due to its mobility issues, its descent down the stairs was exceedingly slow. By the time it reached the first floor, Ngu had acquired a bottle, filled with the animal milk powder he had won in a lottery. Here, enjoy this delightful treat, he said, presenting the bottle as the bear arrived. The nipple was immediately thrust into its mouth, causing the bear to freeze momentarily, gazing at Ngu in confusion. Had it not just eaten? Nevertheless, when food is presented, it is only natural to partake. After a brief pause, the bear began to consume eagerly. However, upon the first sip, it paused again, seemingly realizing that this was unlike the previous 2 meals. In mere moments, the bear sat up, snatching the bottle to drink. It appeared to relish the flavor immensely. My goodness, it has even learned to grasp the bottle. Ngu, witnessing this charming display, couldn't resist capturing the moment on his phone. In less than a minute, the bear had polished off the entire bottle of milk, a feat accomplished far more swiftly than when it drank regular cow's milk. What was even more astonishing was that after finishing, the bear handed the bottle back, seemingly wanting more. So, you do recognize that this is a fine treat. Ngu promptly seized the bottle, stating, however, you may only have 1 bottle a day. Overindulgence would be wasteful and beyond your capacity to absorb. Despite the bear's whimpering protests, Ngu remained resolute. Enhancing its physical condition and intellect was too precious to waste, as others would surely require it in the future. After playing with the bear for a while longer, Ngu finally returned to his bedroom. He casually uploaded the recently recorded video to Douyin, whimsically titling it, "The Brown Bear, Iron Hanan, surprisingly loves drinking milk." After posting, he headed straight for a shower. Ding! Ngu, whom you follow, has released a new work. It has received 3 likes. Ding! Ngu, whom you follow, has released a new work. It has garnered 682 likes. Ding! Ngu, whom you follow, has released a new work. It has amassed 1,293 likes. Ngu had scarcely removed his attire when a multitude of notifications flooded in. On Douyin, an individual he followed had shared a work, prompting many to activate this notification feature. In a mere minute, the video Ngu casually posted garnered over 10,000 likes, with more than 5,000 collections, and an astonishing 7,000 comments, including remarks like, "Ha, this fellow can actually use a baby bottle." Within just one day, the little bear seemed to transform into a human child. I began to suspect that the host might be a beast trainer. How else could such a rapid bond form? I recalled that during the afternoon break, this creature had not allowed the host to touch it, yet within such a short time, it had become so attached. Did they imply that the host was indeed its owner? When did he usually go live? As the comments section overflowed, the engagement metrics soared. 10 minutes later, the likes reached an astounding 100,000, with collections skyrocketing to an impressive 80,000. The comments surged exponentially, while others merely left messages. Ngu's comments evolved into discussions, rendering the phenomenon simply unbelievable. The remarkable data naturally attracted significant attention from big data analytics, drawing in many who had never witnessed Ngu's broadcasts. Through the comments, many learned that the bear, affectionately named Tai Henin, belonged to a host. In the capital, Nanxing, who had just received approval for a business trip, had not yet returned to his apartment when he discovered that Ngu had posted a new video. The moment he clicked on it, he was left utterly astonished. 400,000 likes, 320,000 collections, and 390,000 comments. Was this even possible? Nanxing gasped. "Ngu, who on earth are you? You're bound to trend shortly. Regardless of his identity, I am determined to sign you. No matter the concessions required, I will secure your partnership." As an operations personnel, it is rare to encounter such extraordinary engagement ratios. Yet, I must concede, these figures are simply phenomenal. If sustained, Ngu is destined to forge a new myth in self-media. Before long, Ngu had finished his shower. Upon reopening his phone, he was astonished to find that his follower count had escalated to 230,000, an increase of 120,000 since the end of the live stream. Tai Henin, who would have thought you possessed such allure? It seems you could earn your keep independently now. Ngu smiled at the bear, now resting by the bedside, before lying down himself. To be honest, he had encountered numerous bizarre occurrences in recent days. Compared to gaining over 100,000 followers, this seemed trivial. As dawn broke the next day, Ngu was roused from his slumber by his phone. "Mr. Ngu, your farm is located in Dakitianzi village, Mo City, correct? Are you home? I am a staff member delivering the sick deer and have just arrived in Mo. I anticipate reaching you in approximately 2 hours." Chapter 38. That thing strengthens the kidneys. Upon hearing those words, Ngu immediately perked up. Yes, indeed, it was in the village of the vast grasslands. "Just come over. I shall be at the farm," he exclaimed with excitement. "All right, Mr. Ngu, I will arrive as soon as possible. Do be careful." After a brief exchange, the driver hung up the phone. Rising from his slumber, he drew back the curtains, and sunlight cascaded into the room. Gazing out at the scenery, his mood lightened considerably. To one side lay an endless expanse of forested mountains, and to the other, the undulating waves of the Woolen River, each possessing its unique charm, yet harmoniously intertwined. "I must certainly investigate how to replace the smart curtains when I have the time," he mused, leaning against the windowsill. "If only I could call out to the intelligent device each morning, and the curtains would automatically part to reveal such a breathtaking view. What a delightful occurrence that would be." But for now, he had to rise from his bed in his natural state to manually draw open the heavy drapes. As Ngu sighed at this thought, he suddenly felt a furry sensation on his calf and glanced down, exclaiming, "Ah, you have risen as well." In truth, the bear's hearing was quite comparable to that of a human. Ngu's movements were not sufficient to rouse it from slumber, but due to the change in environment, Tai Han was noticeably more sensitive than usual. Having awakened when Ngu received his call, it hurried over as soon as it saw him moving. "Huh." Tai Han responded to Ngu's words. "Ha ha ha, you clever creature." Ngu chuckled as he crouched down to rub the bear's head. Before long, he was fully dressed, made a brief announcement for his upcoming live stream, and headed towards the kitchen on the first floor. Currently, he was the sole occupant of the farm. As such, the task of preparing meals fell solely upon him. He fried 2 eggs, prepared some red sausage, and complemented it with milk from the Sophia family and a loaf of bread, thus assembling a simple breakfast. And as for Tai Han Han, a bottle of veterinary milk powder sufficed. This concoction was known to enhance both physique and intelligence, and it was essential not to cease its consumption. Drink slowly. No one is competing with you. Ngu remarked as he observed the bear gulping down its meal. One could only imagine the flavor must be quite appealing, otherwise, it would not exhibit such enthusiasm. Just as he was finishing his meal, a series of knocks echoed through the villa. Senior, I have arrived. Since Ngu had entrusted the backup key to the Sophia family the previous day, they were free to enter the farm at their leisure. Glancing at the clock, Ngu swiftly consumed the remaining egg and, holding the milk, made his way to the door. His desire to replace the smart furniture intensified. With such technology, he need not traverse so far. Senior, you have already prepared breakfast? I brought some treats for you, Sophia remarked. Noticing the remnants of oil on Ngu's lips and the milk he was holding, pouting slightly. Haha, let me see what you have brought. Perhaps I can still indulge. As they conversed, Ngu directly took the thermos box from Sophia's hands. Goodness, this is identical to what I just ate, except for the addition of jam, he remarked, genuinely surprised. Upon hearing this, Sophia blinked in astonishment. You made this too? But this is a standard breakfast for the Ross family. Are you daft? We attend the same university. Ngu nearly chuckled at the expression on Sophia's face. The Ice City inherently possesses a rich Ross cultural essence, and our university is one of the premier regions for producing red sausage. While speaking, Ngu grabbed a piece of bread and popped it into his mouth. Huh, is this not blueberry jam? It tastes delightful. Is it raspberry jam? Yes, indeed, it is tomo jam, with honey added, Sophia confirmed with a nod. Tomo is the local term for raspberry in the greater Xinbei mountain region. Your father must have reminded the villagers that we need to be cautious with other wild fruits, right? Ngu recalled briefly, confirming he had indeed been informed, and he felt reassured, stating, I find this jam quite delightful. It's unfortunate that the raspberry season is nearing its end. This year, we likely won't produce much. Raspberries. They don't have any beautifying effects, do they? Sophia inquired. However, raspberries are beneficial for kidney health, Ngu said casually while enjoying his meal. Raspberries are indeed a remarkable fruit, known for nourishing the kidneys, enhancing vision, alleviating hangovers, and quenching thirst. Not to mention, the dual benefits of kidney nourishment and hangover relief alone could make it a trending product. He was convinced that if raspberry jam could be crafted, it would rival blueberry jam in appeal. Evidently, Sophia had watched Ngu's livestream the previous day and was aware of the benefits of blueberries. She mused that the primary audience for blueberries would surely be beauty-conscious women and families with young children, which prompted her to exclaim that statement. Little did she know that raspberries possessed such kidney-supporting properties. Although she didn't fully comprehend it, she was aware that many wild animals had fallen into endangered categories due to those two words. It was easy to imagine how many customers those two words could attract. By the way, you mentioned adding honey. Was it purchased, or does the village have beekeeping? Ngu suddenly asked. If it's from our own hives, I would love to keep some bees, especially since Iron Huan Huan would undoubtedly relish honey. He pointed towards Iron Huan Huan nearby. The honey was bought from the city. But we could indeed keep bees here. I'll look into it later, Sophia replied. Yet, I can't help but feel that beekeeping might not be the best option. Our winters are too long, and the flowering period is so brief. The bees surely wouldn't gather enough nectar. We should investigate that. Perhaps there are suitable varieties. Ngu suggested as they arrived at the dining hall. In a short while, Ngu finished off the breakfast that Sophia had brought. Perhaps due to the increased physical activity from the previous day, Ngu found his appetite to be particularly robust today. After tidying up the utensils, Ngu glanced at the time. There was still about half an hour until the delivery of the spotted deer. I plan to host a live stream, showcasing our deer enclosure, feed room, veterinary clinic, and other facilities. If you prefer to stay put, you can wait in the villa. Half an hour until they arrive? Sophia exclaimed with surprise. I'll join you outside. Let us take a brief stroll and wait for the driver at the entrance. All right, Tai Han Han, you come along too. Ngu nodded and, equipped with the live streaming device, headed outside. Hello everyone, I am the novice broadcaster Ngu. And I am also a farmer with a vast expanse of land spanning 100,000 acres. In about half an hour, the 100 spotted deer I purchased will be delivered. I believe many of you share my curiosity about what it is like to raise spotted deer, right? Chapter 39. The arrival of the spotted deer. As Ngu appeared in the live stream, the atmosphere in the room became lively. The broadcaster is here. Finally, it has begun. Is this the same opening line the broadcaster used before? Hey, Sophia is here too. Wow, I see Tai Han Han. Quick, let him appear on camera. Did the broadcaster just mention spotted deer? 100 of them. Aren't spotted deer protected animals? Is it legal to raise them? Are you foolish? Didn't you notice the brown bear beside the broadcaster? Isn't that also a protected species? The broadcaster possesses a license for the breeding of key protected wild animals. You can verify this on the homepage or consult the relevant authorities. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, Ngu smiled and replied, "Indeed. Spotted deer are protected animals, but all my paperwork is in order, allowing for their legal cultivation. I have procured 100 of them as a trial, which should suffice, and I plan to make further purchases later." With approximately half an hour remaining before the spotted deer's arrival, let us take this opportunity to explore the facilities prepared for raising deer on my farm. If any friends wish to apply for a license for the breeding of protected wild animals, these facilities are essential. As Ngu conversed with the comments, the number of viewers in the live stream began to rise. It is important to note that many viewers activate notifications and watch other videos or streams until they see the alert before entering the room. In just a few minutes, the number of viewers surpassed 100,000, with a continued upward trend, which was indeed astonishing. However, Ngu was oblivious to this phenomenon. Once the viewer count approached the peak from the previous day's broadcast, he felt it was sufficient and proceeded towards the deer enclosure. Little did he know how remarkable it was to achieve such a peak audience right at the beginning. Sophia and Tai Han followed closely, all appearing on camera. Although Ngu had ceased speaking, the live stream continued to buzz with discussions. 100 spotted deer for trial. The broadcaster is quite ambitious. I surmise that a deer would indeed cost several thousand, perhaps amounting to hundreds of thousands in total. Merely hundreds of thousands, a trifling sum. For the host possesses a vast expanse of land encompassing 100,000 acres. Those of you who are new may not be aware of this. At last, I have spied the adorable Iron Fool. How charming it is. I had anticipated that the owner of Iron Fool would resemble a robust figure from Bear Country. Yet to my surprise, he is a dashing young man. Captivated by the videos of Iron Fool, I have been won over by the host. From this day forth, I shall be a devoted fan. This is indeed my first encounter with such a live broadcast. Does the host truly own a farm and intend to share the journey of its development through live streaming? Your words have reminded me, dear host. What has become of the blueberry jam? My wife has been clamoring to purchase it ever since she heard it can enhance memory, though it may also be due to her own desire for anti-aging benefits. While the discourse continued, the camera revealed an area enclosed by a fence. It appeared that the fence was slightly taller than the host, perhaps exceeding 1.8 meters. The area seemed to encompass approximately 1,500 square meters. In this open space, numerous feeding racks, troughs, and water basins were arranged for livestock. At the farthest point was a shelter designed to shield from wind and rain. The host possesses 100,000 acres of farmland. Why then is this area enclosed? I too am curious, as I recall that free-range animals often possess superior quality compared to those kept in confinement. Could it be a concern that these creatures may damage the crops? Such a vast expanse should surely suffice for the animals to roam. I believe the host ought to allow the animals to exercise outdoors, particularly the deer, which surely require ample physical activity. A chorus of online spectators, armed with their keyboards, challenged a professional who is an esteemed graduate from Dongnon University and possesses experience in assisting farmers. Do you possess such credentials? When the host, Ngu, noticed the rising commotion in the live stream, he promptly intervened, stating, "There is no need for discord among you. Indeed, we do prefer free range for our deer. However, that is not the case at present for two reasons. One, I wish for these deer to recognize this place as their home, so that when they are free range, they will know to return and not wander the mountains. Two, the deer we recently acquired may carry viruses, bacteria, or even infectious diseases. Releasing them blindly into the mountains could endanger local wildlife. In summary, once we ascertain there is no risk, we shall open the gates, permitting the spotted deer to roam freely within the farm." Within G's words, the atmosphere in the chat room became significantly more harmonious, and many participants appeared enlightened. It became clear that there were substantial considerations at play. Naturally, those who had previously been vociferous in their criticism faced a wave of backlash. The host does not wish to prevent the animals from venturing outside, nor does he fear for the crops. He simply seeks to ensure safety. What more can you keyboard warriors say? In the brief pause that followed, Ngu guided the camera towards another structure, stating, "Please observe. This building has also been erected for safety purposes. Once a deer exhibits health issues, it is promptly sent here." As Ngu spoke, he entered the facility. First, we arrived at the disinfection room, where the incoming animals undergo sterilization using specialized equipment. While explaining, Ngu showcased various dedicated devices, with Sophia assisting in the introduction. Soon enough, the entire process was outlined: the disinfection room, the veterinary clinic, and the isolation chamber. After reviewing the veterinary procedures, they briefly introduced other functional areas such as the feed room, biogas pit, and rainwater and wastewater separation. It must be noted that GE's meticulous itinerary made it clear to many newcomers that he genuinely intends to operate the farm, unlike some influencers who merely seek attention, capturing footage without earnest commitment to their ventures, which is rather distasteful. As discussions ensued, a comment appeared. I just noticed there are actually fences dividing this area. Upon reading this, Ngu chuckled and remarked, stags, does, and fawns must be housed separately. If our fans wish to establish a deer farm, this is essential. Additionally, there are fixed standards for space allocation, 10 square meters for stags, 13 for does, and 7 for fawns. Just as Ngu was elucidating deer husbandry to the audience, Sophia suddenly interjected, Senior, it's nearly time. Shall we head towards the farm entrance? Chapter 40. Surprised, I assent it? It seems to be approaching quickly. Ngu glanced at the time and said, You appear quite eager. Of course, Sophia exclaimed. Raising deer is one of my greatest aspirations. Unfortunately, acquiring the wildlife breeding permit is beyond my reach. I previously struggled with the thought of only being able to raise ordinary livestock like cattle and sheep for the rest of my life, which made my decision to return quite difficult. In the live stream, many who were aware of Sophia's background felt a surge of emotions upon hearing this. They were surprised to learn that she harbored such aspirations. I had suspected that Sophia must have been conflicted, but I hadn't anticipated it would be for this reason. Indeed, for many, the purpose of education is not merely to escape poverty, but to elevate their hometown from it. Now, with the presence of the streamer, Sophia can frequently see her beloved deer, and we hope she can successfully aid in alleviating poverty. I genuinely believe that the streamer's efforts here will also contribute positively to the local economy. While the crowd conversed, Ngu and Sophia had already arrived at the farm entrance. In fact, many viewers were witnessing the scene at the entrance for the first time. Gazing into the distance at the village, many expressed their awe. The wooden structures of the village are a rarity elsewhere. Those vividly colored houses constructed from logs are particularly eye-catching, especially the strikingly vibrant roof of the muscular fan's abode, which draws much attention. As Ngu explained to the newcomers why the village appeared as it did, he anxiously awaited. Did he not also yearn for the arrival of the cicadere? In an effort to mask his anxiety while explaining, Ngu began to tease Tai Henin. Meanwhile, Sophia observed the playful interaction between Ngu and Tai Henin, a flicker of incredulity crossing her eyes. However, she refrained from voicing her doubts, perhaps not wishing to address them before such an audience, or perhaps deeming the matter of the cicadere more pressing. As time passed, the audience learned that the Great Meadow Village was, in fact, a village of the Russian ethnic group. They naturally understood why individuals like Sophia and Lev belonged to the same community. At long last, the moment had arrived. And Nge's voice resonated through the live stream. It truly took a long while. The camera then shifted to reveal an approaching truck, instantly igniting a flurry of discussion among the viewers. Finally, the cicadere were on their way. But could 2 trucks accommodate 100 heads? Certainly. The first truck could hold 80 adult pigs. I run a slaughterhouse, so I'm quite familiar with it. Yet, I can't shake the feeling that the 2 trucks are not from the same route. The second one seems ill-suited for live animals. Indeed, the second truck did not appear designed to transport cicadere, lacking the ventilation necessary for such creatures, unlike the first, which boasted windows in its cargo area. Amidst the audience's chatter, Ngu noticed that the second truck seemed distinct from the first. Setting aside the type of vehicle, the snug fit of the second truck suggested it was not intended for transporting animals like cicadere. Hey, Senior, why does the second truck seem unsuitable for carrying cicadere? Sophia questioned, sensing the anomaly. I don't know, perhaps other items I ordered have also arrived. The Henti contacted me beforehand. Just as he spoke, Ngu suddenly contemplated that it might be other items won in yesterday's lottery that were being delivered. He recalled that besides the cicadere, he had also won 2 other items, which were to arrive today. However, the delivery driver had not called him in advance, unlike the one transporting the deer. In the brief span of their conversation, the truck arrived at the farm entrance. After parking, a middle-aged man disembarked and walked directly towards Ngu and Sophia. Young man, your boss must have instructed where to deliver these cicadere? I am the owner of this place, Ngu replied with a smile. You see that villa over there? Follow this road a bit further, and you'll find a livestock shed. Please park the truck there for now and wait for me. Wait, you're the owner here? The man exclaimed in surprise, taken aback to discover that Ngu was the proprietor of the farm and not merely a young worker. Although they had exchanged a few words before, he had assumed Ngu was simply youthful in voice, given the considerable scale of the farm. Although the exact numbers elude me, the vast expanse of fencing makes it easy to infer. Furthermore, considering that I have brought along 100 cicadere, with a total value reaching 500,000 yuan, it is evident that the procedures for breeding cicadere are not something just anyone can accomplish. Such a grand enterprise. He could hardly fathom that it belonged to a young individual. Witnessing this scene, the viewers in the live stream were filled with delight. I knew I couldn't be the only one reacting this way. The revelation that a person in their 20s is the owner of this farm likely elicited similar sentiments from others. The expression on the older gentleman's face was utterly genuine. Who would have imagined that the proprietor here would be so youthful? I wonder if this older man has noticed the clumsy bear beneath him? If I were in his shoes, I would certainly hesitate to approach so closely. And Ji's attention was entirely devoted to the sick deer, making it impossible for him to see the barrage of comments in the livestream. Had he been aware, he would have promptly relocated that clumsy bear, for any bear, regardless of size, is enough to instill fear. Weren't we just talking this morning? And Gu inquired, by the way, is that truck behind you part of your delivery? It doesn't quite seem to fit. No, that vehicle is also delivering for you, but I am unaware of what exactly is being transported. We merely encountered each other while having breakfast in Mo City. Upon realizing that Ngu was the owner of the farm, the middle-aged driver's gaze became notably complex. At that moment, the driver of the truck approached. You must be Mr. Ngu. I am here to deliver your vehicle. Hearing this, Nge's expression transformed into one of confirmation. His Avtoros Shaman 8x8 had finally arrived. With this vehicle, navigating the farm would become significantly more convenient. No mode of transportation could be more suited to the farm environment than this one. Chapter 41. I never expected my fans to be so superficial. Oh, I see now. Ngu nodded, saying, how about this? I will first arrange for the deer to be settled in their enclosure, then I will come to receive the vehicle. Could you please wait at my villa for a moment? Naturally, the drivers had no objections to Nge's proposal. Soon, the two trucks entered the farm in succession, while Ngu and his companion walked towards the nearby livestock barn. Senior, why don't you go to the dealership to purchase the car yourself? Why have it delivered? Sophia asked Ngu, her curiosity piqued. This was her first encounter with someone using such a method to acquire a vehicle. In her understanding, purchasing a car typically involves a test drive to assess its performance. If the experience is satisfactory, one would then finalize the contract and payment in person before taking the vehicle home. It is worth noting that a car is undoubtedly a significant asset. Nge's approach seems to leave no room for error. The vehicle I purchased is somewhat special. It should only be available at Waichingport in the country. Is it some kind of imported luxury car? Upon hearing Waichingport, Sophia immediately thought of imports. Although she possessed little knowledge about automobiles, she had heard that most imported vehicles arrive through the Waichingport. Indeed, while these vehicles were imported, they could hardly be classified as luxury cars. You would soon understand why. In just a few moments, the two arrived at the prepared deer pen. At that moment, the old man who delivered the deer stood there in a daze. Prior to entering, he had mentally prepared himself. Yet the reality of what lay within still left him somewhat astonished. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Boss, you've invested quite a bit in this farm, haven't you? The old man inquired upon seeing Ngu approach. Indeed, it has cost a fair amount, considering the expansive area, but it is all worthwhile. I absolutely adore the environment here, Ngu replied casually. I feel as though living here has elevated my very soul. Listening to the dialogue between Ngu and the old man, the comments in the livestream chat became particularly frenzied. One cannot deny that the old man's reaction was, in fact, the typical response of an ordinary individual. However, the viewers in the livestream were unable to fully express their emotions. The chat and comments could hardly encapsulate their sentiments. At that moment, as they absorbed the old man's words and observed his expressions, a sense of immersion washed over them. After a brief exchange, Ngu stated, Sir, the area to the left of the deer pen is designated for the male deer, while the right side is for the females. I would appreciate your assistance. No problem, it's my job, he replied, moving towards the truck and opening the door. He understood that Ngu was indicating for him to unload the cargo promptly. As the truck doors swung open, everyone became alert. Ngu, Sophia, and the viewers in the livestream alike. With the old man's actions, a series of deer, adorned with tawny coats and embellished with white, star-like spots, emerged from the truck. Each spotted deer bore a pair of antlers that resembled tree branches, albeit appearing rather diminutive. Beneath the antlers, small, trumpet-like ears were concealed. At that moment, Ngu also noticed that the interior of the driver's truck was neatly divided into 4 cages. Half contained antlered deer, while the other half held those without antlers, clearly distinguishing between males and females. As the old man urged them along, the deer swiftly descended from the vehicle and entered the pen. The atmosphere in the live stream was even more vibrant than the scene unfolding before them. The spotted deer are so adorable. This is my first time seeing them. I can't believe the host is actually doing this. They are truly the best. Why do some deer have antlers while others do not? Those antlers look quite small. Are they the same as the antlers we eat? I feel like the last time I saw a spotted deer was in my elementary school textbook. Upon reading the comments, Ngu chuckled and remarked, antlers are actually the primary weapons of deer. Typically, they are used when male deer engage in combat to compete for mating rights. Certainly, I am speaking in general terms. Under special circumstances, both male and female deer may possess antlers. For instance, as I mentioned earlier, reindeer are an example, and I aspire to raise some in the future for everyone to observe closely. Upon hearing Nge's words, many individuals experienced a moment of enlightenment. At this juncture, Ngu continued, stating, speaking of which, The Sika deer in ancient China was regarded as a creature on par with divine beasts. As early as the Shang dynasty, people utilized the bones of Sika deer for divination, and in recent years, archaeologists have uncovered numerous inscribed deer antlers at the Yin ruins. Furthermore, during the Eastern Zhou dynasty, it was common to adorn the heads of tomb guardian beasts with real deer antlers, as they believed these antlers possessed supernatural powers capable of safeguarding the deceased in the afterlife. In summary, the Sika deer, particularly its antlers, has a profound connection with our nation's cultural and artistic heritage. Throughout various dynasties, murals, paintings, and sculptures frequently depict the image of deer, signifying their historical significance. As Ngu observed the continuous stream of deer disembarking from the vehicles, he narrated the stories of the Sika deer within our nation to the live audience. Many listeners were engaged, earnestly discussing the topic, until he once again noticed the words kidney tonifying appearing in the chat. I truly did not anticipate that so many of my followers would be so superficial. While I am elucidating the history of deer antlers, you are conversing about deer velvet. Upon hearing Nji's remark, the chat momentarily paused. No one expected Ngu to suddenly shift the conversation. Since you wish to discuss deer velvet, allow me to share some insights. Since ancient times, people have regarded deer velvet as a potent tonic, primarily for those who are frail, elderly, or recovering from illness. Of course, this includes concerns such as kidney deficiency, premature ejaculation, and lower back pain. Perhaps some of you may find this practice cruel or believe that our ancestors were ignorant of science, but I must assert that reality contradicts such perceptions. You may not realize how brutal the competition for mates can be among deer. A simple search online reveals images of a male deer with the head of another draped over its antlers, a battle where it is a matter of life or death. Once deer velvet is harvested, the absence of antlers means that even if they engage in conflict, it does not necessarily lead to the death of the defeated party. In terms of medicinal value, modern medical research has confirmed that deer velvet contains a wealth of amino acids, vitamins, and lecithin, even surpassing that of ginseng. It can effectively enhance cellular immunity and humoral immune functions, promoting lymphocyte transformation and, of course, bolstering the body's defenses against external threats. As time passed, the 100 deer gradually entered their enclosure, and Ngu provided an overview of the benefits of deer velvet. With this groundwork laid, subsequent sales of deer velvet should become significantly easier. Deer velvet represents the greatest economic value of the Sika deer. It is noteworthy that male deer can yield velvet twice a year, with each harvest averaging between 1 to 3 pounds. On average, each deer can produce 5 pounds of velvet annually. Although the quality varies and the price fluctuates considerably, the lowest price per pound is above 1,500 yuan. And if the quality is sufficiently high, the price may even reach 5,000 yuan per pound. Such profits undoubtedly qualify this venture as one of the pillars of the farms industry. Chapter 42, worth hundreds of thousands? Mr. Ngu, we have a total of 30 male deer and 70 female deer, all of which have been enclosed. Do you have any questions on your end? Upon hearing this, Ngu turned his gaze towards Sophia. He had been somewhat distracted and had not counted the number of Sika deer. Although this was a reward obtained through the system's lottery, it was not impossible for issues to arise, considering the numerous steps involved from procurement to transportation to the farm. Noticing Nji's gaze, Sophia quickly nodded in assurance, signaling that there were no problems. Thank you, we have no issues here. After receiving Nji's response, the driver hastily departed, eager to escape the uncomfortable atmosphere. The feelings of envy and resentment were quite unpleasant. Observing the driver leave in a manner resembling flight, Ngu expressed his confusion. What was that about? It's as if I'm some kind of monstrous creature. I don't know, perhaps he has other business to attend to. Our location is rather remote, Sophia casually replied, redirecting her attention back to the Sika deer. At this moment, her primary concern was indeed the deer. Listening to their conversation, the livestream audience erupted in banter. What a monstrous creature. If I were him, I wouldn't want to linger in that sorrow either. I feel like if he stayed any longer, the poor driver might just start crying. Indeed, those younger than oneself often achieve far greater accomplishments. If I were that driver, I'd be desperate to leave and find a solitary place to weep for a while. By the way, could it be that he saw the ironclad figure beside the host? Though small, that figure is still a bear. Sophia was preoccupied, and Ngu was no less so, watching the cautious Sika deer in the enclosure. Ngu couldn't help but smile. Sika deer, a creature so distant from daily life, he now possessed 100 of them. By the way, senior, I believe it's time to harvest the antlers of these male deer. Suddenly, Sophia interjected, from my observations, now is indeed the optimal time for harvesting antlers. If we allow them to grow further, the antlers will harden completely, and we won't be able to harvest them this year. Even without Nji's earlier remarks, Sophia understood the significance of harvesting antlers. Failing to address the antlers at the appropriate time could lead to severe losses. Even those deer that cannot be harvested for antlers still require trimming. I recall that the first antler harvesting typically occurs around mid to late June, correct? Upon hearing her words, Ngu was instantly reminded of various information and remarked, however, it is best to let them acclimatize to their surroundings first. Even if this year's 2 batches were to be entirely wasted, it would be of little consequence. We cannot hastily cull them before they have even familiarized themselves, can we? Yet, these 30 deer can yield over 100,000 yuan in antler sales annually. To abandon, that is quite unfathomable. The logic holds true. These deer will eventually opt for free range. We are currently in the acclimatization phase. Taking action now would undoubtedly have certain repercussions. However, allowing over 100,000 yuan to slip away is somewhat disheartening. Upon hearing Sophia's statement, the live chat erupted. What? The antlers from these 30 deer can sell for over 100,000 each year? I suddenly suspect that the host mentioned antlers just to set the stage for a sale. Surely not, surely not. The host's assertions are generally accurate, and besides, they likely do not need the money that desperately. Goodness, I just checked. Top quality deer antlers exceed 8,000 yuan per kilogram. And even the cheapest varieties can fetch over 1,000. Which keyboard warrior claimed the host disregards the feelings of these deer for the sake of animal welfare? Would you casually abandon tens of thousands? At this moment, I began to comprehend the extent of the host's affluence. Land, farms, country villas, and sick deer. These are universally acknowledged to be valuable, yet they remain merely concepts of worth in the minds of many. However, the current situation is evidently different. The antlers, which they have just learned can be harvested annually, represent a steady income. Just these 30 deer alone can yield over 100,000 each year, instantly surpassing the annual salaries of the vast majority. This sum is sufficient to ensure a family lives comfortably and could afford a decent vehicle. Nonetheless, Ngu casually remarked that it would be of little concern if they were to be wasted. Their annual, or even multi-year income seemed trivial in Nji's eyes. The disparity was subtly evident. The key point is that they recalled Ngu previously mentioning this was merely a trial run. If more sick deer were introduced later, how staggering would that figure become? It stands to reason that 100 deer on such a vast 10,000-acre farm hardly poses any burden. What could the future possibly hold if the herd were expanded to 1,000 or even 10,000? Just contemplating it is terrifying. We are not in need of that mere 100,000, and Gu pondered aloud. But selling these antlers would certainly cover their other expenses and perhaps even leave a surplus. That would be quite advantageous. Let us observe the situation for a couple of days, and if it seems appropriate, we shall proceed. Sophia nodded in agreement. Indeed, this appeared to be the most prudent course of action. Upon hearing Nji's words, the audience finally realized that raising livestock is not as simple as playing a game. These animals are, in fact, significant financial commitments. Even though the farm can provide a substantial amount of food, there undoubtedly exist considerable expenses. The deer antlers are not a free venture, and it is likely that within the hundreds of thousands, there are at least 100,000 in costs. Many who had initially become fervent, eager to explore the possibility of breeding some sick deer, suddenly felt as though a bucket of cold water had been poured over them, bringing them back to a state of calm. Sophia, let us refrain from disturbing these deer for now. Let them acclimate to their surroundings. We shall return to observe them in the afternoon. Minutes later, Ngu finally spoke up. I can't shake the feeling that our presence here has kept these deer on high alert. Upon hearing Nji's words, Sophia immediately understood. Sick deer are known for their cautious and timid nature, and with their acute hearing and sense of smell, our presence would undoubtedly have a significant impact on them. Where shall we go then? Sophia inquired. Have you forgotten? We still have a truck that has yet to be unloaded, Ngu replied with a smile. The Avtoro's Shaman 8x8, a formidable piece of equipment he had long anticipated. Chapter 43. Did you not see it just now? Oh right, you bought a vehicle. Let us hasten there, lest we keep the truck driver waiting in frustration. Upon hearing Nji's remark, Sophia and the viewers in the live stream recalled that they had just received 2 trucks at the entrance. The sick deer had captivated their attention so thoroughly that they had completely forgotten about the vehicles. Yes, Iron Fool, we shall be off. Ngu nodded at his companion, Iron Fool, and began walking towards the villa. Although Iron Fool was now quite sizable, he remained a child at heart, filled with curiosity and caution regarding the sick deer. From the moment the first deer descended, he had hidden aside, carefully observing, fearful that these numerous unknown creatures might pose a threat to himself and Ngu. Only upon hearing Nji's call and the sound of departing footsteps did he realize and hurriedly chase after them. Haha, Iron Fool is truly foolish. His reaction reminds me of a lesson from my childhood. I know, it brings to mind the donkey of Chien. The deer called out, causing the bear to flee in fear, thinking the deer would bite it. How amusing. If events were to unfold in such a manner, would Iron Fool eventually start consuming sick deer? What would the streamer do then? Haha, I can already envision the scene of Iron Fool being hoisted up for a beating. Clearly, Iron Fool's vigilant demeanor amused the vast majority, especially when the story of the donkey and the tiger from the language textbook was recounted, revealing a striking parallel with reality, which only added to the amusement. If Iron Fool truly were to begin hunting, I would be overjoyed. Why would I harm him? Do not accuse me unjustly. And Gu, observing the barrage of comments, remarked, brown bears typically require over 5 months before they can consume other foods. And it takes a year and a half before they begin to learn hunting skills, mastering them between 2 and 4.5 years. In contemporary times, this creature is merely a little over 4 months old and has yet to learn the art of hunting. Without the guidance of a mother bear, mastering such skills seems an insurmountable challenge. Listening to Angi's words, many were taken aback. They had not anticipated that the juvenile phase of a brown bear could be so prolonged. It is well known that most animals acquire survival skills within a year or two. However, this is understandable, as bears are apex predators in the food chain. With virtually no natural enemies, they have ample time to learn and grow. Setting aside these thoughts, Angi mused that where there's a will, there's a way, and perhaps in the future, they could find an opportunity to take the bear to a rescue station for further learning. Shaking his head, Angi remarked, "This little one still has a year left in its nursing period. Let us defer any discussions until that is concluded." In mere moments, Angi and his companion arrived at the front of the villa. Goodness, a bear! Mr. Angi, there's a bear following you. Before Angi could utter a word, the driver suddenly exclaimed, clearly startled. Puzzled, Angi replied, "This little one has been trailing me. Didn't you see it at the gate just now? Rest assured, it hasn't even grown all its teeth yet, so it poses no threat." The driver was bewildered, his expression a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Was Angi aware of the bear? Had it been following him all along? How had he not noticed it at the entrance? Even if it were diminutive, it was still a bear. Reflecting on the situation, the driver realized his attention had been solely on Angi, especially since he was keen to invest a considerable sum in the peculiar of Toro's Shaman 8x8 vehicle. Swallowing hard, the driver finally managed to speak. "Are you saying that this bear is yours? It won't attack people, will it?" Angi reassured him, "Do not worry. Even if it wished to attack, it wouldn't be capable. Too inexperienced." As he spoke, Angi swiftly approached the bear, grasping it by the scruff of its neck and lifting it before the driver. "Look at this fellow. All it knows how to do is feign helplessness, and it cannot accomplish anything else. Let us hurry and open the box." I can hardly contain my excitement. Witnessing the spectacle, the driver was momentarily dazed. Was it necessary to be so bold? Lifting the bear with such ease was more audacious than the most formidable of warriors. The audience in the live stream found amusement in the scene. It was evident that the reactions of the two drivers to Angi were vividly portrayed. Most viewers felt that if they had encountered Angi in person, their response would have mirrored that of the drivers. After all, the phenomenon of being enamored with dragons and tales while being hesitant to approach them in reality is quite common. Nonetheless, many viewers were curious as to why the two drivers had seemingly overlooked the bear until now. As the saying goes, 3 cobblers with their wits combined surpass 1 zhuge. After much brainstorming among the audience, they quickly deduced the answer. Previously, the bear had indeed been rather inconspicuous. At the entrance, upon spotting a truck, I instinctively hid behind and go. While at the deer enclosure, I observed the herd of sika deer from behind a large tree. In such moments of concealment, even in reality, they might not have noticed me at all, or perhaps they would have mistaken me for a hidden cat or dog rather than a bear. In the live stream, however, they were able to discern clearly, primarily due to Ngu occasionally providing close-ups, compounded by their ongoing interest in Tai Henin, with some even specifically reporting his location. On site, the driver, after repeated confirmations, ascertained that Tai Henin was not in any danger, then inquired, "Do you intend to unload here, or head to the garage?" "Let's unload here. Afterward, I'll take it for a spin," and Gu replied without hesitation. How could one not relish the thrill of such an off-road king? Indeed, in a prestigious farm like this, such a colossal machine could truly be put to good use. As the driver spoke, he couldn't help but glance at the adjacent meadow, then swiftly climbed into the cab to tilt the truck bed, lowering the rear access steps. Meanwhile, the live stream was abuzz with chatter. Off-road king? Could it be the G-Class? I believe it's a modified Wrangler. When it comes to off-roading, I reckon I'm still superior. The Hummer seems decent, but perhaps it doesn't deserve that title. The true off-road king is undoubtedly the Unimog, though it seems rare in our country. Just as the driver was about to open the side compartment, Ngu quickly interjected, "Driver, let me handle it. I wish to savor the joy of the reveal." As he spoke, he handed the live streaming phone to Sophia. He then hurriedly approached and swiftly opened the side compartment. In an instant, everyone was left speechless. This vehicle was astonishing. There were truly no suitable adjectives to describe it beyond the word incredible. Chapter 44, Rediscovering the Farm. How massive? Isn't this excessively rugged? Is this what you call an off-road vehicle? With its height and width restrictions, it surely can't enter the city, can it? Can this really go off-road? It feels more like a construction vehicle. Compared to the vehicle, I thought this contraption resembled a small vessel with 8 wheels. I surmised it must weigh several tons. Would it not sink into the ground while off-roading? Am I the only one who thinks this vehicle resembles a tractor? Are you kidding me, calling this the off-road king? I've never even seen this brand. As the truck's compartment swung open, all viewers were left in awe. The first sight was for extraordinarily large tires, which appeared taller than Ngu himself. If placed on the same plane, they would likely reach his chest. This meant the tires were over 1.6 meters high, and there were 4 of them. Just 4. This implies the vehicle possessed 8 tires. Which off-road vehicle has 8 tires? The most would be 6, at best. As for its appearance, it was rugged and substantial, exhibiting sharp angles and a pronounced sense of form. In summary, it was exceedingly minimalist, with the front resembling a tractor and the body evoking the essence of a small metal vessel. Ladders are strategically positioned at both the cabin and the rear door, presumably because the manufacturer deemed that conventional off-road vehicles could no longer meet the demands of adventurous driving. This vehicle is indeed awe-inspiring, yet it feels somewhat incongruous with the essence of off-roading, leaving many to question its drivability. Amidst the bewilderment of the onlookers, Sophia found herself particularly perplexed. She had anticipated an imported luxury car, perhaps an SUV or a pickup truck, but was instead confronted with this colossal machine. Could such a behemoth truly navigate the rugged terrain of a farm? She harbored doubts, aware that the meadows concealed numerous streams and rivulets, rendering the ground a quagmire. Such a heavy vehicle might very well become ensnared. As the crowd remained in a state of confusion, Ngu took hold of his phone, intent on showcasing the vehicle's interior. Upon inadvertently glancing at the barrage of comments, he felt compelled to clarify, "Do not be deceived by this creature's exterior. It is unequivocally an off-road vehicle, and a versatile one at that. Mountain paths, snowy landscapes, and sandy dunes are merely its basic environments. For it, traversing them is as effortless as walking on solid ground. Even wetlands, marshes, and rivers pose no challenge. Indeed, it can even navigate through waterways. This amphibious marvel is capable of floating and moving through water, granting it access to virtually any locale. Perhaps due to its origins as a rescue vehicle from the old bear nation, it has earned the moniker Siberian Conqueror, a name that speaks volumes about its off-road prowess." As Ngu articulated these revelations, astonishment swept through the crowd. An amphibious vehicle of such magnitude could actually venture into the water? If this were indeed the case, it seemed ideally suited for Ngu's needs, as many of his longtime viewers were aware of the small island on the Yulong River adjacent to the farm, which also belonged to him. The ability to traverse between the two locations without the necessity of a boat would undoubtedly be advantageous. The fact that this vehicle was once a rescue vehicle from the old bear nation is noteworthy. After all, that nation was once a superpower with formidable heavy industry. If it truly originated from the hands of the old bear and was designed for military use, it might possess remarkable capabilities. Furthermore, as Ngu pointed out, the title Siberian Conqueror inherently signifies much. The Siberian plain is undoubtedly one of the harshest environments on the planet. If it can conquer such a terrain, it should be capable of navigating most extreme landscapes with ease. At this moment, Ngu gracefully maneuvered himself into the truck's cabin, swiftly ascending the ladder to the driver's seat. "My goodness," he exclaimed, "the interior of this vehicle is quite intriguing." The driver's seat is positioned right in the center, albeit the steering wheel is rather unappealing. The interior is indeed spacious, seemingly accommodating 10 passengers. For some inexplicable reason, I am struck by a sensation akin to that of a fighter jet cockpit. So many buttons. How can there possibly be this multitude of controls? My own vehicle lacks even half of these. It must be said that the interior design of this vehicle is truly distinct from that of ordinary cars, sparking much discussion among onlookers. Not to mention, the centrally located driver's seat imparts a remarkably novel sensation, a layout unlike any other vehicle. I seem to have neglected to mention that this car boasts 8 wheels and 8-wheel drive, equipped with low-speed capabilities, steering control, and a differential lock, resulting in an array of buttons. Anger promptly took his seat in the driver's compartment, stating, "Without further ado, I will take everyone on a tour of the farm, and you will understand why I am so enamored with this vehicle." As he spoke, Anger deftly began his operations. The multitude of buttons did not hinder his performance, as he had previously accompanied his mentor to the bear country, where he had observed others driving. With skilled maneuvering, Anger successfully descended the vehicle from the truck bed. "Mr. Anger, I trust my task has been satisfactorily completed?" the driver inquired as he watched Anger disembark. "Of course, I have confirmed that there are no issues with the vehicle." Upon hearing this, the driver sighed in relief, saying, "With your assurance, I am at ease. After all, it is worth over $1 million. I cannot afford any mishaps. Since there are no problems, I shall take my leave." Though this little bear appears quite obedient, I must admit to feeling a tad uneasy. The audience in the live stream could not help but chuckle at the driver's remark. After spending so much time with Iron Fool, he still harbored fears. Naturally, some noted his mention of the vehicle's million-dollar value. Reflecting on this, if it indeed possessed such formidable capabilities, a price tag exceeding $1 million seems reasonable. After all, many vehicles lacking true all-terrain and off-road capabilities can fetch a similar price. Off-roading, in itself, is an expensive endeavor. After bidding farewell to the driver, Anger, smiling at the camera, remarked, "Yesterday, our exploration of the farm was rather superficial. Now that our chariot has arrived, let us thoroughly explore the surroundings. Sophia, would you care to join?" Yesterday, he had merely traversed the expansive meadow from the villa and ventured a few kilometers into the forest. While his understanding of the farm's environment was sufficient for upcoming plans, many intricate details remained unclear. This necessitated further exploration to gain a comprehensive understanding. "Is this vehicle truly reliable, Senior?" Sophia hesitated to ask. It was not a matter of distrust and anger. The vehicle simply exceeded her comprehension. "Rest assured, this vehicle can traverse swamps as if on solid ground, let alone meadows." Upon hearing Anger's reassurance, Sophia dispelled her doubts and promptly climbed aboard with Iron Fool. Chapter 45. Is this the power of an all-terrain vehicle? After Sophia and Iron Fool boarded, Anger followed suit. Observing Anger taking his place in the driver's seat, Sophia expressed her concern. "Shouldn't we secure Iron Fool in his seat? It could get bumpy." Were it not for Iron Fool's disobedience, she would have preferred to strap him in immediately. Driving in such an environment with a creature like him roaming freely in the vehicle was indeed perilous. With a hearty laugh, he assured, "Rest assured, shortly I shall show you what it means to navigate with ease." As he spoke, Ngu secured his phone to the windshield, declaring, "Brothers, the driving simulator is officially activated." No sooner had he uttered these words than the visuals in the live stream began to transform. The vehicle, under Ngu's command, plunged headlong into the meadow without a flicker of hesitation. "Goodness, the grass here is so tall," one exclaimed. "Brother, you're clearly new here. Those who watched the stream yesterday know that this grass is taller than the host." Charging into such terrain, the host is truly impressive. His audacity is remarkable. Indeed, the road is barely visible, yet he accelerates within it. The host is genuinely extraordinary. If I recall correctly, there are numerous hidden streams, rivers, and muddy pits within this grassland, right? Is it truly safe for such a heavy vehicle? The chat buzzed with commentary. Sophia felt a surge of anxiety. Though she had chosen to trust Ngu, she was acutely aware of the dangers that lurked here. The meadow was her familiar territory, the very cradle of her existence. The village's cattle relied on the grass of this meadow for sustenance. Yet, even as locals, they dared not tread recklessly within its bounds. For within this vast sea of grass, treacherous traps lay concealed. Anyone entering the meadow must proceed with utmost caution, exploring slowly. Otherwise, they wouldn't have opted for a trek to find Ngu yesterday, for who could deny that driving is swifter than walking? But now, Ngu had boldly driven such a massive vehicle straight into the unfathomable depths of the meadow. How could she not be anxious? Yet, oblivious to her concerns or the discussions in the live chat, Ngu remained wholly focused on the vehicle, intent on relishing the unparalleled thrill. Yesterday, this very meadow had posed the greatest obstacle to his advance. Each step forward had necessitated vigilance against the potential traps formed by decayed grass. Each movement fraught with the fear of slipping on the mounds. It felt as if he were adrift on a turbulent sea with the ground shifting beneath him. But now, whether faced with grass towering to his height, countless mounds, or traps hidden beneath the foliage, they were mere paper tigers, posing no real threat. He simply crushed through all obstacles. The verdant weeds, scarlet lilies, and white daisies, along with a myriad of other flora, were mercilessly pulverized beneath the vehicle's weight. Through the window, one could clearly see the remnants of grass swirling and mud splattering, yet inside the vehicle, it remained as steady as a mountain. As if traversing a flat road, the fears and wariness once evoked by this sea of grass had been completely dispelled, leaving only exhilaration in their wake. Even the startled birds, now squawking in alarm, failed to capture his attention. Witnessing this scene, Sophia found herself momentarily entranced. How could the meadow, once a source of such caution, now appear so easily vanquished? The locals of Sophia are indeed remarkable, and how could the audience in the live stream not be astonished? My goodness, the terrain here is even more challenging than I had imagined, yet this vehicle manages to navigate it with such stability. One can only conclude that the suspension system is truly extraordinary. I estimate that the vehicle is currently traveling at a speed of 60 to 70 miles per hour. Under these conditions, at this velocity, it's nothing short of astonishing. To my surprise, a scene that one would expect only to witness in a film is unfolding right before our eyes in the live stream. Just as the viewers were engaged in animated discussions, a sudden exclamation pierced through. "Senior, quickly turn. There might be a swamp ahead." Who else could have uttered these words but Sophia herself? As the vehicle continued its advance, Sophia gradually began to accept the reality of the situation. just as she recognized the vehicle's remarkable off-road capabilities, akin to what Ngu had described. An unsettling sensation washed over her, causing her scalp to prickle and a chill to surge from her spine to the crown of her head. Goosebumps erupted across her skin in an instant. Meadows and swamps are akin to twin brothers. If the grass in a meadow is particularly short, it is almost certainly a precursor to a swamp. Should one tread upon such ground, even the slightest step could submerge the water up to their ankles, or even higher. Continuing forward would likely lead to being ensnared in the swamp, rendering escape impossible. The principle is quite simple. The low-lying terrain accumulates water, and over the years, a tangle of dead and new grass intertwines, floating atop the water, creating an illusion of solid ground. In reality, this area has been perpetually inundated and permeated, transforming the soil beneath into a quagmire. Once one steps into it, the muck will firmly ensnare them, making escape a formidable challenge. Upon hearing Sophia's warning, the audience in the live stream fell silent. A swamp? What is happening? Why couldn't they discern anything amiss? Before they could process the situation, the vehicle suddenly sank slightly. It was only then that Ngu's view, along with that of the live stream audience, was no longer obscured by the tall grass. What lay before them was a vast expanse of grass floating atop the mud. Could it be that they had genuinely encountered a swamp? The host urgently halted the vehicle, calling for assistance. Given the remoteness of the farm, one could only hope to endure until help arrived. I would suggest abandoning the vehicle and jumping to the side. They must still be at the entrance. Such a costly vehicle, worth over $1 million, used for merely a few minutes. What a pity. Even at such a moment, thoughts of money lingered. For the host, $1 million is hardly a concern. Preserving one's life is paramount. Yet, the vehicle continued to move forward. Surely, it wouldn't attempt to charge through, would it? I could see the shimmering surface ahead, resembling that of a lake. How could they possibly push through? However, the vehicle remained undeterred, progressing straight ahead. At that moment, Ngu's voice broke through. I had already anticipated the swamp. There is no need for concern. This vehicle is equipped with low-pressure tires. With the press of a button, I can inflate them, allowing us to float even if we drive into a river. Similarly, at this moment, the tire's contact area is substantial, providing formidable traction. Whether traversing snowy mountains or marshlands, no obstacles arise. You may envision it akin to a tank. As he spoke, Ngu deftly adjusted the angle, allowing the rearview mirror's image to appear in the live broadcast, instantly igniting a stir among viewers. Upon witnessing this scene, Sophia felt an immense sense of reassurance. Is this the power of an all-terrain vehicle? Chapter 46. Iron Fool, show me with Ngu at the helm. The vehicle advanced relentlessly, churning up countless weeds and mud. To call this action mud excavation would not be an exaggeration. It exuded sheer dominance. A mere swamp turned out to be nothing more than a paper tiger. Incredible. This vehicle is invincible. Truly, it is merely a swamp. How does such a colossal machine accomplish this? Astonishing. How enviable. This vehicle is indeed impressive. Not only were the viewers in the live stream left in awe, but Sophia, too, was thoroughly astonished. A swamp. This is indeed a swamp. How can such a massive vehicle navigate atop it with such ease? In truth, this vehicle does not weigh as much as one might expect. It tips the scales at a mere 45 tons. Thanks to its aluminum plastic composite materials, it remains quite lightweight. In essence, it is engineered for off-road capabilities, with the sole drawback being its speed, as it is powered by a diesel engine. Nevertheless, in the environment of my farm, reaching a speed of 80 kilometers per hour is quite satisfactory, considering the limited expanse of my farmland. As Ngu drove, he offered explanations. One must concede. This vehicle indeed merits the title of king of off-road vehicles. It is nothing short of a colossal beast, born for off-roading, with its traversability describable only as extraordinary. It seems that every design aspect is tailored to conquer such extreme terrains. The swamp posed no hindrance to Ngu's progress, and neither did the river. Soon, a river approximately 10 meters wide appeared ahead. Although its current was languid and nearly imperceptible, its width exceeded 10 meters, and the water's depth remained uncertain. Undeterred, Ngu plunged directly into it. The vehicle indeed floated. He was even able to pivot the vehicle within the river, steering it upstream. Though the pace was slow, this was undeniably impressive. Once in the river, Ngu's tension gradually dissipated. Sophia, it seems we have not encountered a sauce vat, have we? Indeed. It appears to be merely an ordinary swamp, Sophia replied, her expression somewhat blank. Shouldn't be a problem. I haven't detected the scent of a sauce vat either. That's a relief. If there were a sauce vat, it would complicate our endeavor to raise livestock, Ngu remarked. Listening to their conversation, the viewers in the live stream displayed expressions of confusion. What is a sauce vat? They were familiar with Northeast soy sauce. But surely there couldn't be a sauce vat in the wilderness? Noticing the viewers' perplexity, Ngu chuckled and clarified. A sauce vat refers to a deep, soupy mire within the swamp. That is the true monster that devours. Imagine, if you will, a multitude of soil, withered grass, and fungi mingling within a pit, slowly fermenting, concealed beneath a layer of grass that prevents sunlight from penetrating. Over time, the water within produces copious amounts of marsh gas. There is no need for Ango to continue. People understand the implications. The amalgamation of mud, marsh gas, and foul odors creates a perilous trap from which any creature might find it exceedingly difficult to escape. As time ebbs away, the vehicle finds itself wading deeper into the forest. Ango, meanwhile, surveys the surroundings while elucidating. Just as Bear Grylls has often remarked, riverbeds frequently serve as shortcuts. However, while they seek to descend, Ango's aim is to ascend. Sophia, let us halt the vehicle here and observe our surroundings. Yesterday, due to that foolish chap, my understanding of the farm remains somewhat lacking. In the midst of the conversation, Ango steered the vehicle onto the riverbed. A seemingly steep incline posed no hindrance to their progress. Iron Fool, it is time to disembark. Upon opening the car door, Ango discovered Iron Fool cowering in the back seat, clutching the chair tightly. Who would have thought Iron Fool would be so frightened? It appears even a brown bear can exhibit such timidity. First, it feared humans, then deer, and now, humans again. Iron Fool, how endearing you are. One feels an overwhelming desire to cradle you. Will the host welcome us? Summer vacation approaches, providing the perfect opportunity for travel. In the frame, Iron Fool, upon hearing Ango's words, anxiously surveyed the surroundings. Once assured of safety, it finally relaxed and leapt from the seat, swiftly making its way towards the car door. The injury to its leg appeared to have no bearing on its fervent desire to flee. Clearly, this creature had been quite thoroughly spooked. Observing this scene, Sophia could not help but chuckle. It seems we shall need to secure this fellow in his seat for our return, though the rationale will differ from that of our arrival. Indeed, I suspect that if we were to repeat this journey, he might even soil my seat. A bear is, after all, a bear, Ango jested as he descended from the vehicle. The environment here bore a striking resemblance to the area where they had encountered Iron Fool the previous day. Towering trees, lowly grasses, and vast thickets, with fungi abundant in every direction. Everything around them undoubtedly attested to the ecological superiority of this locale. Observing the surroundings, Ango mused. Perhaps I am the first to navigate a vehicle to this place? Aside from your vehicle, I doubt any others could ascend here. Sophia shot him a quizzical glance. By the way, what is the name of your vehicle? I believe I only heard you mention something about the Siberian Conqueror. Did I not mention its name? This vehicle is called Shaman, Avtoro's Shaman. Siberian Conqueror is merely its nickname. Shaman? What a fitting name. Legends tell us that shamans can control the weather, prophesy, interpret dreams, and even traverse heaven and hell. Is this vehicle not akin to such powers? Sophia remarked with a sense of wonder. Throughout the journey, she was utterly captivated by the vehicle. If given the opportunity, she would love to drive it herself, to truly experience the exhilarating sensation of conquering nature. However, at this stage, she was not daring enough to attempt it. Just the thought of those nerve-wracking buttons was enough to make her hesitant. As they conversed, they began to explore their surroundings. Various wild fruits and animals were all things Ngu wished to document. Meanwhile, as they chatted, their exhilarating live stream was being recorded and disseminated across the internet, on platforms like Douyin, Tushio, and even some off-road forums. Wow, what kind of vehicle is this being filmed from? It's incredible, and it's amphibious too. Amazing. I'm tempted to get one myself, judging by the scenery. It must be in the pristine forests of northeast China or near the land of the bears. Such a familiar feeling. Guanshan is here. Guanshan. I recorded this while watching the live stream. The hostess farm is nestled between the Daxianbei Mountains and the Woolen River. Today he is testing the vehicle, which he calls the Siberian Conqueror. Siberian Conqueror? What a powerful name. Send me a link. I want to check it out too. Guanshan Faidu is a remarkably famous figure in the off-road community. His appearances always attract countless enthusiasts eager to witness his adventures. In an instant, numerous off-road dreamers flooded in Gu's live stream. However, upon entering, their eyes were not drawn to the vehicle, but rather to a brown bear. Then, Ngu's voice rang out. Tai Henin, what have you caught? Show me. Chapter 47. This is much cleaner upon hearing Ng's words. Tai Henin looked up, but made no move. Ngu, uninterested in whether it understood, snatched the object away. What are you looking at? If you keep staring, you won't get any milk today. Seeing Tai Henin sulking, Ngu directly threatened it. As soon as it heard it wouldn't receive milk, Tai Henin immediately softened, turning its gaze elsewhere. What a bad host. Stealing from a bear. Why not come to my place, Tai Henin? I won't take anything from you. Ha ha ha. Am I the only one who finds the host adorable? Is this what they mean by men never truly growing up? Tai Henin is quite clever. It seems on the verge of becoming enlightened. Watching it frolic in the water, Ngu wore a proud expression. At least you know how to be sensible. With that, Ngu turned his attention to the item he had just seized from Tai Henin. Sophia, drawn by the commotion, curiously looked at what Ngu held. Is that a mud shrimp? Yes, a mud shrimp. Ngu placed the shrimp in front of the camera, grinning as he said, Today, a lucky day. Let us see if we can find more. Mud shrimp? Isn't that just a type of crayfish? Yes, but it looks a bit darker than the usual ones. They're rather ugly. Can they really be delicious? Are you silly? All shrimp look strange when alive, but don't they turn red when cooked? If the host is craving crayfish, just order some online. Don't eat anything strange. What do you know? This is neither a crayfish nor a mudskipper. I have plenty of them in my area. Upon seeing the shrimp in the singer's performance, the overwhelming majority of responses in the live chat immediately identified it as crayfish. The only distinction between this creature and the cooked crayfish lies in its color. Externally, one cannot say they are entirely unrelated. They are, in fact, remarkably similar. Observing the barrage of comments in the live stream, the host, Ngu, smiled and remarked, Haha, it seems there are fewer folks from Northeast China in our chat. This is not a crayfish. It is a mudskipper, the key ingredient in the renowned Northeast dish, mudskipper tofu. Do not be deceived by its burrowing habits. When prepared properly, it is truly delectable. That said, if this creature were as easy to raise as crayfish, it would not be so little known. After Ng's explanation, people began to understand. Although mudskippers share a superficial resemblance to crayfish, their habitats are vastly different. In the southern regions, crayfish can thrive in slightly polluted paddy fields and ditches, while mudskippers perish instantaneously in even the slightest pollution. Their sensitivity to chemical pesticides is extraordinarily high. Even a trace amount can wipe out entire populations. What a revelation! I had no idea there existed a domestic variety of crayfish. So, could it be said that this mudskipper is the pristine version of the crayfish? It seems crayfish are fond of the mud at the riverbed and enjoy consuming deceased fish. In contrast, mudskippers appear to be far more hygienic. I suspect the host is subtly boasting about the lack of pollution on his farm, where wild mudskippers thrive. There is no doubt. The host has reiterated multiple times that his farm is a naturally pure land. With mouths watering, when will the host start selling? I desire the spicy flavor. Aren't there many ready-to-eat options for crayfish? Surely mudskippers can be prepared similarly? Crayfish are currently quite popular among the youth. At this moment, the number of viewers in Ng's live stream has surpassed 500,000. Within this vast crowd, many undoubtedly relish crayfish. As the first eager buyer began to shout, a multitude swiftly followed suit. In all honesty, due to habitat destruction and pollution of their natural waters, mudskippers have become exceedingly rare. Observing the eager buyers, Ngu slowly spoke. Thus, until I establish artificial breeding at my farm, I will not sell them to the public. I will only catch enough for my own meal. However, rest assured, mudskippers are on my priority breeding list, and I may soon begin attempts at cultivation. In Ng's understanding, mudskippers are substantial in size, rich in nutrients, and boast a delightful flavor, making them perfectly suitable for sale as a unique high-end delicacy. Moreover, they can be raised alongside fish in ponds, thus becoming an integral element of ecological agriculture, with considerable economic value. Hey, senior, I found one too. Just as Ngu was explaining, a voice from Sophia chimed in. Following the sound, he turned to look. Sophia could be seen not far away on the riverbank, waving her arms. In her grasp was an exceptionally large crayfish. Go for it, Sophia. I'm joining you. Let us endeavor to feast on a grand meal by noon. As she spoke, Ngu also made his way to the nearby shore, a portable basket appearing in his hand seemingly out of nowhere. We can place the crayfish we find in here, he declared. Yes, indeed. For lunch, I desire spicy crayfish, and I shall also have crayfish tofu. After placing her catch into the basket, Sophia swiftly resumed her search. Without further ado, Ngu bent down to hunt as well, speaking into the microphone. It is worth mentioning that the crayfish's preferred habitat lies within these pristine mountain streams. Due to their nocturnal nature, they typically conceal themselves beneath aquatic vegetation, in burrows, under stones, and among submerged wood to evade the light. Look, we found one. Upon lifting a sizable pebble, he indeed uncovered a crayfish, approximately the size of half a palm. Noticing the creature's attempt to escape, Ngu swiftly seized it, skillfully evading its pincers. Huh? You think you can pinch me? Not a chance. He promptly tossed the crayfish into the basket and continued his search. Before long, the duo had amassed around 20 or 30 of them. Sophia, look at that fellow Tai Henin. Just as Ngu was confirming their haul, he suddenly noticed Tai Henin lounging by the riverbank, seemingly fixated on something, utterly absorbed. Occasionally, it would extend its tongue to lick. Is it aiming for fish? Sophia observed Tai Henin with uncertainty. Is this how it attempts to catch fish? Ngu couldn't help but scoff. Besides, even if it were fish, it couldn't possibly catch any. It would need at least another fortnight before it could manage to consume flora and fauna. Listening to their banter, the audience in the live stream began to speculate. Some suggested that Tai Henin was merely drinking water, others believed it was fishing, while a few thought it was admiring its reflection. Amidst the lively discourse, Ngu slowly approached Tai Henin. As anticipated, the creature was indeed licking at fish. Each time a fish approached, it would stretch its head forward. However, if that were all it took to catch fish, Mama Bear would have no worries and would certainly not have gifted it to him. Clearly, this creature had yet to acquire any hunting skills. As Ngu mused, he reached out his hand, and suddenly, a cacophony akin to a pig being slaughtered erupted. Chapter 48. Can it still roam freely? What are you doing? Did I hurt you? Ngu firmly grasped Tai Henin's barely visible little ears, his expression serious as he admonished. Do you think you are Jiang Taigong, playing the fisherman-esque game? He decided that he must find a brown bear to properly teach it the art of hunting. Now, you will assist me in finding crayfish. Understood? As he spoke, Ngu began to quickly turn over the surrounding pebbles, then brandished a freshly caught crayfish towards Tai Henin, stating, This creature. If you find enough of them, I shall reward you with a bottle of milk upon our return at noon. Isn't that far more enticing than staring at fish? The process of Ngu reprimanding Tai Han was entirely captured in the live broadcast. Those who witnessed this scene could not help but laugh. Are you a cicada? Someone remarked. Haha, the host is so amusing. It's reminiscent of Jiang Taigong fishing. Indeed, there was a certain charm in this. It seemed that the host was quite exasperated by Tai Han, which was hilarious. If this fellow could understand, I would live stream myself eating excrement upside down. Here comes another one trying to scam food and drink. I remember you said if the host had a farm, he would drink urine upside down, right? The host was truly entertaining, attempting to lure Tai Han into finding cicadas, even using milk as bait. Tai Han responded. Do you take me for the Stone Emperor? What? Did Tai Han genuinely understand? It was astonishing. It actually began searching. Was this bear truly becoming clever? Surely. It couldn't be genuinely searching for cicadas. Initially, the audience mocked Ji's behavior, perceiving it as somewhat childish. However, something absurd soon transpired. After tilting its head and swaying for a while, Tai Han genuinely began rummaging around. Nevertheless, most still thought that Tai Han was merely playing and not truly searching for cicadas. It was hard to fathom that within a matter of moments, a bear could learn to seek out cicadas. Even the most intelligent dogs require days to be trained in simple tasks. Bears, on the other hand, have never been trained and do not understand how to interact with humans. Yet soon, reality revealed the wonders of the world. In no time, Tai Han actually discovered a cicada, and without hesitation, it extended its long claws to grasp it. No way, it really caught one. Could it be that this creature truly comprehends? Who was it that claimed it could not understand? Tai Han was simply adorable, making one want to embrace it. While the crowd was discussing, Tai Han excitedly approached Ngu, proudly presenting the cicada. Upon witnessing this, Ji's first thought was not to take the cicada, but to consider that although the bear was small, it was still tough and resilient. The cicada, held in Tai Han's claws, was frantically struggling, yet Tai Han showed no reaction whatsoever. If it were him, he would have been severely harmed by now. The audience in the live stream was equally astonished. Who would have thought that a bear cub could possess such formidable defense? An adult bear is indeed one of the most powerful creatures on land. Alright, continue searching, find more, and I'll give you milk when you return. After receiving the cicada from Ngu, he patted Tai Han's head, encouraging it to continue. It seemed that Tai Han was greatly motivated, resolutely resuming its task with meticulous searching. Sophia, observing from the side, couldn't help but chuckle. Tai Han is truly clever, perhaps with proper training. It could even assist with household chores. In my opinion, this fellow won't rise early without a profit. Ngu cast a glance, exclaiming with irritation. If I don't offer it milk, it certainly won't work. After all, it's merely milk. We have plenty at home. If we want the cow to labor, we must feed it grass, so isn't it only natural to give it milk? Besides, what? Am I supposed to deny it milk if it refuses to work? Sophia, observing Ngi's childish demeanor, couldn't help but laugh heartily. Although Ngu was aware that the true temptation for the dim-witted Iron Hanshan was not the milk itself, but rather the formula that enhanced physical strength and intelligence, he would never disclose that. Such an absurd notion was better left for his own contemplation. Oh, look over there. A silly roe deer is watching us. Before he could finish his sentence, the camera turned toward the shrubbery not far behind Sophia. Upon closer inspection, one would discover a deer concealed among the foliage. Its tawny body blended seamlessly into the bushes, making it difficult to spot. Yet, its two bright eyes stood out remarkably. Goodness, is that a wild deer? It resembles the spotted deer that the streamer bought. Did I just call it a silly roe deer? I don't see much difference. Wow, I just realized that a silly roe deer is actually a type of deer. How did the streamer determine that this was a silly roe deer and not a spotted deer? The legendary silly roe deer from northeast China has gained quite a reputation. It is unclear when the tales about it began circulating across the nation. Many people may not even know that a silly roe deer is a small deer. Yet they are familiar with what the term signifies. In truth, distinguishing between a roe deer and a regular deer is quite simple. one merely needs to observe its rear. If it has a tuft of white fur on its backside, it is a roe deer, and its hind legs will be longer than its front legs. After the comment appeared on screen, Ngu explained, "Of course, I didn't use that method since I can't see its rear right now. I suppose you determined it by its ears?" Sophia inquired. Indeed, the ears of a roe deer are significantly larger than those of a regular deer. However, this can only be assessed through comparison or experience. As they spoke, Ngu suddenly recalled a joke and laughed. Actually, there's an even simpler method. Just grab a stick and give it a whack. If it turns to look at you, it's a roe deer. If it runs away, it's a regular deer. Sophia burst into laughter upon hearing Ngu's remark. "I think we need not go to such lengths. Just shout silly roe deer at it. If it turns to look, then it's indeed a silly roe deer." In the comments section, a flurry of question marks appeared. Many viewers were bewildered, wondering what kind of absurd idea that was, and even more perplexed as to why the two were laughing so joyously. Until one comment clarified their confusion. The silly roe deer isn't truly foolish. It is merely extraordinarily curious. The streamer's suggestion of shouting at it was essentially a test of the creature's curiosity. Naturally, one might wonder, what if a regular deer is also curious? My response would be that deer are inherently cautious. At the slightest noise, their instinct is to flee. This comment came from the renowned adventurer and off-road expert, Guanshan Faidu, which convinced many viewers. Indeed, this friend speaks the truth. Upon seeing this barrage of comments, Ngu elaborated. Indeed, the roe deer is an exceptionally curious creature, which is likely how it earned the moniker of foolish. However, while jesting is all in good fun, we should determine whether it is a roe deer or a deer simply by observing its hindquarters and refrain from genuinely attacking it. Just as Ngu was elucidating these points, another comment from Guanshan Faidu emerged. In comparison, I am more intrigued by your choice to free-range sika deer after discovering a wild deer population on your farm. This statement instantly captured the attention of many. Indeed, with a wild deer population present on the farm, is free-ranging still a viable option? Chapter 49. Even surpassing natural breeding previously, Ngu had educated them on the benefits of free-ranging sika deer. In essence, free-ranging allows these deer to enjoy superior water sources, a more liberating growth environment, and ample sunlight, resulting in enhanced health and more robust, nutrient-rich antlers. Conversely, captive sika deer may suffer from a lack of exercise over time, leading to diminished disease resistance, which in turn could cause stunted antler growth, thinning, and even the appearance of circular hunger marks on some individuals. Once these marks emerge, a significant loss of nutrients occurs, and the medicinal value is largely rendered obsolete. It becomes evident how advantageous free-ranging is in comparison to confinement. However, now that a wild deer species has been discovered on the farm, though it is a roe deer and not the same as the sika deer, who can guarantee that these deer won't scamper off with the foolish roe deer? If they were to escape, Ngu would have nowhere to lament. Nevertheless, without hesitation, Ngu responded, "Of course, I would still choose to free range. In fact, I have been aware since the beginning that my farm most likely hosts a wild deer population. It could be roe deer, musk deer, or even sika deer. There are numerous possibilities. After all, the majority of my farm consists of pristine forests that have never been subjected to pollution and conveniently lie within the main activity zones of deer. This is precisely why I would rather forego this year's antler harvest to allow the sika deer to acclimate to their environment. Once they recognize their home, it would facilitate free-ranging." Just as Ngu was about to delve into the specifics, he suddenly furrowed his brow, handing the live-streaming phone to Sophia, saying, "You explain the reasons to everyone. I need to check on that silly fellow Tai Henin." Sophia, taken aback by this request, instinctively took the phone and microphone. "What on earth? How did Tai Henin fall into the river?" "Ha ha ha. Fortunately, the water by the river isn't too deep. Look at it splashing around. So adorable. I am curious though. It appears that the water isn't particularly deep. Why can't it get up? Is it frightened?" The lamentations of Tai Henin could be heard even from a distance, which was utterly hilarious. At some point, Tai Henin had unexpectedly tumbled into the water and was now thrashing about. However, upon closer inspection, one would realize that the area it occupied was not very deep at all, posing no real danger. As the saying goes, worry can lead to confusion. Sophia was so preoccupied with concern that she failed to notice Tai Henin's actual predicament. Nature, in its profound essence, offers no explanations, and with rapt attention, she gazed at Ngu. Then, she witnessed Ngu lift the clumsy Iron Han Han effortlessly. Before Iron Han Han could react, it was unceremoniously placed with its limbs downwards into the water, which was so shallow that it barely covered its legs. How amusing it was, this creature, to make such a grand display over a mere puddle. Observing Ngu reprimanding Iron Han Han from a distance, Sophia felt a wave of relaxation wash over her. She collected her thoughts and began to elucidate. The primary reasons we can allow free-range grazing are twofold. Firstly, sika deer prefer solitary activities. Secondly, they are crepuscular animals, engaging primarily in activities during dawn and dusk. From these 2 points, it follows that as long as the deer enclosure provides comfort, they will choose to venture out alone during these times and return for rest. Listening to Sophia's explanation, the audience quickly grasped the intricacies involved. Many were relieved to know that free-range grazing was still an option. Within the live stream, numerous viewers sought deer antler velvet for health benefits, compared to trusting various dubious vendors. They placed their faith in the authenticity of what they witnessed. If they could observe the Sika deer through NGE's livestream daily, they would feel far more reassured about consuming the antler velvet, at least free from the worry of being deceived. Before long, Ngu returned to resume the livestream. The name Iron Han Han truly reflects foresight, Ngu remarked with a smile. I believe Sophia has already clarified why we can still engage in free-range grazing of Sika deer here, correct? After a brief interaction with the audience, Ngu approached the basket containing the mud skippers, glancing inside before cheerfully announcing, "We've collected a decent amount of mud skippers. Let's allow Iron Han Han to continue with the rest while we explore our surroundings." After briefly conferring with Sophia, Ngu began to investigate the area. To be fair, Sophia had little feeling for the environment, having lived in such conditions for over 20 years. Suddenly, a thought struck her. "What do you all think of the scenery on my farm?" Ngu inquired while walking forward. "I find it quite delightful. As the saying goes, the mother forest is lush and dark, while the young forest is vibrant and fresh, and the tender green grassland complements it beautifully. Here, I feel utterly relaxed." After 3 days of live streaming, Ngu had gradually uncovered some insights, yet many aspects remained shrouded in mystery. For instance, he still could not comprehend why the viewer count in his live stream consistently displayed 100,000 when he sensed that the audience had significantly increased. Logically, it should have reached at least 200,000. Nevertheless, regardless of the specifics, it was evident that a considerable number of new viewers had joined. Thus, he contemplated engaging with these newcomers, inquiring about their impressions of his farm. Unbeknownst to him, Douyin live streams have a viewer cap of 100,000 displayed, while in reality, his audience had swelled to an impressive 700,000. Compared to yesterday, this represented a staggering increase of over 7-fold. This figure could easily surpass the majority of other live streams. The only individuals capable of achieving such numbers, aside from Ngu, are seasoned veterans who have managed their accounts for an extensive period and possess an enormous fan base. He is, at present, virtually crafting a myth within the industry. As his inquiries reverberated, the barrage of comments surged forth. "Marvelous. The environment is truly splendid. Our local attractions pale in comparison. To speak candidly, I have never encountered such an exquisite setting in reality. The host's surroundings are simply unparalleled. Not to mention, the recently observed river is exceptionally pristine. I even wish the host would refrain from excessive development and refrain from opening it up for tourism, as I dread the thought of such a pristine environment being tarnished." Observing the comments, Ngu smiled and assured, "Rest assured, everyone, I am a student of plant protection. My ability to safeguard this forest may even surpass its natural regeneration." Chapter 50. My task is complete. Plant protection? What is that? Surpassing natural regeneration. Is it truly that impressive? The natural world has taken countless years to form. How could human efforts possibly exceed that? There is no need for such bravado in this regard. Normal development would suffice. I just checked, and the field of plant protection, also known as plant medicine, primarily focuses on plant pathology, pest control, pesticide studies, and invasion biology, which indeed suggests the possibility of surpassing natural propagation. For those of you new here, I recommend researching the host's past accomplishments online. He has received national-level awards in collegiate competitions. Do any of you possess his expertise? Wait, the host is that impressive? Observing the discussions among the audience in the live stream, Ngu casually remarked, "Let us not dwell on the past. I am merely a novice farmer now, fortunate enough to possess a modicum of specialized knowledge. In summary, you must trust me. I would never compromise the finest assets of my farm for short-term gain. Green hills and clear waters are indeed the true treasures. Moreover, the logging ban in the Greater Xinbei Mountain has been in place for many years. No one can fell trees here without prior authorization from the relevant authorities, or they risk severe legal repercussions." Upon hearing NGE's statement, many were momentarily taken aback. A logging ban? Does such a thing truly exist? Indeed, it does. In our village, we cannot even decide for ourselves whether to cut down trees. However, this is beneficial, as it ensures that the environment surrounding the host remains largely unscathed. While I have great faith in the host's character, having legal protections would undoubtedly provide an additional layer of reassurance, especially given the size of the trees here. Large. If they are merely large, then I am not overly concerned. Can you guess what tree I just saw? The water ash, a second-class protected species. Due to its dense and hard wood, along with its beautiful grain, the The lumber from this tree is valued at over 5 times that of ordinary coniferous species. Moreover, it is highly sought after. Wait, 5 times the price. Does that mean a single ton of that would cost over 10,000? Initially, NGE's expression remained unchanged as he read those comments. After all, he had never contemplated damaging the mountains and forests here, let alone felling trees. He regarded them as his greatest assets. However, as he continued to read, his brow furrowed slightly as he remarked, "Is it truly that expensive?" Do not be misled by the information propagated by marketing entities. Although there are indeed some protected plants within these mountainous forests, their market value is generally modest. One must consider that if these trees were truly as valuable as suggested, they would hardly remain in existence today. It is worth noting that the logging ban has only been in effect for a few years. For instance, when I first arrived, there was a protected plant called the Usheri foxtail algae in the marshes. Who would want to excavate it? Furthermore, damaging protected plants can lead to severe legal consequences, including imprisonment for up to 7 years, accompanied by substantial fines. In all honesty, while certain trees do possess considerable value, selling for thousands of dollars per ton, or even more, Ngu believes that such information should not be disseminated online. With hundreds of thousands of eyes watching, one must consider the risks of inciting reckless behavior. The rarity of protected plants is precisely why they are designated as such. Preserving biodiversity is fundamentally about safeguarding humanity itself. Who can predict that a plant that faces extinction today might not be the key ingredient for curing a disease like cancer tomorrow? Moreover, even aside from these considerations, one must prioritize the safety of the farm. Attracting illegal loggers to such a vast expanse would make comprehensive surveillance impossible. In the event of an encounter, the loss of trees would be minor compared to the significant threat to human life. Listening to Ngu, many fell into silence, indicating the effectiveness of his argument. Coupled with the threats of imprisonment and fines, few dared entertain illicit thoughts. However, some still engaged in debate. Observing such comments, Nge's mind raced, swiftly devising a way to redirect the conversation. Pointing to the ubiquitous birch trees, he remarked, "Birch trees are quite common, aren't they? What profit could be gained from cutting them down? A mere 1,000 or 1,800 for timber. But consider their value while they live. They absorb carbon dioxide, regulate climate, nurture water sources, and the benefits are innumerable. Just 1 hectare of forest can absorb a ton of carbon dioxide daily, while producing 750 kilograms of oxygen. One person consumes merely 0.8 kilograms of oxygen in a day. Let us not dwell on the abstract. Let us discuss tangible benefits. Birch sap is rich in easily absorbable carbohydrates, fructose, vitamins, inorganic salts, and minerals, recognized worldwide as a nutritionally rich, physiologically active water. Additionally, it serves as a natural functional beverage, combating fatigue and aging, while also alleviating coughs and inflammation. Would you not agree that a living tree is far more valuable than a dead one? As Ngu spoke, a new opportunity for profit sparked in his mind. The most abundant tree here is indeed the birch. If one could develop a market for birch sap, it would undoubtedly yield substantial profits. This is a genuinely natural beverage, and its benefits are manifold. While it may be somewhat costly, there is a market for it. With keywords like natural, anti-fatigue, and anti-aging, sales would not be a concern. However, such an endeavor requires careful long-term planning, as it is significantly more challenging than producing blueberry jam. It must be said that Nge's words effectively diverted the topic. Is this birch sap truly that potent? It sounds promising, but when will the link be available? Anti-fatigue, anti-aging, something seems to come to mind. Host, what about the blueberry jam you promised? The flowers I've been waiting for are about to wither. This reminder from the host jogged my memory of my study abroad days in Hans, where people referred to this natural beer as forest beverage, and it was quite delightful. Really? I find it hard to believe. Unless the host could serve me a cup. Observing the shift in conversation, Ngu finally relaxed. To be honest, while it is quite easy to gather birch sap for personal consumption, selling it proves to be a challenge. As of now, there are no successful cases domestically. I can only explore step by step. Once I devise a method for large-scale production, I will certainly provide the link. As you can see, my farm is vast, with birch trees sprawling across the landscape, so there will be no shortage for you to enjoy, rest assured. Time flew by, and Ngu had been in the forest for about an hour. Suddenly, a voice called from a distance, "Senior, my father has returned and is asking where we are. Shall we descend?" "Yes." Ngu replied without hesitation. It seems Lev has certainly completed the task assigned to him. Chapter 51. I guess the host is hesitant to speak soon. Ngu returned to the parking area. "Oh, you've caught quite a few." Ngu remarked with a smile as he looked at the nearly full basket. "This amount is more than enough for 2 dishes. It's all thanks to your silly one." As she spoke, Sophia pointed to the laboring iron henin not far away. This fellow was swiftly rummaging along the riverbank, seizing his catches with remarkable speed. I must say, this creature is quite tough-skinned and robust. While we worried about being pinched by the shrimp, this fellow showed no fear. Sophia added. Moreover, he seems to be growing more enthusiastic with each catch. His efficiency is simply astounding. What a character. There's a person inside, isn't there? Oh. Iron Henin is truly adorable. For a bottle of milk from the host, Iron Henin is giving it his all. Iron Henin, I never expected my bear life would begin with working. As a Siberian hamster, it's entirely normal to hustle for food. From now on, I shall be a devoted fan of Henin. Should the host dare to mistreat Iron Henin, I'll fly over in a flash. Humph. Iron Henin, where are Tang Sung and his disciples? If they don't arrive soon, this old bear will surely wear out. What a mess. Trying to steal the Kasaya? Are we? You've come to the wrong place. Tang Sung doesn't he come to the northeast? I must say, in this era, people have a fondness for adorable pets. Countless pet influencers boast tens of millions of followers. With Iron Henin's appearance, he naturally claimed the spotlight, drawing countless discussions. Iron Henin, we're leaving. And Gu exclaimed towards Iron Henin. He then awkwardly chuckled. That's an old meme from 5 years ago, haha. However, he quickly realized that Iron Henin did not respond to his call and continued searching, prompting him to raise his voice. Iron Henin, it's time to go back. Your milk is ready. Upon hearing the word milk, Iron Henin instantly reacted. He sprinted towards Gu with remarkable speed, seemingly unaffected by the injury on his leg. This situation deepened the doubts in Sophia's eyes. She contemplated inspecting Tai Henin thoroughly after Gu finished his broadcast, and perhaps inquire about him as well. Once Tai Henin placed the 3 mud skippers into the basket, Gu picked it up and headed towards the vehicle. After every 2 steps, he paused abruptly and said, Sophia, I recall you mentioned wanting to eat mud skipper tofu, didn't you? Sophia was momentarily taken aback, puzzled by Ji's sudden remark. Just as she was about to respond that she was merely speaking casually and could eat anything, Gu continued, how could mud skipper tofu be complete without chives? Without chives, the umami flavor is diminished by at least half. I just spotted some wild chives nearby, which is quite fortuitous. As he spoke, Gu handed the basket of mud skippers to Sophia, saying, the car door is open. Take Tai Henin and get in. Wait for me for 2 minutes. Before his voice faded, he had already departed, leaving only his silhouette behind. In just a few seconds, he had navigated through the underbrush. Look, this is wild chives, he exclaimed, as he grasped a handful and severed it with his knife. Observing Ji's continuous harvesting, comments flooded the livestream. Is this chives? It looks different from what we usually eat. Perhaps it's because it's wild. Many wild things are distinct. Is this really edible? It looks rather broad and quite small. Could it be mountain chives? After all, mountain chives are a type of medicinal herb. It's best not to consume them recklessly. Trust the streamer. He is a professional. How could he not recognize whether this is chives? Soon, Gu ceased his actions, stating, that's enough. This handful will suffice. I've noted the location, and I'll return here when we're preparing barbecue, dumplings, and buns. Upon hearing this, some viewers began to feel uneasy, as the act of harvesting chives evoked certain thoughts. However, many others teased Gu, amused that he would venture into the mountains just to enjoy barbecue or make buns. Isn't it more delightful to buy them directly? Nonetheless, those who were fixated on the distinction between mountain chives and wild chives did not relent. On the return journey, Gu finally noticed the comments and clarified, mountain chives are indeed wild chives. They are merely 2 names for the same thing. The primary difference between wild chives and regular chives lies in their appearance. As you all pointed out, wild chives have broader leaves and are shorter in stature. In terms of flavor, wild chives possess a stronger chive taste, but that's about it. After swiftly addressing the concerns regarding edibility, he paused before elaborating. As for wild chives being a medicinal herb, that is also accurate. Wild chives have several names besides mountain chives, such as longevity grass and immortality grass. Of course, wild chives cannot grant immortality. Don't get it twisted, otherwise, ancient emperors would have lived forever. Upon hearing this, the screen was soon filled with laughter and comments. Immortality? Who would believe that consuming a mere chive could grant immortality? However, amidst the jest, curiosity arises regarding the origin of this name. After all, the term immortal grass could imply that wild chives are remarkably resilient. Yet what about longevity grass? Does it suggest that wild chives are perennial, capable of thriving for many years? Such a notion seems rather far-fetched. Moreover, Gu has mentioned that it indeed possesses medicinal properties. It seems plausible that the name is closely related to human health. The primary reason behind this nomenclature stems from the efficacy of wild chives. Gu, with a smile, remarked that the principal benefits of wild chives include invigorating blood circulation, dispelling stasis, and alleviating itching. In essence, wild chives can be employed to treat injuries such as bruises or cuts. In ancient times, such ailments could prove fatal, hence the name. However, I personally believe that we modern individuals need not resort to wild chives, as sourcing other medicinal herbs is considerably more challenging than procuring a bottle of antiseptic from a pharmacy. Initially, the audience was struck with enlightenment. Yet, Upon hearing Ng's final remark, they could hardly contain their astonishment. No way. Is there truly someone daring enough to self-medicate? Laughter erupted. The host was overly cautious, even issuing a risk warning. Yet, it is true. A bottle of antiseptic costs but a few coins, so foraging for wild chives seems rather unnecessary. Of course, everyone is aware that wild chives are also known as Yangtze grass. Perhaps the host hesitated to mention this for fear of being perceived as an inappropriate broadcaster. Amidst the laughter, Ngu quickly returned to the vehicle. After handing the wild chives to Sophia, he drove away with the same swiftness as his arrival. Before long, they returned to Ng's villa. From a distance, it was not difficult to spot Lev sitting at the entrance, holding a black plastic bag, the kind typically used for trash. Chapter 52. Who dares to be insolent? I shall confront them. What on earth? Lev exclaimed upon hearing the commotion. What kind of vehicle is this? Why is it at the farm? Is this truly necessary? Can such a vehicle even traverse the meadow? Confusion flooded his mind. Although the locals usually drove more rugged vehicles like SUVs or pickups, he had never encountered such an extravagant automobile. Before he could fully process the situation, the vehicle had already halted at the villa entrance, and he soon observed Ngu and Sophia disembarking. Lev gazed at the two, struggling to swallow. I just bought it. Ngu stated, having a vehicle on the farm is more convenient. Although this one isn't particularly suited for the road, I may acquire another later. Boss, will this vehicle have any issues in the meadow? Of course not. You can try it out with the keys later, Ngu replied with a smile. Did you retrieve the money? Yes, indeed, 300,000. Please verify, Lev responded, his expression turning serious. It wasn't easy to obtain this cash. The bank manager made me wait in the VIP room for quite some time before processing it. It's rare for anyone around here to withdraw such a large sum. As they conversed, Lev handed over the black plastic bag. Indeed, the entirety of its contents was cash, an astonishing sum of 300,000 yuan. The task of retrieving this money from the Moke River district had been assigned to Lev by Ngu. In comparison to the matters concerning the vehicle, Lev's most pressing desire was to deliver this substantial amount to Ngu. To be candid, this was his first encounter with such an immense sum of cash. He felt that any misstep could result in a lifetime of repercussions, far beyond what he could repay. Observing Lev's reaction, a faint smile crept onto Ng's lips. This fellow had certainly not disappointed him. The money retrieval was, after all, a test of sorts. The subsequent tasks that Lev would undertake would involve even greater sums. 300,000 was merely a hair on the back of a cow. Understanding this individual was of paramount importance. At least, based on his current conduct. Lev appeared to be quite dependable. However, it was unlikely that any issues would arise, especially considering that his wife and daughter resided in the village. Particularly his daughter, who had always been by his side. Surely she would not be involved in this money. Moreover, the wages promised to them by Ngu were exceedingly generous. There was truly no need to covet Ng's wealth. Accepting the plastic bag, Ngu remarked with a smile, unfortunately, when it comes to purchasing those fruits, it is best to use cash. Only with cash in hand can they feel secure in working with us. Although Decadian village had recently connected to the internet, and the villagers had begun to engage with smart devices, their acceptance of mobile payments still left much to be desired. This was particularly true for the older generation, who perhaps felt it was unsafe or doubted the purchasing power of payment applications. In any case, they were not readily accepting of such methods. The situation could also be attributed to the absence of courier services in the village, necessitating a 2-hour journey to the city to retrieve packages, which made online shopping quite inconvenient. Regardless of the reasons, when they purchased blueberries and similar fruits, offering villagers cash earned their utmost trust. Furthermore, the sensation of converting a day's labor into cash felt far more exhilarating than simply seeing a few additional digits in a bank account. This, indeed, could be considered the most primal form of incentive. Initially, the audience, who had been jesting about Lev's reaction, fell into a hushed silence upon hearing the exchange between Ngu and Leviticus. Soon after, the live stream erupted into fervent discussion. Is there really 30,000 in that trash bag? Why does the host need so much cash? What? They are buying wild fruits with that much? Poverty limits my imagination. Can someone explain this? Is the peel of these wild fruits made of gold, or are the seeds made of gold? Do you think it's possible that this money is specifically for purchasing blueberries? No way. Is the host really that extravagant? Yesterday, they mentioned preparing blueberry jam for us. And today they have set aside 300,000? If that is the case, once the blueberry jam is released, I will definitely buy some. I remember it's good for memory and eyesight, right? While the audience engaged in their speculations, Ngu had already escorted Lev and his daughter back to the villa. Setting aside the live-streaming phone without hesitation, he began to tally the funds. After confirming the amount, he produced 100,000 yuan, saying, Uncle Lev, take this. The villagers are going up the mountain today to gather blueberries and wild fruits, and they will undoubtedly head to familiar areas, resulting in a substantial harvest. If the funds run low, feel free to come back and ask me for more, regardless of whether it's blueberries or other wild fruits. As long as the quantity is sufficient, we will purchase them at a fair price. While 100,000 yuan appears to be a considerable sum, it may not suffice. The purchasing price for wild blueberries is set at 30 yuan per pound, meaning this amount would only allow for the acquisition of approximately 333 pounds. It's worth noting that over 200 villagers have ventured into the mountains today to gather various wild fruits. They opted not for a guaranteed wage of 100 yuan, but instead chose to gather directly, partly to assess whether there would be a genuine interest in purchasing blueberries, and partly to harvest in their familiar terrain. They have lived on this land for generations, and each family possesses a few established blueberry patches. Thus, their initial foray is likely to be the most productive. Today, they are highly likely to return with full loads. Perhaps today marks the pinnacle of their efforts. Once they have harvested from their familiar grounds, any further gathering would require venturing into the vast mountains, significantly complicating the search. With an average of 10 pounds per person, 200 individuals would yield 2,000 pounds, necessitating 60,000 yuan. As for whether the fruits can be sold as jam, Angie is somewhat confident, given the numerous viewers in the live stream. Alright, let us set this aside for now. I will bring it out in the afternoon, adjusting as necessary. They had discussed this matter the previous evening, and Lev nodded without hesitation. After all, this money would not leave the farm. Even if Lev held it, he would feel more at ease. By the way, have you printed the documents I requested? Yes, I have. Lev quickly presented a stack of A4 papers, prominently displaying all the wild fruits Angie intended to purchase, along with the corresponding prices. Excellent. In the afternoon, distribute these to the villagers so they can gather the fruits listed. We will buy them all. Angie took the papers, briefly reviewing them, then added, also, remind them that we only want ripe fruits. If anyone brings us unripe produce or anything mixed in, they should not expect leniency. Hearing this, Lev nodded vigorously, rest assured. Who would dare to cause trouble? Just watch me deal with them. Chapter 53. Are we all the same? No, we are different. Not at all, not at all. Angie quickly waved his hand, saying, at worst, we simply want to engage in business with such individuals. There is no need for any extreme actions. He genuinely feared that Lev might get into a scuffle over this. Such matters are simply not worth it. Lev smirked and remarked, that is exactly the point. These wild fruits are utterly worthless to us. We can either consume them ourselves at home or let them rot in the mountains. Now that you are willing to purchase them, it provides a means of livelihood for some. In such circumstances, those who fail to appreciate the opportunity deserve to be reprimanded. I believe the entire village shares this sentiment. Upon hearing Lev's words, Ngu chose not to elaborate further, being new here. He certainly lacked Lev's understanding of how to interact with the locals. At any rate, the current market is favorable for buyers, meaning they hold the power in negotiations. Even if issues arise in the relationship, the collaboration remains unaffected. Since Lev has been chosen, let him manage the operations. The acquisition of blueberries is not inherently complex. Moreover, having discussed the details yesterday, it suffices to finalize the agreement now. Meanwhile, discussions in the live stream were fervent. This host is truly capable. After promising us arrangements yesterday, they mobilized over 200 individuals today. The host is genuinely impressive. Crucially, they are transparent about everything. Once the blueberry jam is available, I will certainly purchase some. With 300,000 yuan. I recall the purchase price was 30 yuan per pound, enough to collect 10,000 pounds. Will that be sufficient for our distribution? It makes sense. Our live stream currently has at least hundreds of thousands of viewers. It may be challenging to secure a share. I am curious, aside from blueberries, what else is there? It seems they also discovered sorghum fruits and raspberries yesterday. And what else was mentioned? Miss Sophia's father has such an endearing temperament. He resorts to a hammer at the slightest disagreement. Just as Ngu and the others were making final confirmations, Tai Henin could no longer contain himself. He stealthily crawled over to Ngu and tugged at his leg. Noticing Tai Henin, Ngu looked down and was met with a pitiful gaze. Is Tai Henin perhaps impatient? You just mentioned giving him a bottle of milk. Witnessing this scene, Sophia couldn't help but smile and suggested to Ngu, shall I fetch him a milk bottle? Upon hearing the word milk, Tai Henin immediately perked up. Ha ha ha, Tai Henin truly longs for milk. I am increasingly convinced that beneath this furry exterior lies a person. At this rate, it won't be long before Tai Henin starts pilfering garments. I believe the host should act decisively and prepare a robe for Tai Henin. By the way, wasn't it a black bear that stole the robe? Yet, Tai Henin is golden. Humph. Once he achieves his goals, won't he need a robe? What a ridiculous notion. This is merely a little bear. Feed him. Just look at how hungry he is. I do not know when it began, but the viewers in the live stream have surprisingly associated Tai Henin with the black bear spirit from Journey to the West that steals robes. However, Ngu was yet to notice this. After hearing Sophia's words and observing Tai Henin's expression, he agreed, saying, I shall go instead. Perhaps this fellow is tired after catching locusts. With that, Ngu rose to prepare some milk for Tai Henin. He was acutely aware that Iron Henin desired not mere milk, but rather the powdered formula produced by the system. The marvel of this concoction was not something to be divulged to outsiders. Should Sophia catch sight of him withholding milk from Iron Henin while offering him powdered formula instead, she might perceive it as a form of mistreatment. This matter, therefore, required his personal attention. As Ngu rose, Iron Henin immediately adjusted his posture, closely trailing behind him. Sophia, can that vehicle truly traverse the meadow? As soon as Ngu departed, Lev could hardly contain his eagerness. Huh, I thought he was going to ask something profound. Ha ha ha, it turns out he is still perplexed by this issue. His mysterious demeanor suggests he fears the host might overhear. If it were me, I would likely be entangled in the same conundrum. Indeed, witnessing it firsthand was genuinely astonishing. To be frank, I feel this vehicle epitomizes male romanticism. When Ngu left, he did not take away the live-streaming phone. Consequently, the audience beheld Lev's furtive glances, pondering his intentions. To their surprise, he eventually directed his query towards Sophia. Instantly, they could no longer contain their amusement. Yet, upon reflection, were they not in a similar state just an hour or two prior? They had also doubted whether this vehicle could truly perform off-road, let alone navigate through marshes. However, what was reality? This vehicle glided effortlessly across the meadow. It traversed the marshes with equal ease. It navigated the rivers, still maintaining that fluid motion. What vehicle could possibly rival its off-road capabilities? Indeed, upon hearing Lev's words, Sophia exclaimed, "You have no idea. This vehicle is astonishing. Not only can it conquer meadows, but marshes and rivers are no obstacle either. You should simply watch the video I recorded. Words cannot do it justice." For a moment, Sophia found herself at a loss for words. She felt that the extraordinary nature of this vehicle transcended verbal description. The challenges that once troubled them were rendered mere paper tigers before this vehicle, visible, yet impotent. What is there to articulate? It's just a car, right? Incredible. Lev, observing Sophia's reaction, was about to comment when he witnessed the vehicle traversing the marsh, surprisingly, without any sign of sinking. Haha, I am indeed awestruck. My reaction mirrors yours precisely. It was inevitable. This vehicle was simply extraordinary, something he had never seen before. Nor could he have ever imagined such a marvel. He could not fathom where the host had discovered such a vehicle. Had he not witnessed it here, he would have found it beyond belief. We were all in the same boat, equally astonished and bewildered. Yet, at that moment, as this barrage of comments appeared, Lev finally grasped. I recall Ngu mentioning he would allow me to drive this vehicle, correct? We are all in the same boat, are we? They get to touch the car. They get to drive, while we are left merely to covet from afar. The program's effect was instantaneously overwhelming. The senior just mentioned that one could simply ask him for the car keys. Sophia remarked, however, this vehicle consumes over 20 liters of diesel per 100 kilometers. I will handle the refueling, and you may take it out for a joyride. Just bear in mind that its maximum speed is only 80 miles per hour. So it's best suited for use on the farm or in the surrounding forests and meadows. Before Sophia could finish her thought, Nge's voice resonated from outside. Chapter 54. Just a moment. There's a miracle. I overheard you discussing the car, Nge noted, grinning as he noticed the two gazing at him. It would be wonderful if I could have a chance to experience that vehicle, but how could I use your fuel? Lev interjected. Oh, I plan to designate this car as the farm's communal vehicle, Nge replied, but the responsibility of purchasing diesel will still fall to you, as it requires a trip to the city. Upon hearing this, Lev did not object, saying, if you wish to buy diesel, you can have someone else pick it up. Most vehicles in the village run on diesel. Diesel engines have greater torque, which reduces the likelihood of accidents. While they conversed, Tai Han had already crawled out with a milk bottle in his mouth, making his way to a carpeted area to sit down and drink eagerly from the bottle. Witnessing this scene, the tone of the live stream suddenly shifted. The earlier envy towards Lev and the desire to join the Aurora farm were swiftly overshadowed by the overwhelming popularity of the adorable Tai Han. Classic moment. This is exactly why I watched the live stream. I feel the same. Upon joining, I discovered there was far more interesting content than I anticipated. Bold little rascal. I can tell you're not human at a glance. Today, I demand you reveal your true form. Great Guardian, Bodhisattva. Earth Store, Bodhisattva. It's a pity the host is in the Northeast. Otherwise, I would genuinely want to see who's cuter, Tai Han or a panda. Which is cuter? For adults, the answer is undoubtedly all of them. How greedy of you. I absolutely adore it. Nge, Lev. And Sophia continued their discussion for quite some time before Nge suddenly shifted the topic, asking, by the way, will Auntie and the others come down from the mountain today at noon? They brought food when they ascended. So I estimate they'll return around 7 or 8 o'clock, Lev chuckled. Actually, that's how everyone is when they go up the mountain. Upon hearing Nge and Lev's conversation, the viewers in the live stream realized that Sophia's mother had also gone up the mountain with the other villagers. However, Her purpose for ascending differed from the rest. While others sought to gather more blueberries for profit, her intent was to assist Ngu in confirming certain matters. Naturally, despite her differing objective, she was mingling among familiar faces. Acknowledging Lev's confirmation, Ngu nodded and said, "In that case, I shall prepare a lunch for the three of us." "Let Sophia do it," Lev suggested. "What? Do you not trust my culinary skills?" Ngu joked upon hearing Lev's words. "Of course not. The dishes you prepared yesterday were certainly of five-star quality." Lev quickly shook his head. "I merely think, as the esteemed owner, it's rather inappropriate for you to cook for us mere employees." Upon hearing Lev's words, Ngu couldn't help but chuckle, saying, "What big boss are you talking about? We are all comrades here, why bring that up?" With that, she announced her intention to prepare dinner, having just caught some locusts on the mountain. "Senior, let me assist you," Sophia said, following closely behind as Ngu stood to leave. Watching his daughter's retreating figure, Lev murmured to himself, "Sophia, when will you allow me to enjoy this meal with a clear conscience?" Listening to Lev's musings, Tai Henin glanced up momentarily before resuming his play with the empty milk bottle. Evidently, it had run dry, and only Tai Henin, the bear, heard Lev's quiet words. "Sophia, how about you clean these locusts while I prepare some ingredients and tools?" Ngu suggested as they entered the kitchen, securing the live-streaming phone and placing the locusts into the washing basin. "All right, Senior, can you really make locust tofu? I remember it being quite a hassle," Sophia inquired. "Is there anything a man cannot accomplish?" Ngu jested, assuring her, "Rest easy, this is something I happen to know well." To be honest, ever since he won a culinary prize, Nge's cooking skills and understanding of gastronomy had reached impressive heights. Although his repertoire of recipes was limited, he had once heard about locust tofu, making replication a feasible task. "Wait, the host can actually cook? There aren't many men who can these days." "The host is quite remarkable," one viewer remarked. "Aren't you just a fake fan? Didn't the host prepare an entire feast by themselves yesterday?" "I ended up devouring 3 bowls of rice," another chimed in. "I only started watching the host today. It's understandable not to know," a third added. "There's no need to argue, just enjoy the show. It will surely amaze you." It seemed that a restaurant owner had mentioned yesterday that the chef he hired for $20,000 a month couldn't match the host's skills. "Really? Is the host that impressive?" Someone exclaimed. "I hope the host succeeds. I haven't had locust tofu in years. There used to be plenty in the small valleys around my home, but now they are nearly extinct." Alas, as the discussion continued, the preparations were completed. "Senior, is there anything else I can do?" Sophia asked. "These shrimp need to be processed, right?" "Yes, let us handle them together quickly," Ngu replied, moving beside Sophia. After adjusting the angle of the live-streaming phone, he picked up a locust and began the task. In truth, processing shrimp was quite simple. Pulling the small tail from the middle released the shrimp vein. Then he pried open the head, placing the shrimp brain into a bowl, and finally removed the gills, completing the task. While he worked, Ngu narrated the process to Sophia and the viewers in the live stream. After finishing a small portion of the locusts, he grabbed a jar of garlic, placing the processed shrimp inside to crush them. Observing Nge's actions, the audience in the live stream appeared bewildered. "Wow, a garlic jar? That's a bit retro." One viewer exclaimed. "What is the host doing? My goodness, is this how you prepare shrimp? Why crush them? Can they still be eaten?" Another questioned. "Exactly. The shell of this mantis shrimp should be inedible, much like that of a crayfish, right? Such a peculiar operation. This mantis shrimp is truly precious. And the host seems incapable of handling it." While they were engaged in discussion, Ngu had already placed the crushed mantis shrimp into a bowl and began to stir it with cold water, subsequently using a strainer to separate the residue. This action left many puzzled. What kind of bewildering behavior is this? Does she merely desire that earthy yellow broth? Then, astonishingly, Ngu filtered it several times with gauze. At this point, only the liquid remained. Not only the viewers in the live stream, but even Sophia appeared bewildered. Truly, it was incomprehensible what Ngu was up to. Having reached this stage, the mantis shrimp tofu was nearly formed. Suddenly, Nge's voice rang out, stating, "When this broth reaches a temperature of 50 to 60 degrees, a miracle will occur." What miracle? Could it be that shrimp paste can revert back to shrimp? The audience was perplexed by the host's actions, feeling as if the ingredient had been rendered useless. Clearly, there must be a rationale behind her approach. They merely had to wait and see. Although they did not understand the host's method, they were acutely aware that wasting food is disgraceful. Evidently, the viewers still could not grasp Nge's technique. Dissolving the shrimp meat in the water. Was this meant to create shrimp paste? Yet, shrimp paste does not come about in this manner. However, the atmosphere in the live stream quickly shifted. "What?" exclaimed one viewer in astonishment. "The host is amazing. Is this magic? I had no idea such a method existed." Remarkably, this was akin to meat tofu. The temperature of the stove rose rapidly, soon reaching 50 to 60 degrees. With a deft motion of Nge's spoon, a transformation occurred within the pot. The shrimp broth, once amalgamated, began to separate. The liquid turned transparent, while the shrimp solidified into a tofu-like consistency. In truth, mantis shrimp tofu has no direct relation to traditional tofu. And Gu smiled and explained, the shrimp meat will naturally transform into a tofu-like state, much like shrimp paste. As she spoke, Gu took the freshly separated shrimp brains and added them to the pot. These shrimp brains cook instantly upon boiling. As for seasoning, a dash of salt and pepper will suffice, for they are inherently flavorful. In the midst of her conversation, the dish was nearly complete. As it approached serving, Gu tossed in the prepared wild chives. The chunks of mantis shrimp and the green chives swam in the crystalline broth, appearing utterly appetizing and wholly unexpected. This was indeed an eye-opener. I never anticipated such a method. I deeply regretted my earlier criticism of the host. Tears of regret flowed from my lips. The clarity of the broth alone substantiated that this preparation was far cleaner than crayfish, which often necessitate heavy seasoning to mask their inherent taste. Initially, when I saw the crushing and juicing, I assumed she was aiming to create a thick dish akin to certain Indian cuisines. I never imagined that the protein from the shrimp would coalesce into a tofu-like form, comparable to clear broth with bok choy. I must admit, the culinary practices in our homeland are indeed meticulous, and I have genuinely learned something valuable today. To speak candidly, as a native of the Wuluan River region, I find it quite challenging to procure such delicacies. In my youth, I often encountered them. They were ubiquitous in the ditches. However, in recent years, they have become increasingly elusive. The audience in the live stream shared similar sentiments. Sophia's reaction mirrored this sentiment closely. Although the mudskippers in the vast meadow village are relatively abundant compared to other areas, villagers only occasionally enjoy them during the summer months. Yet, being a village of the Ross nationality, they are unlikely to have encountered such culinary practices. Sophia, please serve this dish. I can handle the spicy mudskippers myself. Upon hearing Ng's words, Sophia finally comprehended and nodded in agreement. The preparation of spicy mudskippers was considerably simpler compared to mudskipper tofu. There was nothing particularly astonishing about it. Notably, it did not employ bean paste or an array of disordered seasonings. The remark that excessive seasonings can overshadow the fresh flavor of mudskippers was quite telling. Undoubtedly, this statement further affirmed to everyone that the flavor of mudskippers far surpasses that of crayfish. While Ngu prepared the two dishes of mudskippers, Sophia exchanged greetings and swiftly whipped up a few simple cold dishes. In no time, a modest yet delightful lunch was ready. The staple consisted of the most common northeastern rice and large bread, devoid of any extraordinary qualities. Oh, this soup is made with mudskippers? After a habitual sip, Lev's expression transformed. Haven't you tried it before? Ngu inquired, bewildered by Lev's reaction. Isn't this the most traditional dish from our northeastern region? It is said to have been passed down for a millennium, served at Nurhasai's imperial banquets. Perhaps this dish is only found in Han-dominated areas. We usually prepare it grilled. Lev pondered. Regardless, this soup is truly delightful. As they dined, the conversation flowed effortlessly. The viewers in the live stream were salivating profusely. Some could no longer resist, and ordered a takeout of crayfish to enjoy alongside. Although the flavors may differ, at least the appearance matched, providing some satisfaction. Of course, it was not just the live stream audience that was tempted. Nearby, Tai Han Han was nearly drooling onto the carpet. Let him eat, suggested one viewer. Perhaps we should let the host feed him. The caretaker shouldn't be so self-absorbed. Yes, the little bear is still growing. In response to these comments, Goose swiftly reprimanded. Have you all lost your minds? Tai Han Han cannot eat this. After all, Tai Han Han is merely a 4 to 5 month old brown bear, whose bodily organs have yet to fully develop, making the intake of salt exceedingly dangerous. Its kidneys are incapable of metabolizing it. This could significantly impact its life as a bear. Upon hearing that the kidneys cannot process it, the majority of the audience understood. After all, in nature, many animals share similar characteristics. For instance, dogs can suffer kidney failure from excessive salt, and foxes may lose their fur from excessive consumption of tails. Even human infants cannot consume salt before their first birthday. A bear cub, merely 4 to 5 months old, cannot consume salt. What is so difficult to accept about this premise? Beyond this, the most fervent demand arises from those eager for Ango to sell or cultivate mudskippers. I previously stated that raising mudskippers is indeed feasible, yet it requires careful planning. Ango remarked that mudskippers are a species capable of thriving in a wide temperature range, tolerating water temperatures from 2 to 31 degrees Celsius, with the most comfortable conditions being between 16 and 21 degrees. This implies that, in addition to the pristine water sources I mentioned earlier, I must also regulate the temperature. As you are aware, the temperatures here can be quite harsh. During the winter months, if the water drops below 4 degrees, these creatures will cease feeding and retreat into their burrows for hibernation. Listening to Ango's explanation, the crowd began to realize the complexities involved in cultivating these creatures. They are ill-suited for low temperatures, yet they inhabit the coldest regions of our country. It seems the journey to enjoy this delicacy is still a long one. However, witnessing such interest, Ango understood that if cultivation were to commence, selling them would not pose a problem. This meal, enriched by the presence of spicy mud skippers, took quite some time to finish, concluding around 2 o'clock. Just as Ango planned to clear the table, Sophia swiftly took the initiative to tidy up. Uncle Lev, a vacuum concentrator will be delivered this afternoon. Please receive it and ensure it is sent to the facility we discussed yesterday. Seizing the moment while Sophia was busy, Ango stated, I wish to check on the situation with the sick deer. We shall reconvene this evening. Chapter 56. A streamer like this adored. A vacuum concentrator? Lev inquired, somewhat perplexed. It is a device capable of removing moisture from food, thereby enhancing its concentration, Ango elucidated. In simpler terms, the blueberry jam we intend to sell will undergo processing through this machine after cooking, prior to being sold. The jam will attain a thicker consistency and a richer aroma. Upon hearing Ango's explanation, Lev instinctively replied, Is that truly necessary? We have been making jam for generations without such machinery. We simply bottle it once it's ready. In the past, we created it for our own consumption, fully aware of how to store it, how long it would last, and how to identify spoilage. However, we are now venturing into sales. Ango asserted with gravity, what we consider common knowledge may be unfamiliar to many consumers. Furthermore, we must ensure the safety of the product during transit. In conclusion, I believe our jam must be clean and hygienic, with an extended shelf life and reduced storage difficulty. Without the use of additives, the vacuum concentrator is the most suitable solution. After Ango's words, Lev fell into contemplation. The audience in the live stream was equally moved. Oh, such a streamer, adored and cherished. Who would have thought that the streamer would invest in new equipment for our benefit? I initially believed that merely cooking the jam as yesterday would suffice. Truly, the agricultural major's expertise shines through. Only such products can be trusted for consumption. I hope they are available soon. My son has his high school entrance exams in 2 months, and I wish to use blueberries to enhance his memory. Evidently, Anger's remarks have instilled a greater sense of trust in farm products among many. The demand for jam has been steadily rising. However, amidst these statements, dissonant voices have emerged, questioning the authenticity of the scene. Why do I always feel like I'm watching a performance? In this day and age, one cannot trust everything presented on camera. For instance, if a certain internet celebrity can sell syrup as bird's nest, then a streamer might very well peddle subpar jam. In today's world, anything for profit seems plausible. Following the incident involving Pangaea, I, for one, have lost faith in these streamers. As the saying goes, fame attracts controversy. Currently, Anger's live stream is frequented by around 800,000 viewers, a figure that denotes him as a top-tier streamer across any platform. Remarkably, he is still a newcomer, undoubtedly drawing in a throng of envious onlookers. Trolls, detractors, and bots mingle within the audience, ready to launch an attack at the slightest provocation. Fortunately, in this era of overwhelming digital noise, seasoned netizens possess a robust resilience. Anger's true fans do not hesitate to retaliate against those stirring trouble. Is this not absurd? The streamer is genuinely involved in farm development. With such a vast farm, what reason would he have to deceive you? Moreover, it was the viewers in the live stream who first mentioned the jam. Are they envious of his success? Is it a case of class envy? The streamer is confidently promoting his products. I am willing to purchase them. Not to mention, he is willing to show you the entire production process, which surely surpasses the transparency of certain so-called conscientious enterprises. The discordant voices continue to rise and fall. Yet, Anger's focus remains elsewhere. Seizing the moment while Sophia is washing dishes, he recounts the various equipment he purchased and the entire production process to Lev, estimating the number of personnel required. He instructs Lev to begin recruiting in the village over the next few days. Since Anger had only provided Lev with a general overview, by the time Sophia finishes washing the dishes, the matters have been nearly resolved. Well, that's about it, Anger remarks with a smile. We can adjust our plans as needed. I'll draft a simple report tonight to keep everything organized. After briefly outlining his thoughts, Anger tidies up and prepares to check on the deer. At this moment, he realizes that a commotion has erupted in his live stream. Upon further investigation, Anger quickly reassures his audience. You can rest assured, that was not an act. Once the equipment is installed, I will live stream the entire production process of the blueberry jam, ensuring complete transparency. He adds, I own a green food production company that will meet and even exceed national standards. I encourage all viewers to hold us accountable. As Anger's words resonate, the comments from his fans grow increasingly assertive. Huh, did you see that, detractors? Everything is transparent, including our compliant company. All processes adhere to national regulations, and our standards are significantly above the norm. What more can you say? Do not pay heed to those black-hearted critics, for the audience is not foolish. They trust what they can see. You have laid bare the entire production process, and those who desire will certainly make a purchase. Indeed, as soon as the jam is unveiled, I shall place my order without hesitation." Observing this scene, the faces of the detractors darkened. They initially sought to seize the opportunity to tarnish Nge's reputation and impede his progress. Little did they anticipate that the fervor of Nge's fans would transform the situation into such a lively affair. Ironically, their attempts to malign only served to invigorate the live stream, and it wouldn't be surprising if even more viewers joined shortly thereafter. Meanwhile, after clarifying matters, Nge and Sophia stepped out together. He remained unperturbed, confident that showcasing the entire jam production process would pose no issue. Upon leaving the villa, they made their way directly to the deer enclosure. Compared to the morning, the deer were noticeably more animated. Yet, upon seeing Nge and Sophia, they still exhibited signs of fear, particularly in the presence of the imposing Iron Han. Perhaps this is an instinctive response to danger? Sophia, it appears my intuition was correct. Under these circumstances, if we were to disturb their antlers, it might truly turn our semi-free range into a mere fantasy. Indeed, Sophia remarked. Observing the deer, it is as the books describe. These Sika deer are inherently vigilant and sensitive. To earn their trust will likely require considerable time. After exchanging a few brief words, the duo began their tasks. Currently, these creatures could only remain within their pens, necessitating arrangements for water and feed. Beyond that, numerous responsibilities awaited them. As they had yet to hire any staff, they had no choice but to handle the work themselves. Chapter 57. The arrival of the first batch of blueberries. Speaking of which, I recall that the diet of Sika deer is rather straightforward. As Nge changed the water, he suddenly spoke up. Indeed, Sika deer are not particularly finicky about their food and drink, Sophia replied without hesitation. Generally, when raised in captivity, they are primarily fed coarse grains made from corn stalks, occasionally supplemented with soybean meal, corn, and bran, along with a bit of salt and calcium for nourishment. Clearly, she had done her homework. After learning of Nge's purchase of Sika deer, she had returned home to review her knowledge on the subject, even engaging in discussions with acquaintances who raised deer. Listening to the conversation between Nge and Sophia, the audience in the live stream began to murmur amongst themselves. I didn't realize that Miss Sophia was so knowledgeable about agriculture. Did you not hear them calling the host senior? They must be from the same school. Exactly. Moreover, it is only natural for a farm owner to hire individuals well-versed in agriculture. I am a sophomore at Dongnom University, and last year, Sophia led her team to participate in the 4th Elite Cattle Challenge, where they secured the grand prize in the dairy cattle category, along with an individual special award. Wow, is she really that impressive? It seems the host's farm is full of hidden talents. If the standards are that high, then I might as well give up hope. Under Sophia's guidance, everything progressed in an orderly manner. Whether it was changing water, replenishing feed, inspecting individual Sika deer, or surveying the entire deer enclosure, the duo would provide brief educational insights to the audience during the live broadcast. Undoubtedly, this was a rather novel experience for the viewers. They had never imagined that grazing could be so fascinating. While it was indeed intriguing, I felt utterly exhausted. I truly admire the stamina of the hosts. If it were me, I would have been panting by now. By the way, have you noticed how these Sika deer seem to shy away from the hosts? Didn't Sophia mention earlier that Sika deer are inherently cautious and timid? This is quite normal, isn't it? Alas, if only the wild boars digging for sweet potatoes in my field were equally timid. In the past, when I was able to hunt, they would flee at the sight of me. Now, they merely glance up and continue eating. If I were to brandish a bamboo pole, they would dare to chase after me. However, this dynamic does appear somewhat discordant. Given their temperament, would they dare return after being free-range? I believe it would be wiser for the hosts to keep them in captivity. After a considerable amount of activity, Nge, during a moment of rest, suddenly realized that there were numerous viewers in the live room who were entirely unfamiliar with the concepts of confinement, grazing, and semi-free-range farming. They would certainly be oblivious to the distinctions among the three methods. Nge pondered briefly. They must be unaware. How could one ascertain the quality of their farm products otherwise? Thus, leaning casually against the fence, he smiled and remarked, "The reason I opted for semi-free-range farming is, of course, grounded in my rationale. To put it simply, each method has its merits and drawbacks. I can only assert that semi-free-range is the most suitable approach for me, at least on my farm." After a slight pause, Nge began to elucidate. First, confinement involves enclosing the Sika deer within a designated area, segregating them based on age and gender for meticulous management. This method offers several advantages for the health of the deer herd and disease prevention. However, it is not without its shortcomings. The most severe issue, as Nge had previously mentioned, is the potential for nutritional deficiencies and lack of exercise, which can lead to malnutrition, stunted antler growth, and emaciation, with signs of hunger becoming alarmingly common. Even with professional personnel conducting regular blood tests to ascertain nutritional deficiencies within the herd and subsequently administering supplements, the likelihood of such deficiencies can only be mitigated. After all, The lack of exercise is the fundamental concern. In contrast, the grazing method effectively addresses this issue, as it often combines confinement with grazing. Typically, the deer are taken to the mountains, allowing them to forage for essential nutrients in their natural environment. Consequently, the risk of malnutrition is naturally reduced. Additionally, each outing provides ample exercise. Yet, this approach also presents certain challenges. For instance, it requires a considerable number of experienced herders to manage the grazing process, a task that Ngu finds quite difficult to accomplish. In this era, the number of herders is already scarce, even more so for those who tend to deer. In contrast, adopting a semi-free-range model can effectively address the aforementioned issues. Under this semi-free-range system, the deer can forage for food in the wild during the spring, summer, and autumn seasons, while the deer shelter also provides a supplementary amount of nourishment. In such circumstances, it becomes exceedingly difficult for the deer to suffer from malnutrition. As for their exercise, one can be assured that it is more than adequate. When winter arrives, the deer shelter can offer warmth and sustenance, ensuring the herd's survival in the harsh winter conditions. It is evident that this model necessitates the presence of herders, albeit not in overwhelming numbers, thus alleviating concerns regarding labor. However, as the saying goes, every advantage carries its drawbacks. This method undoubtedly presents certain challenges, particularly in terms of disease prevention and breeding. According to Ngu, each of these three methods has its pros and cons, yet it is clear that the semi-free-range approach aligns best with the ethos of the Aurora farm. Moreover, free-range practices do have their merits. Both the deer and their antlers benefit from extensive exercise, and under such conditions, the quality of the antlers is significantly enhanced. It appears that free range is indeed more suitable. There are benefits and drawbacks, and the host must strive to excel. Once the antlers are ready, remember to list them for sale. I wish to purchase some. After all, witnessing the deer grow ensures that one will not be deceived. Antlers? How cruel. These are the deer's horns. Is it possible that some remain unaware that antlers grow annually and are not a one-time occurrence? Harvesting antlers guarantees that the deer will not suffer mass deaths during the mating season, and unlike cow or sheep horns, antlers regenerate each year and naturally shed in winter. As Ngu elucidated, the audience began to grasp the rationale behind his choices. During the educational process, Ngu also interspersed substantial information, such as the fact that free-range deer possess superior physical qualities and that their antlers are nutritionally richer. Although this serves as groundwork for future sales of deer antlers, he is not deceiving anyone. This information is verifiable, supported by numerous reputable institutions with detailed conclusions. He merely seeks to publicize the advantages of his farm. Senior, the essential tasks have largely been completed. What remains is to inspect the Sika deer for any hidden issues. Approximately an hour later, Sophia suddenly suggested, if you have no pressing matters, you could spend some time with these Sika deer in the shelter along with Tai Henin. Observing the herd's condition, I noted a significant improvement since the morning, allowing them to become accustomed to your presence and that of Tai Henin when they transition to free range in the future. Upon hearing this, Ngu readily agreed, as he had ample time at his disposal. Over the next few hours, Sophia began a meticulous inspection, while Ngu and Tai Henin engaged in playful interaction within the deer shelter. During this time, he also received a call from Leviticus. However, in comparison to the meticulously crafted vacuum concentrator, his attention was drawn more towards the graceful Sika deer, which is why he refrained from personally verifying the situation. As diligent effort does not go unrewarded, after a productive afternoon, some of the bolder Sika deer even dared to approach him by the end. Though they did not allow for petting, they stirred considerable envy among the onlookers. Sophia, let us return. The blueberry foragers should be back by now. Upon hearing this from Ngu, Sophia, who had been scanning the deer enclosure, instinctively glanced at the time, realizing it was already past 6 o'clock. Chapter 58. Two completely different entities immediately. Sophia replied, I just need to tidy up before we leave. With that, she busied herself with the cleanup. Before long, the two made their way towards the farm entrance. Yet, before they could arrive, they spotted a bustling crowd approaching from a distance. A closer look revealed that most of these individuals were carrying metal buckets. Wow, so many people. The host truly has a grand vision. It appeared there were at least 100 individuals. Look at how joyful they are. It's no wonder, with an abundance of surplus produce, someone is finally here to purchase it. I wonder when the other equipment the host ordered will arrive. I can hardly wait to savor the wild blueberry jam. My wife has issued an ultimatum. If these beauty-enhancing treasures do not arrive soon, she will seek alternatives. What should I do? Witnessing such a scene, the live stream chat buzzed with excitement once more. Many viewers were eagerly anticipating the day's harvest, as Ngu had prepared a budget of 100,000 yuan for this occasion. Before long, Ngu arrived at the farm entrance. There, Lev and his wife directed the villagers to step forward one by one for weighing and payment, while two burly men assisted in placing the weighed fruits into containers nearby. The villagers' buckets were filled with an array of wild fruits. At that moment, the voices within the crowd became distinctly audible. "Brother, your haul today is quite impressive. Ha ha, luck was on our side. You did well too." Our entire family mobilized and managed to harvest nearly the entire blueberry patch. "Oh, you even found blackcurrants today? That's a rare find. Our village has finally struck it rich. This harvest is worth the equivalent of half a month's labor." "Uncle, it seems you've run out of buckets. May I borrow one?" "Sister, come help me sort this out. I'm clumsy and don't want to damage the fruit." Villagers were discussing their yields. Some were admiring the treasures found by others. Others gleefully counted their money, while some sought assistance in sorting the fruits. After all, the price of each type of fruit varied greatly. With the containers from the mountain insufficient, they naturally needed to borrow buckets for sorting. "Boss, you've arrived." With many outsiders present, Lev addressed Ngu with this term. The moment he spoke, numerous eyes turned towards Ngu, each glimmering with surprise. They were utterly taken aback by Ngu's unexpected youthfulness. Although they had heard the previous day that the Aurora farm had been purchased by a young individual, they had presumed this young person to be relatively mature, given that the tasks undertaken there hardly seemed suited for someone of tender years. After all, who could have imagined that this youthful figure was indeed as young as he appeared? They found it perplexing how such a youth could possess the financial means to acquire the Aurora farm and procure wild fruits at such elevated prices. Nonetheless, they understood that comprehending this matter was unnecessary. Their focus should remain on their own responsibilities and the rewards that followed. "You handle your affairs. I shall wander about." Ngu casually greeted them before meandering into the surroundings. Observing Ngu's affable demeanor, many villagers felt a wave of reassurance. The live stream had already transitioned to showcase the surrounding scenery, which primarily featured blueberries, raspberries, sorghum berries, and blackcurrants. Among these, sorghum berries and blueberries were the most abundant, followed by blackcurrants, with raspberries being the least. "Wow, so many fruits. I feel my blueberries are not far off," one exclaimed. "By the way, why do I feel that the blueberries over there don't look quite right? Goodness, now that you mention it, they do seem to differ in color." Indeed, the hue of those fruits appears to be darker. Uncle Lev seemed to have separated two different colors. Could the varieties be dissimilar? Upon noticing the discussions in the live stream, Ngu was momentarily taken aback. He quickly regained his composure, picked up a blackcurrant, and said, "Is this the fruit you are referring to?" After confirming with the audience, he continued, "This is not a blueberry, it is a blackcurrant. Though these two fruits share similarities in color, size, and shape, they are fundamentally distinct. From a botanical perspective, blueberries belong to the Ericaceae family and the Vaccinium genus, while blackcurrants belong to the Gracilariaceae family and the Ribes genus." At Ngu's words, Sophia's eyes sparkled with contemplation. Just as Ngu paused to reflect, Sophia suddenly spoke up, "Senior, it's quite understandable that everyone struggles to differentiate between them." Noticing Ngu's surprised expression, Sophia shared her hypothesis. In recent years, many unscrupulous beverage companies have promoted blackcurrant-flavored blueberry juice, inundating the market with such advertisements and packaging. As she spoke, Sophia displayed her phone, and the live stream erupted with excitement. "Wow, I thought that looked familiar. Yes, that's the packaging from a certain brand of beverage. However, these two fruits really do resemble one another. I still feel I can't tell them apart. Host, please enlighten us on how to distinguish these two different fruits. Fruit hunter Yang Xiaoyang, come forth and enlighten us." Suddenly, the live streaming room descended into chaos. Upon noticing the familiar juice brand on Sophia's phone, those in the know understood immediately. A simple visit to the supermarket would reveal the truth. Enlightened, Ngu remarked, "However, these merchants are truly outrageous. While both blueberry and blackcurrant juices share a purple hue and a sweet tart flavor akin to grape juice, they ought not to mislead consumers in such a manner." The moment he glimpsed the juice label, he realized how many unsuspecting customers could easily be deceived by these individuals. After a brief contemplation, Ngu confessed, "To be honest, I'm not quite sure how to differentiate juices, as I've never purchased this before. However, one can discern them through the ingredient list. Moreover, if it merely states flavor, it's not real juice, but merely resembles the taste." He continued, "In terms of fruit identification, blueberries typically appear deep blue and should have a fine white frost on their surface when purchased, while blackcurrants are darker and larger with a more prominent stem. As for flavor, he noted, blueberries possess a delicate flesh, soft and easy to chew, whereas blackcurrants have thicker skin and a more pronounced acidity." With that, Ngu popped a blackcurrant into his mouth, immediately contorting his expression. "Just look at my face. You can tell how sour it is," he exclaimed before trying a blueberry. Moments later, the only comment remaining in the barrage was, "The black plum is sweet." Chapter 59. It appears there are quite a few naive ones. As Ngu tasted the blueberry, his expression froze and then began to twist in a familiar manner, reminiscent of the viral product pitching hosts recently seen online. "Haha, it seems the wild blueberry indeed lacks flavor. However, the cultivated blueberries you usually buy cannot possibly taste like this. Ango offered an awkward smile, briefly explaining before shifting the topic. I trust you remember I mentioned blueberries are highly nutritious, capable of preventing cancer, protecting eyesight, blocking ultraviolet rays, and delaying aging, among other benefits. Blackcurrants, naturally, are equally remarkable. With this statement, the teasing comments in the live room noticeably decreased. Curiosity piqued about the benefits of blackcurrants, as blueberries are internationally recognized among the top 5 health fruits. What about blackcurrants? Many had never even heard of them. Observing the comments, Ango cheerfully stated, previously, scientists conducted comparative experiments using blackcurrant juice on mice, ultimately confirming a myriad of benefits. Among the most extraordinary is its ability to lower lipids and blood fats. I won't delve into the details of the mechanism, but in summary, blackcurrant extracts have begun to be utilized in clinical medicine, widely employed in treating cardiovascular diseases. While consuming blackcurrants directly may not yield as potent effects as the extracts, they can still help reduce blood fats and lower the incidence of cardiovascular diseases. Certainly one of the most formidable human adversaries in contemporary times, this affliction claims lives almost incessantly, day by day. This fact alone is enough to stir profound emotions. The live broadcast is ablaze with fervent discussions. What? This fruit is that potent? It seems as though numerous individuals in my vicinity are afflicted by this ailment. To speak of my own village, several residents are affected. Indeed, in this era of abundant sustenance, susceptibility to such diseases has increased significantly. Should this phenomenon truly yield beneficial results, I would certainly procure some for the elderly in my family. Frankly, I can attest that among the medications I consume, there exists an extract derived from blackcurrants. Yet, how could blackcurrants possess only this singular benefit? As Ango continues to elucidate while surveying the surroundings, he adds, moreover, during the course of this experiment, scientists inadvertently discovered a marked enhancement in the endurance and weight-bearing capacity of the laboratory mice. In essence, blackcurrants may possess fatigue-reducing properties. This revelation incited yet another wave of excitement. To alleviate fatigue, does this not imply that its effects are akin to those of energy drinks, tea, or coffee? This bears significant implications for many. Take, for instance, long-haul truck drivers, who often find themselves residing in their vehicles, frequently fatigued due to inadequate rest. If they were to incorporate this blackcurrant jam into their breakfast, even a slight alleviation would be invaluable. Numerous other examples abound. One could assert that the vast majority of modern individuals stand to benefit. As Ango elaborates further, the audience's understanding of blackcurrants deepens. Goodness, blackcurrants are truly remarkable. Many contemplate preparing this beneficial fruit for their elderly relatives. My hometown, situated in northern Xinjiang, is abundant in blackcurrants, which we typically enjoy with bread. With the host having prepared so much, the jam should be available shortly. We eagerly await its arrival. The viewers in the live stream no longer perceive blackcurrants as merely a commonplace sweet and sour fruit. Instead, they regard it as an integral component of dietary therapy. After all, blackcurrant extract has been utilized in treating cardiovascular diseases, arthritis, and various immune system disorders. This information is publicly accessible, and a quick search reveals that Ango speaks with authority. Even disregarding these considerations, the functions of regulating blood lipids, combating fatigue, and providing antioxidant benefits are already exceedingly appealing. Observing the reactions of the livestream audience, Ango smiles and proclaims, nature is an endless treasure trove, awaiting our exploration and discovery. I assure you that in my livestream, you will encounter a world unlike any other. As time progresses, an increasing number of wild fruits are harvested, drawing more villagers into the fold. Although the noise has escalated, it remains harmonious, with smiles gracing the faces of all. They had never imagined that the wild fruits they could not consume would yield financial reward. Perhaps it is precisely for this reason that everyone present is profoundly earnest. Every fruit is handpicked, with scarcely a leaf or twig in sight. Externally, these fruits appear thoroughly ripe, devoid of any unripe specimens. In terms of quality, there are absolutely no flaws. Witnessing such a scene, Ngu is naturally very pleased, and the viewers in the live stream share in this sentiment. The quality of the wild fruits is exceptional. The villagers here are remarkably honest, with not a single leaf in sight. Who could argue otherwise? Unlike our village, where the inhabitants relish in scheming and intrigue, this behavior is somewhat understandable. In their harsh environment, the villagers are familiar with one another and lend help, making it unlikely for anyone to stir up trouble. Regardless, I am confident in the quality of these fruits. As long as the host's production process is sound, I shall indulge in the host's fruit preserves every morning at home. Speaking of which, why are raspberries so scarce? Will I be unable to procure any? To the brother upstairs, if that is the case. You can always indulge in some beef, mutton, or pork. They are equally nourishing. Some seasoned viewers, upon hearing the mention of raspberries, Immediately recall Ng's previous remarks about their potency in enhancing vitality and kidney function. This certainly leads one to think in a rather mischievous direction. The scarcity of raspberries is primarily because we have passed the peak season. Ngu, noting the discussions surrounding raspberries, clarifies, I arrived at the farm a bit late this year. Typically, raspberries begin to appear in May, with June being the peak harvest period. Now, with July approaching, I am confident that next year's yield will surely increase. Upon hearing Ng's words, a chorus of lamentations arose. Observing such comments, Ng's gaze began to flicker. It seems there are indeed many who desire raspberries. In this day and age, how many people are so superficial? Time flies. In the blink of an eye, we are nearing the conclusion. The village officials have begun to tally the number of attendees. Witnessing this, many are left puzzled, unable to comprehend why, amidst such freedom of movement, there is a need for a head count. Chapter 60, the first day. Abundant harvest. The village officials are counting heads primarily to prevent anyone from getting lost in the mountains. Ngu observes the comments and explains, in the vast forests of the Great Xianbei Mountains, it is quite easy to lose one's way. If one does not descend before nightfall, it can be quite perilous. Should it be discovered that someone has not come down, the village's able-bodied men will form a team to search the mountains. This has been the tradition for centuries. Ng's explanation is, without a doubt, quite clear, to prevent individuals from getting lost and to ensure safety. If anyone is found to be missing, others will ascend to search for them. As Ng's voice fades, discussions commence within the live stream. Indeed, mountain harvesting is no simple task. No wonder the host is willing to offer 30 yuan per kilogram of blueberries. Once the blueberry preserves are available, I shall certainly purchase some in support. So, the delay in returning was to await the head count. I had assumed it was merely for casual conversation. In truth, they are not just waiting for the count. They are also preparing for the possibility that someone may be lost, in which case they will ascend the mountain again. Clearly, Ng's explanation has resonated with the vast majority. Nonetheless, there remain individuals intent on causing disturbances, leading to an atmosphere of hostility in the live stream shortly thereafter. One might wonder, are they not locals? Can locals truly lose their way? Of course, if one were to traverse a forest for an entire day, could one guarantee a safe return? Wouldn't it be prudent to carry a compass? The host did mention that their village lies at the northernmost point. Simply head north and you're set. Indeed, I observed the host appearing quite at ease. Just 2 days prior, he ascended effortlessly and descended with equal ease. Is it truly that simple? After all, we are speaking of an untamed forest. If you possess such confidence, why not venture forth yourself? As a forest ranger, I have spent years within these woods and, on occasion, have found myself lost. It is quite amusing. A ranger, you say? Does a ranger even have signal? Yet here I am, watching the live stream, chuckling. As the live stream erupted into further disputes, Ngu found himself at a loss for words. Is it truly possible to argue in such a primordial forest? Numerous unpredictable elements exist within this wilderness. Losing one's way is inevitable, even for locals, who may occasionally find themselves ensnared in the mountains. Just because I descended the mountain with apparent ease does not imply simplicity. If you scrutinize the video closely, you will see that my route was not identical. Only the direction remained constant. Besides the knowledge I possess, my success relied heavily on the equipment I had prepared. As he spoke, he raised his wrist to display his watch. Many seasoned outdoor enthusiasts suddenly grasped the implication. Naturally, to cater to the majority of novices, Ngu succinctly explained, specialized outdoor watches not only provide real-time bodily information, but also monitor temperature, humidity, and altitude. Most importantly, they are equipped with GPS and Beidou navigation systems. As he spoke, he demonstrated the watch to those in the live stream. What? Such a remarkable device exists? They understood now. The primordial forest is not a realm for the average person. I wonder if some individuals feel a twinge of embarrassment for their earlier comments. Who would have thought the host possessed such extensive outdoor knowledge? Such equipment does not come cheaply. Are there still those who believe the hostess preparations were minimal? Let us not forget that although this is the host's first visit here, he has previously traversed other regions of Greater Xianbei Mountain and frequently visits Lesser Xianbei Mountain. As the bickering in the live stream seemed to subside, Ngu remarked, if you truly reflect, what do you think I encountered on my inaugural ascent? Setting aside encounters with the mother bear, what are the natural traps hidden in the shadows? If it were you, would you be able to evade them? To conquer nature, one must first arm oneself with knowledge. Upon hearing Ng's words, many were filled with profound reflection. As Ngu articulated, lacking knowledge while attempting to gather fruits in this mountainous expanse is little more than a fool's errand. At that moment, Sophia's voice unexpectedly emerged from behind. Senior, all the fruits have been successfully procured. Would you like to see? I have already surveyed them. Let us transport them directly to the warehouse, Ngu replied. Could we enlist the villagers' assistance? With so many fruits, it is likely we would not manage to carry them all back with just the few of us. There is no need to inspect. The mere fact that our initial preparation of 100,000 yuan proved insufficient, prompting us to withdraw an additional 100,000 yuan, is evidence enough that today's harvest exceeds 3,000 jing. However, this is quite normal, as everyone is familiar with the blueberry fields. Most adults today have harvested around 20 to 30 pounds. Rest assured, senior, everyone is certainly willing to lend a hand, Sophia remarked before walking aside. It was evident from the villagers' assistance during the blueberry acquisition that they were eager to help. Before long, the villagers sprang into action. Many hands make light work. The transportation of several thousand pounds of fruit to the processing facility took little time. Everyone was aware that currently, it was only Ngu working at the farm, and after confirming that there were no further tasks, they bid farewell. Soon, only the Lev family remained. Uncle Lev, how was today's harvest? Ngu inquired with a smile. It looks like it should be around 5,000 pounds, right? Not just that, Lev replied, pulling out his notebook. The blueberries totaled 472 pounds, raspberries 293 pounds, sorghum berries 217 pounds, and blackcurrants 965 pounds, making a grand total of 947 pounds. Although the prices for sorghum berries and blackcurrants were relatively low, the expenditure still exceeded 180,000. At this point, Lev's breathing grew noticeably heavier. 180,000. To spend so much in just one day, can we truly recoup the costs? He harbored significant doubts, as he had no idea how many individuals would be interested in purchasing the jam. The audience in the live stream was equally shocked upon hearing this. Is the host really taking such a big risk? Nearly 8,000 pounds on the first day? Impressive. With so much fruit here, it won't spoil, will it? Will the host have enough time to make the jam? I hope the jam will be available soon. I can hardly wait. When will the other equipment arrive? The viewers buzzed with excitement, while Ngu was lost in thought, murmuring, with over 400 pounds of blueberries, I can produce approximately 3,000 pounds of jam. Even if the harvesting efficiency decreases a bit, it should suffice for sales. Upon hearing this, the live stream erupted with disbelief. A crowd of viewers shouted, doubting their purchasing power. However, Ngu paid no heed to the commotion. After finalizing other details, he intended to invite the Lev family for a meal, but was met with polite refusal. This was understandable, as everyone was quite exhausted after a long day and preferred not to linger outside for too long. After exchanging a few brief words, the Lev family departed. All right, dear viewers, this concludes today's live stream. I need to rest now. With that, Ngu disregarded the bustling audience and ended the broadcast. Tai Han, we should head back, Ngu stretched and said. No sooner had he spoken than his phone rang. Chapter 61, A Frantic Lottery. Mr. Ngu, it's me, Nanxing. As soon as he answered the call, a woman's voice came through. I have arrived at Mo and should reach your farm by tomorrow noon. Upon hearing the name, Ngu was momentarily taken aback. However, it soon came to mind that it was the operational contact from Douyin who had reached out to her just yesterday. Oh, you've already arrived in Mo? Just come over directly tomorrow. I will definitely be at home. Nge's stride did not falter as she spoke into the phone. However, you will need to hire a car when you arrive, as there are no regular buses that come this way from the station. Rest assured, I will undoubtedly arrive punctually before noon tomorrow. Though Nanxing was making a concerted effort to suppress her excitement, Ngu could clearly sense it. This was, after all, quite natural. Ngu's rapid development in the realm of social media had far exceeded the expectations of their Douyin company, and, indeed, her own as well. Otherwise, she would not have hurried over so swiftly. After witnessing a video of a humorous character feeding on milk that captivated tens of thousands last night, she could hardly wait to purchase a ticket and fly over. Little did she expect that during her few hours in the air, the number of followers for Ngu would swell to an astonishing 500,000. At its peak, there were even 800,000 viewers in the live stream. As for other metrics, they were significantly ahead. She felt that as long as it fell within her capabilities, securing any deal would be a trivial matter. After a brief conversation, Ngu ended the call. Hey Tai Han, hurry up. You need to go back and get your milk. She could not help but shout at Tai Han, who was poking around curiously. The moment the word milk left her lips, Tai Han quickly rushed to her side. Upon returning to the villa, Ngu promptly filled a bottle with milk and handed it to Tai Han. Initially bubbling with excitement, Tai Han's mood soured instantly. This was not the cherished milk powder he desired. Humph, what are you sulking about? Tonight, you will have this. You cannot digest too much of that milk powder anyway. Ngu remarked without a hint of hesitation, observing Tai Han's pitiful demeanor. Whether Tai Han was desperately clinging to her or pointing at the bottle, Ngu paid him no mind and began preparing dinner. The animal milk powder clearly stated the daily digestible quantity for animals, and exceeding that was simply wasteful. It is worth noting that only 2 cans of milk powder had been procured yesterday, which would not last long. Seeing that Ngu was ignoring him, Tai Han Han, with no other option, sat down beside her and began eating on his own. Even if he could not have the milk powder, he could not go hungry. After all, milk was still food, wasn't he? Dinner did not take long to finish. After the meal, Ngu retreated to her bedroom, took a shower, and lay down on her bed. Were it not for the considerable sweat she had accumulated throughout the day, coupled with the distinct scent of the cicadeer on her, she might have even foregone the shower. What? 8 million reputation? Ngu gazed at the figures on her attribute panel, rubbing her eyes in disbelief. Even now, her understanding of live streaming remained quite limited. She only knew that her live stream had maintained a steady audience of 100,000 throughout the day. To her astonishment, it had reached such an alarming figure. Based on her previous experiences, it seemed that the audience numbers for today's stream had soared to 700,000 or 800,000. The internet truly is a marvel. Gazing at the over 8 million points of reputation, Ngu couldn't help but chuckle, exclaiming, "Ha! With these more than 8 million reputation points, I can indulge myself once again." A single intermediate lottery requires merely 100,000 points of reputation. This implies that the reputation acquired today is sufficient for over 80 draws. Given that yesterday's numerous attempts yielded such remarkable rewards, one can only anticipate that this time will prove equally fruitful. As for the beginner lottery, it was entirely out of consideration. It stands to reason that, given the system's mercantile nature, even drawing 800 times from the beginner lottery would yield nothing of value. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive animal milk powder. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive a duck-down quilt. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive a plant nutrient solution. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive an agricultural tractor. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive 300,000 in pocket money. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive a livestock management system. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive advanced fishing skills. Consume 100,000 reputation points to receive advanced calligraphy skills. In Ngu's hands, the over 8 million reputation points were swiftly depleted. Watching the continuous emergence of prizes, Ngu appeared exceedingly exhilarated, quite splendid. None went unclaimed. Although there were some lackluster rewards, overall, it was rather commendable. Pocket money, items, skills, truly delightful. Despite spotting some underwhelming prizes, such as the duck-down quilt, which can easily be purchased online for a mere pittance, the lottery's nature dictates that receiving subpar rewards is entirely normal. Overall, it is acceptable. After meticulously organizing the various rewards, Ngu swiftly categorized them. The total rewards amounted to 7,200,000 in pocket money, 6 portions of animal milk powder, 3 plant nutrient solutions, 3 pieces of agricultural machinery, 2 skills, and 1 livestock management system. As for the remaining prizes, they were all duck-down quilts, tea sets, fishing gear, and other miscellaneous items that could be directly deposited into the system's warehouse. Setting aside these trifles, what remained was indeed quite useful. Ngu surveyed these items, smiling as he murmured to himself, not to mention, these 3 pieces of agricultural machinery, a tractor, a mower, and a baler, will undoubtedly save me a great deal of trouble. The grass on the meadow is abundant. Harvesting is an inevitable task. Thus, these 3 devices are absolutely essential. With these acquired through the lottery, the usual procedure remains. They will be delivered tomorrow, alleviating a significant burden. As for the animal milk powder, its efficacy is beyond question. Merely enhancing the intelligence and physical abilities of animals is extraordinary. With these 6 portions, Iron Fool will have sufficient sustenance for quite some time. Crucially, this endeavor also validates Ng's hypothesis that animal milk powder is likely to appear frequently among the prizes. Thus, it seems that in the future, many animals on the farm will have the opportunity to benefit from it. And those 2 skills, as the saying goes, a wealth of skills never weighs one down. Furthermore, both fishing skills and calligraphy are frequently applicable. Due to the regard for reputation, future live broadcasts are undoubtedly inevitable, which undeniably qualifies as a noteworthy highlight. After organizing these thoughts, Ng's attention was drawn to the plant nutrient solution. Plant nutrient solutions are commonplace and readily available in the market. Many hydroponic potted plants require a few drops of green nutrient solution at regular intervals. However, having learned from the experience with veterinary milk powder, he sensed that this plant nutrient solution was far from being an ordinary product. It undoubtedly held complexities beyond the surface. Chapter 62. Sophia's Answer. Plant Nutrient Solution. A specially formulated plant nutrient solution produced by the system, with nutrient components approximately 10 times that of ordinary solid fertilizers, aiding in plant growth and wound healing. This product is free from impurities and pollution, ensuring easy absorption by plants. It should be used once every 10 days. With a dosage of 1 drop diluted in clean water at a ratio of 1:100, applicable to either the plant's leaves or the surrounding soil of the roots. Note, it causes no harm to soil or animals. Upon reading this description, NGE's expression revealed his realization of its remarkable nature. Indeed, akin to the veterinary milk powder. It was astonishing. Currently, the plant nutrient solutions available outside, while containing minimal impurities and being easily absorbable by plants, have significantly lower nutrient content compared to solid fertilizers. Furthermore, the plant nutrient solutions available on the market are not recommended for use in soil-based plants, as the soil absorbs a substantial amount of nutrients. This means that the nutrient solutions accessible to the public can only be sprayed on the leaves of plants or used for hydroponic crops. In contrast, the system-produced solution is entirely free from impurities and pollution, posing no issues even when applied to soil. This is a complete triumph over the current technology mastered by humanity. However, it stands to reason that both are fundamentally derived from fungal production. Thus, they do not deplete the soil's potential, but may even further stabilize the nutrients within. This is truly astonishing. This was NGE's initial thought upon seeing the introduction. As a professional in plant protection, his assessment of this plant nutrient solution could only be described as terrifying. This evaluation extends beyond its capability to provide nutrients. It also encompasses its efficacy in aiding the healing of plant wounds. No one understands the power of this plant nutrient solution better than he does. In nature, many plants with injuries may recover at a pace slower than that of animals. In certain exceptional cases, wounds may never heal at all. With the introduction of this plant nutrient solution, Ngu felt that future complications would certainly diminish significantly. Crucially, based on his experience with veterinary milk powder, he anticipated that this plant nutrient solution would also remain available in the future. This means that the farm could widely utilize this product moving forward, greatly influencing future plans. After a considerable time, Ngu finally settled his emotions, then turned his gaze to the last item he could not comprehend literally. Livestock Management System, a sophisticated livestock management system that utilizes cutting-edge technologies such as 5G, the Internet of Things, and satellite remote sensing, enabling meticulous management of livestock. The system comprises components including software systems, signal receivers, and 10,000 smart electronic ear tags. After reviewing the entire introduction, Ngu couldn't help but murmur to himself. With this innovation, the future of free-range animals seems significantly simplified. In essence, the smart electronic ear tag serves as the animal's identification, akin to an earring, affixed directly to the livestock's ear. The additional components function as auxiliary devices, allowing staff to effortlessly monitor each animal's temperature, activity levels, and various issues via computer. Notably, the software can analyze data to assess the livestock's health and estrus conditions, providing precise early warnings for diseases and estrus, thereby greatly enhancing management capabilities. This system undoubtedly promises increased profits and reduced losses. Most importantly, it features GPS for precise location tracking, enabling staff to monitor the whereabouts of these animals at any time. Furthermore, it includes an electronic fence function that triggers an alarm if livestock strays beyond defined boundaries. Such functionalities are tailor-made for farms. In fact, Ngu felt that the assistance provided by this system outweighed that of any traditional skills. It is certainly on par with other rewards. Additionally, the provision of 10,000 ear tags is more than adequate, ensuring there will be no shortages in the near future, much to Ngu's satisfaction. After clarifying the efficacy of the livestock management system, Ngu anxiously reviewed the attributes of the prizes he had just won in the lottery, wary of missing any delightful surprises. After all, should there be something deceptively named like veterinary milk powder or plant nutrient solutions that turned out to be extraordinary, he would regret not noticing it. Proficient fishing. Upon acquiring this skill, the host will fully comprehend the principles of fishing and adeptly utilize various fishing gear while crafting different types of bait. Proficient calligraphy. With this skill, the host will possess exceptional calligraphic talent, mastering one or even multiple scripts through simple observation and imitation. After a thorough examination, Ngu discovered that there were no unexpected surprises. The only noteworthy items were these two skills. The remaining items were just as mundane as he had anticipated. Nonetheless, those miscellaneous items did serve to enrich the contents of his villa, which was spacious enough to accommodate a variety of objects. After reviewing everything, Ngu proceeded to categorize these items and place them appropriately within the villa. The system's space can be accessed anytime and anywhere, necessitating the storage of more meaningful possessions. Once all was organized, the time had already surpassed 10 o'clock. As he lay in bed, ready to succumb to slumber, he noticed that Sophia had sent numerous messages via WeChat not long ago. Sophia, Senior, this morning you mentioned bees, and I have found a suitable species called the Northeast Black Bee. Sophia, the northeast black bee can survive the frigid winter temperatures of -30 degrees Celsius. With minimal protection during winter, it poses no issues. Sophia, in simple terms, the northeast black bee is robust, possesses great vitality, and exhibits superior disease resistance compared to the vast majority of bee species, making it ideal for foraging in the wild. Sophia, furthermore, the black bee has a high flying altitude and a substantial nectar-gathering radius, resulting in honey that is rich in sugar content, minerals, organic acids, proteins, vitamins, and enzymes. Upon receiving this series of messages from Sophia, Ngu recalled that he had indeed mentioned the need for her to search for suitable bees earlier that morning. Not to mention, this simpleton could potentially become a significant consumer of honey, being able to produce and sell it independently, which is quite commendable. To his surprise, she had provided an answer so swiftly. Chapter 63. A taste of heights and depths. Ngu quickly perused all the information sent by Sophia and found himself murmuring, "The northeast black bee is indeed suitable, but its temperament is fierce. I wonder if it can be tamed." The black bee is one of the 4 renowned bee species globally, perfectly adaptable to farm environments. The key is that the honey produced by this species is of remarkably high quality. However, as with all things, it possesses dual characteristics. Behind its numerous advantages lies a significant drawback. Its ferocious nature makes it difficult to domesticate. Perhaps it is precisely this characteristic that causes the honey from black bees to be more expensive than that from other types, given the greater difficulty in their cultivation. After a moment of contemplation, Ngu resolved, regardless of the challenges, this bee is the most appropriate choice. I cannot let my exceptional location go to waste. The site of the Aurora farm is not merely pristine and unpolluted. After 3 days of exploration, he had confirmed the presence of abundant nectar and resin-producing plants within the farm. Without going far, the linden trees surrounding the villa serve as excellent nectar sources. In such an environment, not to produce honey would be a waste. Moreover, aside from these nectar and resin-producing plants, the Aurora farm, along with the adjacent meadow village, possesses an added advantage that makes Ngu feel it would be a shame not to keep bees. This advantage is its geographical layout. Surrounded by mountains on 3 sides and water on 1. Under these circumstances, the natural barriers essentially ensure that these bees would find it exceedingly difficult to escape. This indeed is an extraordinary location for beekeeping. In fact, such terrain would also facilitate the domestication of black bees. Having come to this realization, Ngu swiftly typed a message. "I think we can give it a try. Can you check where we might purchase bee stock? Additionally, what preparations do we need to make?" After sending the message, he set his phone aside and prepared to rest. After all, it had taken him over half an hour to respond to Sophia's messages. He presumed that she had already gone to sleep. Just as he turned off the screen, he heard the notification sound of a new message. It seems that Sophia has been waiting for his message all along. "Sophia, I am currently exploring procurement channels for bee species. As for the environment, the farm is equipped with nearly everything. We merely need to acquire some additional beehives." "Ngu, is it really just about purchasing beehives?" "Ngu, never mind. Let's just have a conversation over the phone." For some reason, Ngu instinctively felt that written communication could never be as fluid as a verbal exchange, nor could it encompass all aspects of the discussion. Thus, he decided to initiate a video call instead. Sophia answered without hesitation, stating, "It seems we are only missing the beehives. I have seen all the other facilities at the farm. However, just to be sure, I will take a closer look when I visit the farm tomorrow." So that means, as long as we acquire the bees and the beehives, we can essentially get started?" As he spoke, Ngu's breathing became significantly heavier. Noticing Ngu's unusual reaction, Sophia realized she was only wearing a camisole and quickly tilted her phone upwards, ensuring that only her face appeared on the screen. "What? Do you want to see more?" Sophia seemed to adopt this tone to mask her embarrassment. Yet, she failed to notice that her slightly flushed cheeks had already betrayed her. Upon hearing her words, Ngu instinctively nodded and replied, "I don't want to. What do you take me for?" "Humph. So contradictory." Sophia scoffed lightly, diverting the conversation. "What do you think of the black bees I selected?" "Quite good, I must say. The only drawback is that they are difficult to tame. But I believe that should not pose much of a challenge for you, right?" Ngu was genuinely surprised that Sophia would be dressed in such sleepwear. However, upon reflection, it made perfect sense. According to the weather forecast, the day's maximum temperature was approaching 28 degrees Celsius, signifying that Mo had fully entered summer. Taking a deep breath, Ngu added, "If necessary, I can also leverage my connections to find some experts specializing in bees from the university to assist us. After all, he is a graduate student from Dongnong University. It should not be difficult to request recommendations for specialists from different fields from his advisor. Moreover, hiring someone would not be pro bono. Since black bees originate from the Wollonga River, there must be experts at Dongnong University who are quite knowledgeable about them." For the next several minutes, Ngu inquired about various details. Naturally, Sophia did not doubt Ng's network of connections, as his advisor was one of the most esteemed professors at Dongnong University. Once everything was clarified, Ngu smiled and said, "That should be about it. When we have time, we can begin the domestication of the black bees. Fortunately, it is currently the flowering season for linden trees." "Indeed. I will find a seller for the black bees as soon as possible," Sophia nodded. "No need to rush. It is getting late, so let us rest for now. We're not pressed for a day or two." Yes, senior, you should also get to bed early. Good night." It must be said that the two shared an unspoken understanding, urging each other to rest early. Upon concluding the conversation, one continued the quest for suitable bee sources, while the other procured appropriate beehives online. Once the beehives were acquired, Ngu commenced the search for beekeeping equipment and honey extraction devices, determined to complete his purchases or add them to his cart before allowing himself a moment's respite. Before he knew it, dawn had approached the following day. Habituated to standing by the window to gaze at the scenery outside, Ngu mused, "Once my bees arrive, I shall savor your essence." The instant he opened the window, a delightful fragrance enveloped his nostrils. He instinctively recognized the source of this aroma as the linden tree nearby. From his vantage point, he could clearly see that the linden tree was in full bloom, adorned with blossoms containing glistening nectar. The linden, a type of lime tree, is an exceptional source of honey. In ancient times, linden blossom honey was a royal delicacy, and commoners caught indulging in it faced dire consequences. Yet now, all he needed to do was await the arrival of his bees. After standing by the window for an extended period, Ngu finally stretched lazily and ascended to the second floor. It was still too early for breakfast, so he intended to delve into the livestock management system he had encountered the previous day. Seemingly sensing Ng's movements, Tai Henin was abruptly roused and promptly followed in his footsteps. Observers would surely note that Tai Henin's previously pronounced limp had significantly lessened. Chapter 64. A bear is still a bear. "Ah, Tai Henin, you've finally risen," Ngu remarked with a smile as he noticed the bear catching up to him. "I have no intention of abandoning you, so there is no need to rush. Besides, this is my home. Even if I wished to, I could not simply cast you out." Upon hearing Ngu's words, Tai Henin shook his head for a while, yet his pace remained unyielding. A bear, despite its intelligence, possesses cognitive abilities akin to that of a human child of 5 or 6. It cannot comprehend human speech entirely, grasping only basic commands. While it may understand some of Ng's words, the nuances of language elude it. Nevertheless, emotions transcend such barriers. Observing Ng's attentiveness and the gentle tone of his voice, Tai Henin's feelings of sorrow and fear noticeably diminished, especially after catching up to Ngu. He broke free from his previous melancholy, replaced by a flicker of joy. Animals can often be remarkably uncomplicated in their emotional responses. Noticing this transformation, Ngu shook his head and made his way to the room housing his live streaming equipment, where his computer awaited. He connected the external hard drive containing the livestock management system to the computer and, following the tutorial step by step, soon had the entire system operational. It even supports a mobile app?" Ngu exclaimed upon seeing the notification from the management system. He couldn't help but acknowledge that having a mobile app would greatly enhance convenience, as one seldom parts with their smartphone these days. Once the management system predicts an event and issues a risk alert, the managers can promptly view it and respond with utmost efficiency. After effortlessly installing the mobile version, Ngu began to delve into the system's features. To be candid, merely skimming through the descriptions accompanying the lottery results left him with a vague understanding. Many functionalities presented themselves merely as terms, their purposes eluding him. After considerable exploration, he finally grasped the essence. In simple terms, in addition to monitoring livestock through ear tags, the system also enables surveillance of barn conditions via sensors and cameras, as well as monitoring temperature, humidity, dust, and harmful gases through devices such as thermometers. Naturally, equipment for monitoring food, water, and waste is also included. Furthermore, the system allows for the remote control of various devices, including lighting and air conditioning, through industrial control switches. It truly embodies cutting-edge technology, and Ngu couldn't help but marvel at the array of innovative features. However, what pleased him the most was the functionality that paired ear tags with a database to create an identification system. Each ear tag is unique, capable of recording a myriad of data such as body temperature, activity levels, vaccinations, diseases, estrus cycles, and lineage. Anything he wished to document could be captured. This capability holds significant implications for the meticulous management of livestock. Once the system is implemented, it will enable the tracing of each animal's ancestry, ensuring that all information is verifiable. Consequently, concerns regarding inbreeding among livestock and the resultant risk of hereditary diseases become negligible. It is well known that most long-established farms inevitably face such issues, which are often unavoidable. In addition to this, there are numerous other advantages. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was past 7 o'clock. After an hour of exploration, Ngu had familiarized himself with the livestock management system to a considerable extent. Tai Henin, go on, I'll get you some milk now. This time, it's formula, he called out. The sleeping Tai Henin, resting beside him, was suddenly roused by his words. Even though it hadn't had its desired milk the previous night, its obsession with milk remained unchanged. Ngu quickly prepared the veterinary milk formula and, observing Tai Henin's goofy expression, chuckled, are you satisfied this time? However, Tai Henin was preoccupied, eagerly sucking from the bottle of milk. Humph, ignoring me, are you? Next time, I want to feed you, Ngu huffed lightly, just as he was about to prepare his own breakfast when the doorbell rang. Seeing Sophia at the door, Ngu was about to inquire why she was up so early, but she had already produced a thermos, saying, Senior, here is your breakfast. It should not have been prepared yet, right? There's no need for such trouble. I can manage on my own, Ngu replied, bemused. He wondered if Sophia was concerned about him preparing breakfast, which was why she arrived so early. But upon further reflection, he dismissed that notion, realizing how overly self-involved he was. Are you unaccustomed to the large bread? Sophia asked, momentarily taken aback. No, having spent so many years in Ice City. How could I possibly be unaccustomed to it? Anger shook his head, replying, I just feel that I am imposing too much on you. While speaking, Anger took the insulated box and headed toward the dining room. It's no trouble at all. We often have large bread at home. We just bake a bit more, she assured him. In no time, they reached the dining room. Observing the generous portions in the insulated box, Anger suspected that she had adjusted the quantities, perhaps out of concern that he might not be satisfied. Could it truly be that she prepared breakfast for him? No, that seemed unlikely. Her focus was clearly on Tai Henin after all. By the way, Senior, I meant to ask you yesterday, did you administer some special medicine to Tai Henin? I feel like its recovery speed has significantly accelerated. Looking at Tai Henin, who was drinking milk, Sophia suddenly recalled her question from the previous day. Not at all. Perhaps Tai Henin is simply robust, which accounts for its swift recovery, Anger instinctively replied. However, he quickly realized that this was undoubtedly due to the efficacy of the animal milk powder. Yet, he could not let Sophia know about this. So he hastily fabricated an excuse to deflect her curiosity. Oh, perhaps, Sophia said, gazing at Tai Henin with a hint of skepticism. Nevertheless, it was not entirely implausible. After all, each individual may possess different physical constitutions. Senior, you go ahead and eat. I'll check on Tai Henin's wounds and change the dressing, she said. All right, go ahead. Initially, Anger thought that changing the dressing would take quite some time. To his surprise, before he could finish his meal, Sophia returned to the dining room. At that moment, her face was filled with astonishment. Senior, you won't believe how Tai Henin's wound has healed. Huh, could it be that the wound has already begun to heal? Anger was taken aback, perplexed. He recalled that Tai Henin's wound had been somewhat inflamed. If the inflammation had not subsided, the wound could not possibly heal. Indeed, the inflammation has completely vanished. Sophia exclaimed. Moreover, the wound is healing quite well. At her words, Anger's eyebrows raised in surprise. How long do you think it will take to fully recover? It shouldn't require half a month, right? Of course, based on this improvement. I estimate that it will be fully healed in no more than 5 days. Sophia nodded affirmatively. Oh, just 5 days? That sounds promising. The quicker a wound heals, the better it is, naturally. Simultaneously, Anger began to gauge the effectiveness of the animal milk powder, which would serve as a crucial reference for its future usage. After an enthusiastic exchange with Anger, Sophia finally calmed down and returned to attend to Tai Henin's wounds, applying medicine and bandaging them. In no time, Tai Henin's rushed back from the living room, flopping down beside Ngu as if startled. Just as Ngu was about to assess Tai Henin's condition, Sophia entered from outside, exclaiming, You've already changed the dressings. Why are you still running around? Is it that painful? Ngu, bemused, replied, You've changed the dressings? Yes, indeed, Sophia affirmed. At this rate, in 2 or 3 days, you should no longer need the bandages. Observing Tai Henin's hiding next to Ngu, Sophia felt a twinge of envy. She simply could not fathom why Tai Henin's only sought comfort from Ngu, considering it was she who tended to the wounds. By the way, I placed an online order yesterday for beehives and some other equipment. When you have time, please check it to avoid any delays in our beekeeping venture, Ngu mentioned. Upon hearing this, Sophia snapped back to the conversation, saying, I've also found a source for the black bees, just in the neighboring county. They mentioned we could visit any time, but it would take 4 to 5 hours by car. The neighboring county? That's acceptable, Ngu nodded. Let us go together in a couple of days when I'm free. I have guests coming over today, so it's not convenient. 4 to 5 hours. In the mainland, you could probably reach another city by then. However, Mo is quite different. Here, one truly understands the vastness and sparsity of the land. It is not unusual for it to take 4 to 5 hours to reach the neighboring county. Guests, have you forgotten? Someone from Douyin is coming to see me. Ngu stated. To be honest, I sincerely hope to reach an agreement with them. Their support would undoubtedly draw more attention to our existence, which would greatly assist in marketing our agricultural products. Douyin, as the internet claims, boasts an active user base of 800 million. Even if we disregard the inflated figures, just having 1 million followers interested in our Aurora farm would ensure a robust market for our produce. Furthermore, popularity brings with it a significant prestige in ancillary products. In recent days, the prizes won from lotteries have exceeded NGE's wildest dreams, things he never dared to imagine. In such circumstances, to claim he had no desire for recognition would be utterly disingenuous. As long as Douyin does not encroach upon his principles, he would not mind signing an exclusive live streaming agreement. However, he had no interest in an exclusive video agreement. After all, the realm of video should be expansive, casting a wide net to catch more fish. In fact, through previous discussions, Ngu could discern that Nanqing, the negotiator for this meeting, was quite eager for an exclusive deal. Thus, during negotiations, he could afford to adopt a more assertive stance, striving to secure greater benefits for himself. "Oh, they're arriving so soon?" Sophia responded, surprised. In that case, today is indeed not ideal for going out. As a local, she understood all too well the remoteness of the vast prairie. Do not mention coming from other places outside the province, even if it were from the provincial capital. The swift arrival is already quite remarkable. It is evident how eager the other party is to negotiate an exclusive agreement with Ngu. My admiration for Ngu has, in an intangible way, been further reinforced. To speak candidly, my admiration for Ngu began to take root when she, back in her school days, assisted our village in solving the issue of tree diseases. As my understanding deepened, particularly through our recent interactions, this feeling of admiration has undeniably multiplied exponentially. Setting aside her vast reservoir of knowledge and her calm demeanor in the face of challenges, is it not praiseworthy that she has achieved such success in live streaming from the very outset? By the way, since we have guests arriving, should I ask my mother to prepare some refreshments? You must have your own tasks to attend to this morning, right? As for me, I need to check on the deer herd and organize the beekeeping supplies. After a pause, Sophia added, in fact, the tasks assigned to her yesterday have largely been completed, so whether we go up the mountain today is of little consequence. Upon hearing this, Ngu contemplated for a moment and said, very well, let us proceed with that. Additionally, please inform your father to come over early this morning. We are expecting 3 sizable agricultural machines to be delivered today. I am not sure of the exact time, but it would be better to have someone here to oversee the process. Initially, Ngu had planned to arrange for Liu Fei to retrieve money from the city once more. This time, she intended to withdraw 1 million in cash, considering that the previous day's procurement of wild fruits had already consumed over 180,000 yuan. It would be prudent to have a larger cash reserve. To her surprise, when she called the bank, they informed her that such a sum was not available, and the earliest she could withdraw it would be tomorrow. Upon reflection, this situation is somewhat understandable. The entire Mo area has merely 70,000 residents, most of whom are elderly or children, with the working-age population largely having left for employment elsewhere. In such circumstances, there is hardly a demand for cash, and the bank naturally would not keep a substantial reserve. This experience will surely prevent such awkwardness in the future. Moreover, Ngu estimated that the remaining 120,000 should suffice. The villagers primarily gathered fruits they were familiar with yesterday, and the gathering today would not be as fruitful. As for agricultural machinery, there are already some in the village. We can simply call them over to use it. Upon hearing this, Sophia remarked, there is no need to purchase anything specifically. Her reaction is unsurprising, as this has always been the norm in the village. Tractors and similar equipment are limited in number, and when needed, they simply call the owners to come and work, rewarding them with some money or a meal afterward. However, purchases must still be made. We cannot rely solely on others for our expansive farm. Ngu chuckled and said, moreover, the combined area of my farm's meadows and arable land is even greater than that of the village. If I were to ask them for help, wouldn't that be quite ridiculous? Chapter 66. The Sinister Reach of Iron Handan. The acquisition of wild fruits has undoubtedly brought them significant income. They should be grateful, rather than merely coming over to lend a hand. Sophia, however, seems unable to grasp NGE's perspective. Such a disparity in thought is not surprising. In harsher environments, individuals tend to unite even more closely. In places like Mo, the villagers share a strong bond. Yet, this solidarity, while admirable, renders Ngu an outsider, making the closeness somewhat awkward in his presence. For the time being, he cannot quite acclimate to this dynamic. As Ngu mused, it is true that I have brought them revenue, but this endeavor benefits me as well. With a smile, he added, I will manage these matters effectively. Some expenses are truly not worth skimping on. By the way, how about we indulge in some barbecue for lunch? Please ask Andy to prepare the roast from the Ross clan. We can grill it in the yard, allowing those from afar to experience our local specialties. At this, Sophia's eyes sparkled with excitement. Clearly, she is a fellow carnivore. Just as she was about to respond, Ngu continued. Perhaps I might even bring back a large fish to grill alongside it. A large fish? She inquired. Indeed, I plan to visit my little island this morning. Ngu replied, gesturing toward the window. It's neither too big nor too small, but I must investigate what can be done there. Additionally, I thought I might do some fishing while I'm at it. Upon hearing this, Sophia quickly understood Ngu's intent. Indeed, it would be prudent to develop that area. In reality, the island is quite substantial, encompassing over 300 acres, which translates to over 200,000 square meters, roughly the size of a school capable of accommodating thousands. However, compared to the vast Aurora farm, it appears smaller. Most importantly, this island lies in the heart of the Wulan River, boasting fertile land that rivals even the finest terrains. Yet, the accessibility is not as convenient as other cultivated lands on the farm. Given these various factors, it is essential to carefully consider the island's potential uses. As Ngu enjoyed his meal, he engaged in casual conversation with Sophia, who simultaneously informed her parents of Ngu's plans via her phone. Once Ngu finished his breakfast, Sophia remarked, "Let me tidy up. You should prepare for your trip to the island." "No, I should handle this myself," Ngu replied, feeling a bit embarrassed. "You made the meal. Not a problem. I want to be heading to the deer shed for a while," she insisted, before taking the dishes and walking toward the kitchen. Watching her retreating figure, Ngu felt a peculiar sensation within him. Having someone to assist with such tasks would indeed be pleasant. After a few moments of contemplation, he shook his head and proceeded toward the storage room, where he could utilize his fishing skills along with the fishing gear he had won in yesterday's lottery. As for bait, there are plenty of suitable items at home. When I head to the island later, I can adapt to the local conditions and see if there are any insects or the like. It will be no issue at all. Before long, Ngu transferred everything onto his vehicle. Indeed, it was his vehicle. After all, it was an amphibious one. He could simply drive across. Not only did he not need to find a boat, but after crossing the river, he could continue his exploration by car. In the meantime, Sophia's parents also arrived at the farm. After giving a few instructions, Ngu, along with his live streaming equipment and his friend Tai Han Han, set off outside. Hello everyone. I am the new streamer Ngu, and I am also a farmer owning 100,000 acres of land. Today, I intend to drive my all-terrain vehicle to the small island belonging to my farm for a simple exploration. As he clicked to start the live stream, the number of viewers began to surge dramatically. Within just a few seconds, thousands had already gathered. Clearly, these individuals had notifications for the live stream. The moment Ngu began broadcasting, they were drawn in. The streamer is here. The streamer is here. A newcomer with hundreds of thousands of followers? Ah, the familiar rhetoric. Hee, it has finally begun. In truth, the streamer was correct. He was indeed a newcomer. Reflecting on it, it seemed that when he first started watching streamers, there were only a few hundred viewers. Whoa, with what you all said, it does seem that, in just a few days, the streamer has gained so many followers. Truly a magnet for fans. Streamer, where's my Tai Han Han? Why isn't he on screen? Did I hear incorrectly? Did the streamer just say he would drive to a small island? What is so strange about that? The streamer's vehicle is amphibious. The old fans know this. I am more curious about the fact that the streamer's farm even has a small island. Old fans. A 3-day-old fan will tell you that the streamer's farm not only has a small island, but that island might also be the closest to the border. And it is quite substantial in size. Within just a few minutes, the live stream room had once again reached a state of 100,000 viewers. Moreover, judging by the barrage of comments, it appeared that the trend was still on the rise. Many people began discussing Ngu's opening remarks with great enthusiasm. Such fervor naturally did not go unnoticed by big data, which promoted the live stream to even more individuals. Thus, the live stream room saw a myriad of viewers at various stages, including some entirely new faces. Ngu's words undoubtedly touched upon their knowledge blind spots. The notion of a small island within a farm on the mainland, or the idea of driving to the island, seemed implausible to them. Even if other viewers informed them of the situation, they still found it hard to believe. Some new viewers even thought this was merely a running gag in Ngu's live stream, meant to amuse. Meanwhile, several peers who had infiltrated Ngu's live stream were utterly bewildered. They had only heard that a new streamer had recently become popular, but they never anticipated it would reach such heights. Without further ado, the data regarding the bullet comments and gifts alone is undoubtedly on par with that of some leading streamers. Is this truly a newcomer? In an instant, they felt as if all their past efforts had been devoured by a dog. They even began to self-doubt, questioning if they were genuinely suited for this profession. On the other hand, Ngu gazed at the 100,000 mark, nodding in satisfaction. He crouched down and said, "Look, this is the adorable iron bear you all wanted. Isn't it charming? Unfortunately, you cannot pet it." As he spoke, Ngu reached out his hand towards the iron bear. Chapter 67, Propeller? Absurd seeing Ngu's outstretched hand. The iron bear obediently ceased its movements. Evidently, after several days of interaction, it had grown accustomed to being petted. It even lay on the ground like a dog, exposing its soft belly for affection. Haha, the fur on its belly is the most delightful, Ngu remarked with a smile. I envy it so much. Oh, how I wish I could pet it. This streamer is going to have no friends. Let go of that bear and let me have a turn. Why does it seem like the iron bear is enjoying this so much? What issues do you find in this draft? Illegal and prohibited content? I can't pet it. Vulgarity? Gambling fraud? Bloodshed and violence? Witnessing Ngu openly petting the brown bear in front of so many viewers caused the live stream to erupt. Countless individuals were consumed by envy. Petting cats and dogs is the ultimate indulgence for the average person, perhaps even a rabbit or a more niche pet. But petting a bear? That is beyond imagination. In fact, many had never even seen a brown bear before. Yet here was Ngu, casually keeping one at home. He could pet it anytime, anywhere, and the best part was that this creature was so docile, allowing anyone to stroke it, even lying down for belly rubs. Upon closer inspection, the iron bear seemed to be thoroughly enjoying itself, its eyes closing in bliss. Its gently twitching ears made it all the more adorable. After a while, Ngu suddenly stood up and said, "It's about time. We must set off." "No, we still want to see the brown bear." This assistant clearly lacked understanding. "We want to watch the streamer. The iron bear is so cute. Could we perhaps have a stream solely dedicated to it? The streamer has forgotten about us. Now that he's had his fill of petting, he won't let us watch anymore. I'm unfollowing." Humph. However, Ngu was not swayed by these comments. "Iron bear, get up. I am leaving." As this voice rang out, the iron bear finally reacted, quickly scrambling to follow. The shouts for the iron bear in the live stream did not last long, soon replaced by another commotion. For a vehicle had appeared. Many viewers were witnessing this vehicle for the first time. The scene was nothing short of breathtaking. An 8-wheeled off-road monster. Just the thought was astounding. What was even more astonishing was that someone had just mentioned this vehicle was amphibious. Such a colossal beast, could it truly navigate water? Would it not instantly sink? Wow, this vehicle is magnificent. Is that an armored car? How could we have such a vehicle in our country? This vehicle? Are you telling me it can go in the water? What a joke. Such a massive machine. Upon estimation, it weighs around 7 or 8 tons, does it not? I find that hard to believe. Soon, you shall see. We had witnesses yesterday. Ha ha ha. I too shared your skepticism this morning. But then I pondered, what is a mere river? This vehicle could traverse the sea, and I would not be surprised. Some find it utterly astonishing, while others recount their experiences from yesterday, and still, some observe quietly, awaiting the expressions of these newcomers. In truth, all explanations appear feeble. No one is inclined to believe in what they deem impossible, unless they witness it firsthand. The appearance of this vehicle, Ngu, hardly resembles a monstrous entity capable of navigating water. Naturally, they cannot easily accept such a premise. Following the events of yesterday, Ngu understood this principle as well. Once securing the phone, he cheerfully announced, "Hang on tight. We are setting off." With that, the vehicle surged forth like a gust of wind. Under Ngu's command, the vehicle plunged directly into the vast meadow. In no time, they discovered a slope leading down to the riverbank. Under Ngu's adept driving, the moniker Siberian Conqueror was far from being tarnished. Regardless of the terrain, be it meadow, beach, or rocky outcrop, it traversed all with ease, exhibiting no sign of hesitation whatsoever. Suddenly, Ngu brought the vehicle to a halt beside a relatively gentle riverbank. "Look ahead, that island belongs to the farm, spanning a little over 300 acres. We could drive directly over, but I think I shall attach the propeller for a bit more speed." "A propeller? On the vehicle?" I find myself somewhat bewildered. Ha ha ha. Is the host truly going to affix a propeller? After seeing this vehicle yesterday, I did some research and indeed, it has a propeller. Are you saying this vehicle's propeller is standard equipment? Every vehicle possesses one. Goodness, there truly is a propeller? However, isn't this propeller rather small for the Conqueror? While the majority of the audience in the live stream continued their discussions, Ngu had already retrieved a propeller the size of a basin, skillfully aligning it with the rear of the vehicle. This was a design from the factory, making installation quite straightforward. In mere moments, the propeller was inserted into a socket, taking no more than a few seconds. Done, effortlessly. As soon as he finished speaking, Ngu entered the vehicle through the rear door. The cabin was entirely open, allowing access to the driver's seat from any door. Observing Ngu's actions, the viewers in the live stream were increasingly perplexed. Each of them bore expressions of bewilderment, their minds filled with questions. What just transpired? How could it end before it even began? Must it be so swift? A true man in 3 seconds? When they finally regained their composure, Ngu was already seated in the driver's seat, smiling as he remarked, "I will direct the live stream camera towards the rearview mirror. You should be able to see the scene behind us. However, it matters not that it cannot be seen. I can always enlist assistance later to capture the entire spectacle of this vehicle traversing through the water." As soon as this was uttered, the vehicle was reactivated. Under his command, it surged forward without the slightest hesitation, diving headlong into the depths of the Woolen River. In the frame, the small island pointed out by Ngu began to loom larger. The river's surface roiled, stirred by the vehicle's advance. At this moment, the live chat was filled with exclamations of astonishment. It was evident that the majority were profoundly shaken upon witnessing the vehicle's rapid progress through the Woolen River. Even those who had seen a vehicle navigate through rivers yesterday wore expressions of incredulity. How could such a diminutive propeller possess such immense power? Today's speed in the river was markedly superior. Notably, while the Woolen River boasts a placid current, it is notoriously wide and deep. To navigate such waters signifies an ability to traverse shallow seas. This vehicle is indeed extraordinary. Chapter 68. A sudden discontent. Hee. Now you understand why I am so fond of this vehicle, don't you? Ngu remarked with a smile. My farm's terrain is undeniably treacherous. It is challenging for conventional vehicles to operate normally here, but this one is different. I can go wherever I wish, and even reaching my small island is a breeze. Of course, if I need to transport large items or equipment in the future, I will still have to rely on boats. This vehicle is primarily for ferrying people and carrying small loads. Nevertheless, the barrage of comments remained in a state of suspension. The vast majority were still in shock. Even as they returned to normalcy, they refrained from allowing comments to obscure the visuals. In summary, the live stream had descended into silence. However, Nge's focus was not on the chat at that moment. It was his first time appearing on the Woolen River, and to claim he was not intrigued would be false. Moreover, in a certain sense, this segment of the river was critical to the farm. He needed to familiarize himself with his surroundings. Additionally, he contemplated whether to establish a small dock, if a dock were to be built. Where would be the most suitable location? As previously mentioned, while the vehicle could traverse between the island and the mainland, transporting larger items would necessitate a boat. In the future, whatever purpose this island may serve, it would likely prove useful. We are about to land. Soon, the vehicle approached the vicinity of the island. With Nge's announcement, the audience was abruptly roused from their reverie. What? Have we arrived so quickly? I never expected this vehicle to be so powerful in the water. Why does it feel like this vehicle is faster than my fishing boat? Indeed, after the installation of the propeller, its strength has escalated. Do you believe there is a possibility that this vehicle is truly racing across the Woolen River? I think it is quite plausible. If the special effects are this impressive, why not head to Bollywood instead of streaming this? As Nge's words lingered in the air, the vehicle had already reached the shore. With the press of a button, the tire pressure swiftly returned to normal. The vehicle trembled slightly, as if it had lowered a fraction. This island, how shall I say, is far more desolate than I had imagined. Gazing around, Ngu remarked, you must have also noticed that this island is entirely composed of black soil. It is well known that black soil is one of the most nutrient-rich types of soil, yet here, it is only adorned with meadows and a few sparse trees. Just as Ngu pointed out, this side of the island lacks even a beach or scattered rocks. The riverbank is entirely covered in black silt, and apart from the occasional cliff, it seems to be a sea of darkness. However, one cannot deny that this landscape, alongside the shimmering surface of the river, presents a certain harmony. After all, the Woolen River is also black, and in the direction we are facing lies the territory of the Bear Country. Crossing this inky boundary, a vast expanse of green meadow re-emerges, beyond which gentle hills and verdant trees resemble the scenery of one's own farm. Let us first drive around the island and observe its specific conditions, suggested Ngu. Perhaps we might also find a suitable spot for fishing, to see if there are any sizable catches in the Woolen River during this season. Fishing? I envy you immensely. The island indeed seems suitable for fishing. Yet, today's weather does not seem conducive for it, does it? Alas, does our host care about the catch? Life is to be savored. By the way, what kind of fish inhabit the Woolen River? I am quite curious, considering it remains frozen for a significant portion of the year. I can assure you, the northeastern region boasts the richest fish resources on the other side of the Woolen River. It suddenly occurred to me. Are you not aware that the ethnic groups dwelling in the Woolen River basin were historically fishing and hunting tribes? Would such tribes not fish? How could there possibly be no fish here? Observing the enthusiastic comments from the audience, Ngu chuckled and said, the ice does not completely seal the river. Even in the coldest times, the ice layer is merely a meter thick. This means that beneath that meter of ice lies a bustling aquatic world. Moreover, in the Woolen River, we have the terms 3 flowers, 5 roaches, 18 varieties, and 72 miscellaneous. As he spoke, Ngu started the vehicle and continued. To put it simply, 3 flowers refers to the Aohua, Bienhua, and Jinhua fish. 5 roaches refers to the Zeluo, Faluo, Yaluo, Huro, and Tongluo fish. As for 18 varieties and 72 miscellaneous, there are far too many to name now. But I shall share more when the opportunity arises. Are there truly so many types of fish in the Woolen River? Aohua, Bienhua, Jinhua, what are these? Why have I never heard of these fish from our host before? Alhua is the mandarin fish, and bianhua is the river crucian carp. I assure you, these fish indeed exist. However, I must admit, although I am a local, I have not encountered every species, particularly the 72 miscellaneous. My family has argued over this. Some claim there are more than 72 types, while others insist it is a mere abstraction, non-existent in reality. Now they are nearly at odds. What should I do? Gazing at the lively discussions, Ngu could not help but burst into laughter. Initially, a sense of discontent lingered, but it has since transformed, spanning over 300 acres. The area is neither excessively vast nor insignificantly small. Should one choose to traverse it on foot, it would require no less than half an hour to explore thoroughly. However, by car, one could undoubtedly cover the distance with greater expediency. Moreover, the terrain is remarkably uniform, devoid of any abrupt elevations. It would not be an exaggeration to say that one could see the entirety of the landscape at a glance. Nge's purpose in driving around was simply to ascertain the true condition of the island, to determine whether it harbored perilous regions akin to swamps or large vats. Yet, the reality proved far more dire than he had anticipated. As a student of plant protection, he could discern at a glance that many trees had suffered from waterlogging. Furthermore, several trees bore unmistakable marks, indicating they had been submerged more than once. This begs the question, has this island experienced multiple inundations over the years? If this is indeed the case, any plans for its development must take into account the likelihood of flooding, as well as contingency measures should such an event occur. In summary, the path to development would undoubtedly be fraught with more challenges than initially imagined. Chapter 69. A sense of unease and truth. The number 72 is indeed a mere abstraction. Thus far, I have encountered documentation of only 42 distinct varieties. Regaining his composure, Ngu addressed the camera. Moreover, among these 42, numerous species are inedible. Rest assured, the specifics of this location will soon be revealed through my lens. At this juncture, Ngu abruptly shifted his tone, saying, "Additionally, I have gained a preliminary understanding of the island's condition. Next, let us engage in some fishing and investigate the surrounding waters." This statement left the audience momentarily bewildered. Is that all there is to it? I feel as though I've seen nothing. What about the trees and the abundance of grass? Some speculated that the host merely sought to familiarize himself with the terrain. Perhaps a cursory glance was all that was required. Others mused that the host's primary intention for visiting was simply to fish and to showcase his island. The fishing enthusiasts expressed a desire to see what catches the host could reel in, while I found myself more curious about his expertise in the matter. Ngu paid little heed to the discussions in the live stream. Without further ado, he drove directly to a location he had previously deemed suitable for fishing. Such is the nature of the island's predicament. Life is unpredictable, and with the island's susceptibility to flooding, it is prudent to devise a strategy for potential inundation. After all, one cannot succumb to the perils of nature. He possessed ample time to explore and understand the island. Furthermore, he lacked the immediate energy to embark on its development. At present, nearly all the villagers had ascended the mountain to gather various fruits. It would take them 2 or 3 days to harvest all the familiar crops. By that time, the equipment and jars for producing jam would also have arrived. Subsequently, the villagers would be divided once more. Some would engage in jam production, while others continued to forage for wild fruits on the mountain. Indeed, Ngu had initially contemplated inviting some villagers today to obtain health certificates and the like. However, such a notion was utterly impractical. They were currently in a fervent state, preoccupied with the urgent task of harvesting their crops to exchange for money. Engaging in any other activities was simply out of the question. Unless they had completed the harvesting in their most familiar areas, returning to the mountains would yield no rewards, prompting them to consider alternative work. In summary, for the foreseeable future, he would find himself in a state of significant productivity deficiency. Unless he ventured to I-City to recruit laborers, Mo had suffered from severe population decline. The challenge of finding sufficient workers was immensely daunting. In fact, the entire population of Wulanjiang had experienced considerable attrition. Furthermore, the vast majority of outsiders could not feasibly reside in such an environment for an extended period, making the issue of manpower potentially his greatest concern in the future. Nevertheless, Ngu harbored little worry regarding labor. After all, under generous rewards, courageous individuals would inevitably emerge. At worst, he could offer higher wages in the future. All in all, he would simply reassess the situation later. Moments later, the vehicle came to a halt along the riverbank. I had previously noted that this location seemed quite suitable. As he spoke, Ngu made his way towards the vehicle, cheerfully announcing, "Tai Henin, it's time to disembark." Upon hearing Nge's words, Tai Henin quickly approached him. However, due to some mobility issues and the swift motion of the vehicle, Tai Henin felt somewhat disoriented. By the time he reached Nge's side, Ngu had already opened the rear door and began unloading the fishing gear. The equipment was impressively comprehensive: a phone holder, a portable reclining chair, fishing tackle, all meticulously arranged. Soon, he had set up the entire scene. I brought some bait with me. I'll try it out first. If it proves ineffective, I'll search for some worms nearby, Ngu remarked while casting his first line. However, I am quite confident in my fishing abilities. Just wait and witness my skills. He then took a seat. Possessing fishing expertise, he understood that patience was key. This area was exceptionally conducive to fishing. Surely, fish would soon take the bait. Seems like the streamer is rather professional. Professional? Is that what you call it? Other streamers would have already caught their first fish by now. Uft. Comparing those who fish in artificial ponds to those fishing in Wulanjiang, I can't speak to professionalism, but it seems the streamer genuinely relishes this leisurely lifestyle. Just look at that expression. I'm envious. To repay my loans, I've lost count of the hours I've worked overtime. I recently completed a project and managed to take 2 days off. But even if one has time to rest, what good is it? After finally getting a break. Who isn't just lying flat at home? Who has the energy to go out and enjoy the splendor of nature? The river, the sunshine, the reclining chair, what a dream come true. The barrage of comments reflected the envy and jealousy of countless viewers. Yet, Ngu was truly oblivious to it all. The mobile phone lay at a considerable distance. At this moment, he could only speak into the microphone, which was his utmost limit. Reclining on a portable lounge chair, basking in the sunlight and feeling the gentle breeze, the occasional flutter of birds nearby added to the refreshing ambience. Especially from this vantage point, the expanse visible before him comprised almost entirely of his own territory, a sensation that brought him immense joy. Suddenly, the fishing rod's bobber began to tremble. Ngu gestured towards the distant camera, swiftly rose, and with a vigorous tug, a fish leapt into the air with a splash. The speed of his actions was astonishing. Upon seeing the sizable fish now in his grasp, many were taken aback. Even among seasoned anglers, such a scene was rarely witnessed. Moreover, those who had attended professional fishing competitions were exceedingly few. Goodness, what a massive fish. What kind is this? I've never seen it in the market. The streamer truly excelled. Such an outrageous fishing technique was unprecedented. Ha ha ha, who claimed the streamer lacked professionalism? Have you ever caught a fish this large? Incredible. If I could master this technique, I'd be the most dashing lad in our village tomorrow. Just thinking about it felt delightful. He had only seen such methods in professional fishing competitions. Where could one learn this? In truth, he was not the only one astonished. Even the stout companion beside Ngu was utterly taken aback. It vaguely recalled the grim fate of fish encountered in the woods yesterday. Yet here was Ngu, almost effortlessly capturing a fish that seemed to be nearly double its size, sufficient to sustain them for several days. The more one gazed, the deeper the astonishment grew. The playful spirit vanished in an instant. Ha ha. Today's catch is quite remarkable, Ngu remarked. This is a... However, he could not finish his sentence as his expression shifted slightly. At that moment, the viewers in the live stream also sensed something amiss. Streamer, look behind you. There's a snake. A triangular-headed one. My goodness. It seems the streamer has placed the phone rather far away. Should we call the police? But the streamer is in a rather secluded spot. Could it be true that there are snakes in the Wulong River? The streamer wasn't joking a few days ago. Red-brown with a gray-white belly, given the shape. It must be a harmless 7-inch snake. Don't pretend to be knowledgeable if you're not. That is harmful. This is clearly the legendary 5-step snake. 1 bite. And you collapse after 5 steps. What's being said here is incorrect. That's a short-tailed viper. I was bitten last summer and had to receive anti-venom and a tetanus shot, or else I might have been in grave danger. I understand the reasoning, but isn't it a bit absurd for each of you to name a different snake? And even if it is a 7-inch snake, it is still venomous. Indeed, the fish itself is not the issue. Ngu's pause in the discussions in the live stream were all prompted by a snake creeping closer into the frame. In truth, it was nearly impossible not to notice. The coloration of the serpent's back starkly contrasts with that of the earth. Just as Ngu was retracting his fishing rod, a snake, measuring over 1/2 meter in length and 5 centimeters in width, with a remarkably outlandish hue, slithered into view, impossible to ignore. Naturally, Ngu's attention was fixated on the dogfish, and thus he initially overlooked it. His awareness was only piqued by an abrupt surge of anger emanating from the creature. In truth, at the very moment of perception, his thoughts were consumed by the emotions radiating from the dogfish. However, upon closer introspection, it became evident that the feelings of anger, sorrow, and fear did not originate from a singular source. Crucially, he discerned that, in such close proximity, beyond the ironclad creature and the dogfish, another sentiment lingered. Moreover, the emotions of the ironclad creature began to shift, transforming from initial joy into a complex blend of anger and fear. It was evident that some form of threat had manifested nearby. Indeed, a glance from the corner of his eye confirmed his suspicions. A viper was present. In an instant, the flora and fauna catalog activated, presenting an introduction to the viper. He recognized it immediately, yet determining the exact species proved elusive. Name, Ushuri viper, classification, Squamata, biparity. Genus Gloideus, description, near-threatened species, listed in the Red Data Book, typically inhabiting mountainous areas, forest edges, grasslands, ditches, fields, and pond sides, possesses potent venom. Instantly, anger grasped a critical detail. The venom was indeed highly potent. A fine sheen of sweat broke out on his forehead. During his university days, he had often roamed fields and had heard of, and even witnessed, the deadly consequences of its bite, which is notorious among serpents. However, due to variations in species, the potency of venom can differ significantly. Initially, he found himself fervently hoping it was not one of the more venomous varieties, only to be dismayed by the system's assessment. Extremely potent. Fortunately, the catalog mentioned that the Ushuri viper typically does not initiate an attack on humans unless provoked. Taking a deep breath, anger urged, ironclad, retreat quickly. As soon as the words left his lips, he too hastily withdrew. However, events unfolded in a manner far beyond his expectations. Before he and the ironclad could retreat, the snake coiled itself into a defensive posture. This could be interpreted as a defensive stance, yet equally could be seen as an indication of impending aggression, for in such a position, the snake was poised to strike at any moment. Isn't that an attacking posture? He pondered. Was there anyone knowledgeable around? What precisely was this creature? I would suggest fleeing at once. The task could be addressed upon return. How could I shake the feeling that the streamer would soon be in dire straits if he didn't hasten his escape? Surely, the snake's speed far exceeds that of a human. Could one truly evade it if it decided to strike? What then? Should one kneel and plead with the serpent to spare them? Witnessing this scene, anger abruptly halted. At that moment, he stood merely 3 meters from the snake. He could not guarantee that any sudden movement on his part would not provoke an attack from the creature. Meanwhile, Tycoon had already taken refuge behind him, watching the venomous snake with vigilance. Although he had never learned the art of hunting, it was evident that Tycoon, driven by instinct, sensed the impending danger. And Ge's mind raced with calculations. A noticeable swelling would manifest within half an hour of being bitten. The return to the villa would only take a few minutes, which meant that seeking help was feasible. However, he was uncertain if the clinic possessed the necessary antivenom. If not, reaching the county town would take around 2 to 3 hours. He regretted not stocking up on antivenom. Given his connections at school, obtaining some common antivenom should not have been a significant challenge. No, being bitten was merely the worst-case scenario. And Gu took a deep breath. He still had other opportunities. Specifically, he felt he had 2 alternative methods to extricate himself from this predicament. With that thought in mind, Gu inhaled deeply, swiftly removing the pike he had caught from the fishing rod and casting it aside. What was he doing? Did the streamer intend to bludgeon the snake with a fish? At such a critical moment, could he refrain from being comical? Was this perhaps a pet snake, one that had been rendered harmless? As the audience remained bewildered and skeptical, Gu spoke to himself. The primary diet of the Ushuri viper consists of mice, frogs, and fish. This pike should suffice to satiate it, perhaps prompting it to depart. Upon hearing Ng's words, the viewers in the live stream were momentarily taken aback. Such a tactic existed? Yet, upon reflection, it made sense. If the snake were full, it should be safe. However, the notion that the snake's primary food source was fish? What was that about? Nonetheless, their confusion went unnoticed by Ngu. In truth, his words were not intended as an explanation for the viewers. He merely sought to bolster his own confidence. The fear of snakes was instinctual. Most individuals possess an innate dread of such slithering creatures, particularly when faced with a venomous one, necessitating caution. If a peaceful resolution was possible, he would prefer that. But should the snake prove unyielding, he would have no choice but to act decisively, despite the close proximity and the enemy's swift movements. Ngu felt an advantage with a weapon in hand. In fact, the reality was aligning with this sentiment. The Ushuri viper paid no heed to the pike. After Ngu cast the fish aside, it remained undeterred, its intent to attack becoming increasingly palpable. Ngu could distinctly sense the mounting fury emanating from the creature. Just as the Ushuri viper began to probe, seemingly preparing to strike, the fishing rod in Ng's hand shifted. In a flash, the snake leaped into the air. The audience was left in utter astonishment. Moments later, Ng's voice broke the silence. It seems this might not be too difficult to resolve. Chapter 71. Is it a dog or a fish? At that moment, the Ushuri viper had risen above the river, its head protruding, fixated on Ngu, seemingly intent on attacking. What had transpired? How did the snake suddenly appear on the river's surface? Was it resolved? How was it resolved? I didn't quite catch that. The snake is still alive. The host should not let their guard down. It would be wise to make a hasty retreat. The hostess fishing technique is truly remarkable. By the way, how adeptly this snake swims. Could it possibly be a water snake? Do you not realize that the vast majority of snakes are proficient swimmers? This is perilous. Host, you must flee quickly. At this moment, Ngu remains undistracted. Although he claims to have resolved the situation, he remains exceptionally vigilant. For even though he senses fear emanating from the snake, there lingers an undercurrent of anger. He murmurs to himself, "The snake is currently about 10 meters away. Though its speed is formidable, I have ample time to react should it attempt to approach again. Furthermore, my fishing rod measures 5 meters and 4 centimeters, which means that as long as my reflexes are swift enough, the rod will ensure my safety." Mastery in fishing skills is not to be underestimated. The manipulation of the fishing rod, while not as effortless as commanding one's own body, is not far off. Just moments ago, did he not strike the snake's head with the rod, and then, seizing the opportunity while it was momentarily disoriented, deftly cast it back into the water? The entire sequence flowed seamlessly, even the viewers in the live stream scarcely comprehending it. Now, the distance between them has widened considerably, naturally increasing the level of safety. Is the danger truly averted? I am still somewhat bewildered as to how it was accomplished. The snake continues to watch intently. One must be cautious of a potential counterattack. It would be prudent to retreat swiftly, especially with a venomous snake nearby. The host currently holds the advantageous position, as long as the rod technique remains sound. All should be well. The host is impressive, capable of handling a snake in such a manner, truly extraordinary. Finally, the viewers in the live stream begin to respond. Observing NGE's demeanor, now calm and composed, they cannot help but feel a sense of admiration. Gifts and comments flood in instantaneously. There is truly nothing more astonishing than this. Just then, the snake approaches once more. Immediately, the rod strikes forcefully. Due to the water, the impact is somewhat diminished, yet sufficient to send the snake further away. Once, twice, thrice. Each time the snake draws near, and Gu delivers a calculated strike. With this tactic, he can distinctly sense the snake's fury waning, gradually replaced by sorrow and fear. This species is known as the Ushuri viper. Although it is a near-threat species listed on the red list, should one encounter it, it is imperative to safeguard one's safety, even if it necessitates lethal action in dire circumstances, as it constitutes a form of emergency self-defense. Observing the viper swimming restlessly in the river, yet hesitating to venture ashore, Gu finally relaxes, stating slowly, "For the viper is inherently quite dangerous. Despite its modest size, a bite from this creature can lead to significant swelling within half an hour, and without serum injection within 6 hours, it is essentially a death sentence. The venom first assaults the internal organs, causing hemorrhaging, followed swiftly by damage to the circulatory system. The permeability of blood vessels and lymphatic vessels increases, rendering them incapable of containing blood and lymph fluid, ultimately resulting in renal failure." Listening to NGE's words, many involuntarily shuddered. They were astounded by the terrifying potency of this snake's venom. Although they were not present at the scene, they had witnessed everything unfold. Gu appeared to handle the situation with remarkable ease, yet they all comprehended a grim reality. Had they encountered such a serpent, they would have likely succumbed to a bite. Considering their location, even the fastest journey to a hospital would have rendered them half dead. An indescribable feeling began to emerge. The atmosphere grew frantic once more. Finally, after a prolonged interval, the snake swam toward the opposite bank. While its destination remained its own farm, at least for now, it was deemed safe. Gazing at the retreating Ushuri viper, Gu finally relaxed, smiling as he remarked, "We are safe at last. When we return at noon, I must inquire at the village clinic if they have serum for this snake. It is far too perilous." At that moment, the audience in the live broadcast room erupted with excitement. "Ha ha ha, the host is incredible. 666, he actually drove away the venomous snake with a fishing rod." One couldn't help but admire the snake's resilience. It took numerous attempts before it retreated. Indeed, if the village possessed serum, it would have alleviated the threat to life. Remaining so calm in the face of a venomous snake. What a remarkable host. To the newcomers, it was evident they were not longtime fans. Did they truly believe this clumsy fellow had approached the host's home on his own? Look at that bewildered expression on the face of that poor guy. It's hilarious. While the crowd buzzed with chatter, Gu readied the fishing rod once more, lifting the pike he had just caught, and said with a grin, "Let us continue our previous discussion. What do you think of this pike I caught?" As they beheld the sizable fish in NGE's arms and listened to his words, the topic in the live stream abruptly shifted. "Pike? Is that what this fish is called? It doesn't resemble a dog at all. I've never seen one. In comparison, it looks more like a duck. Didn't the host just mention pike? Do you think there is a possibility that the host intended to use the fish to lure the snake, not because the snake was uninterested in fish, but because it simply couldn't consume it? One must admit, there is indeed a possibility. It said that snakes can swallow prey comparable to their own size. It should be manageable, right? However, not all snakes can consume prey of such magnitude. This venomous snake clearly does not belong to that category. Grilled pike is absolutely delicious. Many in my hometown adore it. If the host intends to have a barbecue at noon, it would be perfect for grilling. Wait, fellow countrymen. The barbecue stalls here in summer are a must-try. It must be said that the name of the northern pike has sparked considerable discussion among many. This fish bears little resemblance to a dog. Its mouth, however, is somewhat akin to that of a duck, being large and flattened. The snake, oblivious to the joys of life, remains unaware that the flesh of the pike is tender, pure white, and exceptionally flavorful. Aside from a slight hint of the earthy taste characteristic of grass carp, overall, it is rather delightful. And Gu, chuckling, placed the pike into the bucket. Do not be misled by its size. Its texture remains unaffected, whether braised or grilled. It is quite delectable. Chapter 72. Iron Simpleton. Why don't you give it a try? Evidently, Ng's remark incited skepticism among many, for numerous individuals believe that larger fish would often lack tenderness. Especially with those enormous specimens that require many years to grow, this assumption seemed even more valid. At that moment, Ngu, seemingly distant from his phone, appeared to sense the thoughts of the onlookers and began to explain. The northern pike is aptly named for its resemblance to a famished dog in the water. Being one of the most ferocious carnivorous fish in this river, it not only preys on other fish but also attacks frogs, wild ducks, and other creatures that venture into the water. It is said that they can consume food equivalent to their body weight in a single day, which occasionally leads to encounters with particularly massive individuals. Of course, this requires a modicum of luck. After all, fishing is what it is. In truth, Nge's explanation resembled more of a boast, an exhibition of his prowess in capturing such a sizable quarry. Among the audience, anyone fond of fishing could perceive this nuance. A ferocious canine of the water, consuming food equal to its weight indeed qualifies as a famished beast. A smidgen of luck might suffice, despite my years of angling. I have yet to catch such a large fish. Is it merely my perception, or does the host possess exceptional skills? The techniques employed while fishing are undoubtedly professional. It feels as though the host is intent on flaunting before us. Oh dear, I am utterly dazzled. Thank you. While indulging in idle moments at work, one can only ponder when the next opportunity to fish may arise. The outcome is inconsequential. The mere act of enjoying the experience is what truly matters. Amidst the chatter of the crowd, Ngu continued to reel and fish one after another, managing to catch one approximately every 10 minutes, an impressive efficiency. Among the haul were common species like catfish and grass carp, as well as more nutritious varieties such as lip fish and slender fish, and even smaller catches like loach and mud loach, showcasing a diverse array of species and a commendable quantity. Each fish brought forth varied reactions from the audience, akin to the thrill of unboxing a mystery package. Regrettably, no larger fish followed. The northern pike remained the largest catch. Iron Simpleton, you've been watching all morning. Why not come over and try your hand at fishing? Noticing that both of his prepared buckets were nearly full, Ngu jestingly addressed the seated Iron Simpleton. Just as I step away for a moment, one cannot help but acknowledge the docility of Iron Simpleton. Ever since Ngu had chased away the snake, he had been seated quietly, a stark contrast to his previously fidgety demeanor at home during the past few days. The crux of the matter is that this fellow appears to be genuinely attentive. Each time he spots a large fish, he cannot help but let out a shout. It seems he truly aspires to master the art of fishing. Ha ha ha. Allowing the simpleton to fish is a stroke of genius on the part of the host. The host is indeed remarkable. Can a bear really fish? The seamlessness with which he performs is undeniably impressive. It is well known that humanity has ascended to the top of the food chain precisely because we wield tools. The simpleton exclaims, not only must I search for shrimp, but now I must also fish. Goodness. Suddenly, I am reminded of the host referring to the simpleton as Jiang Taigong, the legendary fisherman. But this time it is no mere analogy. Upon hearing Ng's words, the audience in the live stream couldn't help but engage in fervent discussion, recalling the events from the previous day on the mountain. Yet, within mere seconds, the tone of the conversation shifted dramatically from joviality to astonishment. As Ng's words lingered in the air, the simpleton, after a few seconds of contemplation, actually crawled toward Ngu. Witnessing this, a flicker of surprise crossed Ng's eyes. Could this creature truly comprehend? It is important to note that this is not a simple command like sit, but rather genuine language capable of facilitating meaningful interaction. In a moment of contemplation, Ngu willingly relinquished his position. If a fish were to be caught, what should one do? Do you know? Ngu inquired. No sooner had he spoken than the simpleton's paw rested upon the fishing rod, applying gentle pressure. Exactly. If you feel a tug, remember to lift the rod. At this point, Ng's excitement surged. So, do you know what it means when a fish is hooked? In fact, it was not just Ngu who felt exhilarated. The live stream was abuzz with astonishment. With an audience of 70 to 80,000, everyone was in awe. The simpleton could actually comprehend spoken language? Clearly, this was not a result of prior training, for it would be impossible to have trained the simpleton so effectively in just a few days. As viewers recalled the sight of the bear attentively watching for an entire morning, they collectively gasped in disbelief. Could it be that this bear had truly achieved a level of sentience? All eyes were glued to the screen, eager to witness the simpleton's next actions. After an agonizing wait, the simpleton finally reacted, pointing at the bobber on the water's surface and emitting a series of sounds. Incredible! How astute! The simpleton has genuinely learned to fish. Adorably delightful, he is a source of joy for his fans. If he truly catches a fish, it would be nothing short of miraculous. Many online often claim that a bear's intelligence is akin to that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. But would a 5- or 6-year-old child know how to fish? Observing the simpleton's response left everyone utterly astonished, and Ngu was no exception. His shock was perhaps even greater, for who better than he to understand the situation of his own pet? There had been no prior training of this sort. Since bringing him home, the most they had done together was some playful petting and a few servings of animal formula. This level of intelligence is truly remarkable. In an instant, Nge's belief that this character could serve as the mascot for the Aurora farm grew ever more resolute. All right, since you understand, I shall take my leave to the restroom. Do not pull me down. Having uttered these words, Ngu indeed made his way off screen. At that moment, the audience realized he was quite serious. Yet, mere seconds after Ngu departed, the bobber on the fishing rod began to sink. Observing this, Tai Han Han swiftly extended his paw, but was unable to secure a grip. The brown bear, despite its formidable claws, lacked any real grasping ability. Before Tai Han Han could attempt several more tries, the fishing rod began to shake violently. The host, "It seems like a big fish," exclaimed one viewer. No way. Ngu wouldn't actually go to the restroom, would he? The fishing rod, worth over 1,000 yuan, would leave him fuming if he returned to find it gone. Though for the host, 1,000 yuan might not provoke anger. Missing out on such a large fish would surely be disheartening. Tai Han Han looks so innocent. The poor creature cannot hold onto the fishing rod at all. I can't help but laugh. We are professionals trained to maintain composure, no matter how amusing. We shall not laugh unless utterly unable to contain ourselves. The viewers chuckled. Tai Han Han is simply adorable. Such large paws, yet cannot grasp the fishing rod. As the audience continued their banter, the fishing rod holder began to tremble, seemingly on the brink of collapse, threatened to be pulled into the water by the great fish. Just as the rod holder appeared ready to fall, it abruptly halted. The fishing rod obediently stilled, and the holder ceased its shaking. The barrage of comments in the live stream fell into an eerie silence. Chapter 73. Has the milk been dispensed? Huh. Why has the fishing rod suddenly stopped shaking? Did the fish escape? Look at Tai Han Han. Wow. Is he clever enough to use his mouth? Our Tai Han Han is anything but foolish. Humph. Oh no. The rod is shaking again. Come on, Tai Han Han. Hold on a little longer. The host should return soon. Indeed. This clever creature seemed to be biding its time at the host's home, waiting to steal the spotlight. Use your body to press down. Aren't you around 40 to 50 kilograms? Witnessing Tai Han Han bite down on the fishing rod, the audience's interest peaked. Particularly when they saw Tai Han Han exerting force to drag the rod towards the shore, they began to cheer him on. Their curiosity ignited. They wondered what kind of fish could possess strength rivaling that of a young brown bear, one of the mightiest creatures on land. Yet, as time passed, it became increasingly apparent that Tai Han Han was at a disadvantage. The great fish, concealed beneath the water's surface, seemed to possess boundless strength, relentlessly pulling Tai Han Han toward the riverbank. Soon, Tai Han Han's front paws were lifted off the ground, and the audience's hearts raced. Where's the host? If he is in urgent need, he should use Sanjing brand. Tai Han Han, let go. Do not let the fish drag you down. Oh dear, where's the host? Why has he been gone for so long? My weight is unbearable. Let go. Iron Hannon, release it. Yet, the viewers in the live stream could only fret anxiously, as Iron Hannon remained oblivious to their concerns. It understood but one truth. Letting go of this substantial catch meant losing it forever. Every creature, regardless of age or strength, possesses an instinctual affinity for food, which fueled its unyielding desire to hold on. At long last, its hind legs approached the shore, while its body stood upright. Yet no amount of leverage could secure its grasp. Many in the live stream could not help but shut their eyes. However, it was merely a fall into the water, which did not warrant excessive worry. According to Ango, the current was not particularly fierce here. Sure enough, Iron Hannon did not endure for long. Just as everyone anticipated its imminent plummet into the water, suddenly, a hand grasped the fishing rod. I say, Hannon, are you foolish? If you can't reel it in, just let go. If you fall in and get swept away, how will I ever find you? Gazing at the familiar figure before him, Iron Hannon finally released its grip, a look of profound grievance adorning its face. Who is this person? How could he treat the host this way? Humph. Indeed, the host should promptly dismiss this assistant. Hee. My Hannon is truly remarkable. This fish is bound to be substantial. Assistant, do hurry and pull it in. At last, Ango returned. If he had delayed any longer, I would have resorted to selling medicine instead. Without prostatitis, one would not endure for so long. Quickly reel it in. I am eager to discover what sort of fish could catch a bear. It is simply astonishing. Upon Ango's return, many viewers exhaled in relief. Several began to tease Ango from Iron Hannon's perspective. Yet, Ango had no time to peruse the barrage of comments in the live stream. The moment Iron Hannon relinquished its hold, he felt a tremendous force surging back through the fishing rod. Goodness, it is indeed a large fish. Ango's eyes widened, gazing at the dark waters of the river. His expression grave. Let me see your prowess. He sensed that this fish would undoubtedly be the day's greatest catch. Setting aside other considerations, the sheer strength alone confirmed that it was no less formidable than a pike. Observing Ango's constant reeling and releasing, the viewers finally grasped that Iron Hannon had truly hooked a significant fish. Throughout the entire morning, they had never witnessed Ango so diligently engaged in fishing. As he continued to reel and release, the fish's strength gradually waned, evidently exhausting its stamina. Witnessing this scene, the audience finally understood that Ango's assertion of his fishing prowess was no jest. Previous catches could have been attributed to luck, but now, it was sheer skill. Suddenly, Ango's movements quickened as he swiftly reeled in the fishing line. As the fish broke the surface of the water, Ango couldn't help but exclaim, "A majestic salmon." To his astonishment, it was indeed a grand specimen of the species. He had not anticipated such fortune. Salmon. The name seemed vaguely familiar. Why was the host so astonished? Could this fish be of considerable value? Salmon, a type of trout, is it not? Salmon? Huh. That reminds me of the delightful salmon rice bowl and the star of salmon dishes. Tai Henin truly is remarkable, managing to catch such a sizable fish on his very first attempt. Is this truly a salmon? Do we even have salmon in our country? I had thought they exclusively inhabited the sea. The host must have struck gold. Being so plump, it surely contains roe. The mere mention of salmon sparked quite a discussion among the viewers. Yet, this is hardly surprising, as the notoriety of salmon has surged in recent years. Not to mention the world-renowned delicacy of caviar and the infamous salmon scandal in a certain province. The promotion of sashimi on the islands has also generated significant buzz. While the audience engaged in fervent discourse, the grand salmon was already cradled in Ng's arms. He weighed it thoughtfully and murmured, "I estimate it to be around 7 to 8 pounds. What a tremendous catch. Tai Henin, you have performed admirably. Upon our return, I shall reward you with a bottle of milk." At the mention of milk, Tai Henin's excitement was palpable. However, the live chat was inundated with comments from unscrupulous merchants. Many viewers criticized Tai Henin, suggesting he had been sold and was now counting someone else's money. What is the price of salmon, one might wonder? Even without roe, the price is quite substantial. Should it contain roe, transformed into caviar, the cost would be exorbitant. Yet here we are, settling for just a bottle of milk. The most bewildering aspect is that this creature seems genuinely pleased. Were Ngu aware of the viewer's sentiments, he would surely laugh at their ignorance regarding the remarkable efficacy of animal-grade milk powder. Although Tai Henin's cleverness is largely attributed to the natural intelligence of brown bears, the assistance of animal milk powder cannot be underestimated. With a light-hearted display, Ngu gently placed the salmon into a bucket of water, declaring, "Henin, it is time for us to return." Chapter 74. Has the guest arrived? As he spoke, Ngu quickly loaded the day's catch, along with fishing gear and a portable lounge chair, into the vehicle. Once assured that everything was stowed away, he finally took hold of his phone. Climbing into the car, he cast a fleeting glance at his device. Since embarking on his fishing expedition, he had not checked his phone for several hours. The familiar figure of 100,000 greeted him, a comforting sight indeed. Simultaneously, a flurry of comments began to flood the screen. Ngu chuckled. Heilongjiang province is indeed known as the homeland of salmon, so it is no surprise to find one here. However, it is rather pricey, typically around 30 yuan. Of course, we must wait until after the White Dew Festival for them to become plentiful, likely around the Mid-Autumn Festival, as we are currently in a fishing ban. As he spoke, Ngu had already settled into the driver's seat, swiftly securing his phone. Meanwhile, the live chat was abuzz with chatter. Only 30 yuan. That's cheaper than many saltwater fish. I find this price entirely acceptable, for fish is indeed quite beneficial to one's health. While the health benefits may be of little concern to me, I believe that as a premium ingredient, the obsession of the islanders with it suggests that its flavor must be exquisite. A closed fishing season? How intriguing that even inland areas have such restrictions. Of course, they do, and for a considerable duration as well. I recall hearing that some individuals who consume salmon regularly tend to be free of heart disease. I wonder if there is any truth to that. Securing her phone, Ngu cast a glance at the device and exclaimed, "Tai Henin, sit tight. We are about to depart." At her words, Tai Henin immediately perked up, swiftly settling down and ceasing to fidget. Clearly, previous experiences had imparted a vital lesson. If one does not behave while in a vehicle, discomfort may soon ensue. With the sound of the engine roaring to life, the car was slightly elevated, and under Ong Ji's command, it plunged directly into the water. I had just noticed a comment in the chat asking which group of people, due to their long-term consumption of salmon, tend to avoid heart disease, and coincidentally, I knew the answer. As the vehicle submerged, Ong Ji's voice echoed once more in the live stream. That would be the Eskimos. Not only heart disease, but conditions such as diabetes and atherosclerosis are rarely found among them. However, I must emphasize that knowing this is of little use to us. We cannot possibly consume as much salmon as they do annually. Even if our wallets could withstand it, it may not always be available for purchase. A rare indulgence is sufficient, whether steamed, fried, grilled, or smoked. This fish is utterly delectable. As for consuming it raw, as the islanders do, I would not recommend that. As she spoke, Ong Gu smacked her lips. Reminiscing about her last delightful meal, she contemplated grilling all the fish suitable for roasting shortly. The viewers in the live stream could easily perceive her reaction, as they found themselves salivating involuntarily. Such a response surely indicates that the taste must be quite remarkable. In just a few moments, the vehicle had traversed the Wulon River. Upon reaching dry land, Ong Gu pressed a button that restored the tire pressure to normal, and they retraced their route back to the villa. Oh! Smoke was already rising from the direction of the villa. It seems Sophia and the others had begun preparations for the barbecue, perfectly timed to grill the fish caught today. Observing the wisps of smoke in the distance, Ong Gu smiled and remarked, "Both the Chinook and salmon are excellent choices for barbecuing and will serve well to entertain our guests." Her words carried significant weight. Barbecue grilled fish. Guests, each term stirred excitement among the viewers in the live stream. Longtime fans knew that Sophia and her family belonged to the Ross clan. The Ross clan is renowned for their substantial meat skewers, each weighing several pounds, though few have had the pleasure of tasting them. Coupled with Ong Ji's recent descriptions of the fish and her own reactions, the audience couldn't help but salivate. The prospect of guests arriving only intensified their envy, each wishing they could be that guest themselves. Many have begun to inquire about Ango, wondering if he would entertain fans should they visit. However, even if Ango were to see such questions, he would undoubtedly refrain from responding. To assert that he would not host them would be rather inappropriate. Conversely, to claim he would host them raises concerns about how many might show up. At present, he is not inclined to welcome any fans. Perhaps, when the farm is fully developed in the future, that might change. For now, he prefers to act as though he has not seen the inquiries. The vehicle, under Ango's command, did not return to the garage, but instead drove straight to the backyard. The resounding roar of the engine naturally captured the attention of the Lev couple. "Ango is back," Lev remarked with a smile. "You will soon understand why I am so enamored with this car," he added, instead of fixating on the vehicle. "Shouldn't we ponder the nature of Ango's relationship with that young lady? After all, she traveled a great distance to visit him. Do you really believe someone would bring gifts to pursue a mere romantic interest? Furthermore, Ango has stated he is not in a relationship. And do you truly think our Sophia pales in comparison to that girl?" Yet, before her doubts could be voiced, the imposing figure of the Siberian conqueror came into view. Whether it was the sight of the magnificent vehicle or the anticipation of Ango alighting from it, she chose to withhold her thoughts. Observing his wife's expression, Lev could not suppress a smile. Indeed, the first encounter with such a vehicle elicits a similar reaction from all. As they pondered in their own worlds, the vehicle came to a halt. Shortly thereafter, Lev was roused by a voice from nearby. "Uncle Lev, come help. We've had quite a catch today. Let us see which fish are suitable for grilling. We'll barbecue shortly." "All right, I'm coming," Lev replied, sprinting over. Upon seeing Ango unloading a bucket of fish, he exclaimed, "Wow, a burbot? Boss, your luck is incredible." "Indeed, and there's also a pike. The rest are rather small. We can decide which are best for grilling. And we'll cook them all for lunch," Ango stated matter-of-factly. He continued, "Have the guests arrived?" "Yes, a young lady is here. She is currently in the villa's living room with Sophia," Lev replied with a goofy smile. "Additionally, I've received the 3 agricultural vehicles. They are all stored in the garage," he added, clearly less concerned than his wife about the potential rivalry posed by the young lady. "Very well, I shall leave the lunch preparations to you. I will return to converse with our guest," Ango said, heading towards the villa. After taking a few steps, he suddenly paused and remarked, "How about this? You were curious about the Russian-style barbecue, weren't you? I'll set the camera on the barbecue area so you can take a look." Chapter 75. Mistaken identity. Ango had just realized that if Nanqing, this guest, were to unexpectedly appear in the live stream without prior knowledge, it could lead to awkwardness. Not to mention that it was her first time. Given her identity as a staff member from Douyin, specifically there to discuss collaboration with him, the situation could indeed become quite inappropriate. Thus, he decided to place the live streaming phone outside. Certainly, this action stemmed from his desire to tantalize the audience in the live stream. Otherwise, wouldn't it be simpler to conclude the broadcast? In recent days, the Lev couple had largely acclimated to the live streaming environment, rendering them indifferent to such matters. Within half a minute, Ngo found an appropriate angle and positioned his phone a short distance in front of the barbecue grill. "Auntie, I'll head inside first. Let us not keep the guests waiting too long. Ngu greeted before making his way toward the villa. Before long, Lev approached with a bucket of water, stating, "Dear, please take a look at these fish I caught. Let me know which are suitable for grilling, and I'll freeze the rest." "Really? Did the boss cast a net to catch so many fish?" Li Yuji exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the bucket. "Look closely, there's no net here. All these fish were caught with a fishing rod," Lev replied with a hint of exasperation. "Besides, how could he not know that we are currently in the closed fishing season? We can only fish, not cast nets. That makes sense. It must be the closed season that keeps others from fishing, resulting in an abundance of fish," Li Yuji pondered, recognizing the logic. Moreover, it had been over half a month since the closed fishing season began, so it was only natural for there to be more fish with no one catching them. Consequently, she shifted her focus to the fish Ngu had caught. The viewers in the live stream began to weigh in on the conversation between the two. Meanwhile, Ngu had already returned to the villa. As he stepped into the living room, he noticed a fair-skinned girl seated on the sofa. Though Sophia was not present, as Lev had mentioned. "Hello, Mr. Ngu." As Ngu appraised the guest, the girl noticed him and extended her hand. "Hello." Ngu gazed at her in surprise, gently shaking her hand. His mind raced through his previous conversations with Nanqing, wondering why her voice seemed somewhat altered. Could it be the result of the phone call? Yet, even so, the difference shouldn't be so pronounced. The girl, equally puzzled by Nji's expression, contemplated briefly before speaking. "Oh, right, Mr. Ngu, this is a token of our meeting." As she spoke, she tentatively lifted her gift. Could it be that he was aware of her purpose for visiting and thus hesitant to accept? Ngu instinctively directed his gaze to her hands. "Fenjiu? Galingjiu?" Now, Ngu was even more perplexed. While a gift is quite customary, presenting alcohol as a meeting gift is also a common practice. Fenjiu Matai and the like are all acceptable. But what on earth is Galingjiu? Although it was his first encounter with her, he recognized it as a medicinal wine, which had been advertised frequently in previous years. Despite his confusion, he accepted the gift, saying, "Thank you, Miss Nanqing." After all, he was indifferent to the nature of the gift. What mattered was the potential collaboration that lay ahead. "Nanqing?" The girl paused, taken aback by his response. However, a look of sudden realization soon crossed her face. "I finally understand why I felt a sense of peculiarity since that uncle brought me back. Mr. Ngu, are you waiting for a guest named Nanqing? That uncle from the Ross tribe mistakenly brought me in, thinking I was Nanqing." Upon hearing this, Ngu seemed to recall something. It must have been Lev who encountered this girl at the farm entrance, and, mistaking her for the Nanqing he had arranged to be brought back, brought her along without hesitation. After a brief moment of contemplation, Ngu inquired, "Then who are you?" "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Shi Wangyu. I have come to inquire about purchasing the ginseng you unearthed from the mountains." Shi Wangyu smiled gently and swiftly articulated her purpose. Wangyu? Upon hearing this name, Ngu couldn't help but ponder how fitting it was for her. With her delicate features, long hair cascading like a dark waterfall, and clad in a pure white fitted sleeve paired with a verdant long dress, she resembled a pristine lotus blooming in clear waters. Yet, he quickly redirected his thoughts and shook his head, saying, "Ginseng? I'm afraid I do not intend to sell." "I am well aware that you do not plan to sell, which is precisely why I am here, not merely to offer money," Shi Wangyu replied, her expression unwavering. "Oh." Ngu regarded Shi Wangyu with curiosity, eager to discover the terms she might propose. "Have you ever heard of Guangxingju?" Noticing Nji's lack of reaction to the mention of Guangxingju, Shi Wangyu continued. "Our establishment has been passed down for centuries and is among the foremost traditional Chinese medicine shops in the country, alongside Tong Ren Tang, Huqingyu Tang, and Chun Li Ji, known as the Four Great Pharmacies." Upon hearing this, Nji's curiosity intensified. While he was unfamiliar with the other three, he had certainly heard of Tong Ren Tang. To be on par with such a revered institution suggested a history of remarkable prestige. He was eager to see what terms a family with such a heritage would offer. Noticing a subtle change in Nji's demeanor, Shi Wangyu smiled and said, "If you are willing, we can engage in a trade of medicine for medicine." "Trade of medicine for medicine?" Ngu chuckled. "You run a pharmacy. If I wish to purchase medicine, why not buy it directly from you? I am not short on funds. Why should I barter?" "Not every medicine is readily available at present," Shi Wangyu replied with a smile. "Taking Gong Niu Huang Wan, for instance, while it can be obtained, all that is available is made from water buffalo horn powder, which pales in potency compared to that made from rhinoceros horn. Our lineage, with centuries of heritage, possesses several formulations of Ngong Niu Huang Wan made with rhinoceros horn as the key ingredient, preserved under our meticulous care, retaining their efficacy, which we can offer in exchange." At this proclamation, Ngu's mind began to race. How could he have not heard of Ngong Niu Huang Wan? It was a miraculous remedy, capable of buying precious time in emergencies such as sudden high fevers, convulsions, or strokes. Before Ngu could utter a word, Shi Wangyu continued. "There are numerous such medicinal substances. For instance, We can produce Gui Ling Ji, Niu Huang Qing Xian Wan, Ba Bao Yushu Wan, or even the renowned Hua Tua Zai Zao Wan, and Shi Xiang Bao Xian Wan, among other traditional pills that we can readily provide. Should you wish to exchange for ginseng, we assure you that you shall not be disappointed. Chapter 76. Not an impossible proposition upon hearing Shi Wangyou's words. Ngu couldn't help but furrow his brow. To be frank, he felt a twinge of temptation. After all, ginseng is merely ginseng. He possessed no profound knowledge of pharmacology, and even in his possession, it merely lay idle. However, if he were to substitute it for these rare, life-saving elixirs, it would undoubtedly be a commendable choice. One can never predict when an unexpected medical emergency may arise, and possessing such remedies could equate to an additional lease on life. Yet, he found himself hesitant. After all, it was an exquisite specimen of ginseng, the very first wild mountain ginseng he had harvested. Observing Nji's troubled expression, Shi Wangyou's eyes glimmered as he remarked, "Moreover, our Guangxingju is willing to acquire any qualified medicinal materials produced by your esteemed farm, be it ginseng or deer antler, including any future crops or livestock you cultivate." This, without a doubt, constituted a highly favorable proposition. Typically, agricultural producers like them must sell their medicinal materials through merchants or middlemen, who invariably profit at their expense. If they could directly establish a supply contract with a pharmaceutical factory like Guangxingju, they could eliminate the intermediary's markup. One should not underestimate these price discrepancies. Over time, they accumulate into a substantial sum. Not to mention, regarding the Sika deer, as their population grows, the yield of deer antler could become quite lucrative. Furthermore, Shi Wangyou implied that any produced medicinal material, provided it met quality standards, would be welcomed. This meant that there would be no concerns regarding the sale of any type of medicinal crop. Undoubtedly, this could significantly mitigate the risks associated with developing the farm. If he could exchange this ginseng for an equivalent value in pills, and subsequently establish a partnership with Guangxingju, it indeed seemed a promising option. Exchanging is not out of the question, but I am unfamiliar with the efficacy and value of the medicines you mentioned. I require some time to conduct thorough research. Finally, Ngu relented, adding, "Additionally, you must sign a contract for the procurement of medicinal materials with Guangxingju." "Of course," Shi Wangyou replied, nodding decisively. "I can also provide you with a list of the pills we can offer, detailing their effects, differences from commonly sold pills, and approximate values. Though unseen by others, the integrity of one's heart is known to the heavens." This adage was etched in her mind. Even in the absence of supervision, one must act with conscience. Since there was no intention to deceive, signing a contract posed no issues. Just as Ngu was about to discuss further details, his phone rang. "Pardon me. I must take this call," he said, producing his mobile device. "Hello, Miss Nanqing. Have you arrived at the farm?" Indeed, the phone call was from Nanqing. "Yes, I'm already at the entrance of the farm, but the gate is locked. I shall come to fetch you." After a moment's contemplation, Ngu replied, "Please wait for me 2 minutes." Having exchanged a few brief words, Ngu ended the call and turned to Miss Shi, saying, "I will step outside to meet someone. If you are not in a hurry, we can discuss this matter further this afternoon." "Of course, I have ample time," Shi Wangyou replied with a smile. "To be honest, we have a considerable number of special herbal pills available. It may take you some time to discern what you wish to exchange." "Haha, that's splendid. I have arranged for a unique roast from the Ross family today, so we can enjoy lunch together shortly," Ngu responded cheerfully. There was no conflict in schedules, and both parties had the luxury of time, which served as an excellent foundation for facilitating an agreement. With that, Ngu proceeded towards the outside. Just as he exited the living room, he spotted Sophia approaching, balancing a tray of tea, with Tai Henin trailing closely behind, a milk bottle clutched in its mouth. It seems Sophia had just prepared the tea, and Tai Henin had latched onto her, explaining her delay in returning to the living room. "Senior, what is this?" Sophia inquired, noticing Nji's intent to leave while glancing into the living room. "The operator Nanqing from Douyin has just arrived at the farm's entrance." Upon hearing this, Sophia paused in surprise, looking toward the living room. Before she could pose a question, Ngu clarified, "The lady inside, Miss Shi Wangyou. Although she did not notify us of her arrival, we may potentially establish a fruitful collaboration. Please attend to her well." With a simple statement, Ngu dispelled any prior misunderstandings and clearly communicated the prospect of future cooperation. "Oh, I see," Sophia replied, nodding in understanding. With that, Ngu made his way to the entrance. Noticing that Tai Henin had followed him, he stopped and said, "Tai Henin, you stay at home. I shall return shortly." Upon hearing Nji's words, Tai Henin appeared momentarily bewildered, gazing at him in confusion. However, Ngu did not wait for a response. He simply walked out and closed the door behind him. After Ngu left, Tai Henin stared after his master for a moment before crawling back toward the living room. Upon seeing Tai Henin, Shi Wangyou suddenly exclaimed in delight. Just as Sophia was about to console Tai Henin regarding its lack of aggression, Shi Wangyou eagerly dashed over. crouching excitedly before the creature, exclaiming, "Is this Tai Henin? How adorable." Indeed, Tai Henin is exceptionally cute," Sophia added with a smile. If Ngu were present, he would undoubtedly marvel at the truth of the saying that love apartments do not deceive. Women share a fondness for furry creatures. The simplicity of friendship among women lies in shared tastes, a notion echoed in the dialogues of that very show. At this moment, the scene before Tai Henin exemplified this sentiment beautifully. Before long, Ngu arrived at the farm's entrance, where a small car awaited. It seems that the vehicle belongs to Nanqing, as there appears to be no one inside. At the entrance stands a woman, surveying her surroundings. She is approximately 1.65 meters, likely in her mid-20s. Dressed in a white short-sleeved shirt and blue jeans, Ngu couldn't help but smirk, murmuring to himself. Could it be that these individuals are impervious to the cold? Despite it being late June, the highest temperature in Mo today barely reaches 24 degrees Celsius, with a minimum that plummets to a mere 5 degrees. It perplexes him how these two outsiders are dressed so lightly. Did they not think to prepare before their arrival? However, this is not his concern. To inquire about someone's comfort on a first meeting seems rather presumptuous, doesn't it? After all, they won't freeze to death. Chapter 77. Guests follow the host's lead. Mr. Ngu, you have arrived. Nanqing quickly noticed Ngu and remarked, "The environment of your farm is truly splendid." Haha. Given its remoteness, the scarcity of people naturally contributes to its charm, Ngu replied with a smile as he swiftly opened the farm's gate. Everyone appreciates a compliment. After all, you are excessively modest. Since my arrival, the air here feels remarkably fragrant, far more pleasant than in the capital, Nanqing responded with a beaming expression. Perhaps it is the fragrance of flowers. This season, wildflowers abound, Ngu suggested, gesturing towards the nearby blossoms. After a long morning's journey, you must be weary. Let's enjoy a meal together, and we can discuss our collaboration afterward. It was already a little past noon, and broaching business matters at this hour felt somewhat inappropriate. Furthermore, as the saying goes, one is more amenable after a satisfying meal. The upcoming negotiations with Douyin hinge significantly on Nanqing's input. A delightful meal could ease the discussions ahead. Most importantly, sharing a meal could facilitate the exchange of information, allowing them to gauge their positions and understand each other's limits to maximize benefits and minimize losses. Isn't it a bit inappropriate for us to dine before even discussing anything? She replied, though she couldn't suppress her salivation. During the wait, she had already glimpsed the barbecue feast prepared by Lev and the others. Just looking at the enormous skewers, comparable in size to an arm, was enough to excite her. Is it not customary for me to host you after you've traveled such a distance to visit my farm? Ngu waved his hand dismissively, stating, "Guests follow the host's lead. Let us enjoy our lunch, and we shall have ample time to discuss our collaboration." Hearing this, Nanqing naturally ceased her reservations. The two exchanged pleasantries as they walked towards the villa. Ngu noticed that Nanqing was meticulously observing his farm along the way. However, he paid little mind to it, understanding that such breathtaking scenery would naturally evoke curiosity in a first-time visitor. Unbeknownst to him, Nanqing's heart was already filled with astonishment, and she could think of no other word to encapsulate her feelings than stunning. The auroras in the Arctic, when experienced in person, are far more breathtaking than what one witnesses through a live stream. Do you mind appearing in the broadcast? If you would prefer not to, I can turn it off shortly. Suddenly, Nanqing's thoughts were interrupted by Ngu. Upon focusing her gaze, she realized they had approached the villa's entrance. "I have no objections," Nanqing replied. "Perhaps due to the nature of my work environment, I have grown quite accustomed to the camera." After a brief pause, she added, "Moreover, during lunch hours, your stream experiences a surge in viewership. I wouldn't want my presence to disrupt anything." "Very well, if the other guest is also agreeable. We shall keep the live stream running." Ngu nodded in response. Another guest? Nanqing was taken aback. She hadn't anticipated the presence of additional guests today. However, she refrained from inquiring further, fully aware of her position at the farm. Such matters were clearly beyond the purview of an outsider like herself. Within moments, she followed Ngu into the villa. As they entered, Tai Han Han rushed over from a distance, embracing Ngu. Tai Han Han, what with all the excitement after just a few minutes apart? Crouching down, Ngu gently patted the little one's head, smiling warmly. Gur arg. Seeing Tai Han Han's pitiful expression coupled with the soft growls, Ngu couldn't help but respond, "I'm not abandoning you, so why the sulking?" Meanwhile, Nanqing appeared somewhat dazed. In just a few days, the little one had already become this attached. What would happen over a longer period? Not to mention, Tai Han Han alone could likely create a top-tier account. Indeed, Ngu possessed immense potential. Resolving within herself, she vowed that this collaboration must not falter, even if it meant negotiating at the highest standards. "Senior, you're back? Is this Miss Nanqing?" "Yes, indeed." "Sophia, could you check on how your parents are preparing? These two guests have been out all day and must be hungry," Ngu said with a smile. "Certainly, I will go see. Sister Wang Yu is indeed hungry." Sophia replied as she made her way outside. Hearing such a designation, Ngu was taken aback. Friendships were forming rather quickly. Watching Sophia's retreating figure, she couldn't help but shake her head. It was indeed perplexing. Could it be that friendships among women truly developed so swiftly? In fact, it was so. In a mere moment, she had discerned Shi Wang Yu's identity. She understood well that the future development of the farm would undoubtedly involve collaboration with her. Of course, even without considering this connection, their shared interests already qualified them as friends. Finally, under Nji's firm demeanor, Taihan Han released his hold on her leg, sulkingly retreating to the side. Entering the living room, Ngu candidly broached the topic of the live stream with Shi Wang Yu. A live stream? Certainly. That poses no issue. Shi Wang Yu smiled and said, I have always been your fan. Just consider me the first fan here to enjoy a meal with you. As they conversed, neither of them noticed Nanqing, who was gazing at Shi Wang Yu with a look of astonishment. For some inexplicable reason, she felt that this person seemed remarkably familiar. Yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Well, since everyone is agreeable, let us continue the live broadcast during lunch. After we finish eating, I will end the stream and discuss collaboration matters with both of you, Angie remarked, nodding in affirmation. Upon hearing Angie's words, Nanqing and Shi Wang Yu exchanged glances, both intrigued by the notion of collaboration. Before they could ponder further, Angie clarified, You two are not discussing the same matters. Your fields are entirely different, so there is no need for apprehension. At this, both visibly relaxed, relieved that they were not rivals. The tension dissipated, and they greeted each other with friendly smiles. Shortly thereafter, Sophia entered, announcing, Senior, my parents said we can eat out anytime. The meat skewers will be ready soon, and the other dishes cook quickly. Very well, let us head out, Angie replied, directing his gaze towards his guests. Hearing this, both promptly rose. Nanqing pondered for a moment before inquiring, Speaking of which, this is my first experience with Rus cuisine. Are there any customs I should be aware of? Shi Wang Yu turned his gaze towards Angie and the others. This is my farm. As a Han person, what customs could I possibly have? Angie casually answered, Just eat well and enjoy. As they spoke, the group made their way to the courtyard. Taihan Han trailed closely behind Angie. Upon arriving at the barbecue area outside the villa, they found the table already set with plates, round bread, spicy sauce, ketchup, various utensils, and kvass. The air was thick with the tantalizing aroma of grilled meat, causing everyone to unconsciously swallow in anticipation. Once Angie approached, Lev smiled and remarked, The grilled meat will be ready shortly. We have prepared salads and cold dishes to counterbalance the richness. He quickly stepped forward to lift a mosquito net, casting a surprised glance at Shi Wang Yu and Nanqing. He had just heard Sophia mention this amusing mix-up and was astonished that two individuals had come to see Angie at the same time. Of course, his gaze did not attract the attention of others. Not only Shi Wang Yu and Nanqing, who were from out of town, but even Angie found the situation quite novel. Beneath the mosquito net lay an array of salads, complemented by a hint of northeastern-style cold dishes. During his time studying in Ice City, Angie had rarely dined at restaurants, and even when he did, he seldom encountered such authentic Rus flavors. After all, as a Han individual, he had never delved into such culinary pairings and was not particularly knowledgeable about them. Having surveyed the items on the table, Angie turned his attention toward the grill, drawn by the delectable scent of the cooking meat. Before them lay a formidable iron skewer, approximately a meter long, upon which were being roasted several chunks of meat, each roughly the size of an infant's fist. Adjacent to this, freshly caught northern pike and an assortment of sausages were also sizzling over the flames. Additionally, chicken wings, vegetable rolls, and whole eggs were prepared, albeit not yet cooked. In a mere 2 or 3 minutes, the feast would be ready to enjoy. As Ngu surveyed his surroundings, Li Yuji pointed to the large salmon nearby, inquiring, Are we going to roast this salmon too? I feel that after we finish these skewers and sausages, a few chicken wings and veggie rolls should suffice. Ngu responded with a smile. I believe that should be enough, given that there are only a few of us. As he spoke, he approached the spot where his live-streaming phone was set up. Upon picking up the device and glancing at the barrage of comments, a wave of sourness washed over him. Chicken wings and veggie rolls. Are those not sufficient with all these substantial meat skewers? If it were up to me, just one of those skewers would be enough to satiate my hunger. I can't help but think that if sold, one skewer could fetch an exorbitant price. Back home, a skewer of meat is merely the size of a small piece and sells for 3 yuan. Now I truly understand what it means to be extravagantly wealthy. How can a mere 5 or 6 people consume so much? Noticing the comments, Ngu could not suppress a slight smile as he remarked, So, are you all feeling envious? Such large skewers, available for your enjoyment. Oh, but I forgot, you can't taste them through the screen. Upon hearing this, not only the audience in the live stream, but also those present couldn't help but twitch their lips in annoyance. Had they not been able to partake, they might have been tempted to throw a punch in jest. That comment was rather cheeky. What made it even more amusing was Nge's hearty laughter that followed. At some point, Shi Wanyu approached, saying, "Excuse me, Mr. Nge, may I take a look at that salmon? My father mentioned that when he visited northeast China to dig ginseng, a certain ethnic minority used the skin of this fish to make garments. I'm just curious about what kind of fish skin could be fashioned into clothing." With this statement, the live stream erupted once again with excitement. Whoa, a new lady? Could she be a guest of the host? Fish skin for clothing? Is this a joke? I've eaten fish skin before, but clothing made from it? Absurd. I can't fathom how fish skin could possibly be used for garments. Observing the shift in the comments, Nge reflected. It appeared he had indeed neglected to mention his catch of a salmon earlier. Thus, he replied, "I believe you are referring to the Hanja people, correct? They indeed use the skin of the salmon to create clothing, and it's not solely the salmon skin. They also utilize the skin from fish such as the bighead carp, sturgeon, and grass carp." As he spoke, Nge moved towards the water bucket and effortlessly lifted the large salmon, showcasing the ease with which someone skilled in fishing could handle their catch. As Nge held a phone in one hand and a fish in the other to showcase to the audience in the live stream, Shi Wanyu swiftly approached and offered, "Allow me to assist you with the filming. Managing the camera with one hand can be quite cumbersome." A trace of apology graced her features. For had she not broached this topic unexpectedly, it would not have triggered a chain reaction, nor would there have been a scenario of one hand bearing a large fish while the other live streamed. In truth, Nge was entirely oblivious to her thoughts. He merely believed that this was a matter worth sharing with the audience. Upon her offer to help, he casually handed her the phone. It must be said, Shi Wanyu exhibited a commendable professionalism, flawlessly managing the demonstration. Witnessing this, a subtle smile crept onto Nge's lips as he remarked, in a certain sense, "Fish skin clothing is among the most suitable garments for the environment of the Wulong River in ancient times, for it does not harden in winter." He continued, "You all must be aware that winters in the Wulong River region can be exceedingly frigid, often plunging to -20 or 30 degrees Celsius, and occasionally even lower, to -40 or 50 degrees. At such extreme temperatures, be it cowhide, deer skin, or mink fur, all are prone to hardening. To put it simply, they become incredibly stiff, rendering them quite uncomfortable and restrictive. However, fish skin clothing does not encounter such issues. It is also water-resistant and easily washable, embodying the wisdom of our ancient fishing and hunting cultures." After elucidating the advantages of fish skin clothing, Nge seamlessly transitioned into explaining the production process. Shi Wanyu, exhibiting her understanding, gracefully maneuvered around the fish in tandem with Nge's explanation, her expression radiating a sense of enlightenment. The audience in the live stream mirrored her sentiments, particularly as Nge occasionally interspersed anecdotes and tales. In an instant, the screen was filled with newfound knowledge, and praises for Nge flooded the chat. Observing this scene, Nanxing felt her breath grow heavy, for she comprehended a crucial realization. Once she signed a contract with Nge, even the most considerable concessions on her part would undoubtedly lead to a significant surge in her earnings at the company. Just then, the voice of Li Yuji resonated. "The barbecue is ready to eat." Chapter 79, What is the fuss about? This proclamation immediately captured everyone's attention. Shi Wanyu glanced at Nge, gesturing towards the barbecue and then the live streaming phone, clearly inquiring if they should broadcast the grand meat skewers. Observing this moment, Nge raised an eyebrow and gently nodded in confirmation. With Nge's affirmation, Shi Wanyu hastened to the barbecue stand, capturing a close-up of the meat skewers. One cannot deny that Shi Wanyu was indeed very professional. Nge compared her familiar technique to his own live streaming, and the disparity was strikingly evident. He found himself pondering how a young lady from a prominent pharmaceutical family could possess such skills. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed that girls generally had a penchant for photography. Possessing commendable photographic skills is certainly understandable. At this moment, the live broadcast room has already erupted into fervent discussion. It is hardly surprising. Under the deft manipulation of Shi Wanyu, a piece of meat the size of a human arm has made its grand appearance on screen. Dozens of substantial chunks of meat sizzle over the charcoal, with droplets of hot oil slowly cascading down the succulent pieces. This evokes a primal urge within one. It is indeed intoxicating. Wow, that looks absolutely delightful. Such a large piece of meat. Merely gazing at it is exhilarating. It must weigh at least a pound, right? Can the hosts actually consume that? Have you all noticed how adept this young lady is at photography? My goodness, is the Russian barbecue truly this gratifying? I wonder if we have any in Longcheng. It's settled then. Tonight, I shall gather friends to indulge in Russian barbecue. Never did I imagine it would be such a treat. I'm envious. I earn nearly 3,000 a month and cannot even contemplate it, fearing that a single meal might consume several days' wages. Even through the screen, the viewers in the live room found themselves irresistibly tempted. Even those who are indifferent to meat cannot help but salivate at such a scene. At this juncture, Nge nonchalantly picked up a skewer and bit into a large chunk of meat. Instantly, a rich, meaty flavor filled her mouth. Though slightly scorching, it brought a profound sense of happiness. With one bite, she experienced an explosion of juices. Everyone, do not emulate me. This is a misrepresentation, she cautioned as she noticed Shi Wanyu directing the camera towards her. The proper way to enjoy it is to place special spicy sauce on a plate. Then add the barbecued meat, sausages, and vegetables, dipping them in the sauce as you eat. As she spoke, Ngu swiftly approached a nearby outdoor dining table, squeezing some spicy sauce onto a plate before proceeding with her own instructions. The once hefty piece of pork, having been kissed by the charcoal flames, now exuded an enticing aroma, further enhanced by the addition of the spicy sauce. By the way, Auntie, why is this barbecue so tender? Ngu suddenly inquired, catching Li Yuji off guard. After a moment of silence, just as Ngu was about to change the subject, Li Yuji finally responded. Perhaps it's due to the addition of lemon and kiwi. My mother-in-law taught me that. Lemon and kiwi? Ngu echoed, perplexed. I can understand the lemon. But what on earth is kiwi? If my memory serves me right, kiwi used to be exclusive to our country, didn't it? Indeed. The so-called kiwis are now being exported back for domestic sale. Where would the Russian community have sourced kiwis from in the past? It might be a recent innovation over the last few decades, but adding kiwi to meat surely sounds like a culinary anomaly, does it not? The hosts seem to be enjoying it immensely, so it must not be as dreadful as it sounds. Clearly, the viewers found it rather difficult to accept the notion of kiwi being incorporated into meat. They were even more incredulous at the idea that the meat could become tender simply by the addition of kiwi. At that moment, Ngu seemed to recall something and spoke up. I remember now. Kiwi not only serves as a delicious fruit, but can also be utilized as a tenderizing agent for meat. To put it simply, kiwis contain a substance known as protease, which, when used to marinate meat, renders it exceptionally tender, whether it be pork or beef. Upon hearing Ng's explanation, the discussions in the live stream intensified. Is it truly so marvelous? Perhaps we should consult the mystical conch. If the tenderizer is derived from fruit, it seems plausible. One might wonder if those unscrupulous vendors genuinely use kiwi. I've learned something new. I shall incorporate a bit of kiwi the next time I prepare barbecue at home. Meanwhile, Ngu had already started serving food. Barbecue is best enjoyed fresh off the grill. Soon, grilled sausages, fish, eggs, and peppers were being prepared in succession. Watching Ngu and the others indulge, the viewers in the live stream could only swallow their saliva with a heavy heart. Nearby, Taihan Han was also quite lively, adorably clinging to Ng's leg, resting his head on her thigh, drooling uncontrollably. Roar, roar, roar. Ngu glared at Taihan Han and scolded, you cannot eat barbecue. If you continue this way, I swear I won't give you any milk. Roar, roar, roar. However, in the face of Ng's threats, Taihan Han stubbornly refused to let go, pouting and gazing at her while making a fuss. Nearby, in response to Shi Wangyu's confusion, Sophia chuckled and explained Taihan Han's situation, mentioning that he was still too young and not suitable for eating pork. This revelation provided clarity to some bewildered viewers in the stream, as they displayed expressions of sudden understanding. It turned out there were so many factors to consider regarding diet. Yet, Taihan Han remained insistent, refusing to release his grip and continuing to howl. Frustrated, Ngu finally said, all right, I will personally grill a fish for you. Will that suffice? With that, Ngu stood up and headed towards the grill, having been unable to resist Taihan Han's persistence. In truth, he was almost 5 months old and could manage to eat some plants and small animals. Let me handle it. Li Yuji quickly interjected as Ngu stood. No, I'll do it. You don't know what he can't eat, Ngu replied, shaking his head. You all enjoy your meal, don't worry about me. I'm nearly full. With his exceptional culinary skills, Ngu found grilling a fish to be a trivial task. Even without an abundance of seasonings, it smelled delightful. After a simple preparation, Taihan Han finally received his specially grilled fish and began to eat with tear-filled eyes, thoroughly satisfied. The viewers in the live stream observed all of this with great clarity. Many newcomers realized that Ng's cooking skills were indeed remarkable. Regrettably, our household lacks starch sausages. Otherwise, I would insist on grilling a couple, as the meal feels somewhat lacking without them. Observing Iron Han indulging in his delicious feast, Ngu couldn't help but exclaim. Starch sausages? Sophia inquired, puzzled. Indeed, starch sausages. Even a hint of meat diminishes the flavor, Ngu replied with a smile. Undoubtedly, his words resonated with many. After all, that embodies the taste of childhood. Sometimes, one simply craves starch sausages. The essence lies within the starch itself, and even a modicum of meat would spoil it. I firmly believe that starch sausages should be deep-fried. I distinctly recall the mouth-watering sausages sold for a mere $1 each at the school gate. Amidst the chatter of the gathered crowd, the barbecue feast approached its conclusion. Just as the audience was engrossed in lively discussion, Ngu suddenly addressed the camera, saying, let's conclude today's live stream here. I have other matters to attend to this afternoon. The various jams you have been anticipating should officially enter production in the coming days. Additionally, for those who haven't followed yet, there will be a reminder during the next live stream. Alright, until next time. With that, Ngu promptly ended the broadcast. Although longtime fans have grown accustomed to Nge's abrupt farewells, there remains an element of surprise, particularly for the newer followers. In Chapter 80, oh, why, Mr. Ngu, your sudden exits from live streams seem rather abrupt, don't you think? Nanqing gazed at Ngu, momentarily at a loss for words. It's merely a sign-off. I believe it suffices. Surely, I cannot engage in an emotional farewell with them, as if I were never to return, Ngu replied nonchalantly. Let us focus on the matter at hand, Miss Shi. If you are not in a hurry, I shall converse with Miss Nanqing first. No problem. Shi Wanyu nodded in agreement. Having already discerned that the other party posed no real threat, the order of discussion became inconsequential. Very well, in that case. You may utilize this time to prepare a list of medicinal pills for me. Of course, if you are ready, Sophia can accompany you for a stroll around the farm. Ngu suggested with a smile. If our collaboration proceeds smoothly, I intend to sell a substantial portion of the deer antler and other medicinal materials produced on the farm to you. Previously, through brief exchanges, Ngu had learned that should they reach an agreement, Guangxingju was willing to become a reliable financial backer for their farm's qualified medicinal materials. This was of great significance to him. The medicinal market is notoriously unpredictable. Instances of exorbitantly priced materials suddenly falling out of favor are not uncommon. With Guangxingju's backing, he could confidently transform large-scale cultivation and breeding of medicinal flora and fauna into a low-risk economic pillar. He had already discreetly researched Guangxingju's background. The earliest folk pharmacies in the Celestial Empire, the ancient four great pharmacies, and later the pharmaceutical factories of Shaanxi province. Though currently valued at merely 15 billion, it is widely anticipated to reach a valuation of 100 billion. Recently, it was also successfully included in the list of most culturally rich brands of the Celestial Empire. With such heritage, it seemed that backing would pose no issues. To speak candidly, Ngu is indeed indifferent to trifling sums. However, he finds himself in dire need of substantial funds. The financial requirements to develop the vast expanse of 100,000 acres of land can only be described in astronomical terms. Establishing a pillar industry is of paramount importance. Oh, and I must remind you of one matter. Although during the previous live stream, I recorded the weight of the ginseng at 33,782 grams. That was the weight of fresh ginseng. If dried, it would be. Before Ngu could finish his thought, Shi Wanyu interjected, stating, I know, approximately 118 grams, which is just over 1/3 of the ginseng king in the Great Hall. Indeed, about 118 grams, Ngu affirmed, though I do not consider its value to be insignificant. Upon hearing this, Ngu nodded in agreement. It was evident that a sincere individual does not require excessive prompting regarding such matters. Generally speaking, the conversion of fresh ginseng to dried ginseng incurs a loss of approximately 65. Thus, 33,782, 165, translates to roughly 118 grams. Of course, I had already discussed this with my father prior to my arrival. We are willing to offer pills valued at around 20 million, along with a portion of cash in exchange. Shi Wanyu nodded in response. Through their dialogue, those present began to comprehend the nature of the collaboration between Ngu and Shi Wanyu. It was indeed an intention to exchange for the ginseng that Ngu had previously unearthed. Hearing this, Ngu nodded in satisfaction and said, in that case, Miss Nanqing, let us discuss this further inside. Sophia, I entrust Miss Shi to you. The offer of rare pills valued at approximately 20 million, which not only hold the potential to prolong life, but also serve as collectibles, coupled with the collaboration with Guangxingju and some cash to exchange for the 118-gram Wild Mountain ginseng, reflected considerable sincerity on Nge's part. Naturally, the most crucial aspect remains the preservation of life. He has not yet had his fill of existence. Yet, in this world, no one can predict whether calamity will strike in the next moment. To cite an example, last year alone, the number of individuals afflicted by strokes reached 17.8 million, with a mortality rate alarmingly high. Specifically, among the total deaths nationwide, 228 were due to strokes. Consider this. Out of every 100 fatalities, 23 succumbed to strokes. Such statistics are indeed chilling. However, possessing an old version of the Ongong Yohuang pill could provide critical time for rescue in the event of a sudden stroke. Simply contemplating this, keeping a few on hand is undoubtedly prudent. Soon, Ngu led Nanqing to the living room. Let us discuss the terms of your company. Upon hearing Nge's direct approach, Nanqing wasted no time and stated plainly, regarding the gift distribution, as I mentioned during our earlier phone call, the split was initially 70-30. We are now willing to concede to 80-20 in your favor. Oh, and what else? Ngu inquired, maintaining his composure. For instance, the revenue share from the Douyin store. She replied, Although I do not intend to assist others in selling goods, my farm certainly has its own products and will choose online channels for consumption. I presume you would be amenable to waiving a portion of the technical service fees?" After completing their initial conversation, Nanxing took some time to delve into the intricacies of the profit models employed by self-media bloggers and their respective revenue-sharing frameworks. Among these, his primary concern was the Douyin shop. After all, for the future output of the farm, any endeavor to conduct online sales through his own traffic would inevitably involve this platform. This implies that a portion of the profits must be allocated to the platform itself. According to publicly available data, during the first month of a novice shop's operation, the platform retains merely 1. Subsequent fees vary according to product categories. For instance, electric bicycles incur a charge of 2, while clothing attracts a fee of 5. Upon hearing Ng's remarks, Nanxing exhibited a knowing expression, realizing that, given Ng's intelligence, he had undoubtedly grasped the relevant issues during this time. It is hardly surprising that he was aware of these matters. Regarding the Douyin shop, "We are willing to maintain a service fee of only 1 for your store, meaning that regardless of whether it is the first month or the 10th, as long as there are no violations, the fee will remain at 1. Nanxing paused momentarily and added, "This is indeed the best condition we can offer, one that even prominent streamers and major influencers cannot obtain." "Oh, and why am I able to secure such terms?" Ngu inquired, his expression unchanged. His words were undoubtedly a test, seeking to ascertain his significance to the Douyin company. The greater his importance, the more favorable conditions he could potentially negotiate. The very act of posing this question had yielded such results, hinting at some unique significance behind it. Nanxing regarded Ngu with a mix of admiration and frustration, wishing he could retract his earlier statement. While it indeed showcased the excellence of his proposed terms, it inadvertently diminished his own standing, which could prove detrimental to future negotiations. Chapter 81. The Achievement of a Premium Lottery. Once the bow is drawn, the arrow cannot be returned. Nanxing was acutely aware that her words could not be retracted. After a brief silence, she took a deep breath and asserted, 1. We will only charge you a service fee of 1. You must understand that our platform bears numerous responsibilities throughout the entire transaction process, which naturally incurs costs. Thus, 1 is the maximum concession we can extend." Ngu responded with a wry smile. "Are you suggesting that others' 1 applies solely for the first month, while my 1 will persist indefinitely?" "Indeed," Nanxing confirmed. "As long as the exclusive agreement remains intact, this 1 will never change. Allow me to share a candid insight. Our platform is currently ensnared in a severe homogenization dilemma, and your emergence has presented our leadership with a breakthrough opportunity. Hence, they are willing to offer you such generous perks. I can personally guarantee that even those with millions of followers seldom receive such treatment." Upon hearing this, Ngu maintained his placid demeanor, silently observing her. Naturally, he could not accept her words at face value, yet he gleaned a wealth of information from her statements. "Allow me to be equally forthright. I will categorically refuse any time constraints," Ngu stated, his expression unwavering. "As for other matters, they are negotiable. The possibility of negotiation does not guarantee acceptance." This passage conveys to Nanxing that the duration of the live broadcast need not be discussed, and regarding other conditions, it is essential to confirm whether he will agree to sign. "Is 90 hours not acceptable?" Nanxing inquired. Anger shook his head and replied, "This is not a matter of duration. You must first comprehend one thing. I have never valued time, but rather freedom. I might broadcast for 120 hours, perhaps even 150 or 200 hours, but I shall never accept any limitation on the hours. If you cannot make a decision, feel free to consult your superiors." Essentially, Anger's words suggest that whether he broadcasts for 1 hour or 120 hours, he still believes that 90 hours is excessive. Under the pressure from Anger, Nanxing ultimately stepped outside to make a phone call. Time ticked away, and negotiations continued between both parties. On several occasions, Nanxing had to consult his leadership. Ultimately, the collaboration was finalized. In summary, the partnership encompasses several terms. 1. Anger receives a larger share of profits, with gifts yielding 80%, and the small store only required to pay a technical service fee of 1. 2. The platform must guarantee a minimum of 10 million users each month. 3. The platform must create a custom event annually. 4. Anger is restricted to broadcasting solely on the platform. 5. Anger must maintain his current creative style and must not deviate from the farm theme. In essence, only the first term represents a concession from the platform, while the second and third terms are mutually beneficial. The fourth and fifth terms, indeed, impose constraints on Anger. However, for Anger, these cannot be considered true restrictions. The farm remains unchanged, making a stylistic shift implausible. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the time limitation was not entirely rescinded. Rather, the contract stipulated a numerical figure of 1 hour. This means the contractual duration limit is a minimum of 6 minutes of live broadcast each month. 6 minutes is hardly significant. Opening and closing the broadcast essentially achieves the intended limitation. This restriction can be regarded as virtually non-existent. The reason for not outright abolishing it is due to the necessity of inputting this special contract into the platform system, which mandates a time entry. Unless the backend system is altered, it is impossible to input a number lower than 1 hour. Given the triviality of 6 minutes, Anger naturally chose not to dwell on it. He did not wish to let this fleeting moment delay the contract signing process by several days. In conclusion, the entire negotiation proceeded remarkably smoothly, with both parties focusing solely on the broadcasting aspect. They tacitly avoided discussing video matters, as Nanxing was acutely aware that Anger would never agree to exclusive video rights. After confirming that the contract posed no issues or pitfalls, Anger finally affixed his signature. As he watched Ngu affix his signature, Nanxing let out a sigh of relief and remarked, "Mr. Ngu, to be frank, during my tenure here, I have never witnessed the company make such significant concessions. Ha ha ha, it is simply my principle. We must each take a step back to transform our collaboration into a mutually beneficial arrangement. Wouldn't you agree?" Ngu responded with a smile. "You are indeed correct." Nanxing conceded. "Once I return, I will coordinate with my colleagues to customize the promotional operations for your live streaming platform. However, I personally suggest that you consider hiring a professional operations team. This would facilitate our collaboration considerably." "A team for operations, you say? I shall make an effort." Ngu nodded. "Yet, I cannot ascertain when such a team might be established, as my remote location may deter many from coming here. To be candid, Ngu believed that while many would be eager to visit for leisure, very few would be willing to settle here for work. The harsh winter temperatures alone would be unbearable for most. If the hired personnel were to leave after a few months due to the cold, finding replacements would only complicate matters further. Hence, he felt it was imperative to proceed with caution. "That makes sense. Upon my return to the capital, I will keep an eye out for suitable candidates and will recommend them to you if I find any," Nanxing sighed. Truth be told, she was acutely aware that Ngu lacked understanding regarding operations and video post-production. This limitation could, to some extent, stifle the account's potential and render future communications and collaborations more arduous. Nevertheless, Nge's perspective was valid. His circumstances were indeed unique, with far more considerations than those in larger cities. For instance, despite her expertise in operations, even if Ngu were to offer double or triple her current salary, she would not be inclined to work here. The low temperatures alone were intolerable. Moreover, there were numerous other factors to contemplate. The two engaged in lengthy discussions about live streaming. Eventually, Nanxing said, "Mr. Ngu, I plan to return to Mohe. My flight back to the capital is early tomorrow morning. Will you not stay a few more days?" Ngu inquired politely. "Not at all. There are still many matters for us to address." Nanxing quickly waved her hand. After a round of courteous exchanges, Ngu finally bid farewell to Nanxing. "Boss, Miss Shi and Sophia have gone to observe the deer. The matters discussed with her need to be addressed at the deer enclosure," Lev's voice called from the entrance. "They are already preparing to collect today's wild fruits." "I understand." Ngu nodded. "Let us take a short break." To be honest, discussing such matters was indeed exhausting. Now, he intended to return to the villa to refresh his mind. Coincidentally, earlier that afternoon, he had heard the system's notification. "Congratulations to the host. Your reputation has reached 10 million. Officially unlocking the advanced lottery, 1 million reputation points per draw. You were granted 1 free advanced lottery. Would you like to proceed with the draw?" Reaching a reputation of 10 million was, after all, within the realm of expectation. After all, in just one day yesterday, there were 8 million. Today, a mere fraction would suffice to reach the same. Moreover, the popularity today is hardly inferior to that of yesterday. However, in contrast to the prospect of upgrading to an intermediate lottery, Ngu was decidedly unenthusiastic. The reason was quite simple. He suspected that the system's mercenary nature would undoubtedly continue to flourish. Chapter 82, A Direct Encounter over 7 million in prestige. Upon returning to the villa, Ngu leisurely opened his attributes panel. It prominently displayed over 7 million points of prestige, nearly identical to yesterday's. In fact, this figure was not far from his expectations. After all, the reactions in the live broadcast room today, whether in the bullet comments, GIFs, or other interactions, were almost indistinguishable from those of the previous day. Thus, obtaining a prestige figure comparable to yesterday was entirely reasonable. System, let me guess. The difference between the advanced and basic lottery is simply a higher probability of rewards? Ding. Yes, the advanced lottery indeed has a higher probability of rewards. Huh, I believe you not. Ngu scoffed. The intermediate lottery is surely rendered useless now. Let us proceed with 7 draws of 100,000 prestige to spend the remainder. Although he suspected that, given the system's prior patterns of slowing down at 4G and 3G, and then again at 5G and 4G, the intermediate lottery was mostly ineffective. It was still prudent to test it out. The intermediate lottery costs 100,000 per draw, while the advanced lottery costs 1 million. Today, he had accumulated 7 million prestige. After deducting the prestige required for the advanced lottery, he had 700,000 remaining. Utilizing this 700,000 prestige for testing would not be a poor decision. After all, to him, 700,000 prestige was a trivial amount. Consuming 100,000 prestige points, you receive animal milk powder. Consuming 100,000 prestige points, you receive plant nutrient solution. Consuming 100,000 prestige points, you receive pocket money of 300,000. Indeed, one cannot change their inherent nature. The intermediate lottery has become merely a means of procurement. Observing the results of the lottery, Ngu couldn't help but twitch his lips. 7 draws. And you provide me with 3 portions of milk powder, 3 portions of nutrient solution, along with 300,000. Truly remarkable. In truth, this outcome was not detrimental to him. The milk powder was intended for animals, while the nutrient solution was for plants, both of which he required in substantial quantities. If such a situation could persist, it would indeed be a favorable result. Yet, the specifics remain to be seen. Who could say if the system would once again declare everything is mere luck? However, what Ngu did not anticipate was that immediately after his complaint, the system's voice echoed. Ding! The lottery is entirely based on luck. The host may choose the advanced lottery to enhance the probability of rewards. Spare me the cliches. I'm too lazy to engage in dialogue with you. Exchange the remaining 8 million prestige for 8 draws, plus the 1 from the achievement reward, totaling 9. Let us proceed. He was genuinely weary of wasting time with this system, which was of little use to him. Consuming 1 million prestige points, you receive the Tongbei Fist. Consuming 1 million prestige points, you receive a treasure map. Consuming 1 million reputation points grants you animal milk powder. Consuming 1 million reputation points grants you plant nutrient solution. Consuming 1 million reputation points grants you 1 million in currency. Consuming 1 million reputation points grants you a universal recipe for jam production. Consuming 1 million reputation points grants you 1,000 gnome apple trees. Ah, indeed, a cunning merchant. Ngu gazed at the prizes of the premium lottery, disdainfully remarking, "Well, let us first see what these rewards entail, for some are not discernible by name alone." In this lottery, he had drawn cash twice, totaling 2 million. The remaining items, apart from the animal milk powder and plant nutrient solution, were all novel entities. The crucial aspect was that Ngu could identify the Tongbei Fist, yet the others eluded his immediate comprehension. In truth, even the Tongbei Fist left him uncertain whether it was the same as the one he envisioned. Tongbei Fist, a traditional martial art from the Celestial Empire, characterized by the interconnectedness of the arms and swift, crisp movements. Prolonged practice enhances physical fitness, self-defense capabilities, and bodily control. After swiftly perusing the description, Ngu murmured, the inheritor of Tongbei Fist, during the late Qing and early Republic, faced no rivals across the 9 provinces of North and Northeast China. It must be quite formidable. I desire nothing more than to enhance my physical condition. To be frank, prior to glimpsing the introduction of the Tongbei Fist, his understanding was limited to depictions in films featuring characters such as Su Qi'er and Fang Xiu. It now appeared that in reality, this martial art was indeed impressive. In any case, he had no ambition to engage in fierce competition. He merely sought to strengthen his physique. Although his body was currently satisfactory, who would not wish to grow stronger? The farm was expansive and the mountain paths arduous. It was inevitable that challenges would arise, necessitating a robust constitution. After claiming the rewards, he would delve into further study. For now, he would peruse the other items. As he muttered to himself, Ngu opened the description of the next reward. Treasure map, a creation meticulously crafted by the system, scanning the farm's expanse. It includes a map leading to a treasure of considerable value, which may consist of items, herbs, mines, and more, for your exploration. Universal Jam Recipe. This is a remarkable application. Once installed on your mobile device, by inputting various fruits, it generates the most suitable jam recipe. Note, all ingredients are entirely natural. Gnome apple tree. In the frigid expanse of Siberia, there exists a unique apple tree with exceptional cold resistance, capable of thriving even at -60 degrees Celsius. Due to various practical factors, this apple has yet to be cultivated or harvested on a large scale. Yet its fruits are diminutive like cherries, with a sweet tart flavor, making them ideal for jam production. How intriguing, a treasure map. I hope it leads to something tangible. If it's a mine, that would be a wasted opportunity. Ngu contemplated. As for the other 2 rewards, they were truly unexpected. An application, a sapling. Yet this application possesses an extraordinary quality. If it truly operates as the system suggests, then crafting jam will be a sublime endeavor. As for the dwarf apple tree, I shall find a suitable location to plant it in due course. Regardless of the rewards, I shall not permit the environment of the farm to be compromised. Therefore, should the treasure map lead to a mine, I would have no choice but to forego that pursuit. Conversely, if it pertains to items, I would gladly accept. Initially, NGE's interest in the dwarf apple tree was rather tepid, but upon observing that large-scale cultivation and harvesting had yet to commence, his curiosity was piqued. If this is indeed the case, could it not mean that this entity might evolve into a unique fruit variety exclusive to the farm? This realization significantly broadens the scope of possibilities. Moreover, as an individual specializing in plant protection, he felt he might unearth even deeper insights. Yet, that endeavor carries an element of uncertainty. Once the time is ripe, I shall take my time to experiment. Regaining his focus, Ngu promptly opted to claim these rewards. Instantly, information regarding Tongbei Quan flooded his mind. Methods of exertion, footwork, freehand techniques, and a plethora of details surged forth. Quite intriguing. So this is the essence of it. For me, the paramount aspect remains physical training. This foundational exercise technique appears remarkably beneficial. After a considerable duration, Ngu fully assimilated the information regarding the rewards, massaging his slightly throbbing temples before retrieving the treasure map. Tongbei Quan. The system merely provided the means for practice. Once Ngu digested all the information, he swiftly comprehended the true core of it. It is not that traditional martial arts lack efficacy. Rather, modern practitioners often invest insufficient energy and lack practical experience. In simple terms, traditional martial arts offer a method of training, a means of combat, yet the potential for explosive combat effectiveness ultimately hinges on the individual's dedication. However, it is evident that, having been refined over millennia, most techniques originated from the battlefield, designed for lethal efficacy. Thus, they seem ill-suited for contemporary society. Shaking his head to dispel distracting thoughts, Ngu hastily opened the treasure map. He could not help but exclaim, "Good heavens, this is truly remarkable." At this point, I am no longer conflicted. Chapter 83. This theory is quite fascinating. The treasure map boldly inscribed the word ginseng. To be candid, upon encountering these two characters, Ngu felt a twinge of disappointment. However, when he focused on the slightly smaller font below, his dismay evaporated instantly. For this smaller text meticulously detailed all the information regarding the ginseng specimen. In an instant, Ngu was captivated by its weight, 1,483 grams. Even the tip exceeds the size of what he had unearthed days prior. Even when processed into dried ginseng, its weight would surpass 510 grams. What does 510 grams signify? The largest ginseng currently known to exist weighs merely 505 grams. It can be said with certainty that this ginseng, once excavated, has the potential to challenge existing records. In contrast, the ginseng unearthed a few days ago pales in comparison, merely weighing 118 grams after drying. It is indeed a trivial matter next to the impressive 510 grams. Upon reflection, this is rather understandable, as the primary production area for ginseng has always been in the eastern regions of the three northeast provinces. My location, being in the western part of this area, has historically seen few ginseng gatherers. Ngu mused softly. It is not surprising that there are ginseng roots hidden within this primeval forest that are several centuries old. Now, there is no need for inner turmoil. I can trade the smaller one for those items, while keeping the larger one for myself. As he murmured, he had already perused the detailed description of the treasure map in its entirety. From all perspectives, it is exceedingly remarkable, undoubtedly a treasure among treasures. To be candid, Ngu felt that once he beheld this ginseng, viewing others would evoke a sense akin to returning from the 5 great mountains and finding no other peaks worthy of attention. At the very least, the ginseng he possessed, which was revered by many, could not hold a candle to this one. Thus, what is there to be conflicted about regarding the trade with Shirwanyu? As long as the terms presented are sufficiently reasonable, the exchange is of little consequence. It is akin to possessing a GeForce RTX 3080. Who would still concern themselves with a 1060? After a considerable time, Ngu finally regained his composure and turned his gaze to the map portion of the treasure map. After all, the farm spans a vast expanse of 100,000 acres. Even with a general sense of direction, locating the treasure would be akin to finding a needle in a haystack. Therefore, it was imperative to ascertain the specificity of the treasure map. Could it lead directly to the treasure? It appeared to be quite clear. Let me see precisely where it is. As Ngu muttered, he began to compare the treasure map with the 3D map within the system. As time elapsed, after more than 10 minutes, Ngu finally pinpointed the destination. The straight-line distance was 8 kilometers. To navigate around it would likely require at least 12 or 13 kilometers, and that too via mountainous terrain. He wondered if traversing it in the Conqueror would be feasible, for it would surely be exhausting. Despite his complaints, Ngu felt a surge of excitement. The largest known ginseng, in human possession, lay quietly in a corner of the farm, awaiting his retrieval. How could one not feel exhilarated? In an intangible manner. And Gu also developed another intuition. This treasure map would undoubtedly not be the sole one. The system would certainly unveil more of such treasures in subsequent lotteries. After all, the description explicitly stated that this item was discovered through the system's scanning of the farm's expanse. It is evident that in such a vast farm, there are more treasures than just this singular ginseng. Just as he was organizing his thoughts, Sophia's voice rang out. Senior, has Nanxing already left the farm? Upon hearing Sophia's voice, Gu instinctively glanced over. He saw Sophia and Shi Wanyu standing hand in hand at the entrance of the living room. Unbeknownst to him, their relationship had blossomed to such an extent. Have you two finished watching the deer? Yes, after addressing matters over the past 2 days. The deer are now largely on track, with little left to manage. Sophia smiled and said, by the way, after my conversation with Sister Wanyu, we discovered that your previous concerns can actually be mitigated simply by finding a skilled master. What do you mean? Gu asked, puzzled. He could hardly comprehend what Sophia was referring to. You were worried that harvesting antlers might affect future semi-free-range practices. Sophia continued with a smile. Sister Wanyu contacted her deer-raising master and inquired about some relevant information. Essentially, it was stated that we can proceed with the regular antler harvesting. After the second round, we can rest for a month, and by November, we can start the semi-free-range practices without any issues. Coincidentally, there is usually a food shortage in November, and the deer will naturally want to return to familiar places for food, thereby forming a habit over time. Of course, the person harvesting the antlers must possess adequate skills. Even without Sophia elaborating further, Gu understood what she was implying. His farm experiences 7 to 8 months of winter each year, and such an extended duration would inevitably lead the deer to adapt to a semi-free-range lifestyle. One must admit, this theory is rather intriguing and theoretically plausible. However, why would she assist him? Was it merely to facilitate her purchase of ginseng and cultivate a favorable relationship with him? Or perhaps she considered the matter trivial. Did she intend to use it as an excuse to negotiate a good deal, acquiring both ginseng and antlers, while disregarding the subsequent outcomes? Despite the tendency to harbor suspicion, and given that Shi Wanyu had thus far demonstrated sincerity, one must remain vigilant. They had only known each other for a few hours. Furthermore, Shi Wanyu could very well become a beneficiary of this situation. Moreover, in recent years, the number of individuals deceiving farmers has become overwhelmingly numerous. Just recently, he had encountered a farmer in Ice City who had been duped into purchasing mushroom spores, resulting in the loss of a lifetime savings. Thank you for your suggestion, Miss Shi. I will consider this matter, Gu replied, gathering his thoughts with a smile. If this method proves viable, a significant portion of the harvested antlers may be sold directly to you. Naturally, he would not accept this suggestion without careful consideration, yet he would not dismiss it outright. His intention was to first consult his mentor and seek insights from experts in animal husbandry. If those experts confirmed its feasibility, then he would proceed with implementation. You're welcome. I, too, see the high quality of these antlers and do not wish for them to go to waste, Shi Wanyu replied with a smile. If you are willing to trade with us, I believe my father and brothers would be quite pleased. Of course, having other sales channels is also acceptable. Chapter 84. Sophia, I am not foolish. Father? Brothers? Aren't you responsible for these matters? Gu looked at Shi Wanyu with surprise. This question was not meant to pry into her privacy, but was necessary. She arrived here to discuss ginseng, presumably to procure medicinal herbs. If she is indeed involved in the procurement of such materials, why then does she mention terms like father and brothers? If there is ambiguity, how can one feel secure in conducting a transaction with her? My father is the chairman of the company, and my brothers each manage different facets of the business, which serves to cultivate their managerial skills. As for me, I simply pursue my own interests. Shi Wanyu naturally understood Nge's confusion and smiled as she elucidated. The other day, I witnessed your live broadcast of ginseng digging, and the ginseng you unearthed was far more exquisite than those in our storeroom. I showed it to my father, who initially intended to send a subordinate to engage with you. However, I was eager to meet Tai Henin, so I told them that I had discovered you and insisted on discussing matters myself, hence my presence here, hehe. Gu gazed at Shi Wanyu in bewilderment, genuinely taken aback by such a response. Upon reflection, it did seem reasonable. After all, they belonged to a family business with a lineage spanning several centuries. Furthermore, judging by Shi Wanyu's demeanor, it was evident that her family indulged her considerably. Ah, I see, Gu nodded. But perhaps you were somewhat disappointed. This Tai Henin fellow is rather selective in his listening, aside from myself. Not at all. Tai Henin is absolutely adorable, Shi Wanyu quickly interjected. He is almost as charming as my 2 cats. By the way, Mr. Gu, I have prepared the list of medicinal pills. Would you like to add me on WeChat so I can send it to you? As Shi Wanyu spoke, she suddenly realized she may have divulged too much and swiftly redirected the conversation back to business. Very well, Gu promptly opened WeChat and handed over his phone. He added, I must inform you that compiling the list may take some time. What are your intentions? Indeed, the variety of pills is considerable, each with distinct effects and prices. Crafting a suitable combination for the 20 million yuan worth of pills is no small task, and accomplishing it in just a day or two would be quite challenging. I have already arranged to stay with Sophia for a few days before returning. It's nearly the hottest time of the year, and it's quite warm in the Shaanxi region, so it serves well as a retreat from the heat. Shi Wanyu paused and continued, if you intend to harvest deer antlers, I can have our master come over to assist and bring my cats along. If not, we can have the person collecting ginseng bring them when they arrive. It amounts to the same. And Gu looked at Shi Wanyu, momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps this illustrates the chasm between social classes. Deciding to escape the heat here? Furthermore, intending to have someone bring her cats over? It was indeed absurd. Additionally, Sophia's willingness to host this stranger, whom she had known for less than a day, was equally astonishing. Did she not have concerns about the other person being malicious? It was perplexing to comprehend the thought processes of these two women. After a prolonged silence, Gu finally spoke. I have yet to determine whether I will harvest deer antlers, and the exchange of medicine for medicine that I proposed may not necessarily meet your approval. Write with confidence and boldness. The list I provide you will yield a total value of approximately 20 million, and my father will certainly acquiesce. It is settled then. People have spoken, and he shall not engage in further discourse. After all, there is no intention of residing in our own home. Very well. I shall promptly furnish you with a list. After a brief moment of contemplation, Gu addressed Sophia, requesting her presence in the study to discuss an important matter, while instructing Miss Shi to wait outside, suggesting she could relax and watch television at her leisure. Tai Henin, you two shall remain in the living room. With that, he strode towards the nearby study, with Sophia following closely behind. As for Tai Henin, he initially intended to accompany them, but was promptly deterred by Nji's stern gaze. Observing Tai Henin's dejected retreat, Shi Wanyu could not help but smile. Inside the study, Gu wasted no time and directly inquired, Sophia, do you find Shi Wanyu to be trustworthy? Certainly, Sophia replied. She is a person of integrity. I do not refer to her character, but rather to the matter concerning the cicadere. Before Sophia could elaborate, Gu interjected, the issue regarding the harvesting of antlers. Honestly, one cannot discern much about a person in just a few hours. Sophia articulated her sentiments, aware that Gu might not find them credible. Pragmatism must prevail. I have comprehended the principles explained by her family's deer-rearing expert, and I find them quite credible. Sophia pursed her lips, adding, moreover, I have conducted my own inquiries. Their deer-rearing expert is exceptionally skilled, particularly in practical applications. I still harbor some reservations. Does our school not have specialists who focus on deer research? I intend to seek information from that direction as well. Upon hearing Nji's words, Sophia instinctively tapped her forehead, exclaiming, indeed, we do have such experts. And I have a close friend who has pursued graduate studies under one of them. Allow me to ask her to inquire further, which should ease your concerns. Are you certain? If that is the case, I shall not seek any connections, and Gu raised an eyebrow, reminding her. This matter pertains to all the cicadere our family will possess in the future, and I hope you take it seriously. Absolutely. You need not worry, Sophia assured him. I am not foolish. I understand the significance of this matter and will not be swayed by a single source. Acknowledging Ngu's concerns, Sophia assured him repeatedly. After the two confirmed several details, Ngu relaxed, smiling as he said, I shall first review Shi Wanyu's list. It is likely that the villagers who gather wild fruits are returning. You may take Shi Wanyu out to explore. At this, Sophia instinctively glanced at the time, realizing it had already reached 6 o'clock. It must be said, amidst busyness, time indeed flies swiftly. After her departure, Ngu diligently began perusing the documents. It is undeniable that families with legacies spanning centuries possess an astonishing array of rare items, some of which are now deemed obsolete. Not only are there pills crafted from endangered animals and protected plants, but there are also remnants of species that have long since gone extinct. Naturally, such items command a premium due to their rarity. Even so, numerous pills come with corresponding modern medical test reports, rendering them far from incomplete. Ngu finally comprehended why Shi Wanyu was so certain from the outset that results would not manifest in the short term. In the blink of an eye, dusk began to envelop the sky. It was only then that Ngu noticed the change in time as he stepped outside. Little did he expect that with the onset of nightfall, an unexpected delight would soon unfold. Chapter 85. Look at the sky. The evening glow today is truly magnificent. Arriving at the entrance of the villa, Ngu gazed into the distance. Only a sliver of the sunset remained, and darkness was poised to take over completely. It had been several days since his arrival in Mo, yet this was his first glimpse of the evening glow. Little did he know that the conditions for this sunset were precisely indicative of a suitable climate for another marvel to appear. Following the trail of the sunset, he directed his gaze towards the entrance of the farm, where several villagers were helping Lev and the others transport wild fruits to the warehouse. Sophia and Shirwanyu were also mingling among the crowd. It seems Sophia would once again be responsible for opening the door, just as she had done the day before. As they passed by the villa, Ngu quickened his pace to join them, remarking, "It appears today's harvest is considerably less than yesterday's." "Indeed," Sophia replied, explaining, "This is quite normal. In fact, they already picked the best portions yesterday. Today, they are either visiting some less favorable patches or resweeping areas they've already harvested." As anticipated, Ngu chuckled. "That works well. Once they finish the patches they know, we can start hiring workers." Hiring workers was something he had contemplated for several days. Whether for producing jam, raising deer, clearing meadows, plowing, or planting the miniature apple trees drawn in today's lottery, labor was essential. However, he understood that the villagers would likely be unavailable for the next couple of days, as they would earn more by foraging in their own patches. Now that they had finished harvesting their own, they wouldn't be able to return as swiftly. Consequently, hiring workers could proceed smoothly. Upon hearing Ngu's words, Sophia nodded in agreement. If the wild fruits remained as easily accessible as yesterday, it would indeed be challenging to recruit help. "My parents have just spoken to those suitable for participating in jam production. They expressed their willingness to go into the city tomorrow to obtain health certificates," Sophia remarked. "I estimate that once the equipment and bottles arrive, we can commence production immediately." "Oh, that is truly splendid," Ngu replied with a smile. Indeed, entrusting such matters to the locals proves to be the most convenient. Without Sophia's family, this endeavor would likely have been much more complex. In a matter of moments, the group arrived at the warehouse. "Oh, this warehouse is actually embedded underground," Shirwanyu exclaimed in surprise upon seeing the warehouse's condition. She had never anticipated that this structure, which appeared to be of similar height to the house from the outside, about 3 meters, would reveal an interior exceeding 5 meters upon inspection. As they opened the warehouse, the first thing that greeted them was a staircase rising 2 meters high. The layout bore a slight resemblance to the peculiar warehouse featured in Detective Conan. The steps leading into the warehouse were considerably higher than those of the monstrous structure. "Sister Wanyu, once you enter, you'll uncover the mysteries within," Sophia remarked with a smile. "Oh," Stone Wanyu, somewhat perplexed, trailed behind the group as she stepped inside. Instantly, a chill enveloped her. The temperature inside the warehouse was a full 7 or 8 degrees lower than that outside. "Why is it so much colder in here?" Stone Wanyu pondered, bewildered. She could not discern any cooling devices such as air conditioners or chillers. "The principle is quite simple," Ngu casually explained. "The ground here remains relatively cool. Although it isn't permanently frozen like in the land of the bears, the temperature during this season is still quite low." Upon hearing this, Stone Wanyu experienced a moment of clarity. No wonder it was cooler beneath the surface. It was leveraging the Earth's natural chill. While they conversed, Lev approached with the final batch of fruits. "You should speak with the villagers first. Once they've left, we can discuss things," Ngu instructed, gesturing towards the villagers as Lev entered. Seizing the opportunity while Lev engaged with the villagers, Ngu began to explore the warehouse. After 2 days of gathering, the stockpile of wild fruits had likely reached 10,000 pounds, a staggering quantity that far exceeded Ngu's expectations. Initially, he had instructed the collection of only 300,000, partly due to the bank's lack of preparation and partly because he believed that the efficiency of fruit gathering would not be particularly high. He never anticipated that the villagers would work so swiftly. However, speed was advantageous. The quicker they acted, the more profit they could reap. Once the season passed, the opportunity would vanish. Surveying his surroundings, Ngu mused. Should all the fruits be converted into jam, he estimated they could yield around 7,000 pounds. The bottles he had ordered were all 375 milliliters, capable of containing roughly 1 pound of jam, which meant these fruits could produce approximately 7,000 jars. The anticipated selling price per jar was 88 yuan, resulting in over 600,000 yuan in total sales. After deducting various costs, he could anticipate a profit of about 100%. Moreover, this was merely the beginning. Although the pace of wild fruit harvesting in the coming months might not match the current frenzy, it would likely remain substantial. Over the next few months, with various wild fruits coming into season, accumulating tens of millions should not pose a challenge. Furthermore, as the wild fruits reach their conclusion, another economic crop within the forest would be ripening, maintaining a healthy profit margin. It must be said, this venture was indeed promising. While Ngu contemplated these figures, Sophia had also begun to explore with Stone Wanyu. Before long, Lev had successfully seen off all the villagers. "Boss, here is the acquisition list for today." Lev's voice swiftly pulled Ngu back to reality. "Just tell me directly," Ngu replied. "Today's harvest was considerably less than yesterday's. We only collected 2,177 pounds of blueberries. However, we did gather more of other fruits, 1,429 pounds of sorghum fruit, 1,132 pounds of black currants, and 362 pounds of raspberries. In addition, we also have 83 pounds of water, specifically from the low-tea bush. Leaf paused for a moment and stated, acquiring these wild fruits cost just over 100,000. And now the cash returned amounts to merely a few thousand. Upon hearing the name dwarf tea berry, Ingo instantly recalled relevant information. In truth, this fruit bears some resemblance to black currants, albeit in a vibrant red hue. It is considered a specialty of northeast China, typically found on several renowned mountains. To be candid, he had not initially contemplated the possibility of harvesting this fruit. He merely noted it down as a precaution. After all, it generally grows at altitudes exceeding 1,000 meters, and the areas surrounding the great grassland village, which reach close to the mountain summit, are already quite high. Nevertheless, the figure of 83 pounds is better than none. It is indeed a substantial amount. Noticing Nge's silence, Leaf assumed he thought it was insufficient and hastily clarified, yesterday. The yield was abundant because everyone was familiar with the terrain, and the harvest had not yet commenced this year. From tomorrow onward, it is likely to diminish. Hearing this, Nge shook his head and replied, I am well aware of that. We will proceed as planned. Additionally, I expect that the bank will be prepared by tomorrow, so we should retrieve the cash first. As they spoke, Nge gestured for the others to step outside. To be frank, it was rather cold in the warehouse. Not an ideal place to linger. As they exited, they realized the sky had already been enveloped by the night. Unbeknownst to them, time had slipped by, and it was already 9 o'clock. Goodness. Senior, look at the sky. Chapter 86. Vindicating the Aurora farm to be fair. This was the first time Nge had heard Sophia exclaim such a curse. Unable to contain herself, she followed up by gazing at the heavens. In fact, it wasn't just Nge. Leaf and his wife, Shirwanyu, shared the same reaction. Goodness. The exclamations echoed, as everyone reacted in unison. At that moment, the sky was resplendently breathtaking. Strands of turquoise-hued gradients danced across the inky expanse above, ever-changing, at times resembling a lightning bolt racing through the firmament, at other moments curving outward like an arc, and now appearing as a serpentine form, swirling wildly at the horizon, elusive and ethereal. Witnessing such a spectacle, it seemed that no words other than goodness could encapsulate the emotions stirring within. After years of yearning, the Aurora Borealis had finally graced their sight once more. Leaf's heartfelt exclamation abruptly grounded everyone back in reality. The Aurora, the Northern Lights. Indeed, it was the Aurora Borealis. At that moment, the very phenomenon that countless doubted could be witnessed in China presented itself openly before them. All the legends were true. The Mo River could indeed reveal the Aurora. I still remember the day you confessed to me beneath the Northern Lights. Li Yuji's face was alight with nostalgia and joy, vividly recalling that enchanting evening. Observing the couple now entwined, Nge and the others felt a twinge of awkwardness and chose not to intrude, opting instead to move toward a more open space. Yet, a peculiar glimmer flashed in Sophia's eyes. She yearned for Nge to embody the qualities of her father, yet simultaneously harbored a fear that Nge might mirror him at this moment. For a fleeting instant, her delicate visage was marred by a tumult of emotions. However, this inner conflict was short-lived, as she soon found herself captivated by the breathtaking spectacle before her. Such a magnificent scene was a first for her. Alas, how I regret not bringing my camera on this trip. Such splendid scenery may slip through my fingers. My phone simply cannot capture its essence. Beside her, Shirwanyu, after a prolonged attempt to photograph with his phone, couldn't help but tap his head in frustration. A camera? I have one. Upon hearing Shirwanyu's words, Nge set his phone aside and remarked, if you know how to use it, bring it out. However, since I provided the equipment, you must take responsibility for the livestream. He had just been trying to capture the moment himself. Yet, even the livestream phone from the bag, could not convey the feeling. As for the other professional equipment available in the livestream bag, while undoubtedly superior, he had yet to familiarize himself with it and was utterly incapable of using it. Of course I can use it. I graduated from the film department of Boston University. How could I not? Do you truly possess professional photography equipment? Shirwanyu exclaimed in delight. The two quickly reached a mutual understanding and headed towards the villa. Sophia's eyes sparkled as she addressed Shirwanyu. Senior, if I recall correctly, at the end of the corridor beside your bedroom lies a large terrace. Capturing images from there should yield clearer results, shouldn't it? That makes sense. Let us ascend there shortly. Nge nodded in agreement with a smile. Shirwanyu remained oblivious to the underlying implication in Sophia's words, but felt that shooting from a higher vantage point would indeed enhance the outcome. In no time, the trio arrived at the second floor of the villa. Nge led them directly to his studio, where he had set up the livestream equipment. My goodness, you possess such an array of professional gear. Shirwanyu was instantly drawn to the multitude of equipment strewn across the room. The array of devices Nge had prepared exceeded her expectations. Standard lenses, wide-angle lenses, ultra-wide lenses, telephoto lenses, super telephoto lenses, fisheye lenses, and macro lenses were all present. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. Shi Huangyu quickly scanned the room, her excitement palpable, exclaiming, "With these tools, I am certain I can capture the most exquisite auroras. This, and this. All of these will be indispensable." It was only at that moment that she grasped why Sophia had described Go as someone who strives for perfection. A person entirely unversed in photography, merely for the sake of a live stream, had managed to acquire such an extensive array of equipment. Without a doubt, the lenses she saw alone could easily cost tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. It was not unusual. Even she did not possess such a comprehensive collection as Gu had prepared. One could only surmise that after investing in such expensive equipment, he would gradually familiarize himself with it and eventually utilize it all. How many individuals in this world can achieve such a feat? How many dare to do so? To be honest, while Mo offers the chance to witness the auroras, it is, after all, a region of feeble auroras. In essence, this place is on the very edge of observing the aurora. A mere step southward would render it invisible. Moreover, should any unexpected circumstance arise, such as cloud cover, it would be entirely obscured. The crowd, wary of wasting precious time, hurriedly made their way to the terrace on the third floor with their equipment. Should they delay too long, the northern lights might conclude or become entirely unobservable, leaving them with no outlet for their disappointment. Indeed, the view here was superior to that below. As soon as Shi Huangyu arrived at the terrace, he spoke up. "Mr. Ngu, please start the live broadcast quickly. I will set up the equipment so we can begin without undue delay." "Certainly," Ngu nodded in agreement, adding, "Remember to save a copy for our local records. I wish to use it when creating promotional material for the farm." "Exactly," Shi Huangyu affirmed, understanding that this was in GE's true intention. How could the Aurora farm miss witnessing the aurora? The live broadcast was merely a means to allow a broader audience to witness the spectacle in real time. How many people truly knew of Mo? Most lacked a voice in the digital realm, and even if they spoke, few would believe their words. In such circumstances, it was imperative to enable more people to see the scene simultaneously. Otherwise, who could predict the skepticism that might arise with claims of altered images or digital effects? Of course, I must capture the most exquisite moments, for even if only I view them, I can take pride in them for a lifetime. Shi Huangyu declared as he began to set up. Ngu, without hesitation, swiftly commenced his operations. Given that they would soon need to switch to the camera feed, there were several additional steps to undertake. Before long, the live broadcast was underway. "Hello everyone, I am the newcomer host Ngu, and I am also a farmer owning 100,000 acres of land in Mo, the northernmost city of our nation. The sole reason for broadcasting at this late hour is to vindicate my farm. The Aurora farm is not merely riding a trend. It genuinely offers the chance to see the northern lights." Chapter 87. A surge of prestige. What? I thought I was mistaken. I never anticipated Ngu would broadcast at night. Same familiar formula, same original flavor. The northern lights? Did the host just say we could see the northern lights? Is this a joke? Where in our nation can one witness the aurora? Shouldn't it only be visible within the Arctic Circle? As if the presence of the bear could be disregarded. If you ask me, the host should stick to the facts. We want to see something tangible, not the aurora. Look at the host's background. It seems there is indeed a glow shimmering in the sky, though it appears somewhat unclear. In no time, the number of viewers in the live room began to surge. Perhaps it was due to the fact that it was just past 9 o'clock, a time when many were winding down for the evening. In any case, within a mere half-minute, the audience count had reached a staggering 100,000. The barrage of comments was, of course, lively, though the majority remained skeptical about the possibility of witnessing the aurora. Even as Ngu's camera captured the resplendent sky, doubts lingered among the viewers. Observing the discussions among the audience in the live stream, Ngu smiled gently and remarked, "The aurora, as the name suggests, is a unique phenomenon that manifests in polar regions." He understood that the skepticism stemmed from the inadequacy of mobile phone cameras. Once the professional camera was set up, revealing the reality would swiftly silence the doubts. After a brief pause, he continued, "Since this phenomenon is exclusive to polar regions, it naturally becomes more visible at higher latitudes, and occurrences become more frequent. As the county in our great nation situated at the highest latitude, Mo is undoubtedly the prime location for observing the northern lights. Even though weather conditions have limited the number of observations, this reality remains unchanged. Since the establishment of the meteorological station in Mo in 1957, the northern lights have only been recorded on 39 occasions. I never expected to be so fortunate to witness them shortly after my arrival. Once the camera is ready, everyone can join me in experiencing this marvel." Noticing that Shi Huangyu was prepared, Ngu deftly shifted the conversation back to the aurora. In an instant, the camera feed appeared in the live stream. The previously tumultuous barrage of comments fell silent. Then the tone of the discussion transformed dramatically. No way. Is this real? We can actually see the northern lights? This sight is truly magnificent. Wow. It resembles an oil painting. I want to watch the aurora with someone special. I wish to succeed in my endeavors. Wang Feng, look at the aurora. I will take you to see it. I swear I must see the northern lights at least once in my lifetime. I hope to share this moment with my girlfriend at the end of the aurora. This is the aurora you long to see. Look quickly. Those situated in a mundane corner, their hearts soared towards the brilliance above. Deeply moved, they expressed their gratitude to Ngo. As they gazed at the dazzling lights swirling in the sky, everyone was entranced. The aurora, a topic covered in elementary school textbooks. Yet how many had truly witnessed it? Such a breathtaking spectacle unfolding before their eyes was undeniably awe-inspiring. In an instant, the live stream was filled with exclamations of wonder and heartfelt wishes. As the comments were paused, an atmosphere of purity and tranquility erupted, evoking a longing within all, as if an unknown force was drawing everyone closer. In the capital city, the director of Douyin's live stream operations stretched lazily, murmuring, "It's almost 10. Time to wrap up for the day." However, just as he stood, his phone rang. "Nanqing, what is the matter? Didn't you successfully sign with Ngo? Director, you must check in GE's live stream right away. I believe this is the perfect moment to promote him. If we manage this well, our app's user base might surge. Hurry and see for yourself." "What do you mean? Please clarify." As the director spoke, he swiftly opened the live stream. Searching for Ngo. Didn't he usually stream during the day? What is he doing at this hour? He knew that even amidst his urgency to prove himself, Nanqing would not utter anything inappropriate. After all, Nanqing lacked the authority. Regardless of the operational preparations made, his approval was requisite. The moment he opened the Ngo live streaming room, he was rendered speechless. Nanqing's voice faded into the background. Director? Why the silence?" After a minute passed, he was roused from his stupor by Nanqing's voice. "I understand. I will take charge of this matter. I hope it can last a while longer." Before he initiated the stream, he could never have anticipated witnessing such a scene in the Ngo live room. The aurora borealis. The aurora observed domestically, captured with such clarity and perfection. Moreover, it was recorded by their exclusive broadcaster. This was undeniably a tremendous opportunity. A grand opportunity. Thanks to NGE's existence, he had acquired a certain understanding of both the aurora and Mo. He knew that the only place in the country where one could witness the aurora was Mo. He was even aware that Mo had a population of merely tens of thousands, predominantly comprised of the elderly. In essence, the residents of Mo were virtually non-existent on the internet. The key issue was that the distance to Mo from other regions was considerable. Traveling there by car would be a time-consuming endeavor. In summary, the sole entity capable of making its voice heard on the internet while capturing the aurora was likely Ngo alone. An unequivocal exclusive piece of information. If people were to discover this, would there be individuals who would download the app professionally to come and witness it? It was evident that they would. The phenomenon of the aurora, in itself, was immensely captivating. Moreover, this was the only instance of its observation in the country in recent years. This event could not only assist Ngo in attracting viewers, but also drive traffic to their app. Therefore, it was imperative to promote Ngo. Not only should they advertise internally, but they must also push it externally. Feature it on the homepage, by trending topics, engage online influencers, and encourage other media outlets and bloggers to publicize Ngo. It was essential to ensure that, in the shortest time possible, a larger audience became aware of the fact that the Ngo live room was broadcasting the aurora. Hanging up the phone, he hurriedly made his way outside. Although it was late, many employees remained in the company, and their actions were swift as anticipated. Within a mere few minutes, news of the aurora appearing in the Ngo live room had permeated the internet. A once-in-a-century event. The aurora shone brightly tonight. A Douyin broadcaster captures the aurora in Mo, attracting millions of viewers. Just across the river from the Bear Country, the Celestial Empire can also behold the aurora. Journeying north, the aurora awaits. A rural lad captures the rare aurora domestically. Articles of this nature had already emerged in every corner of the internet. Simultaneously, numerous promotional short videos for the live stream had appeared across various platforms, including Douyin. The number of viewers in the Ngo live room began to surge rapidly. Chapter 88. Viewers exceed 1 million. Mr. Ngo, your live room has surpassed 1 million viewers. Just as Ngo immersed himself in this spectacle, Shi Wangyo's voice suddenly rang out. In contrast to the immersive experiences offered by Ngo and Sophia, Shi Wangyu is more concerned with the filming effects. Thus, she has been attentively monitoring the information being synchronized to her computer in real time. The live broadcast backend data is also visible simultaneously. Upon witnessing the number of viewers surpassing the 1 million mark, she promptly alerted Ngo. 1 million? How is that possible? Ngo responded, somewhat incredulous. My live stream typically attracts only around 100,000 viewers. Shi Wangyu was momentarily taken aback by this statement. Ango's assertion left her utterly bewildered. A mere 100,000 viewers? How could that be? Given the fervor surrounding Ango's live stream, anything less than 500,000 seemed implausible. After a brief moment of astonishment, she quickly retrieved her phone, swiping through it with urgency. Are you joking? The public data clearly states that your live stream today had over 160,000 viewers, with a peak of over 80,000 watching simultaneously. That many? Ango replied, astonished. I see only 10,000 displayed on the live stream. Does that mean 80,000 is also 10,000? Shi Wangyu gazed at Ango, suddenly enlightened. Yet, after this realization, she found herself at a loss for words. Do you only check the front end? It merely displays 10,000 at most. Have you not been looking at the back-end data? As she spoke, Shi Wangyu pointed at the computer screen. Look, it clearly states over 100,000. In the time we've been talking, the viewership has reached 130,000. Indeed, compared to the morning broadcast, the Aurora Borealis was evidently more captivating. Fortunately, to enhance the audience's immersive experience, Ango had already muted the microphone. Otherwise, who knows how many jaws would have dropped at just a few lines of dialogue exchanged. To be fair, Ango's remarks had somewhat shaken the image Shi Wangyu had of him. Initially, after seeing Ango's equipment, she was convinced he was the type of person Sophia described, one who strives for perfection in all endeavors. However, it now seemed he fell short of that expectation. If he truly were committed to perfection, why had he not clarified even the basic information regarding the back-end viewership after so many days? But upon reflection, one could hardly blame Ango. It was his first live broadcast, coinciding with the day he took over the farm. Priorities must be established, and live streaming clearly paled in comparison to the significance of managing the farm. Understanding the farm's circumstances, accommodating the sick deer, sourcing wild fruits, producing jam, and meeting with Nanqing today. Each of these tasks was undoubtedly more pressing than the act of broadcasting. Thus, it was entirely reasonable that he had not grasped the live data. Conversely, one might consider that a person who had not even managed to comprehend the live stream's backend could amass such a vast following and impressive statistics, which, in itself, speaks volumes of his prowess. As she pondered these thoughts, lost in her musings, a sudden voice broke through. Senior, you've trending on social media. No wonder there are so many viewers. Naturally, Sophia had been attuned to the conversation between Ango and Shi Wangyu. Originally, she intended to first visit the Ngu live streaming room to assess the situation. However, unexpectedly, upon unlocking her phone, she discovered a notification about a Northeast streamer broadcasting the Northern Lights. The mere sight of the words Northeast, Live, and Northern Lights instinctively directed her thoughts to this matter. Indeed, when she opened the notification, it confirmed that the discussion was precisely about NGE's live stream of the Northern Lights. Can one truly witness the Northern Lights domestically? Is there a world map available? One should take a look at the size of the Great Bear. I recommend watching the short video or the linked live stream before making any comments. Are you not aware of the significant distortions present on world maps? The higher the latitude, the more severe the stretching becomes. Anyone who has ever seen a globe knows that Siberia is not as vast as it is often imagined. And it is indeed possible to see the auroras from most cities. Oh, go watch the live stream already. Why engage in further debate? I have already made my wishes. If it were not for the occasional appearances of the hosts on camera, I would suspect it was merely a special effect. So where's the link? Please provide a link. Regarding NGE's live stream of the Northern Lights, it has remarkably soared to the top. Its popularity has even surpassed that of the second-place contender, a certain singer surnamed Wang, who had just released an album garnering hundreds of thousands of views. I wonder how Wang feels about being overshadowed by a newcomer. Yet, that is not the crux of the matter. The critical point is the widening gap between him and Ngu. The event of streaming the Northern Lights appears to be an ever-expanding snowball. Trending topics? Is that even a thing? Upon hearing Sophia's words, Ngu was taken aback. Regardless, with the microphone already muted, the audience in the live stream could only see the visuals, and Ngu, without hesitation, spoke up. To be frank, the continuous influx of news left Ngu somewhat dazed. Earlier in the morning, there were over 1.6 million viewers, peaking at over 800,000. And now it had surged to between 1.3 and 1.8 million, climbing the trending topics on Weibo. Each of these occurrences far exceeded his expectations. Yet upon reflection, it seemed reasonable that such a large audience would be necessary to attain that level of prestige. Otherwise, how could just 100,000 followers yield such a claim, leading to effortless ascension in the future? Senior, look, Sophia said, hastily approaching. In comparison to the brilliance of the Northern Lights, she believed NGE's career to be of greater significance. Observing the phone that Sophia handed over, how could NGE's heart not flutter at that moment? The trending topics on Weibo, what a remarkable achievement. Not only was it trending, but it was also featured on Douyin's hot list, Baidu's hot topics, and various media platform promotions. I suspect Douyin's officials have put in considerable effort. Soon, Shi Wangyu's voice echoed again. However, this is hardly surprising. You have signed an exclusive contract with them, and now you are collaborating on their platform. Such a response is quite normal. At this moment, you finally realized that Ngo was indeed extraordinary. In just a few days, he had achieved such remarkable success. Countless stars and artists struggle to gain even a fleeting moment in the spotlight. Yet Ngo, without much effort, had already been propelled to prominence. As Ngo gazed upon his presence permeating the vast expanse of the internet, he could not help but draw in a sharp breath. The prestige garnered from this wave was beyond his expectations. On the very first day of collaboration with Douyin, such remarkable results had unfolded. Merely the Northern Lights, without any promotion, could achieve such effects. This was undoubtedly a product of perfect timing, favorable circumstances, and harmonious collaboration. Chapter 89. Gradual numbness. The scenery in the sky remained unchanged. The aurora danced like an enchanting illusion, shifting through hues of green, yellow, blue, and the occasional deep violet. Exquisite and mysterious, it resembled the grandeur of a volcanic eruption, still resplendent and spectacular. At that moment, the multitude of beams illuminating the sky resembled delicate curtains swaying gently, caressed by a soft breeze, creating a dreamlike spectacle. Yet, this vast, enigmatic, and awe-inspiring scene could no longer capture Ng's attention. The ever-increasing numbers in the live stream's backend only intensified his sense of surrealism. The viewership had already surpassed 2 million. Still, there was no sign of respite. The numbers continued to climb. Likewise, his prestige soared with each passing moment. It was truly challenging to maintain composure, and his breathing felt considerably heavy. However, he refrained from disturbing Sophia and her companion. The rare grandeur that unfolded before him seemed less worthy of admiration in light of the more exhilarating developments on the horizon. For them, the Northern Lights and capturing their beauty were of utmost importance. In fact, he was not alone in this sentiment. Nanqing, the Douyin livestream operations director, and other staff members shared the same thoughts. Compared to Ngo, they were undoubtedly more aware of a crucial fact. This was merely the beginning. The promotional efforts had only just been launched. Dissemination and absorption required time. The forthcoming growth would be even more astounding. Today's endeavor had already achieved a significant measure of success. Nanqing, you have made a monumental contribution this time. I will petition for you to be solely responsible for Ngo in the future, the operations director remarked, grinning widely as he observed the video call. Moreover, you will certainly not miss out on any bonuses. Thank you, Director. Nanqing replied with a beaming smile. I believe our collaboration with Ngo will be exceptionally smooth. His potential is even more formidable than you initially anticipated. Indeed, the operations director chuckled. He had even contemplated placing his hopes for a promotion and salary increase upon Ngo. This was hardly surprising, as the data at hand indicated that Ng's livestream engagement rates and follower growth far surpassed those of his peers, exceeding the average by several multiples. What did this imply? Did it not suggest that the audience favored this type of live streaming? Did it not signify that Ng's broadcasts could captivate a greater number of viewers? Did it not mean that Ng's presence could occupy the audience's time more effectively? In the realm of traffic, no one understood the art of monetization better than the individuals within their company. Even if Anger truly has no intention of live streaming for sales, the traffic he generates is sufficient to provide his company with greater monetization opportunities. As the orchestrator of all this, receiving a promotion and a raise is entirely reasonable. One can only hope that this aurora lasts a little longer. The operations director, fixated intently on Anger's live stream, murmured, "Just one more hour, and the results will exceed expectations." In the blink of an eye, it was already 10:30. The aurora had persisted for an hour, and the brilliance in the sky showed no signs of waning. However, Anger felt considerably calmer, or perhaps somewhat numb. The number of real-time viewers in the live stream had astonishingly surpassed 5 million. This figure only represented those currently present in the stream. The actual number of individuals who had witnessed the aurora was significantly higher. What a monumental number. In his previous self, even just an hour ago, he wouldn't have dared to imagine such a thing. Yet now, it was undeniably happening. Dreamlike. The events unfolding tonight could only be described as surreal. But it was precisely this numbness that allowed Anger to refocus his attention on the aurora. As for his reputation, he could check the system once it was all over. At that moment, footsteps echoed from outside. Boss, Sophia, and Miss Sure, everyone has gone 8 or 9 hours without food. We've prepared some to eat. Would you like to come down for a bite? The Lev couple, reminiscing about the past outdoors, suddenly felt a pang of hunger. Realizing they were nearing 50 and no longer as resilient as their younger selves, they decided to head home. However, after taking just a few steps, they remembered that Anger and the others had also skipped dinner, so they visited the villa to inquire if they would like to join for a meal. Upon discovering Anger and the others live streaming on the terrace, they assumed they must be hungry too. Thus, they took the initiative to prepare a simple dinner. Food. At the mention of it, Anger was momentarily stunned, only then recalling that he hadn't eaten anything that evening. As if on cue, the stomachs of the group rumbled in unison. How about we bring it up here to eat? Anger contemplated before suggesting. After all, there's a table here. He glanced at the two women. To be honest, the temperature was around 15 degrees Celsius, and eating outdoors would certainly be a bit chilly. There was also a risk of causing stomach troubles. However, to forego the opportunity to enjoy the aurora while retreating indoors felt like a waste. Who knew how long it would be before the next aurora appeared? 1 year? 10 years? 20 years? Or perhaps never again. All of these were possibilities. Upon hearing Anger's words, the two women nodded in agreement, clearly recognizing it as the best choice. Before long, the Lev couple brought up some dishes. Borscht is quite fitting. It will warm us up nicely, Anger remarked with a smile. Indeed. Lev Dao. The dinner we have prepared is fundamentally designed to ward off the chill or replenish our energy, as tonight might very well turn into a protracted battle. The last time I beheld the aurora, it lingered for over 3 hours. After exchanging a few words, Ngu, prompted by Sophia, turned to Xuanjiu and invited, Miss Sure, you needn't concern yourself with the camera. It's right here, easily adjustable at any moment. Come, let us dine together. Thank you, Xuanjiu replied. Taking a step forward before adding, Mr. Ngu, would you like to cut a small segment for the live stream, showcasing your meal? A small segment? Realizing Ng's lack of familiarity with live streaming, Xuanjiu elaborated, it's simply switching a corner of the live stream to another perspective, primarily featuring the aurora. Like a gaming streamer? The main focus is the game, with a corner showing the player? Ngu mused. That indeed sounds delightful. Adding an extra layer of interest for them to witness the aurora. Chapter 90. Are we certain this isn't abroad? After a brief discussion, Xuanjiu swiftly commenced her operations. Simultaneously, Ngu activated the microphone. Although it was already late June, the nights on the farm remained quite frigid, with the current temperature hovering around 15 degrees Celsius. To accomplish today's task, we prepared a selection of ROS cuisine. Once everything was set, Ngu cheerfully stated, everyone is welcome to order takeout or prepare some late-night snacks to enjoy alongside us, as we marvel at this natural wonder. Speaking of which, while many indulge in moonlit meals, how many can claim to dine while watching the aurora? I dare say, there might be none like it in our great nation. It must be acknowledged, Xuanjiu truly understands. As Ng's voice faded, she swiftly captured close-up shots of the food. Even without professional equipment or lighting, the results were quite commendable. Are we eating again? Is this what you call a late-night snack? I wouldn't dare eat like this at noon. If I'm not mistaken, there's a lot of meat. This late-night meal of the streamer can only be described as hardcore. One might wonder, isn't the streamer in our country? Why then is there ROS cuisine? Are we being deceived? Believing the streamer is in our nation while they are actually among the ROS people? You can visit the streamer's homepage to see for yourselves. All sorts of credentials are in order, and they are indeed in our country. Did you not notice? The streamer's farm lies on the border between our nation and the bear country. So is it so strange to encounter ROS cuisine? Not to mention, are you unaware that we also have a ROS community in our country? Goodness, I just realized the streamer is a farm owner. And the aurora footage is captured from his farm villa. Observing the unexpected transformation in the live stream, Nanxing in the city of Mo and the Douyin live streaming operations team in the capital were momentarily taken aback. Since the commencement of the aurora live stream, Ng's stream had been enveloped in silence, showcasing only the marvels of nature. They all believed that tonight's live broadcast would continue in such a manner until its conclusion. Little did they expect that Anger would choose to adjust the content at this moment. Director, should I contact Anger and discuss switching back to the previous format? This change poses a risk, Nanxing tentatively suggested. No, I believe this is indeed a wise decision, the operations director replied, gesturing dismissively. Have you not noticed that the small screen has not affected the aurora at all? If the audience dislikes it, they can easily turn off the comments and sound, continuing to watch the aurora without any impact. Meanwhile, those who remain will find this small screen adds a layer of intrigue, allowing them to enjoy both the aurora and his live stream simultaneously. Crucially, this situation enables new viewers to realize that Anger is, in fact, an agricultural streamer with a farm. With this, the operations director ceased to speak, feeling he had articulated his point clearly. Most of the new viewers were undoubtedly drawn in by the aurora. However, will the aurora always be present? Clearly not. Thus, in his view, it was a very astute choice for Anger to use a small screen to highlight his theme and engage new viewers before the aurora concludes. Listening to the director's words, the others nodded in agreement, seemingly enlightened. Truly, he deserved the reputation of being the platform's most promising new host, with every step taken so judiciously. Equally commendable was the leader's ability to connect all the dots in an instant, analyzing the outcome. Meanwhile, Xuanjiu swiftly concluded the close-up and promptly repositioned the camera. As the saying goes, one is more generous when fed. Xuanjiu was determined to ensure a satisfying meal for this occasion. Everyone, please eat up. Anger cheerfully said as the camera settled back into place. It's late. Let us not let the food cool. As he spoke, he ladled some red vegetable soup and took the first sip. Observing this, everyone began to dig in. Nearby, Li Yuji smiled and remarked, I anticipated we might eat outside. So I prepared dishes that wouldn't cool easily. She pointed to a steaming dish, for example, this classic Ross family dish, braised beef in a pot. Braised items retain heat exceptionally well, so it should still be warm after sitting for a while. Li Yuji's words immediately captured everyone's attention. Sophia smiled and said, Senior, this is my mother's specialty. You must savor it. Oh, then I shall relish it thoroughly. Anger replied with a smile, scooping a spoonful, inhaling gently, and noting, the rich aroma of tomato sauce is quite tantalizing, instantly stimulating one's appetite. It likely contains turnips, beef, and tomatoes. Predominantly sour with a hint of sweetness from the tomatoes, a delightful flavor. You should all give it a try. Upon hearing Anger's praise, the Lev family beamed with joy. Who doesn't relish compliments? Moreover, it is indeed a compliment from someone as skilled in culinary arts as Ngo. Senior, I prefer to drizzle this over a slice of big bread, Sophia remarked, lifting a piece of bread and placing a spoonful of canned braised beef atop it before savoring it. The combination of meat and staple flooded her palate with an overwhelming sense of satisfaction. Witnessing this, Sherwan Yu could not resist trying it himself. It was utterly delicious, and he felt invigorated. Even if the northern lights were to persist until the following day, he felt he could endure. That is splendid. We shall document the entirety of this northern lights experience, and Gu chuckled. Amidst their laughter and chatter, they quickly indulged in the feast. However, the live stream chat was filled with discontent. Why has it suddenly transformed into a culinary show? Is it excessive to tempt us with food at this late hour? I came here to witness the northern lights and ended up feeling famished. What exactly is this host broadcasting? Wasn't it supposed to be a spectacle? Why are they now eating? The dishes from the Ross tribe appear utterly delightful. Rich in calories, they are far from insipid, rivaling the barbecue from earlier. Speaking of which, while enjoying the Ross cuisine, I just checked the host's profile and discovered he even has a brown bear. Are you certain this isn't in bear country? The host's farm must be within our nation. If you arrived late, you missed the introduction. In any case, look at the bottom of the screen. Isn't there a river? That is the Wulong River. Beyond it lies bear country. I suggest you follow this host. I assure you, he will not disappoint you, as his usual broadcasts are quite entertaining. Chapter 91. What to do when your stomach is full. As time passed, the viewers in the live stream gradually realized that the host broadcasting the Northern Lights was only doing so by chance. It just so happened that his farm had a view of the Northern Lights, and he was, in fact, a highly skilled rural broadcaster. To be candid, this revelation caught many by surprise, as they had all been drawn in by online news, chasing after the Northern Lights. Now, they understood that Ngu was merely fortunate to be in the right place at the right time, and naturally, they were no longer focused on him. Yet, Ngu remained unconcerned. From the outset, he understood that such transient viewers could not be retained. In truth, the vast majority of those attracted by the Northern Lights tonight would likely depart after witnessing the spectacle. His objective was to seize the current surge in viewership, encouraging more individuals to stay. With millions of freshly arrived viewers, if even 1/10 of them found his broadcast intriguing, his follower count would soar. This, indeed, represented the greatest opportunity of the night. Even if he could not hold on to most of them, he would still garner a significant boost in reputation. After all, this endeavor was bound to be profitable. However, it must be said that this realization only struck him after Sherwan Yu reminded him to start the live stream. Ultimately, he had arrived at this conclusion somewhat belatedly, leaving him with no immediate strategies to maximize the potential of the night. In the late hours of the night, it seemed that apart from the mesmerizing aurora, there was little else to captivate one's attention. Senior, it appears we have yet to feed Iron Hanhang this evening, Sophia remarked. It was only after some time that she noticed the pitiful tears streaming down Iron Hanhang's face, cascading like a waterfall. Once we finished our meal, we shall fetch some milk for him, Ngu suggested, gently patting Iron Hanhang. This little fellow has already consumed a variety of foods today. He cannot indulge any further. At this tender age, a young bear like him should not be eating such an assortment of items. A single grilled fish for lunch was nearly his limit. The array of Ross cuisine on the table was simply unsuitable for him. Other items may not be appropriate, but he can certainly enjoy some jam, Sophia exclaimed. Her affection for Iron Hanhang was genuine, and witnessing his woeful expression inspired her to propose a solution. However, she quickly amended her suggestion, adding, of course, I could also fetch him some milk. Young bears need nourishment for healthy growth. As the designated veterinarian for Iron Hanhang, she was well aware that he had little fondness for milk, as evidenced by his reluctance to consume it each time. Nevertheless, milk remained the most suitable option available, as they could not venture into the mountains to milk a mother bear. Fortunately, Iron Hanhang had a particular fondness for the jam crafted by Ngu. which was why her initial thought was to offer him that. Jam, you say? That is permissible, though we must not give him too much. And Gu pondered for a moment before stating, just a small portion. The primary focus should still be on the milk. As he spoke, he picked up a nearby plate and swiftly ladled several spoonfuls of jam onto it. Wait, is there really a bear? Incredible. This streamer actually has a bear. One viewer exclaimed. Isn't it illegal to keep bears, being protected animals and all? Can they even be domesticated? Newcomers were advised to peruse the streamer's profile, which revealed that he possessed a breeding license for key protected wildlife. What's the issue with raising a bear? If only there were giant pandas in the Northeast. That wouldn't be illegal either. Ultimately, it sufficed to follow the channel. With repeated viewings of the stream, they would soon discover that the streamers surpassed all expectations. Is this little bear really named Iron Hanhang? How adorable. It looks like the streamer is neglecting to feed him, poor thing. While the astonishment of the new viewers was palpable, the longtime fans were unfazed. We all started somewhere, they thought. With time, one naturally becomes desensitized to such surprises. It was only upon witnessing the audience's reaction that Ngu realized Iron Hanhang was indeed a powerful draw for followers. Many of his fans seemed to have come specifically for the bear, only to be won over later. In truth, reality once again demonstrated that history often repeats itself. With Iron Hanhang's introduction, the number of followers surged dramatically. While there were numerous pet influencers online, they predominantly featured cats and dogs. Venturing into the niche realm of reptiles or snakes, a bear was an unprecedented spectacle. The most compelling aspect was that Iron Hanhang was undeniably charming. Many individuals ponder the idea of visiting when they find themselves with leisure time. During this meal, Xuanjiu and Ngu became quite familiar with one another. It must be said that dining together is the most effective way to forge connections. If one meal is insufficient, another can always follow. Time trickled by, and the dishes on the table were gradually consumed. Before long, the table was nearly devoid of food, save for a few pieces of uneaten bread left behind. If I were to grow a larger appetite, you would all be responsible, Xuanjiu remarked, patting his stomach in a jesting tone. The food is simply exquisite, though perhaps a tad high in calories. Calories? Is that indicated somewhere? The label states it's 0 calories, and Gu retorted, casually grabbing a napkin to wipe Iron Hanan's face, adding, you, my friend, are quite adept at getting food all over yourself. The jam, rich in sugar, was indeed a challenge to clean off. Haha, after all, he is still young. His mouth isn't quite long enough. In 6 months, even if he tries to smear it on his face, it won't stick. Sophia approached Iron Hanan, taking the napkin from Ngu's hand and meticulously cleaning his face. I'm so envious. You can just play with a bear. Is there any recruitment happening with the streamer? I want to join. Boo-hoo. I also want a big sister to help wipe my face. Upstairs, you're not quite right. I suspect you envy the bear, not the person. I envy both the person and the bear. In comparison, what kind of life am I living? Speaking of which, I just saw a comment saying the streamer's jam will be for sale. Is that true? I saw Iron Hanan enjoying it so much that I wish to taste it too. With no tasks at hand, Ngu casually picked up her phone to check her live stream. New viewers might not know that we have acquired over 10,000 pounds of wild berries. All the necessary equipment will arrive in the next couple of days, and soon, the all-natural, unpolluted jam produced on our farm will be available. If you're interested, do consider following us. Watching Nji's actions, Xuanjiu, beyond the camera lens, wore a look of astonishment, while others gained fame by securing their followers and promoting products. Ngu seemed to be using product promotion as a means to maintain her audience. However, upon reflection, they had just enjoyed a delightful meal together, and it was only natural for the viewers to be intrigued. Boss, once we finish tidying up, we plan to head home. Lev suddenly interjected. We are quite old and honestly cannot endure much longer. All right, Ngu nodded, saying, by the way, remember to arrange for those selected individuals to come to the farm to work before heading to the city tomorrow. I have fruit trees to send over. Fruit trees? I understand, Lev replied. Among those I've hired, several are skilled in operating farm machinery. They will report at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. That sounds good. Ngu affirmed. As soon as Ango finished speaking, Sophia interjected. Father, although the warehouse is quite well stocked with farming tools, the quantity may not suffice. Perhaps you could ask them to bring along some tools when they come, to avoid any embarrassment from a shortage. Indeed, Uncle Lev, you should mention it. Ango nodded and remarked. However, we should take stock later to determine what the farm lacks and procure everything in one go. This piecemeal approach is not sustainable. By the way, what kind of tree is it? I need to know what tools to prepare, he added. Lev pondered for a moment, acknowledging the logic of the suggestion. After all, every household in the village possesses farming tools. Once they ascertain what is needed, they can simply have it brought over. It is a special kind of apple tree, he explained. How should I put it? Its stature is somewhat larger than that of blueberry plants. Yet certainly not as large as a typical tree. Ango reflected and said, you might visualize it as an apple tree that resembles a shrub. Hearing this, The individuals present in the audience in the live stream were left bewildered. What on earth is this? Comparable to a shrub? How can it be measured against a blueberry plant? Is there truly an apple tree of such diminutive size in existence? If so, how large would the apples be? Surely they wouldn't be the size of blueberries, would they? This is utterly absurd. Observing their expressions, Ango reassured them, "You will find out tomorrow." This is a mutated apple tree from Siberia, which the locals refer to as the dwarf apple tree. Its most remarkable feature is its resilience to low temperatures. Even at minus 60 degrees Celsius, it remains unaffected. Given that our coldest temperatures rarely drop below minus 50 degrees, it should be quite suitable for our region. Upon hearing Ango's explanation, Lev and Sophia nodded in understanding. A mutated apple tree from the Siberian plains. This clarification had provided them with a clearer picture of what to expect. However, the live stream was abuzz with excitement. Ango's words had indeed reshaped many perceptions. Only minus 50 degrees. I suddenly feel a bit overwhelmed at minus 50. 3 to 5 degrees here during winter can nearly take my life. I can't even fathom what minus 50 would be like. Incredible. Is this truly the temperature at the northernmost part of our country? No wonder the northern lights can be seen here. I understand now. I am eager to witness an apple tree that can withstand minus 60 degrees. I wonder if these apples will possess any unique qualities. I suspect they want to be very large, but I'm curious if they would be sold like jam. If the host dares to list them, I will certainly support it. Watching the audience's discussions, Nanqing, who was in a video conference with the Douyin Live broadcast operations director, couldn't help but chuckle. Mr. Ango is truly impressive. With several layers of build-up and this sense of anticipation, he is unbeatable. The conversion rate has already far exceeded our expectations. The director of Douyin Live streaming couldn't help but express his sentiments. Indeed, Nanqing also reflected, I truly wonder how many cards he holds in his hand. After spending several hours with him today, I still haven't grasped the slightest insight. She pondered the procurement of tree species, which, upon delivery to the Aurora farm, would surely require several days. Not to mention, these were unique fruit trees from Siberia, capable of withstanding temperatures as low as minus 60 degrees Celsius, which would undoubtedly consume an even more daunting amount of time. She even contemplated that this matter could serve as leverage in their negotiations. However, Ngu did not mention any of these details. Yet, upon further reflection, even without Nge's mention of these matters, did they not secure their greatest concession? In that case, it was only natural that he refrained from articulating it directly. Meanwhile, the Lev couple departed from the villa after listening to Nge's account. Sophia went to prepare milk for Tai Han-chan. Wang Yu, would you care for some coffee or tea? Given the weather, the aurora should last quite a while longer. We still have a tough battle ahead, Ngu inquired with a smile while gazing at the sky. Upon witnessing the reaction in his live broadcast room and the fan count surpassing 2 million, Ngu finally realized that he need not exert excessive effort. He simply needed to let things unfold naturally. Those who appreciated his presence would naturally remain, while those who did not, regardless of any efforts made, would not stay. I prefer tea, though I have studied abroad, Wang Yu replied without hesitation. Perhaps it is somewhat related to my family background. Indeed, given your family's background, it would seem quite normal, even if you were to drink traditional herbal medicine as tea, Ngu nodded and remarked, I have some in my bedroom. I will fetch it now. With that, he turned to head to his bedroom for the tea leaves. No rush, we just finished eating, it can wait a bit. Wang Yu interjected hastily as Ngu began to leave. By the way, how did you know that we would drink traditional herbal medicine as tea? This flustered remark was well concealed, and Ngu did not notice. He simply continued along her train of thought. I suddenly recalled that many herbal medicines can indeed be used as tea, and their benefits are quite remarkable, such as chrysanthemum and cassia seed tea, red bean and Job's tears tea, and so forth. Oh, I see. Wang Yu nodded, affirming, that is indeed true. I have relied on tea to regulate my body since childhood. Speaking of which, your name seems to be a type of herbal medicine, does it not? Ngu chuckled. Wang Yu Chao, it appears to be a type of daylily. I never expected you to be so knowledgeable about herbal medicine, Wang Yu replied, slightly surprised. Wang Yu Chao is indeed a type of herbal medicine and belongs to the daylily family. To be precise, it is commonly known as yellow flower vegetable. I merely have a fondness for plants, Ngu laughed. I believe I mentioned that I studied plant protection, so I have encountered many plants. However, the names of herbal medicines do not always match. Engaging in this topic, the two began to converse leisurely, while the audience in the live broadcast room listened intently. After a while, Sophia emerged from inside, bringing Tai Han-chan with her. What are you two chatting about? You seem so cheerful. It is nothing, merely idle chatter. Especially since we are in for a prolonged battle tonight. Ngu pointed to the sky with a smile. Meanwhile, Wang Yu, upon seeing Sophia's return, sighed in relief. Had she not come back soon, he feared he could no longer conceal his fear of the dark. Chapter 93. The Golden-Mouthed Beast for Wang Yu. The night enveloped in the presence of others contrasted starkly with the solitude of a pitch-dark night. The changes in her expression, however, went unnoticed by Ngu and Sophia, as their attention was directed elsewhere. Observing Tai Hannon, who had already settled down to eat on his own, Ngu chuckled, remarking, "This fellow's appetite is growing by leaps and bounds. It will only continue to grow," Sophia added with a smile. "If I am not mistaken, an adult brown bear consumes 40 to 50 pounds of food a day." This statement sent ripples through the live stream. Many viewers were taken aback. 40 to 50 pounds a day? Surely, that cannot be true. Can this little creature eat that much when it matures? They suddenly realized that, even with evidence, they could hardly afford to sustain such a beast. Why do I feel I consume only that much in a month? This is alarming. Only a host like you, a farmer, could possibly manage it. Could it be that someone genuinely wishes to raise a brown bear? Check your wallets. Wow, I just looked it up on Baidu. And some brown bears can weigh up to 1,000 pounds. Eating 40 to 50 pounds seems rather normal, right? Do the newcomers not realize that Tai Hannon is only 4 to 5 months old? If he is already the size of a large dog at this age, what will he become? Wait, Tai Hannon is only 4 to 5 months old? Clearly, the bear's appetite astonished many. Those who had previously envied Ngu for having Tai Hannon now felt a mixture of emotions. Earlier, through Ngu's conversations, they had learned that Tai Hannon primarily feasted on berries, honey, and meat, items that are exceptionally costly. Consuming 40 to 50 pounds a day could easily cost over 1,000 yuan. A decent meal could devour an entire month's salary, far beyond what an ordinary person would dare to contemplate. Perhaps only someone like Ngu could afford such a pet. In truth, virtual companionship seemed most fitting for such a creature. With just a bit of data cost, one could enjoy watching it without the responsibility. However, even if they encountered it in reality, would they dare to approach it? A true dragon lover understands. Indeed, this creature is nothing less than a golden-mouthed beast. Upon hearing Sophia's words, Ngu lamented, "We must ensure to reserve a considerable amount of the jam we produce in a few days for this fellow as a stockpile, along with various meats and honey. Can such an environment also support beekeeping?" Shi Wanyu interjected, somewhat astonished. "I recall that bees are quite sensitive to cold, and this place experiences 7 to 8 months of winter each year, does it not?" While her knowledge of bees was limited, she was somewhat aware of their habits. In their family's medicinal herb field, bees typically thrive during the spring, summer, and autumn seasons. However, here in Angie, winter endures for 7 months each year. The notion of beekeeping in such an environment seems utterly perplexing. Her remark echoed the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream. Although most had never witnessed beekeeping firsthand, they possessed a general understanding of bee behavior. Angie's statement certainly defied conventional wisdom. Sophia elucidated, "Our current plan is to cultivate a species known as the Northeast black bee, which is remarkably frost-resistant. Yet, even so, this particular bee can only be active for 5 months each year. Only 5 months of productivity per year. This essentially implies they work exclusively outside the winter months. To be precise, they can only function once temperatures rise above freezing. This situation is rather awkward. In more temperate regions, 8 or 9 months of activity would not pose a problem. Nevertheless, upon reflection, achieving 5 months of work in such a climate is commendable. There is no alternative. We must adapt to our environment." Angie seemed to perceive the confusion of Shi Wanyu and casually remarked, "With the abundance of nectar-producing plants on my farm, particularly the linden trees, which are among the finest sources of nectar, we cannot let them go to waste." Angie expressed satisfaction with the black bee. Other bee species require preparations for winter when temperatures drop to 10 degrees Celsius. But the black bee can endure conditions close to zero. Moreover, 5 months is roughly sufficient, as the majority of nectar sources bloom during this period. For them, the only added expense stems from the prolonged wintering phase. By the way, the seller of the black bees contacted me this evening, inquiring about when I would visit. Upon this reminder, Sophia recalled, "There is so much to attend to this evening that I nearly forgot to ask." Angie pondered for a moment and replied, "Let us postpone it for a couple of days. Your father is heading to the city tomorrow, and we need to coordinate the new employee's work. We simply don't have time to go." He was eager to acquire the black bees promptly, especially since the linden trees have already begun secreting nectar. However, the farm's initial phase demands considerable attention. Matters must be prioritized accordingly. The three of them conversed while admiring the auroras, time slipping away beneath the vibrant sky. Before they knew it, the clock had struck past midnight. "Senior, you must have brought extra clothing. Why don't you lend a jacket to Sister Wanyu? The temperature is exceedingly cold. We wouldn't want her to fall ill," Sophia suggested. Hearing this, Angie glanced at Shi Wanyu, who remained seated before the camera. Though she was still intently focused on the screen, she held a cup of hot tea, her body slightly trembling. "No need to trouble yourselves. I'm not cold." Shi Wanyu quickly interjected. "It's no trouble at all. We wouldn't want you to suffer from the cold," Angie replied with a hint of exasperation. "I truly wonder what you all were thinking. Didn't you check the weather before coming here?" arriving in short sleeves. Before he finished speaking, he made his way towards his bedroom. Shi Wanyo's attire, a short-sleeved dress, was undoubtedly a quintessential summer outfit. In the mainland, at the end of June, this would pose no issue. However, this was not the case here. At this hour, the temperature on the farm was likely struggling to reach 10 degrees Celsius. It would indeed be peculiar not to feel cold in such attire. Upon hearing Nji's words, Shi Wanyu couldn't help but smile awkwardly. Who could have imagined that? Even within the same country, the temperature variance could be so substantial? Yet the thought of wearing someone else's clothing, particularly that of a man, made Shi Wanyu want to refuse. Before she could voice her objection, Sophia's voice rang out again. Sister Wanyu, the senior will only take a jacket. If my house weren't so far, I'd fetch my own clothes. Her words seemed to sense Shi Wanyu's reluctance and served as a gentle reminder to Ngu. In any case, her words were quite effective. Hearing this, Shi Wanyu ceased her objections, and Ngu emerged with a jacket. However, even without her prompting, Ngu would have only brought out a jacket. In the blink of an eye, it was already around 1 o'clock. At this moment, there were still over 3 million night owls in the live stream. Yet, the aurora in the sky seemed to be losing its strength. Chapter 94. A bountiful harvest. It appeared the aurora was on the verge of fading. Gazing into the distance, Ngu murmured, but it should have been over 3 hours. Right? The once resplendent aurora now consisted of merely a single ribbon of color, its brilliance dimming as if it could vanish at any moment. Indeed, it had been over 3 hours. Sophia and Shi Wanyu spoke in unison, their eyes reflecting a hint of reluctance. With this conclusion, it was uncertain when they would meet again. The audience in the live stream echoed similar sentiments. Those who had remained in the live stream until now were undoubtedly true admirers. The spectacle of nature was fading away, evoking a sense of melancholy. After a brief silence, Sophia slowly spoke. Actually, it ought to come to an end. In about an hour and a half, the sky will be brightening. Indeed, in the summer of Mo, it would be light by 3 o'clock. The aurora, a phenomenon that graced the night sky, was also due to conclude. Yet even so, one couldn't help but feel a twinge of sorrow. Observing the now feeble aurora, Ngu began to speak. The appearance of the aurora may be fleeting, yet it has bestowed upon us a visual feast. Over the past 3 hours, the aurora, with the night as its backdrop, presented us with a spectacle unlike any marred by modern light pollution, allowing us to experience the unparalleled beauty of nature. Pausing briefly, Ngu continued, however, as the saying goes, all good things must come to an end. The aurora, after all, must conclude. I hope this live broadcast has brought you, the strangers drawn to the aurora, a cherished memory. And of course, if you are intrigued by the northernmost part of our homeland, I hope you will consider following my journey. Through my lens, you will witness a farm rising in our country's northernmost reaches, no longer ordinary. Nji's voice was not particularly loud. Beneath the veil of night, sounds travel far and wide. The audience in the live broadcast room hears it distinctly. Within the barrage of comments, farewells, and exclamations multiply endlessly. Gifts pour in with extraordinary fervor, each substantial contribution triggering various effects. It seems they are expressing gratitude to Ngu for this visual feast. The live streaming operations director at Douyin observes the responses and metrics with growing excitement on his face. Magnificent. Simply splendid. This is an absolute windfall for us. Tomorrow, I shall apply for bonuses for everyone. Nanxing, you are the star performer. Upon hearing this, the entire department erupts in jubilation. As he speaks, the director cannot help but indulge in a lavish gesture, sending 10 gifts worth 18,888 Do coins, equivalent to 2,698 yuan, dubbed Heart of the Universe. What extravagance! Witnessing this, many staff members also feel compelled to contribute. Director, the accolades are undeniably yours. I merely serve as a runner, Nanxing replied, her face beaming with a smile. However, moving forward, I believe we must ardently support Ngu. He can undoubtedly become a leading figure in our company. She dared not claim the spotlight herself. What mattered more was to ensure that the entire department recognized the necessity of uplifting Ngu. As his dedicated operator, there would be ample opportunity for future gains. As expected, upon hearing her words, the operations director's smile broadened. Of course, I have always said he is a person of immense potential. While they conversed, the aurora in the live broadcast room had dimmed considerably, almost giving the illusion of vanishing. Only faint starlight remained. Nonetheless, it is truly one of the few unpolluted sanctuaries in the country. The starlight shines far brighter than that seen in the mainland, creating a glittering expanse in the sky. A sky devoid of auroras is still breathtakingly beautiful. It feels as though it has been years since one has witnessed such a magnificent starry sky. The environment here is truly splendid. I long to see it. Even in the absence of the aurora, I feel I can behold the most beautiful night sky of our homeland. I remember the nights of my childhood. This was the very scene that greeted me every evening. Now, alas, I can only envy. I finally comprehend why individuals like the host choose to settle in such places to pursue their lifelong endeavors. Without the brilliance of the aurora, the scattered starlight offers a different kind of enchantment. Many who initially came for the aurora are captivated by the vast expanse of stars. The starlight serves as a perfect counterpoint, causing those who had resolved to bid farewell to everything to slow their pace. A mere click of follow might allow them to witness such a starry sky more often, perhaps. And Gu's fan base climbs a notch higher. At last, the final vestiges of the aurora completely fade away. The sky reverts to its familiar visage. If there is any distinction to be noted, it is the clear absence of clouds. With the aurora concluded, let us bring tonight's live broadcast to a close. And Gu turned to the camera and said, "It's getting late. Everyone should get some rest. Good night." With that, he abruptly ended the live broadcast, leaving no time for the audience to react. Those who wished to continue gazing at the starry sky were met with a blank screen. Helpless, they could only grumble and choose to follow him, for without doing so, they might never again witness such a celestial display. The live streaming operations director at Douyin observed the scene and was about to ask Nanqing to remind Ngun not to end the broadcast so decisively. However, upon seeing Nge's fan count rise once more, he remained silent, his mouth slightly agape. Sophia and Shi Wanyu had also experienced Nge's casualness and were not particularly surprised, though they felt a twinge of concern over the abrupt conclusion. "It's getting late. We should tidy up and rest," Ngu remarked, surveying the area filled with equipment. He felt a slight headache as he noted the considerable amount of gear around them. "As for the footage we captured, there's no rush to process it until tomorrow. Besides, I haven't fully reviewed the list of medications you provided. And you can't head back now." Shi Wanyu nodded in agreement. She shared the same sentiment. Transforming the captured material into a finished product would require considerable time and effort, and her mind was already exhausted from the day's activities. They had agreed that she would stay at Sophia's place for a while, allowing ample time to complete their work. It must be said that they had brought over quite a bit of equipment that evening, and clearing it all took a significant amount of time. "Do you have any extra bedding?" Sophia suddenly inquired after moving the last of their belongings. "I was thinking that Wanyu and I could stay in your guest room for the night. I'm not afraid of the dark, but this is the vast Xianbei mountain. Who knows what might be lurking on the way back? Bears, wild wolves, or even Siberian tigers are not out of the question. I do have one set of bedding available." And Gu replied, "You both brought your own when you came over, and this extra set is from a previous lottery win." He had intended to offer to take them back, but before he could speak, Shi Wanyu interjected, "One set is enough? I can share with Sophia." "All right, as long as you're comfortable with it," and Gu conceded. Hearing this, he no longer objected. After all, with so many guest rooms in his home, having a few extra occupants now and then wouldn't hurt. It could even bring a livelier atmosphere. Before long, Ngus settled the two of them in the room adjacent to where the live streaming equipment was stored. After bidding them farewell, he quickly returned to his own bedroom, eager to see how much prestige he had amassed that night. Chapter 95. Incredible. What? Over 63 million prestige points. Staring at the numbers on his attribute panel, Ngu couldn't help but repeat the figures several times, confirming it was indeed an 8-digit number. He felt a surge of excitement. With the high-level lottery costing 1 million prestige points per draw, he could participate 63 times. Earlier in the afternoon, he had won several valuable items in the lottery, and he anticipated that this time would be no different. As for the intermediate and beginner lotteries, they were entirely outside of Nge's considerations. The beginner lottery had essentially been discarded, while the intermediate lottery was merely regarded as a venue for wholesale purchases of veterinary milk powder and plant nutrients. If there were any leftovers, they would be drawn at random, as there was no shortage at present. Upon reflection, it was entirely reasonable that today's events had stirred such a commotion online, garnering a significant amount of prestige. It was even possible that this incident might lead to further increases in reputation. However, it was well understood that occurrences like the Aurora Borealis were rare and not easily attainable. Regular live broadcasts certainly could not yield such a claim. This was merely a fleeting moment of exhilaration. System, proceed with the draw, 63 times for the advanced level, and Gu commanded without hesitation. He could easily predict the nonsensical utterances of this inept system. As his voice faded, a series of notification sounds erupted. Consumed 1 million prestige points, obtained a sprinkler. Consumed 1 million prestige points, obtained a treasure map. Consumed 1 million prestige points, obtained veterinary milk powder. Consumed 1 million prestige points, obtained plant nutrient solution. Consumed 1 million prestige points, obtained a combined tiller. Consumed 1 million prestige points, obtained 1 million yuan. Consumed 1 million prestige points. Obtained the skill of a small farming expert. Consumed 1 million prestige points. Obtained a sense of belonging to a characteristic estate. Consumed 1 million prestige points. Obtained a strategy for caviar production. The notification sounds cascaded in rapid succession, as 63 million prestige points evaporated at a noticeable pace, quickly depleting to nothing. Of course, the prizes were quite substantial. The advanced lottery did not skimp on offerings, with only a few miscellaneous items, such as duck-down quilts, appearing infrequently. The most common rewards were the veterinary milk powder and plant nutrient solutions. Although these two items had their drawbacks, they were certainly preferable to the trivial odds and ends. Indeed, the treasure map was not singular. And Gu, reflecting on the items won from this lottery, murmured, "I wonder what these two newly drawn treasure maps will reveal." Especially after the previous one recorded a ginseng capable of breaking world records. Soon, he completed his review. Apart from the money, veterinary milk powder, plant nutrient solution, and various miscellaneous items, he had also acquired a number of valuable items. Foremost among these were 6 agricultural machines, including the sprinkler and combined tiller. With these 6 machines, alongside the 3 previously received, Gu could adequately meet the initial production demands of the farm. In every aspect, he felt a profound sense of satisfaction. Saving money was one thing, but the energy conserved was truly invaluable. Furthermore, the remaining items comprised 2 treasure maps, a skill named Small Farming Expert, a strategy for caviar production, and an enigmatic sense of belonging to a characteristic estate. The gains from this endeavor were indeed quite remarkable. Gu gazed at the list he had meticulously compiled, a smile gracing his lips as he mused. I wonder what these 3 items truly entail. Setting aside other considerations, the strategy for producing caviar, if indeed it could be realized, would undoubtedly usher in tremendous profit and prestige for the farm. It is worth noting that this delicacy is regarded as the pinnacle of gourmet fare. Although he had neither tasted nor even encountered it before, what difference does that make? The market recognizes its value, thus there lies ample opportunity for exploitation. Adjusting his mindset, Gu turned his attention to the descriptions of the 3 rewards. Murmuring to himself, "Master of Agriculture, I hope you do not disappoint." When it comes to farming, he could confidently assert that he possesses considerable understanding. After all, he would not be assisting local farmers in the Agricultural Experts Online Support Association as a student otherwise. This implies that this skill is either of little use to him or extraordinarily powerful. If it cannot assist him, it is indeed of little value. Conversely, if it can aid even him, it is nothing short of miraculous. As he spoke, he had already opened the detailed information regarding the rewards. Master of Agriculture, a comprehensive expert in all aspects of farming. With this skill, the host will instantly master a multitude of techniques, including but not limited to the breeding of superior seeds, the application of fertilizers, pest and disease control, cultivation and husbandry techniques, agricultural water management, soil improvement, and the use of agricultural machinery. Whether planting vegetables, edible fungi, fruits, grains, flowers, or medicinal herbs, or utilizing fertilizers and pesticides, it is all within reach. My goodness, Gu exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment upon reading the description. Fortunately, his villa was solidly constructed with excellent sound insulation. Otherwise, the 2 individuals engaged in intimate conversation downstairs would have certainly been startled. It is no wonder Gu reacted in such a manner. This skill is undeniably extraordinary. From ensuring soil and water quality to planting, pest control, fertilization, and the operation of various machines, it covers every conceivable aspect. It even encompasses the observation of climate changes. Essentially, it incorporates every technical facet required for farming. Even someone like him, with a wealth of foundational knowledge, would likely need decades of practical experience to fully master these comprehensive skills. This means that he has effectively saved himself a decade, or even several decades of time. What a relief. Gu felt a wave of comfort wash over him. Compared to the other rewards, he had genuinely experienced the power of the system this time. After all, unlike other rewards, he possessed a clear understanding of this one. After a considerable time, he finally shifted his gaze to the remaining 2 items. Caviar Production Strategy, a bespoke caviar production strategy tailored for the host, encompassing the artificial breeding of sturgeon and salmon, as well as the techniques for curing and quality inspection of caviar. Sense of belonging to the estate, a unique attribute of the estate, whereby any life form establishing a bond with the host will develop a profound sense of identification with the estate, striving to uphold its interests while simultaneously enhancing their sense of responsibility and igniting a fervent passion for work. Goodness gracious, this is invincible. Gu gazed at the 2 rewards and could not help but exclaim, truly remarkable. The fruits of countless sacrifices in the lottery are indeed extraordinary. Chapter 96, Truly Against the Heavens. It is no wonder Gu was so astonished. The production guide for caviar appeared to be a bespoke creation. By adhering to the guide, one could produce 2 varieties of caviar. The entire process, from fish rearing to the finished product, was meticulously outlined. It was practically a foolproof tutorial. Following the guide left no room for error. It is essential to note that there are only 2 types of caviar in this world. One is the roe of the sturgeon, and the other is the roe of the salmon. Now, with both in hand, one could only imagine the potential scene if it could indeed be realized on the farm. Given the current market for caviar, just the thought of it was enough to incite overwhelming excitement. As for doubt, Ngu harbored none whatsoever. On one hand, had he not caught a large salmon just that morning? On the other hand, there was a county within Yulongjiang province known for its sturgeon caviar. As a student of Dongnon University, he naturally possessed a certain level of understanding about these matters. If other counties in the province could succeed, why could he not? The climatic differences were negligible. As for the other item, it was even more astonishing. That item would undoubtedly facilitate future plans. Who could have anticipated that characteristic would signify a special attribute? The sense of belonging to the estate was nothing short of miraculous. Once the affiliation was established, it would foster a sense of identity, compelling one to diligently safeguard the interests of the farm, while simultaneously amplifying a sense of responsibility and enthusiasm for work. This had a direct impact on psychology. Crucially, this attribute explicitly stated it pertained to any living being. Any living being. Did that not imply that humans, animals, and any sentient life forms would be influenced? The individuals in the affiliation were, in essence, employees. The enhancement they received would undoubtedly boost their work efficiency. As for the animals in the affiliation, current and future livestock, would they not be included as well? Consequently, would there still be concerns about free-range livestock wandering off? Would there still be worries about bees escaping? The answer was glaringly evident. There was no need for further contemplation. This was undoubtedly the most impactful prize to date for the future. With this, everything would become significantly more convenient. Staring at the description of the sense of belonging to the estate, Ngu found himself unable to regain his composure. It was simply extraordinary. Time slipped by, and he eventually emerged from his astonishment. He quickly perused the descriptions of the other items, and upon confirming there were no special features, he chose to claim his rewards. Instantly, a torrent of information flooded his mind. The information brought forth by the agricultural prodigy skill was far more substantial than any previous reward. The sheer volume of information left Ngu feeling somewhat dizzy. He lay on his bed, and before long, succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, the two individuals downstairs continued their hushed conversation. In the blink of an eye, it was already the following morning. Although I retired to bed past 1 o'clock last night, the influence of my biological clock awakened me around 6:30. Shaking my slightly dazed head, I gradually made my way to the window. In the summer, even in the mainland, it is already bright at 6:30, let alone in the enchanting Mo. A gentle breeze wafts through the open window. Taking a deep breath, I felt an immediate surge of vitality. Beside me, Iron Hanhang stirred slightly, but did not rise. According to the teachings of Tongbei Quan, morning is when the yang energy is at its peak. Rising early to practice at this hour not only preserves one's energy, but also invigorates the spirit for the day ahead. Gazing at the scenery outside, I reminisced about the insights shared by the little farming expert from yesterday and murmured to myself, it is the perfect time to practice and see if the wonders hold true. With that thought, I donned my clothes and stepped outside. Upon hearing the door open, Iron Hanhang promptly followed, having just awoken, albeit without much movement. Beneath the linden tree, I commenced my practice with the fundamental wrist and finger movements. Despite my lack of martial arts experience, my years of vigorous labor in the mountains and fields had equipped me well. A healthy body is the foundation of all pursuits. With a sound physique, martial arts training becomes remarkably effective. Moreover, the techniques of Tongbei Quan had long been etched in my memory. As time passed, my movements became increasingly fluid. Though I was drenched in sweat, fatigue eluded me. Nearby, Iron Hanhang seemed eager to mimic my actions. However, being merely a young bear, it was commendable that it could stand at all. A few clumsy attempts inevitably resulted in tumbles. Before long, the two individuals within the villa awoke. "Oh, is my senior practicing martial arts?" Sophia exclaimed, pulling back the curtains and spotting me, her surprise evident. It was the first time she realized I was skilled in martial arts. I appeared quite impressive. Hearing this, Shi Wanyu leaned in closer. Compared to Sophia, Shi Wanyu, hailing from a family of traditional Chinese medicine practitioners, understood the movements better. With a poised stance, knees bent and back slightly arched, arms hanging naturally, my body moved with agility, reminiscent of a monkey. Observing my actions, Shi Wanyu murmured, "Tongbei Quan. Is Tongbei Quan truly formidable?" Sophia inquired, puzzled by Shi Wanyu's astonishment. She could not comprehend why Shi Wanyu was so taken aback. Tongbei Quan is among the oldest martial arts traditions. Shi Wanyu composed herself and replied with a smile. "Though I cannot confirm the authenticity of what I have heard, it is widely believed within martial arts circles that the legendary strategist Giguzi, the military tactician Sunzi, the renowned General Han Tong from the Tang dynasty,